Chapter 1. The Kingdom of the Magnetic Drums, the Port of Villia under the snowy night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilling gust of wind howled through the air, sending a crumpled newspaper from the World Economic News Agency swirling into a darkened alleyway, where it was promptly seized by a young man clad in a tattered cotton coat. The young man glanced at the newspaper dated October 21st, 1507, in the maritime calendar, recognizing it as the very edition he had perused 2 days prior, and thus discarded it. "Kid, it's time to get to work. Take the goods to the designated location." Behind him, a scar-faced brute, dressed in a black padded coat, peered at his watch through the glow of his cigarette's ember, inhaled deeply, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and then shoved the young man forward with a cold command. The young man, with his tousled black hair, appeared gaunt even wrapped in a relatively thick old coat. He still exuded an air of frailty. However, his striking features could incite envy even among the most beautiful women, complemented by his porcelain skin. The only blemish on his otherwise perfect visage was a red burn mark on his right cheek, marring his beauty and rendering him less than flawless. Upon hearing the brute's words, a flicker of anxiety crossed the young man's frostbitten face, yet he swiftly accepted the package and a single-shot firearm handed to him, cautiously making his way toward the pitch-black dock devoid of any light. He moved with remarkable stealth, his footsteps barely disturbing the snow beneath him, as he glided through the silent dock like a specter. With each step, Ball, straining to catch any unusual sounds, proceeded only when he was certain of the stillness around him. To minimize friction with the ground, he wore nothing but a pair of tattered cotton socks, which left his feet numb and blue from the biting cold. Ball bore no complaints, having traversed into this world following his untimely death and witnessed the depths of human depravity. He had grown indifferent to suffering. His singular desire was to survive, to grow stronger, and to exact revenge upon those who treated him like a mere animal. At this moment, survival hinged on delivering the contraband in his possession to a vessel docked at the pier. Assisting the ram gang in smuggling goods had become his first job since arriving in this place. This would mark his 10th endeavor aiding them. Completing this task would officially induct him into the ranks of the ram gang. With the experience gained from his previous 9 attempts, Ball had become adept at navigating the night, swiftly arriving at the unremarkable little boat designated for the exchange. Even upon reaching his destination, Ball remained vigilant. During the harrowing days of his life as a dragon slave, he had learned the importance of perpetual caution. This lesson had enabled him to survive under the brutal rule of the dragon people and had honed skills that increased his odds of survival. Now, those very skills were once again proving invaluable. Ball noted that the inconspicuous little boat appeared significantly more submerged than during his previous encounters, and the water beneath it was agitated. His trained ears detected subtle huffing sounds, while his nose, accustomed to the scent of blood, quickly caught a whiff of the metallic odor mingling with the frigid air. Something's amiss. Instantly, Ball comprehended the gravity of the situation, and a sense of dread washed over him. The contraband he clutched was a rare healing ointment known as Goddess of Healing, unique to the kingdom of the magnetic drums. It was a tribute offered to the dragon people, produced in limited quantities each year, and its export was strictly prohibited. Discovery meant certain death. Yet, in this chaotic world, such a life-saving potion, capable of halting bleeding instantaneously, was undeniably precious worth a life in critical moments. Consequently, its price in the black market had soared, often reaching exorbitant sums of several 100,000 berries per vial. Faced with such immense profit, smugglers were naturally tempted, willing to risk execution for the chance to transport it. The Ram Gang was one of the few criminal organizations in the kingdom of the magnetic drums that controlled the smuggling of this precious commodity. However, the Ram Gang was merely a cog in a larger smuggling operation. At present, Ball was but a minor component of this mechanism, likely not even a crucial one. Betrayal was a common occurrence in the world of smuggling. Upon detecting the scent of blood, Ball immediately grasped the grim reality aboard the vessel. Members of the Ram Gang had likely met their demise, and the assailants were now awaiting him, a disposable pawn, to deliver the valuable healing ointment. Survival, that was the only thought occupying the mind of 16-year-old Ball. He began to retreat stealthily, hoping to distance himself from the boat before the assailants noticed his presence. Yet Ball knew he could not retreat, for many others like him were playing the role of pawns. And if trouble had arisen here, the situation for the rest would likely be no better. In the face of death, no one would forego the instinct to fight back, which explained why the Ram gang had armed Ball and his fellow pawns with single-shot firearms. A resounding gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. At the sound, Ball took off running through the snow. The individuals aboard the boat, realizing their cover had been blown, swiftly emerged with flashlights, illuminating the direction of Ball's fleeing form. Immediately, 3 of them drew firearms and pursued him, while another shone a flashlight on Ball, guiding his accomplices. During the chase, the gunmen fired repeatedly, demanding Ball relinquish his belongings. Their marksmanship was commendable. Several shots narrowly missed Ball, one even grazing his ear, sending his heart racing. With his bare feet providing insufficient traction on the snowy ground, Ball struggled to maintain his speed, nearly slipping several times. Hearing the escalating threats behind him, he gritted his teeth and hurled a small package away from him, shouting, "Stop chasing. I've thrown on the ground." Upon hearing Ball's voice and witnessing his action, one of the pursuers broke off to retrieve the package while the other 2 continued their relentless chase, clearly unwilling to abandon their pursuit based on a mere ambiguous parcel. Damn it, it seems my predecessors have played their games well, teaching these people to be cunning. Seeing that he was still being pursued, Ball cursed inwardly. In truth, the package he had discarded was a decoy. He could not afford to part with a real contraband, for doing so would only increase the number of enemies he faced, including the local tyrant known as the Ram Gang. Ultimately, Ball's speed fell short compared to his pursuers, and a considerable distance remained between him and the street where he had initially met the scar-faced brute. His greatest concern was whether the brute would still be waiting there. Yet, a stroke of fortune graced Ball. The assailants were out of ammunition, and only 2 remained in pursuit. This presented him with a glimmer of hope for survival. "You little brat, once I catch you, they'll skin you alive and lock you in a cage to torture," one of the pursuing thugs yelled, closing the distance between them to less than 5 meters. A cage, locked away. Upon hearing those words, an unquenchable fury ignited within Ball, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enraged. The moment to fight for his life had arrived. Ball had never expected the Ram Gang to come to his rescue in this brutal world. Only his own strength was truly reliable. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, as a flicker of crimson light ignited in his eyes. In an instant, he perceived the 2 pursuers behind him. Even without turning his head, and despite the dim surroundings, their movements appeared sluggish, akin to that of turtles. This was the power of observation Haki, a gift he had acquired in the depths of hell. Yet, this power remained feeble, with an effective range of merely 5 meters. Each activation lasted only 2 seconds, requiring a full minute to recharge before it could be used again. Thus, Ball refrained from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. In a life-or-death confrontation, a mere second could determine the outcome. The next moment, Ball sprang into action, leaping into the air and, using the force from his landing, twisted his body to confront the 2 stocky assailants behind him. A single-shot firearm appeared in his hand. Bang! A tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle of the single-shot firearm, and in an instant, a bullet hole appeared in the forehead of one of the assailants. Subsequently, Ball completed the reloading process in less than a second, firing once more, and another bullet hole manifested in the forehead of a second assailant. In the opulent villa located in the port of Velilla, a sudden bang echoed as a window on the top floor was flung open by the howling wind, allowing a flurry of snowflakes to swirl into the room. The unexpected intrusion caused the occupants to halt their discussions, their gazes swiftly drawn to the window that had been thrust open by the gust. The fireplace within the room blazed fiercely, causing the snowflakes to rapidly melt upon contact with the heat, until only the largest of them managed to alight on the floor, only to be crushed beneath a large foot clad in tattered cotton socks moments before it could dissolve. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Ball, with a submissive demeanor, promptly shut the window and retreated to the far corner of the room, lowering his gaze toward the man with a prominent hooked nose. This man, aged in his 40s or 50s, was dressed in a well-tailored, high-end suit, sporting a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle and a braided beard, while puffing on a cigar. Most of the room's occupants were fixated on him, awaiting his words or a mere nod of approval. He was none other than Ram, the leader of the most formidable gang in Valia, the Ram Gang, a figure whose notoriety in both the underworld and the legitimate circles of the Mag Drum Kingdom was widely acknowledged. Among the many rumors circulating about him, the most credible suggests that he hails from a remote village in the Mag Drum Kingdom, having grown up amidst the snow-capped mountains and later embarking on a maritime journey that lasted over a decade. Upon his return, he had risen to the rank of captain of a pirate crew, which eventually morphed into the present-day Ram Gang. Ball was uncertain of the veracity of these tales, yet he could distinctly sense the formidable aura radiating from Ram in the room. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him during his time as a slave in the Holy Land of Mary Joel. He often encountered high-ranking Navy admirals and CPOs, sensing a similar potent presence, particularly after his unexpected awakening of the observation Haki, which enabled him to perceive the strength of an individual's aura with heightened clarity. Even when such a presence was subdued, he could discern it by closing the distance. Undoubtedly, in Bao's estimation, this gang leader named Ram possessed strength comparable to that of a naval admiral, lending credence to the rumors of his years as a pirate captain navigating the Grand Line. It was precisely for this reason that Ball had clandestinely crossed into this port city in pursuit of a certain devil fruit, and upon fortuitously encountering Ram, he resolved to align himself with this criminal organization. Tonight marked a stroke of luck for Ball. The vials of healing elixir he had transported were genuine, enabling him to recover millions of belly for the Ram Gang, and coupled with the successful elimination of 2 members of the rival Das Gang, he garnered the gang's friendship and fortuitously found himself in this chamber. As the window swung open unexpectedly, Ram, the gang's leader, finally took notice of Ball, who had remained rather inconspicuous. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Ram observed Ball's frostbitten, purplish feet, then glanced at Ball, who was bowing his head in respectful deference. Intrigued, he inquired, "Young man, I heard from old Jack that you took down 2 members of the Das Gang tonight. Is that true?" "Yes, Mr. Ram. My name is Ball, and I indeed had the fortune of eliminating 2 members of the Das Gang this evening," Ball replied, stepping forward and bowing deeply, articulating his response with clarity, his face reflecting a demeanor of reverence and submission. A courteous individual often evokes a positive impression, and Ram was quite pleased with Ball's respectful bow and his subservient expression, particularly appreciative of the title Mr. Ram, which brought him a sense of comfort. Within the gang, he was addressed by many titles, primarily boss, followed by big brother, and then captain, yet it was rare for anyone to refer to him as Mr. Mr. was an exceedingly ordinary title, but for Ram, it felt somewhat extravagant. Even after all these years, he found it difficult to hear such a designation from others. Most still regarded him as a pirate, a notorious one at that. Clearly, many believed that pirates were unworthy of such an honorific, especially someone who simultaneously held the dual identities of a pirate captain and a gang leader, or perhaps they thought that such a title would discomfort him. "You fool, boss," interjected a burly, bald man in the room, as strong as a bear, who perceived Ball's address to Ram as an affront. He glared at Ball with eyes the size of saucers, harshly reprimanding him. Immediately after, he prepared to confront Ball, eager to teach this disrespectful young scoundrel a lesson. A fist as large as a clay pot suddenly swung towards Ball. Confronted by the brawny bald man's admonition, Ball promptly lowered his head, standing still and obediently awaiting the impending strike, while secretly activating his observation Haki, preparing to absorb the blow with the hardest part of his body. To Ball's astonishment, he discerned through his heightened awareness that the bald man's fist was intercepted by a blade wielded by another. No matter how forcefully the bald man struck, the sword remained utterly unmoved. "What are you doing, Reggie? Why are you stopping me?" the reckless bald man exclaimed, directing his ire towards the swordsman who had thwarted him. This swordsman, an elder with snow-white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, appeared to be at least 60 or 70 years of age. Yet, despite his frail appearance, he effortlessly held his ground, using a single hand to block the bald man's punch, remaining impervious even as his opponent exerted all his strength. Horton, Lord Ram has yet to speak. It is not your place to act so recklessly, Reggie retorted coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon his impetuous comrade. At this reminder, Horton turned to look at Ram, realizing that Ram's expression was decidedly unfavorable. Instantly, he wilted and hurriedly returned to his place in the ranks, though as he did, he shot a venomous glare at Ball, as if blaming him for inciting Ram's ire. What an undeserved calamity. Ball refrained from voicing any complaints, maintaining that expression of respectful submission honed through experience, while internally grappling with a sense of helplessness. His ability to read the room had long been cultivated. He had been discreetly observing Ram with his observation Haki and noted the man's meticulously chosen attire and demeanor, coupled with a manner of speech that was deliberate and measured. Ram exuded the aura of a gentleman rather than that of a gang leader, which is why Ball had opted to address him as Sir. From Ram's earlier expression, it was evident that he appreciated this form of address, yet Ball had inadvertently offended Horton in the process. Initially, Ball had contemplated inviting Horton to strike him in order to alleviate the latter's frustration, as he had long been accustomed to physical punishment. He believed that enduring such an assault could diminish the obstacles he faced in ascending within Ram's gang and perhaps even incite Ram's disdain for Horton, making it worthwhile. However, he had not anticipated Reggie intervening, which only served to deepen Horton's resentment towards him. At this moment, Ball felt no ire towards Horton, the brawny yet simple-minded brute, but rather directed a modicum of annoyance towards Reggie, the astute old swordsman. Horton, do not be overly rude. Ball is new, and not yet one of us. It is only natural for him to be unfamiliar with our customs, and addressing me as Mr. Ram is quite commendable. Ram admonished Horton with a sharp glance and a brief rebuke. Satisfied, he nodded at Reggie before turning to Ball with a slight smile. Ball, you performed admirably tonight. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Ram gang. Do you consent? Yes, Master Ram. I vow to follow you faithfully henceforth. Upon hearing this, Ball's face immediately brightened with surprise. He then knelt on one knee before Ram and exclaimed, Young man, it is still not too late to withdraw. If you wait any longer, I shall brand you with this iron. In a room of searing heat, the immensely strong Horton menacingly brandished a glowing iron, directed at Ball. At this moment, the room contained only Horton and Ball. As Ball had become a member of the Ram gang, it was only natural that he was required to undergo a tradition inherited from the pirate crew, which involved receiving the Ram gang's emblem branded upon his body. Horton, having volunteered to assist, was the reason for the current scene. Ball maintained an expression of respectful submission, yet in the face of the branding iron held by Horton, there was not a flicker of fear in his eyes. Rather, an air of anticipation emerged. He swiftly divested himself of his garments, turning his back to Horton, and declared loudly, My Lord Horton, please press the heated branding iron upon the mark on my back. It is a tattoo left from my time with the small gang, and I beseech you to assist me in erasing it. Horton, observing the claw-like tattoo on Bale's back, remarked disdainfully, This grotesque marking signifies your past as a slave of the celestial dragons. It is evident that your previous affiliations were far from honorable. Consider yourself fortunate to have joined our esteemed Ram gang. Very well, allow me to rid you of this hideous tattoo. With that, he pressed the scorching branding iron against the diminutive dragon's claw on Bale's back. In an instant, a hissing sound arose, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of searing flesh. Ball had long since grown accustomed to suffering. At that moment, enduring the agony of the branding iron, his countenance remained eerily tranquil, even betraying a semblance of enjoyment and delight. From this instant onward, the marks of slavery upon his body vanished. Well, you've got quite the spirit, don't you? I must admit, I'm starting to take a liking to you, Horton remarked. Old Jack mentioned that you dispatched 2 formidable members of the Dars gang, and I was skeptical at first, but now I believe it. What do you say? Would you consider joining my ranks? I assure you, you'll live a life of indulgence, well-fed and content. Observing Ball's stoic demeanor amidst the torment, Horton's previous impression of the frail young man shifted. Although he bore a brutish exterior, he was not devoid of intelligence. He had overseen numerous initiation rites, relishing the anguished cries of others, which thrilled him immensely. Yet, among all he had encountered, none exhibited the fortitude that Ball displayed. In his desire for retribution, he had deliberately extended the duration of the brandings. Yet he still heard no cries of anguish from Ball, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Simultaneously, he began to regard Ball with newfound respect. A person capable of enduring what most cannot is evidently extraordinary, despite Bale's seemingly fragile appearance. His resilience and audacity hinted that he would undoubtedly become a figure of significance within the gang. Seizing the opportunity now might yield him an exceptional subordinate. Ball had not anticipated that Horton would seek to recruit him, and he found himself reassessing the reckless brute. Realizing that he might indeed possess a keen intellect beneath his rough exterior, his discernment was commendable, as he had not allowed previous hostilities to cloud his judgment. However, Ball had never intended to serve under Horton. Prior to considering a role in the Ram Gang, he had conducted thorough research and even offered a portion of the profits from his 9 previous smuggling endeavors to the venerable Old Jack, the scarred man responsible for his smuggling operations. From Jack, he gleaned invaluable insights into the inner workings of the Ram Gang. The Ram Gang was the most formidable criminal organization in the port of Villia, commanding a vast territory that encompassed nearly half of the port. Given such extensive holdings, the Ram Gang naturally required a cadre of personnel for effective management. Presently, the gang was led by 5 key figures: Reggie, who controlled the docks; Gaitra, who presided over Flower Street; Raj, who managed Commercial Street; Jim, who oversaw the residential areas; and Horton, who ruled the slums. From the perspective of territorial control, it is evident that Horton possesses the weakest influence among the 5 major leaders. Although his domain is the largest, his economic strength pales in comparison, offering little in terms of substantial resources. It is hardly plausible that working under him would be as prosperous and indulgent as he claims. Merely having enough to eat would be a considerable achievement. Furthermore, Horton appears to lack any commendable skills worth emulating, exhibiting a reckless demeanor. If one were to align with him, the prospects within the Ram Gang would be bleak, and opportunities for advancement would be exceedingly scarce. The most ideal candidate for Ball's allegiance is undoubtedly Ram himself. By aligning with the leader, opportunities for advancement would surely abound, and the benefits would be plentiful. Unfortunately, this prospect is exceedingly unlikely, bordering on impossible. After all, Ball is a newcomer with an obscure background, although he is claimed to hail from the nearby Kingdom of France. Having been displaced due to the destruction of his village by pirates, it is improbable that he would be entrusted to work alongside Ram from the outset. A considerable period of observation is required, during which he must demonstrate a significant contribution to Ram's endeavors before any such arrangement could be contemplated. Consequently, Ball must settle for a more attainable target: Reggie, who controls the docks. In contrast to Houghton, Reggie governs the smallest territory among the 5 chief subordinates. Yet it is also the most affluent. The docks, a hub of activity, attract various criminal factions eager to stake their claims, often resulting in conflict. When such clashes arise, opportunities for ascension present themselves. By vanquishing adversaries and showcasing considerable prowess, one could easily garner followers. Recently, the rising DOS gang has cast its covetous eye on the docks controlled by Ram's organization, frequently instigating disturbances, which Ball perceives as a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, Ball is impressed by Reggie's swordsmanship. The seasoned swordsman demonstrated remarkable speed when he intercepted Houghton's strike earlier, even with Houghton employing his observation Haki. He could only catch a fleeting shadow of Reggie's movement. This exemplifies Reggie's formidable strength, justifying his designation by Ram to oversee the docks. Why the silence, boy? Do you look down upon me? Houghton inquired, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as Ball remained unresponsive. He detests rejection above all else, and should Ball dare to defy him, he would ensure that the newcomer finds it impossible to survive within the gang. How could that be, Lord Houghton? I am merely in considerable pain, Ball replied, grimacing. I fear that my faltering speech might displease you. At this moment, Ball dared not offend the cadre Horton. Promptly turning his head and gritting his teeth as he spoke, his face contorted in agony. Upon witnessing Ball's torment, a surge of pleasure blossomed within Horton, who then broke into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot you were enduring the agony of the branding iron. It seems you too are susceptible to pain. I had thought you were made of steel. Never mind, let's pretend I said nothing. Just wait for the arrangements from my associates. With that, he forcefully pressed the still glowing branding iron against Ball's unblemished skin, eliciting further cries of anguish from him. It was only when the iron had completely cooled that he ceased, leaving the room with a sense of satisfaction, indifferent to Ball's plight. Cursed sadist, Ball muttered under his breath, feigning pain until Horton's footsteps faded away. He lowered his head, a calm demeanor masking the murderous intent brewing in his eyes. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Ball awoke, following the inexorable rhythm of his biological clock. Within mere seconds, his initially dazed eyes sharpened into focus, then softened into tranquility. He began to gently touch his feet and back, discovering that the wounds had scabbed over and were no longer painful. Swiftly, he donned his clothing and rose from the bed. His remarkable healing ability was the cornerstone of his survival, regardless of the severity of his injuries. As long as he remained alive and his cells were sufficiently nourished, he could recover rapidly. The severe frostbite on his feet and the extensive burns on his back from the previous night had healed after a sumptuous dinner provided by the Ram Gang and a night's rest. It was precisely because of this extraordinary regenerative capability that he had endured for years under the inhumane rule of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons were a brutally savage group, treating slaves as mere animals, subjecting them to random beatings, insults, and inhumane tortures. Even a fleeting moment of displeasure could result in a slave's death. Typically, an ordinary slave would be tortured to the brink of non-existence within a year and then perish in agony, rendering Celestial Dragon slaves a commodity with a tragically short lifespan. Those who managed to survive beyond a year did so either through exceptional strength, remarkable talent, or by the sheer luck of being favored by the Celestial Dragons. For years ago, Ball traversed into the world of One Piece. Previously, he was a citizen of the Celestial Empire from Blue Star and an avid fan of the sea. Fate dealt him a cruel hand when he was tragically killed by a drunk driver running a red light. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into Ball, a slave who had just succumbed to death after being struck on the temple by multiple bottles hurled by a Celestial Dragon. Had it not been for the remarkable regenerative ability of this body, he might have perished once more upon his arrival. After all, he had suffered a grievous head injury. His body was battered and bruised, and medical aid was unattainable, with only a meager supply of food to rely on for survival. Over the course of 4 years, Ball bore witness to the darkest facets of this world under the oppressive rule of the Celestial Dragons, enduring a life more agonizing than death itself. Were it not for his knowledge that Fisher Tiger, the Fishman, would instigate a rebellion in Mary Geos in 1507 to liberate all slaves, offering him a glimmer of hope for freedom and vengeance against the Celestial Dragons, he would have long since given up on life. At last, after a protracted and torturous wait, Fisher Tiger arrived. Prepared, Ball successfully escaped the clutches of the Celestial Dragons alongside some familiar companions, and then devised a scheme to clandestinely smuggle himself to Drum Kingdom in pursuit of the Bari Bari Nomi. This devil fruit, which he had resolved to seize after encountering the 13-year-old Wapple at the World Conference in Mary Geos a year prior, had not yet been consumed by Wapple. This indicated that the Bari Bari Nomi could very well still be hidden within Drum Kingdom or some other obscure corner of the world. Regardless, this godly devil fruit, capable of absorbing other devil fruit users and acquiring their powers, would inevitably surface in Drum Kingdom. A year had elapsed since his last sighting of Wapple, and Ball remained uncertain whether Wapple had consumed the Bari Bari Nomi. However, the recent intelligence he gathered suggested no signs of Wapple having done so. Should Wapple have devoured the fruit, his insatiable appetite would undoubtedly lead him to wreak havoc by employing the fruit's capabilities indiscriminately. Wapple was notorious in Drum Kingdom. His tyrannical nature had already begun to manifest in his childhood, mirroring that of his brother, Mushiru, as a callous destroyer who disregarded the welfare of his citizens, frequently causing widespread destruction. Consequently, his exploits were well known among the populace. Currently, Wapple had only been engaging in destruction with explosives and had yet to commit any appalling acts such as devouring the homes of others. Celestial Dragons, Celestial Dragons, Celestial Dragons. Ball entered the kitchen, retrieving the half-loaf of dark bread left over from last night's meal. He then heated a kettle of yak milk and commenced to eat in the small living room, silently reciting the phrase Celestial Dragons. This had become his ritual. By consuming the daily sustenance, he envisioned it as the fare of the Celestial Dragons, using this as a means to motivate himself and to keep alive his animosity towards them. This dark bread was crafted from a unique, super cold-resistant wheat indigenous to the region. Although its flavor was rather ordinary, it was remarkably filling and calorically dense. However, once cooled, it became exceedingly hard, particularly in a winter island such as Magnetic Drum Island, where its hardness rivaled that of the baguettes Ball had encountered in his previous life. At this moment, even when mixed with some warm milk, Ball feasted as if he were indulging in sugarcane, producing a satisfying crunch with each bite. He savored every morsel as if relishing a delicacy of the mortal realm. With each bite of the celestial beings consumed, the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within his heart, invigorating his entire being with renewed energy. Upon finishing the dark bread in his hand, he found himself perspiring profusely, as if he had just enjoyed a spicy hot pot, his spirits soaring exceptionally high. Meanwhile, the other two individuals in the room began to awaken. At this moment, Ball resides in a modest rental dwelling within the civilian district of the Villa Port, a two-bedroom flat for which he pays a mere 1,000 belly each month. He occupies one room alone, while his two companions share the other. During the harrowing days in St. Mary Joel, Ball did not merely strive to survive. He understood that achieving vengeance solely through his own efforts would prove arduous. As a result, he endeavored to unite the surrounding rebellious slaves, forging connections with numerous individuals. Among them, Shuma and Williams emerged as Ball's esteemed protégés, both of whom are his contemporaries at the tender age of 16. They have each faced near-fatal experiences, surviving only due to Ball's clandestine assistance. Henceforth, they regarded Ball with profound admiration, as he provided them not only refuge but also imparted essential survival skills. Even after their escape from St. Mary Joel, the two remained steadfastly by his side, yearning for the opportunity to exact revenge upon the celestial dragons. Ball refers to the two individuals as brothers. He is the eldest, known as the elder brother, while Shuma is the second brother, and Williams is the youngest sibling. Ball holds the two individuals in high regard, not solely due to their shared harrowing experiences and mutual support, but also because they are both exceptionally talented individuals. The diminutive Shuma, prior to his enslavement, was a thief with remarkable skills in thievery, adept at disguise and concealment. Furthermore, he is a devil fruit user, having been forced by the celestial dragons to consume the paper fruit, rendering him a tool capable of producing toilet paper, napkins, and various other types of paper at will. However, the capabilities of the paper fruit extend beyond mere paper production. Shuma can craft the paper into various creatures for combat, even employing origami beasts as scouts. Thus, with effective utilization of origami creations like paper cranes and paper mice, he could serve as an exceptional intelligence operative. The only unfortunate aspect is that his control over the origami beasts is currently lacking. Beyond a distance of several meters, he loses connection. To enhance his abilities, he must diligently develop the paper fruit and elevate his personal strength. Williams, a tall and slender young man with a charming doll-like face, hails from a merchant family and has received a fine education. It was he who taught Ball and Shuma to read and write. Having accompanied his father in business since childhood, he possesses a keen commercial acumen, is articulate and astute, and has also honed his swordsmanship. Brother, I heard from Shuma that you successfully joined the Ram Gang. Does that mean we can establish our business? Williams exclaimed excitedly as he approached Ball early in the morning, a smile illuminating his face. Not quite yet. I have only just joined, although I have successfully secured a position at the docks. I wield little influence and cannot provide you with any support there. Goods are not selling well at all. For now, it is best to focus on small trades in the city. How is the briquette project I mentioned to you progressing? Upon hearing Williams' words, Ball shook his head. Nevertheless, thus far, his preliminary objectives for coming here had been achieved. He had successfully joined the Ram Gang and secured a position at the dock, which he had longed for. Now, he simply needed to continue following the well-laid plans he had devised. Yet, this was still insufficient. Both Ball and his companions, Shuma and Williams, yearned to grow stronger swiftly and to fulfill their thirst for vengeance. For any small faction to evolve and gain strength, wealth is invariably essential. However, as newcomers, Ball and his companions had yet to firmly establish themselves in this port city, lacking power and influence. It was virtually impossible for them to amass considerable wealth in a short span of time. In the fortnight since Ball and his companions arrived at the port of Villa, their amassed wealth has been rather meager, primarily derived from smuggling operations orchestrated by Ball's adventurous ally, Ram. Shuma, on the other hand, contemplated resuming his former profession, seeking to borrow some funds from the affluent denizens of the city for personal indulgences. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by Ball, who deemed it too perilous. The inherent risks of thievery are substantial. Although Shuma possesses commendable skills in pilfering, he is undoubtedly not the most adept in a city teeming with competitors. Should he attempt to target the wealthy or the city's inhabitants, his unfamiliar visage would soon attract the attention of the local elite, who are adept at identifying intruders. In such an eventuality, he would not only face threats from rival thieves but also incur the disdain of the city's populace, with the aggrieved wealthy seeking retribution. In summary, while theft may yield swift rewards, it is decidedly detrimental to Ball's long-term ambitions in this locale. At present, the only task assigned to Shuma by Ball is the collection of intelligence. Shuma utilizes the paper fruit to create diminutive origami beasts that serve as his eyes and ears, effortlessly acquiring a wealth of valuable information. The Drum Kingdom is not yet under the dominion of Walpo, nor has it faced the devastation wrought by the Blackbeard pirates. Hence, it remains a flourishing nation, particularly following the demise of Pirate King Roger, which ushered in the era of great piracy. The world has descended into chaos, resulting in a daily influx of the injured and an immense demand for medicinal supplies. As a world-renowned medical powerhouse, the Drum Kingdom has reaped significant benefits, amassing vast wealth through the export of high-quality pharmaceuticals, leading the nation into an unprecedented era of prosperity. The port city of Wiglia stands as the largest harbor in the Drum Kingdom, bustling with merchant ships on a daily basis, with cargo throughput exceeding 100,000 tons each day. Consequently, the docks of Wiglia are teeming with a diverse array of individuals, aptly described as a melting pot, among which are numerous pirates disguised as ordinary merchant vessels, blending in for resupply and maintenance. Ball's intention in sending Shioma to the docks to gather intelligence was straightforward: to prepare for the hunting of pirates infiltrating the port, or to sell information about these pirates to bounty hunters, and even to uncover some commercial secrets. In Ball's view, leveraging intelligence for profit was the most suitable means for Shioma to earn money at this juncture. Unfortunately, this method of monetizing information heavily relies on luck and the accumulation of trust. As a newcomer, Shioma had yet to profit significantly from this endeavor. While the commercial secrets he overheard allowed the astute Williams to earn some money. "That's unfortunate," Williams replied with a tinge of regret. "I have already located a pharmacist, albeit at an apprentice level, who can indeed produce some basic healing remedies. With your assistance at the docks, I could immediately establish a small workshop to manufacture these healing products using our accumulated funds. We would undoubtedly reap considerable profits, as those wealthy pirates, with money to spare, would be eager to purchase them. As for the briquettes you mentioned, they are already considered a success. However, we have yet to achieve smokeless combustion, likely due to not having the right raw materials. Rest assured, the difficulty of production is not high, and this issue should be resolved swiftly." Over the past 2 weeks, Williams and Ball have been diligently amassing wealth, with their cumulative funds reaching 200,000 berries, marking an initial accumulation of capital. Just yesterday, he had successfully persuaded a destitute pharmacist to join them, eagerly awaiting Ball's successful integration into the Ram Gang, which would provide the necessary protection to profit handsomely from the sale of healing potions. In the port of Villia, pharmaceuticals were akin to gold, with no concern for unsold stock. Regrettably, their aspirations were still unfulfilled. As Ball had articulated, without a degree of influence in the dock area controlled by the Ram Gang, the sale of his medicines would be futile. The pharmaceutical trade in the Magdrum Kingdom had long been monopolized by major consortiums, and as a small merchant, without a solid backing, he would likely be robbed before even leaving the docks, his life potentially at stake. "Do not be hasty," Ball advised. "The pharmaceutical market in the Magdrum Kingdom is exceedingly complex, and it is not within our reach at this time. Let us continue with small-scale trade and the development of briquettes, particularly as winter approaches. This innovation is a new product with little competition at present. We are certain to profit." Upon encountering Williams, Barr expressed his regret, gently patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. He then turned to Shuma and inquired about the recent progress in training his recruits. Since embarking on the task of intelligence gathering, Shuma had discovered that relying solely on his own efforts was overly cumbersome. Thus, he had approached Barr with a request to augment his team to assist in gathering intelligence. Barr placed great importance on this endeavor, recognizing its potential to provide substantial aid, particularly in their quest for the elusive Tunton fruit, which could even prove life-saving. Without hesitation, Barr acquiesced to Shuma's request, allocating sufficient funds for the initiative. Over the past fortnight, half of the earnings accumulated by Barr and Williams had been invested in this venture. Shuma did not disappoint Barr. Thus far, he had assembled an intelligence team of approximately 10 members, all orphans from the slums, meticulously chosen by Shuma, each under the age of 10. "It's going well. Among them, 2 are already somewhat operational," Shuma replied candidly. "That's good to hear. Remember not to overlook the importance of ideological education. This is crucial. They are fragile seedlings nurtured by your hard work and must not be allowed to grow awry." Ball nodded in affirmation, then reminded him. Upon hearing this, Shuma, with a serious expression, replied, "Of course, if it goes awry, I shall sever it with my own hands." With Shuma's assurance, Ball ceased further discourse, personally pouring a cup of warm milk for the 2 of them before stepping outside into the frigid courtyard to commence his daily regimen of exercise. Soon, Ball was engaged in a series of peculiar movements within the courtyard, seemingly practicing a unique form of yoga. His limbs and body appeared devoid of bones as he executed various contorted positions that seemed utterly impossible for an ordinary person, while maintaining a specific rhythm of breath as he traversed the ground. Each time William observed Ball practicing this physical art, he found it astonishing. "Doesn't that hurt? Just watching it makes me feel immense pain," he remarked, his face twitching slightly as he beheld Ball contorting his body nearly to a full 360 degrees to the left. Shuma did not respond immediately. It was only when he witnessed Ball effortlessly placing his feet upon his shoulders while twisting his head in a near-complete rotation that he sighed. "Didn't that perverse woman Hancock mention that this technique is not meant for ordinary individuals? In the beginning, Ball was incapable of executing such feats. It is solely due to his extraordinary regenerative abilities that he can endure this. A normal person practicing this would have perished long ago." William nodded in vigorous agreement. Both men were well acquainted with Ball's terrifying regenerative prowess. It was precisely because they had witnessed his capabilities that they had devotedly chosen to follow him, firmly believing that Ball was destined to become a formidable force. Particularly, having spent countless hours in Bale's company, they were well aware of his character and approach to matters, further solidifying their conviction that he would indeed become a powerful individual, with exceptional talent, indomitable spirit, a resourceful mind, and an astute manner of navigating life. When such virtues coalesce within a single person, Shuma and William were convinced that Ball would inevitably become the one capable of leading them in vengeance against the celestial dragons. Ball remained oblivious to the unwavering resolve that had taken root in the hearts of his two companions as he continued to immerse himself in the precious martial arts he had acquired from the future pirate empress. Hancock. The Nine Serpent Body Refinement Technique was the discipline Ball was currently mastering, an ancient and extraordinary martial art that he had learned from Hancock during his time in Mariewa. Perhaps it was fate that Ball and Hancock, both enslaved by the same celestial dragon, had shared a cage for 4 years. Throughout those years, their paths inevitably intertwined. Hancock, due to her fiery temperament, often found herself at odds with the celestial dragons, enduring severe punishments that nearly cost her life on multiple occasions. Ball had covertly aided her during these perilous moments, thus forging a bond between them. In the unpredictable realm of Mariewa, where tomorrow was never guaranteed, the value of life itself diminished. With thoughts of future freedom and the need for formidable strength, Ball seized the opportunity to learn numerous and valuable techniques from Hancock, with the Nine Serpent Body Refinement Technique being the most precious of all. In truth, this ancient art was developed by the first emperor of the Nine Serpent Kingdom, who had studied the anatomical structure and characteristics of women, drawing inspiration from a once mighty ancient serpent that had existed on Nine Serpent Island. Mastery of this technique granted the practitioner the ability to control every muscle with remarkable agility, concentrating their strength into a single point for explosive power, while also allowing their body to contort like a serpent, executing unfathomable maneuvers in combat. Remarkably, if all movements were successfully performed in succession, the practitioner could repeatedly stimulate their latent potential, rapidly enhancing their physical prowess. However, the training involved in this discipline was incredibly arduous, requiring an extraordinary innate talent for one to succeed. Hancock's formidable strength was not merely a result of her remarkable gifts. She was the only individual in nearly 5 centuries of the Nine Serpent Kingdom to have successfully mastered the Nine Serpent Body Refinement Technique in human form. When Hancock imparted this technique to Ball, she had never anticipated that he could master it, in her eyes. His male identity rendered him incapable of practicing the Nine Serpent Technique. Little did she know that Ball, through his extraordinary regenerative abilities, would spend 4 arduous years gradually perfecting all 108 movements that defied human anatomical structure, ultimately mastering the Nine Serpent Body Refinement Technique. Half an hour later, Ball finally completed a full set of movements, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, his body radiating heat akin to a furnace. His skin flushed a vibrant red, exuding an astonishing warmth as steam billowed from his pores, enveloping him in a shroud of mist. Concurrently, his stomach began to protest vocally. Ball remained seemingly oblivious, his eyes closed, wholly engrossed in the sensations coursing through every muscle in his body, attuned to the unique energy that surged within him after completing the series of movements. Only when this extraordinary energy dissipated did he open his eyes, directing his focus to a property panel visible solely to him. Name: Ball. Age: 16. Stamina: 15. 52. Strength: 15. 22. Agility: 16. 12 talents. Regeneration training specialties: night vision, acute hearing, blood scent, intuitive evasion, limber body training skills. Basic observation Haki. Basic 9 snake body refinement technique. Intermediate marksmanship. Basic swordsmanship. This attribute panel was the so-called system Ball acquired upon his transmigration. After 4 years of diligent research, Ball concluded that, aside from clearly documenting the changes in his physical attributes and the evolution of certain abilities, it served little other purpose. This time, his stamina, strength, and agility had only increased by a mere 0.02. Indeed, as his physical prowess improved, the enhancements provided by the 9 snake body refinement technique diminished significantly. Ball gazed at the fluctuations in his attributes displayed before him, sighing inwardly. It had been 2 months since he escaped the holy land of Regeneration. During this period, the steady enhancement of his abilities, which had swiftly ascended from the mere level of an ordinary individual, approximately 10 points, to his current stature, was largely attributed to the ancient martial arts imparted to him by Hancock. However, as his attributes gradually improved, the increments gained from the 9 snake body refinement technique began to diminish, no longer advancing at the remarkable pace they once had. While Ball felt a twinge of regret regarding this deceleration, he recognized it as a natural law that could not be hastily altered. A minute later, Ball had fully regained his usual vigor. He swiftly accepted the black bread, roasted meat, and hot milk that Shuma had brought him, devouring the food voraciously to quell the protests of his ravenous stomach. The 9 snake body refinement technique was a highly caloric regimen, and due to its demand for forcibly stimulating the body's potential, practitioners could only train twice daily, with intervals of 3 to 4 days required before resuming practice. This was necessary because each session left the body significantly fatigued and sore, and attempting to train again too soon could lead to severe internal injuries. Ball, however, relied on his regenerative abilities to train twice a day without concern for his body's limits. Yet, even Ball needed to prepare ample sustenance to practice this technique. Otherwise, training without sufficient nutritional replenishment could lead to grave harm. For this reason, despite mastering the 9 snake body refinement technique under Hancock's tutelage, he had never diligently trained in the holy land of Regeneration. In that oppressive environment, a slave fortunate enough to enjoy a hearty meal was a rarity. The celestial dragons and their sycophants deliberately ensured the vast slave population was never adequately fed, often withholding food for days to prevent any possibility of revolt or escape. In such dire conditions, Ball was wise enough not to attempt the 9 snake body refinement technique. The first time he executed the complete set of movements for the technique was only after he had escaped and finally had a satisfying meal. After eating his fill once more, Ball took a brief shower, changed into a clean set of old clothes, and requested some money from Williams before parting ways with Shuma and Williams. At this moment, it was just past 7 in the morning. Yet the bustling docks of the Villa port, a colossal hub of cargo activity, had long since awakened. Numerous dockworkers were busy unloading and transporting goods, and Ball could hear the cacophony of shouts from the docks from a considerable distance. The eastern section of the docks, dominated by the ram gang, was the most prosperous area, boasting the finest and most numerous deepwater berths capable of accommodating various large and even colossal merchant vessels. Ball, being a newcomer, was unfamiliar to many members of the ram gang at the docks. Consequently, upon his arrival at one of their strongholds, he was met with suspicious glares from several gang members, some of whom even drew their knives and raised their guns in his direction. "Greetings, everyone. I am Ball, a new recruit who joined just yesterday. I humbly seek your guidance," he proclaimed, in response to the hostile stares. Ball swiftly explained his presence while removing his outer garments to reveal the ram gang insignia on his back. He then donned a facade of obedience and reverence, bowing deeply to honor them, thus granting them the respect they demanded. As soon as the insignia was visible, the majority of those present sheathed their weapons, their interest piqued by the sight of Ball, who was now bowing and scraping before them. Although Ball seems somewhat obsequious, he still leaves a favorable impression on them. At the very least, he does not exhibit any signs of being a thorn in their side and shows great respect towards these senior figures. However, this does not imply that they have fully accepted Ball. Until their leader nods in approval, no one will take the initiative to engage with him. Upon witnessing this, Ball immediately retrieved a stack of approximately 100,000 berries from his person, presenting it with utmost reverence before a burly man surrounded by numerous members of the ram gang, his face betraying a slight grimace of discomfort. The ram gang, having been established for quite some time, boasts considerable wealth and power, with a myriad of factions existing within its ranks. Even Reggie, who commands the smallest contingent, has numerous subgroups led by various small leaders managing different dock areas. Currently, the personnel under Reggie predominantly aligned themselves with the three sub-leaders, Jas, Ludd, and Hoffman. At this moment, Ball arrived at the stronghold occupied by Hoffman, the weakest of the three prominent leaders, due to his lack of strength. He was allocated the smallest portion of the dock area and had frequently clashed with other gangs in private. Ball had long since gathered intelligence on Hoffman through Shuma. He was an incorrigibly greedy individual with a penchant for gambling. His skills and luck in gambling were notoriously poor, often leading him to squander all the money in his pockets, and he had accumulated a substantial debt to the casino, which he persistently neglected to repay. The only reason he had not met a more violent end was due to the protection of the Ram gang, of which he was a part. Possessing decent strength and controlling a portion of the dock area, thus having the means to repay his debts. Consequently, the most effective way to win this man's favor was, of course, to offer him money directly, just as Ball was doing now. 100,000 berries was a considerable sum for many ordinary individuals. Ball has recently joined the Ram gang, and his attire unmistakably suggests that he hails from a modest background, perhaps merely an ordinary family. Nevertheless, the sum of money he has presented speaks volumes of his sincerity. Ball, it is indeed you. I heard from the top brass last night that you've been assigned to our dock. Word has it that not only did you successfully protect the goddess of healing, but you also deftly dispatched 2 members of the Das gang. Bravo, my brother. Splendid work. From now on, you shall accompany me, Hoffman. Though Hoffman is known for his avarice, he possesses a discerning eye for talent. Individuals like Ball, who appear to be of limited means, are typically beneath his notice. However, witnessing Ball's willingness to generously offer such a sum has undeniably pleased him. With a broad smile, he patted Ball on the shoulder and eagerly accepted the entirety of the money presented by him. Hoffman's words, coupled with the money he has taken, signify that Ball is now permitted to remain and thrive in this environment. Yes, Master Hoffman, I shall always be at your service. Ball continued to bow his head. Responding with utmost respect, Hoffman was greatly pleased by Bale's reverent demeanor, perhaps considering the sincerity of the generous sum Ball had provided earlier. He decided to grant Ball an opportunity to showcase his prowess. With a smile, he remarked, Brother Ball, your remarkable feat of defeating 2 members of the Das gang in the pitch darkness of last night's snowstorm with a single-shot musket surely speaks volumes of your marksmanship. Why not demonstrate your skills for us? Upon hearing Hoffman's words, Bar felt a surge of joy within, silently praising the earlier act of filial piety as not having been in vain. In the underworld, prowess is invariably the primary standard by which one's status is measured, and Hoffman's gesture undoubtedly provided him with an excellent platform to swiftly gain the recognition of other members of the Ram gang. I shall now demonstrate my skills. Bar expressed with gratitude towards Hoffman. Shooting at bottles is a commonly employed method for skill competition within the Ram gang. With Hoffman's declaration, a loyal subordinate promptly brought forth several empty bottles, while Bar received a 5-shot revolver and a handful of bullets from others, as Bar wielded a new firearm. The assembled crowd tacitly allowed him a moment to acclimate to it. However, their attention was soon captivated by Bar's movements. He was seen repeatedly unloading and reloading the weapon. Initially, Bar's motions were somewhat clumsy. It took him a full 10 seconds to execute these 2 actions, prompting laughter from several Ram gang members who prided themselves on their marksmanship. 10 seconds. In a battlefield scenario, such a duration to unload and reload would have rendered one a mere target. Yet, their amusement was short-lived, for Bar's subsequent actions were executed with such swiftness that they could scarcely perceive them, almost completing the tasks in the blink of an eye. This was intermediate marksmanship, a skill Bar had honed while being treated as a mere plaything by the Celestial Dragons. While others might practice shooting for amusement, Bar's training was a matter of survival, as he had been compelled by the Celestial Dragons to compete in shooting contests. A few bored Celestial Dragons devised a game wherein each would send forth a slave, untrained in marksmanship, to see who could teach their designated slave to hit targets more effectively within a week. In a desperate bid for survival, Bar devoted himself to grueling practice, and his Celestial Dragon Masters provided him with an unlimited supply of ammunition and various firearms for training. Remarkably, within a mere week, he grasped the fundamentals of marksmanship. To maximize his chances of survival, he relentlessly practiced the unloading and reloading process, striving to minimize the time taken. Ultimately, he emerged alive from this harrowing experience. This incident garnered him favor from his Celestial Dragon Master, improving his conditions as a slave, though it also led to him being subjected to further deadly games orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons. Ball was compelled to continually enhance his marksmanship. ultimately mastering the art of shooting and becoming well acquainted with the various firearms of this world. It seems this young man possesses a certain degree of skill, however. It remains to be seen how accurate he will be in the ensuing shots. At this moment, Hoffman, witnessing Ball's adeptness in unloading and reloading, found himself pleasantly surprised and began to regard Ball with increased respect, smiling as he spoke. With Hoffman's signal, 5 members of the Ram gang simultaneously hurled their empty bottles into the air. Seizing the moment, Ball swiftly fired 5 shots, each one striking true, precisely hitting the necks of the empty bottles. Yet, this was not the end. As soon as Ball completed his 5 shots, another 5 members of the Ram gang tossed their empty bottles skyward. Ball remained unperturbed, swiftly completing the unloading and reloading of his weapon before firing 5 shots in rapid succession, each time successfully striking the airborne bottles at their necks. Applause erupted from Hoffman, who could not contain his admiration, exclaiming a resounding compliment. The other members of the Ram gang present also joined in the applause, genuinely appreciating Bale's remarkable marksmanship. Their accolades were heartfelt, as they were acutely aware of the dangers posed by frequent conflicts with rival gangs at the docks. The presence of a skilled shooter among them would undoubtedly enhance their safety during confrontations, alleviating concerns about adversaries employing hidden firearms. After all, should an opponent resort to such tactics, it would easily compromise their position, allowing their own marksmen to eliminate the threat. "I am grateful for the commendations from Lord Hoffman and esteemed seniors," Ball humbly remarked. "I have merely showcased my humble skills, and I look forward to your continued guidance." Ball, not allowing himself to succumb to pride, feigned modesty with a smile, and then bowed deeply once more to the assembled crowd, lowering his posture significantly. Ball possesses such remarkable abilities, yet he remains so humble and courteous, undoubtedly endearing himself to the members of the Ram gang present, who expressed their intention to look out for him in the future. "Brother, how about patrolling with me? The places we cover are teeming with beautiful women, I assure you. You'll find love in no time." "Don't listen to him, Brother Ball. This fellow is still a novice. Join my team, and I guarantee you'll feast to your heart's content. We have an abundance of goods flowing through my side." "Humph, you all need not compete for him. Brother Ball, with such exceptional marksmanship, rightfully deserves to be in my squad. With him aboard, the Dars gang will surely think twice before acting so arrogantly." Meanwhile, some patrol leaders under Hoffman began to vie for his attention. Ball has undeniably established himself as an exceptional marksman through his outstanding performance, and as a result, he has become exceedingly sought after. Every patrol leader aspires to enlist Ball in their ranks, significantly enhancing the combat efficacy of their patrols and ensuring greater security for their lives. Ball, of course, would not take it upon himself to make a choice regarding which patrol group to join, as such a decision could offend others. Instead, he promptly delegated this matter to the subordinate Hoffman, as he was now under Hoffman's command. It was only fitting that the decision of which team he would join lay in Hoffman's hands. He could not presume to act unilaterally. Hoffman was quite pleased with Ball's deference, ultimately assigning him to a patrol group where he could truly shine. This particular unit operated in an area that overlapped with the docks controlled by the Das gang, and Ball was tasked with providing firepower within this team. In response to Hoffman's arrangement, Ball exhibited utmost compliance, harboring no objections whatsoever. In fact, he appeared somewhat exhilarated, expressing profound gratitude towards Hoffman, as though he felt immensely honored to be entrusted with such a significant role. Bale's demeanor was undoubtedly charming, and Hoffman, upon witnessing it, felt an increased sense of satisfaction towards Ball, albeit with a slight inclination to reassign him from the perilous patrol unit. In these times, it is rare to find an underling as endearing and capable as Ball. However, recalling the previous near catastrophe when the dangerous patrol unit was almost overwhelmed by the Dars gang's patrol, resulting in significant losses, Hoffman ultimately resolved to retain Ball in the perilous patrol unit. With Bale's formidable firepower, the unit's circumstances would likely improve considerably. Ball, in turn, harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Hoffman for this decision. The frequent conflicts between the dangerous patrol unit and the Dars gang stemmed not merely from overlapping territories, but primarily from competing interests. The contested area was home to a prime deepwater docking spot, where numerous large and colossal merchant vessels chose to anchor. Protection fees, the financial lifeblood of the gangs, were levied on all ships entering the port of Valia. Naturally, the protection fees from these substantial vessels were quite lucrative, and neither the Ram gang nor the Dars gang wished to relinquish their share of this bounty. However, due to the overlapping jurisdictions, the ownership of the protection fees in this region remained a contentious issue, igniting the conflicts that ensued. Ball is unafraid of conflict. In fact, he relishes it. He understands that only in such perilous environments can he ascend swiftly, earning the respect of his associates. The minor skirmishes erupting at the docks hardly concern Ball, to him. The dangers they pose pale in comparison to the precariousness he faces daily among the celestial dragons. The dangerous patrol unit comprises a total of 25 seasoned individuals, Ball included, each having been tempered by the crucible of battle. Among them, 20 are adept in melee combat, wielding blades with finesse, while only Ball and 4 others specialize in firearms. This evident imbalance between close combatants and ranged attackers does not perplex Ball. As a marksman with intermediate proficiency, he is acutely aware that the journey to becoming a competent gunman hinges not solely on talent, but significantly on financial resources. Without sufficient funds to purchase ample ammunition and repair damaged firearms, mastering marksmanship remains an elusive endeavor. Ammunition, in particular, is a voracious consumer of wealth, posing a formidable barrier for many aspiring shooters before they can hone their skills. The ordinary members of the Ram Gang enjoy decent incomes, earning a steady salary. And with some added opportunities, they can easily amass around 100,000 berries in a month. However, after deducting daily expenses, this amount falls short for practicing marksmanship. Conversely, the study of swordsmanship requires little more than a modest tuition fee and the acquisition of a sword or a blade, making it accessible to anyone willing to exert effort. The presence of Reggie, a formidable elder swordsman who oversees the dock operations and has established a revered swordsmanship dojo within the gang, further encourages this pursuit among the members. Consequently, the number of swordsmen in the dangerous patrol unit naturally exceeds that of gunmen. Yet, while swordsmanship is easy to learn, mastering it is a challenge. And the likelihood of producing a sword master is slim. Most who wield a blade cannot replicate feats akin to Zaro, who can effortlessly deflect bullets with his sword. Therefore, in conflicts that arise among the lower echelons of the gang, the role of a gunman often surpasses that of a swordsman. A skilled marksman, when adequately protected, can decimate multiple adversaries or even annihilate the enemy entirely with relative ease. Such prospects are truly exhilarating. Ball concealed his revolver within his waistband, securing it firmly. With his head bowed and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he swiftly joined the perilous patrol group, engaging in light-hearted banter with its members, as if rehearsed to perfection. Reggie, the esteemed leader of the Ram Gang, was an exceptional swordsman who once carved out a formidable reputation on the Grand Line, earning him the moniker of the Ice Blade Master. This title was attributed to his fabled sword, the Ice Demon. Legend has it that the Ice Demon is a cursed blade, harboring an evil spirit within, bestowing upon its wielder the power of frost while simultaneously cursing them with the threat of having their soul devoured upon death. While the authenticity of this curse remains shrouded in mystery, it is undeniable that Reggie, wielding the Ice Demon, possessed the chilling ability to freeze his adversaries upon striking them, leading to their swift demise as icy venom coursed through their veins. Thus, the Ice Blade Master Reggie once instilled fear across the Grand Line. However, his presence vanished after an encounter with a young swordsman possessing eyes akin to those of an eagle, and both Reggie and the Ice Demon became elusive thereafter. As dusk settled, in a spacious chamber of the Ram Gang's dojo, Reggie found himself alone, meticulously polishing a blade with a pristine cloth. Should anyone have been present, they would be astonished to witness the normally stoic swordsman gazing at the weapon with profound affection, as though he were addressing a beloved rather than a mere cold steel. Alas, no matter how tenderly Reggie regarded the blade, it remained unresponsive. Furthermore, the sword was far from flawless, its once razor-sharp edge was marred with chips, and it was missing a crucial tip, the smooth indents suggesting it had been dulled by a formidable instrument. Nevertheless, Reggie paid no heed to its imperfections, continually caressing the blade with unwavering devotion. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The sound startled Reggie, causing him to pause and furrow his brow, swiftly regaining his customary icy demeanor as he coldly inquired, "What is it?" Outside stood his eldest disciple, Rebert, who sensed the unusual tone in his master's voice and promptly replied with utmost respect, "Master, today is your lecture day, and time is running short. Shall I prepare you?" As the proprietor of the dojo, Reggie was not required to engage in hands-on instruction, yet he dedicated one class each week to impart his understanding of swordsmanship. Addressing the queries of his true disciples, "Is it that time again? Very well, I understand. You may leave," Reggie acknowledged, his tone softening upon realizing he had overlooked the lesson time. Meanwhile, within the expansive training hall of the dojo, a multitude of Ram Gang members wielding wooden swords gathered, engaged in spirited sparring under the guidance of instructors, their clashes resonating through the air, interspersed with the occasional yelps of students struck by the wooden blades. At this moment, Ball finds himself within the confines of the swordsmanship dojo, yet he is not in the training room. Rather, he is engaged in a spirited duel in the courtyard with a young man named Els. At the tender age of 15, Els is the youngest disciple of Reggie and has gained a modest reputation as a prodigy in swordsmanship at the port of Villia. It is said that he began his sword training at 14, and within a mere year, he has already bested adults who have trained for 5 or 6 years. The clash of blades resonates in the air as the swords in their hands become mere phantoms, continuously engaging in fierce combat. Each strike emits a resounding echo, accompanied by fleeting sparks that dance in the atmosphere. A flurry of blades and shadows materializes in the snow-covered courtyard. In a span of just 5 or 6 minutes, the two have exchanged blows over 1,000 times, their movements weaving an intricate tapestry across the courtyard. Throughout the bout, Ball's eyes occasionally flash with a crimson light, and in those moments, Els finds himself momentarily overwhelmed and pressed back. To the untrained observer, the swordplay of both seems nearly equal, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. However, to the discerning eye, it becomes evident that Els is on the verge of defeat. His downfall is not due to a deficiency in skill, indeed. His technique surpasses that of Ball, who primarily adopts a defensive stance throughout the encounter. Instead, Els succumbs to the limitations of his stamina. The relentless barrage of strikes has severely drained his energy, leaving his face flushed and breathless, while Ball remains seemingly unaffected, wielding his blade with unwavering strength and vigor. Enough, you monster. How is it that your endurance only seems to improve? It's infuriating. Once again, I have failed to defeat you. After another 7 or 8 minutes. As the sharp pain in his right arm becomes unbearable, Els finally concedes. He retreats with a determined thrust of his sword, raising his voice in frustration. His expression a mix of determination and disappointment. Els, your stamina has indeed improved. You managed to endure for a full 14 minutes this time. Upon witnessing this, Ball let out a long, relieved sigh and smiled faintly. Since the afternoon of the second day after joining the Ram Gang, he had dedicated himself to studying swordsmanship at the dojo established by Reggie, diligently practicing every evening after work for over a month. With a fundamental understanding of swordplay, he swiftly bypassed the rudimentary training with wooden swords, opting instead to engage in combat with fellow students possessing basic sword skills using real blades. Remarkably, within less than 3 weeks, while consistently practicing the 9 serpent body refinement technique daily, Ball triumphed over all the students at the dojo who had foundational swordsmanship. Most individuals, when training in swordplay, would find themselves utterly exhausted after 2 concentrated hours of practice, and engaging in high-intensity combat would leave their hands sore and unsteady the following day. However, Ball, endowed with a regenerative talent, remained unconcerned by such tribulations. His extraordinary vitality and unwavering discipline enabled him to train relentlessly upon commencing his swordsmanship studies. Each evening, he engaged in several hours of intense combat, challenging nearly every student proficient in basic swordplay. Possessing a natural aptitude for swordsmanship, coupled with his rigorous training regimen, his skills advanced at an astonishing rate. Is that so? How splendid. I thought it was just you, this monster, making all the progress. Just wait and see, one day. I shall surpass you in endurance, Ball declared. Upon hearing this, Els instantly changed his demeanor, breaking into a broad, carefree smile, genuinely delighted by his own progress. As Ball observed Ears laughing so joyfully, he found himself smiling alongside him, albeit with a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. It had been a considerable time since he had encountered such a pure and radiant smile, and he was acutely aware that he might never possess the ability to smile with such unrestrained happiness as the individual before him. Ears, a person of genuine nature and an accomplished swordsman, represented a new pinnacle of swordsmanship that Ball had encountered after vanquishing all the fundamental swordsmanship trainees in the dojo. Yet, he knew there remained a significant journey ahead before he could ascend to that summit. Due to their similar ages and shared brilliance in swordsmanship, the two quickly forged a deep friendship through numerous duels, with Ears being Ball's first true companion since arriving at the port of Villia. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed nearby, commanding, Ears, come here for class. Upon hearing the voice, Ball turned promptly, respectfully saluting the stern-faced old swordsman not far away. Master, you have arrived. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, Els also turned, running up to Reggie with a smile, showing no signs of discomfort despite the old swordsman's imposing presence. Reggie, clearly fond of Els, did not take offense at his carefree demeanor. Instead, he smiled slightly, nodded, and turned to leave. Yet, after taking a step, he felt Els tugging at his garment, making a playful face, before turning back to cast a casual glance at Ball, softly saying, "You should come too." During this period, Ball's swordsmanship had notably improved, and Reggie had taken notice. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the student, whose intentions seemed less than pure, he could not deny that Ball was indeed a prodigy in swordplay. Since Els was now interceding on his behalf, Reggie reluctantly decided to accept the request, considering it a stepping stone for Els's future endeavors. Ball was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Reggie's mind. Upon hearing Reggie's words, he felt an overwhelming joy and immediately performed a respectful gesture of apprenticeship, replying earnestly, "Yes, Master Reggie." He understood that from the moment Reggie had called him to attend the lesson, he had become Reggie's disciple. The patrol unit's task was to oversee the area, collect protection fees, and discreetly assist the soldiers of the Drums Kingdom in maintaining order at the docks. In the port of Villia, the underworld and the official authorities were, in fact, collaborators, enjoying a period of mutual benefit. Under normal circumstances, there was rarely conflict between the two. They often aided one another. This peculiar phenomenon arose from the age of great pirates. Following the demise of the pirate king, Roger, a multitude of pirates from all corners of the seas surged into the Grand Line, severely impacting the nations within it. The Drums Kingdom, positioned in the early segment of the Grand Line, bore the brunt of this influx, particularly after the Drums Kingdom amassed considerable wealth through the export of pharmaceuticals. It became a tempting target for many pirates, who considered it ripe for the taking. Although the Drums Kingdom was a medical powerhouse, its small population and limited military strength, coupled with the absence of formidable warriors, rendered it incapable of repelling the vast number of invading pirates solely with its meager military forces. Consequently, the authorities had no choice but to collaborate with the powerful local gangs. While the gangs were not paragons of virtue, their alignment was at least orderly evil. Unlike the chaotic evil of the pirates, they shared a vested interest in maintaining local stability and were equally averse to pirates who threatened the economic environment. Thus, when the officials sought assistance, the gangs readily complied, knowing that official endorsement would bolster their business. They too felt the pressure from the pirate factions, and with the backing of the authorities, they would not only be fortified but also free from lingering worries, establishing a secure stronghold. In essence, this collaboration was mutually beneficial. Indeed, with the alliance between the officials and the local gangs, the rampant piracy along the coast was swiftly curtailed. After successfully eliminating several notorious pirate crews attempting to invade, the maritime order of the Drums Kingdom began to stabilize. As order was restored, the economic prosperity of the Drums Kingdom flourished, enriching both the officials and the gangs immensely. However, within the Drums Kingdom, there existed a singular official power, while numerous gang factions vied for dominance. As a result, these gangs began to engage in both overt and covert rivalries for resources, a development that the officials welcomed, even subtly supporting factions like the Das Gang to counterbalance the Ram Gang, currently under the clandestine influence of the authorities. The relationship between the Ram Gang and the Das Gang was exceedingly strained. Had it not been for the restraint exercised by the higher-ups on both sides, a full-scale war would have already erupted. Although open conflict had yet to break out, skirmishes at the lower levels were incessant, with the potential for minor confrontations ever present. For example, Ball's patrol unit found itself embroiled in yet another dispute with members of the Das Gang over the ownership of protection fees. However, similar to recent encounters, the two sides merely engaged in a fierce verbal exchange without resorting to physical confrontation. As a newcomer, Ball naturally opted for a low profile, conscientiously positioning himself at the rear to support the scene, allowing the spotlight to shine on the team leader, Cass. However, amidst this subtlety, numerous young members of the Ram Gang surrounded him, sheltering him at the center, demonstrating an attitude of unwavering allegiance. During the confrontation, Ball remained vigilant, discreetly observing the adversaries from the Das Gang, particularly the gunmen, poised to neutralize their firepower at a moment's notice should the situation escalate. Time has swiftly passed. It has been over 2 months since he joined the Ram Gang. Throughout this period, he has maintained a low profile, diligently nurturing relationships with his colleagues and striving to forge friendships within the gang. With his exceptional marksmanship, status as a disciple of Reggie, and a demeanor characterized by warmth, humility, and generosity, he seamlessly integrated into Hoffman's team, garnering the loyalty of numerous young members. Concurrently with the intelligence acquired by Shuma at the docks, Ball swiftly gained a more profound and comprehensive understanding of the waterfront situation, gradually weaving a new and more rational ascent plan in his mind. Ah, here we go again. It seems today will end as fruitlessly as yesterday. What a coward, wouldn't you agree, brother? Murmured a young gunman beside Ball, observing as Kaz and the others began to be overwhelmed by the opposing team's momentum in their verbal clash. Ball listened in silence, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Frankly, he was utterly perplexed by how these individuals managed to allocate protection fees through mere verbal skirmishes. Should not the distribution of such fees be settled with brawn? Nevertheless, he had no desire to delve into the secrets lurking behind these exchanges. All he needed to comprehend was that his patrol leader, Kaz, had once again succumbed to the adversaries. Kaz's defeat in the verbal confrontation signified that the patrol team would receive a diminished share of the protection fees, consequently reducing the spoils for all involved. If this occurrence were to transpire once or twice, it could be tolerated. But Kaz's frequent losses had significantly tarnished his standing within the patrol group. It is worth noting that they were responsible for the most perilous sector of the docks overseen by Hoffman. Yet their earnings had begun to dwindle compared to their counterparts in other areas. In the absence of comparison, there is no paying. The members of the hazardous patrol had gradually begun to voice their grievances against Kaz. They perceived him as having grown weak since his last devastating defeat, now merely engaging in verbal sparring without any follow-through, entirely devoid of the fearless tenacity he once possessed. Kaz, aged 35, was a seasoned veteran of the Ram Gang, having served for 7 years. Adept with the sword and fond of drink, he was married with 2 children residing at 12 Shaojin Road in the Commoner District, while also maintaining a beautiful mistress. Following a conflict with the Das Gang last month, his right hand, which wielded the sword, was severely injured, resulting in a significant decline in his swordsmanship. Currently, he was covertly attempting to transition into a gunman. This, in its entirety, constituted Bale's knowledge of his patrol leader. After joining the perilous patrol unit, Ball's first action was to instruct Shuma to investigate Kaz and the other members. He sought rapid advancement rather than waiting to ascend through the ranks by mere longevity. Consequently, he needed to devise a strategy to eliminate the obstacles in his path, with his being the first stone he intended to remove. However, he was taken aback by how easily Kaz could be dealt with, according to intelligence. Kaz's capabilities had diminished to the point where he was no longer fit to lead the dangerous patrol unit. This decline was a significant factor in his loss of former ferocity, as a lack of strength naturally breeds insecurity. Undoubtedly, Ball realized that if he were to expose Kaz's concealed disability of his right hand, it would seal Kaz's fate. Yet, Ball refrained from taking such an approach. Instead, he covertly assisted the captain, who frequently sought his guidance on marksmanship. His intentions were not to secure Kaz's continued leadership of the patrol unit, but rather to prevent anyone else from usurping that position. After all, he had only recently joined, around 2 months prior. Despite his commendable marksmanship and monstrous swordsmanship talent displayed in the dojo, his prestige remained insufficient. Thus, even if Kaz were to lose his position as team leader, it would not automatically fall to him. Conversely, by aiding Kaz, he could not only enhance his own reputation and gain time to curry favor with Hoffman, but also earn Kaz's goodwill and assistance. It must be acknowledged that, thanks to Kaz's connections, Ball was able to establish himself so swiftly within the dangerous patrol unit and successfully rise to prominence as the chief marksman. Indeed, after a fair marksmanship competition, Ball naturally emerged as the leading marksman of the patrol unit, and through daily swordsmanship contests and various skirmishes with the Das Gang, he gained considerable respect among the close combat personnel of the patrol unit. Ultimately, those with true strength can effortlessly garner the respect of others. And if that individual also exhibits generosity and humility, they can easily inspire loyalty. Unbeknownst to him, Ball had become the second most esteemed member of the patrol unit, following Kaz. "Thank you for your assistance during this period, Captain Kaz, but it is time for your curtain to fall." Ball observed Kaz, whose complexion suddenly turned pale, and thought expressionlessly, "Regus, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for death?" Kaz, despite appearing fierce, shouted at Regus, the leader of the patrol team from the Das Gang, brandishing his blade and glaring menacingly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Kaz, the squad leader, abruptly raised his weapon, prompting Ball and the others to draw theirs, all aimed at the members of the Das Gang, bracing for an imminent confrontation. The atmosphere became charged with tension, and bystanders quickly retreated, clearing a sufficient space for the two gangs to clash. However, Many members of the Ram gang were not focused on the Das gang but instead fixated on Kaz, their expressions a mix of anger and, for some, excitement. They had just heard Regis declare that Kaz's right hand was incapacitated, rendering him unable to wield his sword as he once did. Few in the underworld were naive. Upon hearing this news and reflecting on Kaz's recent peculiarities while leading confrontations against the Das gang, they experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Kaz refrained from confronting the Das gang with his former bravado. He had indeed been rendered incapable. Yet, if Kaz was incapacitated, he was no longer fit to hold the position of patrol leader, which would naturally fall to someone more deserving. Consequently, many seasoned members of the patrol team began to entertain thoughts of vying for the position of patrol leader, their minds momentarily drifting away from the standoff with the Das gang, contemplating how to secure this lucrative role. Although the patrol leader was one of the lowest ranks within the Ram gang, attaining its signified entry into the management echelon, granting territory, a measure of influence, and an elevated status. Moreover, the patrol leader at the docks held substantial prestige, and once appointed, wealth would undoubtedly flow. Keep pretending, keep it up, you're quite convincing. Were it not for my men witnessing your visit to Dr. Gulieva yesterday, I might have thought it a ruse. Her medical fees aren't cheap, are they? Yet, it appears she couldn't remedy your right-hand affliction. Ah ha ha. Regis, upon seeing Kaz's pallor, instantly recognized the veracity of the information he had received the previous day and continued to sneer. Witnessing his old rival's expression filled Regis with satisfaction. Even his anger simmered within him for having been deceived for so long, treated as a fool. However, Kaz's current state of fury was immensely gratifying. Upon hearing Regis mention Gulieva's name, Kaz's face turned even whiter, the last vestiges of his hope evaporating, his eyes gradually revealing madness, and his expression twisting into a snarl. Regis's revelation about his hand's disability equated to the severance of his hard-earned source of income. Without the position of patrol leader, former subservient merchants would swiftly turn against him, even dredging up past grievances. Regis was pushing him toward the brink of despair. You were cursed. As thoughts of his once promising life slipping away consumed him, Kaz, with fiery eyes, hurled his blade at Regis, then swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and began firing. The gunshot echoed, and the bullet struck Regis's arm. Kaz harbored an intense hatred for Regis, their long-standing enmity only exacerbated by the injury to his hand and Regis's current provocation. Since Regis offered him no escape, Kaz resolved to ensure Regis's suffering in return, launching a surprise attack without hesitation. With Kaz firing the first shot, the conflict erupted. Regis, despite his injury, was the first to react. Disregarding the pain in his left arm as he brandished a sailor's axe and charged forward, his gaze fixed on Kaz, intent on personally dispatching his daring adversary. Seeing their leader's valor, the Das gang members' morale surged, and they followed Regis into the fray, some seeking cover to return fire. The Ram gang members were not slow to respond either. They were not cowards, but rather resolute individuals accustomed to the underworld. Kaz's predicament had long caused them to suffer at the hands of the Das gang, and now, as chaos ensued, they unleashed their pent-up aggression, engaging fiercely with their rivals. The scene swiftly transformed into a bloody melee, with gunfire ringing out. Meanwhile, Ball chose not to seek cover like the other shooters. This was his stage, and he needed to assert his presence as the protagonist. Standing boldly on the battlefield, he fired continuously. With his intermediate marksmanship, coupled with a scope and suitable firearm, he could achieve pinpoint accuracy from hundreds of meters away. Armed with a 5-shot revolver, he had no difficulty hitting his targets within 20 meters, even while on the move. Consequently, the 8 Das gang shooters, who had only basic shooting skills, met their demise within mere seconds, all felled by Ball alone. The Das gang was abruptly stripped of all firepower support. Alone, Ball eliminated all the enemy gunners, a feat that could not remain concealed from those engaged in the fray. In an instant, the morale of the Ram gang surged, particularly among those covertly aligned with Ball, who were invigorated as if they had received a potent elixir. Conversely, the members of the Das gang were visibly shaken, perceiving Ball as a fearsome predator, and hastily retreated. The imposing presence of a skilled marksman in a skirmish among ordinary gang members wielding melee weapons was overwhelmingly intimidating. Mere mortals could scarcely withstand or evade the onslaught of bullets. To the Das gang, Ball's effortless dispatching of their 8 gunners implied that he could easily eliminate those armed with close combat weapons, especially considering the multitude of allies at his side. If they were to be ensnared, it would surely spell their doom. Regis, known for his remarkable valor, was undeterred by Ball's sharpshooting prowess. Instead, he advanced, abandoning his wounded comrade Kaz, who had suffered a severed hand. Brandishing a sailor's axe with a fierce countenance, he charged at Ball. Unfortunately, Regis lacked the physical prowess of an elite fighter and did not possess skills such as the swift maneuver known as shave, rendering him incapable of closing the considerable distance between himself and Ball in an instant. In choosing to charge Ball, he had already locked eyes with death. With a resounding bang, Ball, faced with this reckless adversary, showed no mercy. The muzzle of his revolver expelled a fiery tongue of flame, and a bullet struck Regis squarely in the forehead, eliminating the courageous patrol leader of the Das gang on the spot. However, in his final moments, the fearless Regis hurled his sailor's axe in a desperate act of defiance, sending it spiraling toward Ball like a rapidly spinning windmill. Just as all believed Ball would succumb to this lethal strike, he remained unfazed, firing 3 precise shots in swift succession, each hitting the axe and causing it to plummet to the ground. This astonishing display left all witnesses in utter disbelief. The strong survive while the weak perish. With Regis's last-ditch effort failing, the remaining Das gang members, who had previously fought valiantly, cast down their weapons and fled in sheer panic. Yet, escape was futile. They were destined to become stepping stones for a man poised to make his name in the port of Villia. Bang, 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 the gunfire erupted. Henceforth, Ball would assume the role of patrol leader in District D. Were there any dissenting voices? The following morning, atop the stronghold, Hoffman addressed his subordinates from an elevated position. Upon his utterance, the previously raucous assembly fell silent, all eyes turning toward the young man beside Hoffman, their gazes revealing envy, jealousy, or reverence. News of Ball's singular prowess in repelling a patrol group of the Das gang at the docks had already circulated throughout the Ram gang and the entire port of Villia. Such an achievement, coupled with his status as Reggie's disciple, undoubtedly qualified Ball for the role of patrol leader. However, having only joined the Ram gang a mere 2 months prior, his swift ascent to leadership inevitably stirred discontent among those who considered themselves seasoned veterans. Yet, in the face of undeniable strength, such grievances proved utterly futile. Ball has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess on the battlefield yesterday. He is certainly not merely a gunslinger who falters in the face of mortal combat. On the contrary, once he entered the fray, his efficiency in eliminating foes was astonishingly swift. In a mere minute, he dispatched 9 adversaries, while the remaining 16 suffered gunshot wounds to their right legs, leaving none to escape. Undoubtedly, had Ball not been mindful that annihilating the entire patrol group of the Das gang would incite a far greater conflict. He possessed the capability to single-handedly eliminate the entire patrol unit. Very well, congratulations, Ball. From this moment forth, you shall be entrusted with the responsibility of District D. Hoffman, observing that no one below objected, turned to Ball, patted his shoulder with a smile, and presented him with a ring symbolizing the rank of patrol leader of the Ram gang. Indeed, I shall ensure that District D is well guarded under your watch. My Lord Hoffman. Ball respectfully accepted the captain's ring, his face alight with excitement as he spoke to Hoffman. Afterward, he withdrew with the same deference, standing alongside the other patrol leaders. Following this, Hoffman continued with a series of trivial remarks before entrusting Ball and the other patrol leaders with their duties. Upon assuming the role of patrol leader, Ball's status instantly transformed. Members of the patrol began to curry favor with him, presenting him with gifts, which, of course, were in the form of Bailey. In addition to the patrol members, several merchants at the docks offered him generous gifts during his patrols. Ball graciously accepted all offerings. Yet he did not keep them for himself. Instead, he dedicated half of the bounty to Hoffman and distributed the remainder among the other members of the patrol group. Ultimately, he even allocated a substantial sum to host a celebratory feast. With such diligent networking and superficial gestures firmly in place, Ball's position as patrol leader was solidified. That evening, in the civilian district at Ball's residence, a toast was raised, celebrating his ascension to captain. Ball, Shuma, and Williams raised their bottles filled with rum, clinking them together in celebration, before both Shuma and Williams offered their heartfelt congratulations to Ball. Subsequently, the trio downed their rum in one swift motion. This is truly splendid. Brother, now that you have assumed the role of patrol captain, can we finally commence our business? Williams exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement after finishing his drink. As a slave of the celestial dragons and the son of a merchant, his greatest aspiration was to exact revenge on the celestial dragons, followed closely by the desire to revive the illustrious Golden Flash Trading Association founded by his father. While the dream of avenging the celestial dragons seemed distant, he was now resolutely focused on revitalizing the Golden Flash Trading Association. Over the past 2 months, he had successfully reconstructed the association, although it was currently a minuscule entity. He firmly believed that it would eventually evolve into the foremost trading association in the Drum Kingdom and even the world. It's nearly there, but we must proceed with caution. My ascent to power has been rather swift. Some of the old-timers below, though temporarily subdued by my might, are undoubtedly harboring resentment. They may very well attempt to stir trouble. It is essential to make an example of a few dissenters to establish a firm foothold in my position as patrol captain. Ball understood Williams' thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement before offering a reminder. Over the past 2 months, Williams had rendered him substantial assistance since his induction into the dock patrol team. The burden of earning had largely fallen upon Williams, although Ball had also managed to garner a decent profit through his patrol duties during this period. It paled in comparison to his expenses. His ascent to the position of team leader was partially attributed to the prowess he had demonstrated the previous night. Yet it was equally due to the considerable sum he had bribed Hoffman, his superior. This process of bribery had spanned over 2 months and had cost millions of Bailey, funds that Williams had diligently earned through his business endeavors. Naturally, Williams' ability to amass such wealth in a short time was facilitated by Bale's status, which afforded him advantageous opportunities for trading goods at the docks, as well as the invaluable commercial intelligence provided by Shuma. Beyond financial incentives, Ball consistently employed various methods to ingratiate himself with Hoffman, treating him with an almost reverential deference, akin to that bestowed upon a celestial being, thereby fostering an ever-growing fondness in Hoffman towards Ball. Through monetary incentives and attentive service, Ball steadily endeared himself to Hoffman, ultimately securing his loyalty, coupled with his demonstrable capabilities. This culminated in Hoffman granting him the position of patrol captain, while others might perceive Barr's swift ascent to that role as mere fortune or flattery. The sacrifices and efforts he invested behind the scenes are beyond the comprehension of the average person. I understand and will proceed with caution. Barr's promise elicited deep gratitude from Williams, who acknowledged the wisdom in Barr's words with a nod. Brother, this is my congratulatory gift for you. Today is indeed a fortuitous day, as I have caught a big fish. Once Barr concluded his conversation with Williams, Shuma interjected, extracting a wanted poster from his belongings and placing it upon the table with a grin. The individual depicted on the poster was a pirate named Douglas Rich, with a bounty of 20 million berries. How intriguing. Is the information accurate? Upon encountering the wanted notice, Ball immediately discerned Shuma's intentions and smiled. Over the past 2 months, Shuma's intelligence network had finally begun to bear fruit, and he now had approximately 10 operatives at his disposal. These individuals, all orphans from the slums, were quite youthful and possessed an unremarkable appearance, having been meticulously trained by Shuma. They had acquired skills in disguise, surveillance, and counter-surveillance, specifically to assist Shuma in locating those pirates who were sought after by the Navy's bounty system. Thus far, these operatives had successfully identified several wanted pirates, among whom was a particularly notorious figure with a bounty of 50 million berries. Shuma managed to sell the intelligence regarding this pirate's whereabouts to some bounty hunters for a substantial sum of 1 million berries. As for the pirates with lower bounties, Ball and his companions personally dealt with them, reaping considerable profits in the process. Naturally, I have personally verified this information and even overheard that this individual would remain here for 3 days. What do you think? Are we confident in resolving this matter? Or should we sell the information to those bounty hunters? Shuma replied with unwavering confidence. Such a prime quarry could hardly be relinquished to others. This time, we shall feast upon the spoils ourselves. Ball took out a dagger and plunged it into the image on the wanted poster, exclaiming with excitement. As night falls, the once bustling Villa port swiftly transforms into an eerie silence. The merchant ships that were docked at the pier have vanished, leaving only a few small boats behind. In the dead of night, the pitch-black dock may not reveal even a single shadow. Why is this the case? It stands to reason that a thriving port city like Villa should be as vibrant at night as it is during the day. How could it descend into such desolation? At first, Ball was unaware of the peculiarities that enveloped the docks by night. However, once he became an instrument of smuggling for the Ram Gang, enlightenment dawned upon him. Beneath this faade lay an odd rule, established by the authorities of the Drum Kingdom, the local gangsters, and the pirates alike. This peculiar regulation permitted pirates to disembark from a secluded area of the docks to revel in the outer city of Villa after dusk, provided they refrained from causing any disturbances within the city. This arrangement was a final ultimatum issued by the pirates, who, having realized their inability to subjugate this enticing port city, recognized the necessity of this trading hub and a venue for their indulgence. The authorities of the Drum Kingdom and the local gangs were reluctant to engage in a relentless confrontation with the pirates. Moreover, the pirates, when they did not incite chaos, proved to be rather esteemed guests. Thus, after careful deliberation, they acquiesced to the pirates' terms, ceding the nighttime hours of the docks to them. Consequently, as night fell, the outer city of Villia would be populated with numerous seemingly brutish and vicious patrons who, under normal circumstances, would not instigate trouble and were notably generous, earning the affection of the local residents. In light of their presence, the outer city flourished a street dedicated to catering to these visitors' whims. Thus, each evening, this street would come alive with an array of stunning yet superficial courtesans, devoid of any depth or allure. Amidst this spectacle, Williams observed the gaudily adorned sirens around him. A look of disdain etched upon his face. Ball and Shuma exchanged no words, yet it was evident that they shared Williams' perspective, as their gazes did not linger on the nearby courtesans. Although the celestial dragons were predominantly a collection of blindly arrogant individuals, their aesthetic sensibilities were quite conventional. None of the purchased female slaves were lacking in beauty. Furthermore, having spent several years in the company of the Hancock sisters, Ball and his companions had, in a subtle manner, significantly refined their tastes. While Ball and his companions dismissed the courtesans around them, the two young novices trailing behind them were captivated, their eyes fixated and their mouths watering uncontrollably. Bar was acutely aware of the necessity for vengeance against the celestial dragons. Yet he understood that the strength of himself and his two companions alone would be utterly insufficient to exact a formidable retribution. They must unite with a greater number of allies, thus forming an immensely powerful force. Consequently, over the past 2 months, he has been diligently seeking suitable talents to join their ranks. Victor and Dolok are the new blood that Bar has recently welcomed. Victor, a slender 17-year-old, possesses rudimentary marksmanship skills. Hailing from a destitute background, he lost his mother at a young age, and it was his father who raised him and his sister. His father was once a moderately renowned bounty hunter in the port of Villia, but 2 years ago, he met a tragic fate during a pirate hunt, falling victim to the pirates he sought to capture. To evade the pirates' revenge, he chose to join the Ram Gang, currently serving as a member of Bar's patrol unit. Bar discovered Victor's potential within the patrol, where he initially held the position of the lead marksman. However, after losing to Bar in several shooting contests and being saved by him during a conflict, Victor developed a profound admiration for Bar's superior skills. Consequently, when Bar extended an olive branch, he readily accepted without hesitation. Dolok, towering and robust, originates from the slums and has a commendable grasp of basic swordsmanship, particularly adept with a broadsword reminiscent of a shovel. He serves as the captain of the mercenary escort for Williams' current trading company, having once saved Williams' life. Thus, Bar also extended an invitation to him, to which Dolok similarly responded without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, Ball arrived at Flower Street, his purpose being far from seeking merriment. Instead, he was on a quest to eliminate a pirate valued at 20 million berries. Initially, he intended to bring only Shuma and Williams along, but upon hearing Shuma remark on the number of adversaries, he decided to include Victor and Dolok. This marked the inaugural participation of the two in a team operation. However, they had not endured the harrowing experiences faced by Ball and his companions. And being spirited young men, their resolve was evidently somewhat lacking. Have you feasted your eyes enough? If so, divert your gaze. Do not forget the reason we are here. At this moment, Ball, observing that Victor and Dolok were captivated by the surrounding courtesans, sternly reprimanded them. Upon hearing his words, Victor and Dolok hastily averted their gazes, refraining from further ogling the exquisitely adorned and alluring courtesans, and stood respectfully before Ball. They had previously witnessed Ball's formidable nature and understood his role as the leader of the team. Over time, they had come to realize that although Ball appeared amenable, this was contingent upon their conduct. Any transgression would elicit his swift wrath, resulting in a scathing rebuke, or in severe cases, physical confrontation. Once the two had regained their composure, Ball gestured for Shuma to lead the way. Soon, Shuma guided Ball and the others to a luxurious building. Its entrance thronged with courtesans whose beauty surpassed that of those on the streets. Remarkably, Williams even complimented one of the courtesans. As Shuma and the group arrived, 2 boys, approximately 10 years old, emerged from 2 inconspicuous shadowy corners nearby. They nonchalantly passed by Shuma and quickly melded into the crowd, glancing at the note in his hand. Shuma turned to Ball and whispered, "They are still inside. There are 7 in total." According to the intelligence provided by his subordinates, Douglas was currently indulging in merriment within this opulent establishment along with his companions. Upon hearing this, Bale's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce light, and he turned to Shuma, saying, "That is well. However, this territory is under the control of the Ram Gang, and we cannot eliminate them here. Shuma, it is up to you to facilitate their early exit. The room number is 203. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Shuma's face as he promptly stepped out of the group and confidently strode into the opulent building. Douglas, a colossal man aged 32, stood at an imposing height of 3 meters. Hailing from the Northern Sea, he served as the vice captain of the Sea Wolf pirate crew and carried a bounty of 20 million berry. His weapon of choice was a spiked club, and he possessed immense arm strength. It is rumored that he once shattered the bow of an enemy pirate ship with a single blow. His character is known for its brutality and ferocity, with a penchant for torturing captives. This is the intelligence that Shuma had gathered regarding Douglas. As Ball observed Shuma enter the opulent building, he led his companions to a nearby snack stall, feigning enjoyment of the delicacies while awaiting Shuma's emergence. During this interval, he remained vigilant in his training, occasionally allowing a barely perceptible glimmer of red light to flicker in his eyes. Through the continuous application of observation Haki, he honed his abilities and utilized this heightened perception to scrutinize the movements of his surroundings. Ball had awakened this extraordinary power a year prior, compelled by a forced engagement in a firearms duel. Unlike the usual target shooting competitions, this was a genuine life-and-death confrontation between marksmen. At that time, Ball found himself cornered by an opponent whose prowess surpassed his own, driving him to the brink of despair. Ultimately, in that dire moment, he awakened his observation Haki, narrowly evading a lethal shot and executing a counterattack. Since that fateful encounter, Ball has dedicated himself to rigorous training in observation Haki, practicing relentlessly whenever he is not confronted by peril. Ball had previously believed that his aptitude for observation Haki was rather meager. After over a year of training, the range of his observation Haki had only expanded from an initial 2 meters to 5 meters, with little reduction in its cooldown time. However, following several sword duels with others, particularly a near-life-and-death confrontation with years, he began to perceive a significant enhancement in his observation Haki. Upon discerning the changes in his ability, Ball gradually came to realize that the advancement of observation Haki is intrinsically linked to combat. It is a skill that flourishes only when the user is in a state of peril, rendering mere arduous training insufficient. Presently, although his observation Haki remains at a foundational level, its range has more than doubled. When activated, he can instantly detect movements within a 20-meter radius, and the duration of its use has been reduced to 10 seconds, albeit at a considerably higher cost to his stamina than before. Nevertheless, after more than 3 months of rigorous training in the 9-snake body refinement technique and over 2 months of swordsmanship practice, Bale's stamina has increased significantly, allowing him to deploy his observation Haki multiple times in succession without issue. A pirate worth 20 million berries, hailing from the North Sea, should possess commendable strength. Let me ascertain the true extent of my current abilities. Ball, once again utilizing his observation Haki, sensed no abnormalities in his surroundings and immediately cast his gaze toward a particular room within the opulent building. In that very room, his target for the night, Douglas, reveled with a group of comrades, indulging in the passionate services of courtesans. They feasted heartily, imbibed copious amounts of alcohol, and boasted loudly, all the while exchanging lewd gestures with the courtesans, their joy palpable. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the door. The pirates, including Douglas, immediately heightened their vigilance, halting their revelry to focus on the entrance. Although they had come to this place for leisure and stress relief, their instincts honed from life at sea had not dulled in the slightest. Any disturbance would alert them. The courtesans, sensing the shift in atmosphere, prudently ceased their activities and retreated to one side of the room, ensuring they did not obstruct the pirates. Being members of the Ram Gang, they were well aware of the nature of their clientele and the concerns that plagued them. After the Flower Street outside the port of Villia became a frequent haunt for pirates, a multitude of bounty hunters, thriving on the hunt for pirates, descended upon the area, successfully eliminating several notorious pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. With such precedents, Douglas and his crew had every reason to exercise caution. After all, should they clash with bounty hunters, neither the local authorities nor the gang would come to their aid. They had witnessed how some of their less astute companions had met their demise for failing to recognize the gravity of such situations, and they were determined not to repeat that mistake. Who goes there? A pirate, under Douglas's direction, approached the door with a firearm in hand, bellowing loudly, "Sir, I come bearing drinks. Please do not misunderstand, came the urgent reply from outside. Sister Lame, it's me, Batty. The servant outside quickly clarified, eager to avoid the fate that had befallen others before him. I recognize his voice. It's Batty, the drink server. There's no need for concern, boss. We are quite safe here. Unless one wishes to invite trouble, no one dares to cause a ruckus. Didn't you mention the drinks were running low? I just sent him to fetch more, chimed in the most beautiful courtesan in the room. Upon hearing this, Douglas understood the misunderstanding and nodded, signaling the pirate near the door to open it. He then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. All is well, lads. Let us continue our revelry. Yet, despite his words, both Douglas and the other pirates remained fixated on the door, their weapons still trained on it, betraying no hint of relaxation. Clearly, they remained skeptical of the assurances given by both the servant and the courtesans. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a timid young server cautiously wheeling in a cart laden with drinks. In mere moments, Douglas discerned that this meek, trembling young man posed no threat and promptly redirected his attention to Lame, resuming his indulgence in food and drink. The atmosphere in the luxurious suite quickly returned to its previous joviality, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Unbeknownst to them, however, tiny paper ants, no larger than a fingernail, stealthily descended from beneath the cart, scurrying towards the roaring fireplace, unflinchingly leaping into the flames. The show was about to commence. In the adjacent suite, Suite 202, Shuma, flanked by two stunning courtesans, wore an enigmatic smile. Soon, Suite 203 erupted in shouts and curses, prompting Douglas and his crew to burst forth into the corridor, only to be met with a cloud of smoke billowing from within. White phosphorus. This was Shuma's devious addition to the paper ants, which ignited the moment they entered the fire, causing a massive surge in flames and a thick cloud of smoke, precisely why Douglas and his crew fled the suite in haste. Lame and the other courtesans were oblivious to the true cause of the chaos, but they recognized the signs of a fire and knew they had to act swiftly to avert responsibility. Most hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and any compensation for potential damages would fall squarely on their shoulders, leaving them defenseless against the wrath of Douglas and his crew. As they emerged from the suite, they cried out, "Fire! Quick, someone help us!" In an instant, news of the fire spread through the luxurious building, prompting guests to flee in panic, plunging the scene into chaos. Members of the Ram gang rushed to extinguish the flames and restore order, but once chaos erupted, stabilizing the situation proved nearly impossible. The outnumbered Ram gang members could not contain the throng of desperate guests, many of whom were ruthless pirates themselves, and the gang quickly realized the futility of their efforts. With no one to impede their escape, a torrent of guests surged from the building, with some even choosing to leap from higher floors when escape routes became congested. Witnessing the unfolding mayhem, Douglas and his crew dared not linger. The smoke emanating from their suite was a clear indication of their potential culpability should the Ram gang decide to pursue consequences. They hastily joined the exodus from the opulent establishment. Outside the grand building, Ball, who had been keenly monitoring the internal situation with his observation Haki, quickly discerned the tumult within and swiftly located Douglas and Shuma, who had successfully escaped the chaos. Ball slapped the table and stood up, tossing a large denomination of belly before striding out. The others, witnessing this, immediately followed suit, utilizing his observation Haki. Ball was acutely aware of Douglas's location and closely trailed behind. Before long, they entered the slums adjacent to Flower Street. Indeed, the slums of Villiaport lay just outside the city, sprawling over a vast area, home to countless impoverished souls and teeming with countless hidden dangers. The chaos and complexity of life here, coupled with numerous illegal structures, made it an ideal hideout for any pirate venturing to Villiaport. They halted. Ball, shall we make our move? Shuma, who had rejoined the group, turned to Ball and inquired. During his time at Villiaport, Shuma had not possessed Ball's extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Yet he had remained diligent in his training. In fact, to keep pace with Ball, he had trained relentlessly, resulting in notable improvements to his strength, most evidently in the enhanced abilities of his paper fruit. He had previously maneuvered a paper ant into Douglas's trousers while in the opulent building, and now he could use that very ant for tracking Douglas's position within 100 meters. There's no need for haste. We are not the only ones targeting Douglas tonight, and he now has several companions by his side. Let them strike first. He cannot escape. For now, let us invite our hidden guest to join us, Ball said, once again employing his observation Haki to confirm the presence of Douglas and his entourage approximately 15 meters ahead. He nodded to Shuma and then turned his gaze towards a shadowy area on the right, where he discerned an individual concealed from view. Under the influence of Ball's Haki, the hidden figure was utterly exposed. Upon hearing Ball's words and observing his actions, Shuma and the others followed his line of sight. But they lacked the ability to sense the hidden enemy. Haki was a power that could only be encountered in the latter half of the Grand Line. Victor and Dolik were clearly unqualified to engage with it and stood in bewilderment, while Shuma and Williams understood the existence of Haki and recognized Ball's expertise in observation Haki. Their expressions growing grave. An unseen adversary in combat could deliver a lethal blow from behind, an alarming prospect. Absalom was taken aback. Ever since he fortuitously consumed the transparent fruit in the West Sea, granting him the power of invisibility, he had gone undetected for quite some time, even in the notorious Devil's Sea of the Grand Line. He never anticipated encountering someone capable of perceiving him today. The young man named Ball had indeed spotted him, his gaze fixed intently upon him, a pistol aimed directly at his head, instilling in him a profound sense of danger. This night has taken a turn for the worse, Absalom thought. To be honest, his presence here was entirely fortuitous. He had been relishing a delightful assault of happiness in the opulent building when a sudden fire forced him to flee, inadvertently crossing paths with Douglas. To maintain his daily indulgence in such delightful escapades, Absalom occasionally played the role of a bounty hunter alongside his thieving endeavors. Thanks to the power of the transparent fruit, he found it exceedingly easy to ambush or poison high bounty pirates, all while boasting to attractive companions, enhancing his reputation. He once hunted a pirate captain from the West Sea with an 80 million belly bounty, and that sum allowed him to lead a carefree and joyous life. Although Douglas was merely a 20 million belly pirate, Absalom perceived him as a worthwhile target, not to be missed. He quickly decided to discreetly follow Douglas, preparing to seize an opportunity to strike. However, he soon realized that Ball and his companions were also targeting Douglas. To this, Absalom felt no concern. Rather, he was elated, viewing Ball and his group as free labor. In his mind, if they could eliminate Douglas, he would stealthily claim the bounty for Douglas's head, or alternatively, snatch the reward that Ball and his associates would receive for Douglas. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer any loss. Yet, all of these expectations veered off course upon Ball's discovery of him, plunging him from the heights of paradise into the depths of despair. Bang! The gun's muzzle flared. A bullet erupted from Ball's revolver, striking Absalom's right leg as he attempted to flee. A spray of Ball set down the revolver in his hand and instructed Dolik, "Knock him out and staunch the bleeding." Upon hearing this, Dolik rushed forward, delivering a punch that struck Absalom's head, effortlessly rendering him unconscious. He then retrieved some basic medical supplies from his person and swiftly applied them to halt Absalom's bleeding, subsequently lifting the frail figure as if he were a mere chick. "Boss, you are incredible. How did you notice him?" "I had no idea anyone was there," Victor exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he addressed Ball. Shuma and Williams exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet observing with keen interest the sight of Dolik carrying Absalom. They had witnessed Absalom's recent return from invisibility and understood that this slender, disreputable man was a user of a devil fruit, possessing the ability to become invisible. What purpose does this ability serve? A plethora of wicked and intriguing thoughts suddenly surged through their minds. Ball did not immediately respond to Victor's inquiry. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the street ahead, where the recent gunfire had evidently alarmed the surrounding populace. Ordinary citizens, upon hearing the shots, instinctively fled as far away as possible, hastily securing their doors and windows. In stark contrast, the various specters of the slums, driven by curiosity and opportunism, converged swiftly towards the scene, eager to witness the aftermath of the recent skirmish and discern if any advantage could be gleaned. With his exceptional hearing, Ball had already discerned the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from that direction. A flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes as he activated his observation Haki, allowing him to identify the newcomers. To his surprise, it was Horton, an officer of the Ram Gang tasked with overseeing the slums, who was now hastening towards their location, accompanied by a cadre of gang members. Meanwhile, the target of their operation for the night, Douglas, was also on the move, but in the opposite direction, leading a group away from them. Although Ball had a profound hatred for Horton, the sadist who had previously tormented him with a branding iron, the time for revenge was not yet ripe. This evening, he had unexpectedly captured Absalom, the elusive figure, which was already a considerable stroke of fortune, and he had no intention of complicating matters further. Thus, he promptly instructed Shuma and the others, "Let us depart from this place, for someone approaches." "Dolik, you need not partake in tonight's endeavor. You and William shall escort this individual back. ensuring his safety and preventing any untimely demise. Williams and Dolik voiced no objections. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly took Absalom away. To conceal the injuries sustained by Absalom, Williams retrieved a tattered burlap sack from the ground nearby, draping it over Absalom to disguise him as a load of heavy cargo, before allowing Dolik to carry him off. Ball, accompanied by Shuma and Victor, continued to pursue Douglas, allowing Shuma to sense the paper ants ahead for a gradual tracking. When Horton arrived at the shooting scene, panting and flanked by his men, Ball and the others had long since departed. Damn it, do they not realize this is my territory? How dare they incite conflict so close to me? They must be seeking death. Find them. Inquire among the surrounding rabble. Where have they gone? Horton fumed upon witnessing the desolate scene, his frustration boiling over as he stamped his foot and barked orders to his subordinates. The Ram Gang, led by the 5 major leaders, recognized that while Horton held the largest territory, he reaped the least rewards. Moreover, he frequently found himself entangled in troublesome affairs, engaging in the most arduous and labor-intensive tasks. He received the scantest returns, all while being secretly scorned by the subordinates of the other leaders. This disparity undeniably fostered a profound sense of injustice within Horton. Regrettably, he was the weakest among the 5 leaders. In a world where strength dictated respect, he was powerless to alter the grim realities of territorial hierarchy. Jealousy gnawed at Horton like a venomous poison, gradually shaping his irritable and volatile demeanor, as well as his sadistic tendencies and insatiable desire for absolute control over his territory. Consequently, he harbored an intense disdain for anyone causing a disturbance in his domain, particularly when it occurred in his presence or vicinity, as it invoked a sense of severe violation. In his eyes, such actions were utterly unforgivable and warranted his wrath. The members of the Ram Gang were acutely aware of Horton's temperament. They swiftly dispersed, hastily dragging the nearby residents from their homes to extract any information regarding Ball and his companions. However, the alley was shrouded in darkness, and Ball's group was masked. Most ordinary citizens instinctively sought refuge at the sound of gunfire, rendering it nearly impossible for Horton's men to ascertain Ball's whereabouts in a timely manner. As Horton seethed with rage, intent on locating Ball and his associates, Williams and Dolik had already taken a shortcut back to the civilian district, while Ball, Shuma, and Victor closely trailed Douglas and his band of pirates. After 7 or 8 minutes, Shuma sensed that Douglas had finally come to a halt. At that moment, they found themselves deep within the slums, before a narrow alley overflowing with refuse that emitted a foul stench. The alley lacked streetlights, and the numerous illegal structures obscured the sky, plunging it into utter darkness. Only a faint glow from the dim streetlight illuminated a small section of the alley, while the depths appeared as a black hole, consuming everything that ventured within. Surprisingly, this alley was bustling with activity, as faint sounds emanated from the shadows. At this moment, Ball could discern, solely by sound, that there were numerous individuals in the alley. To be precise, many resided beneath it. How did they come to be here? Shuma gazed at the foul-smelling alley ahead, her expression slightly grim as she spoke. Shuma, what do you know? Ball had just employed the observation Haki and discovered that there were indeed many people below. However, the exceedingly familiar state of those individuals incited a surge of anger within him, prompting him to address Shuma, who appeared to be well aware of the situation here. Shuma had previously traversed the slums extensively in search of suitable orphans for cultivation, utilizing the powers of the paper fruit. Through his efforts in the shadowy depths of the impoverished districts, he unearthed numerous clandestine secrets. Some of these revelations were so disturbing that even a former celestial dragon slave like him could not suppress a frown, particularly the hidden truth within this alley, which filled him with profound rage. Beneath this narrow passage lay a small-scale pharmaceutical factory. Its proprietor was rumored to be a devil fruit user endowed with a form of mind control ability, with all of his employees enslaved by his powers. The working conditions for these slaves were abysmal, devoid of any protective measures, leaving them exposed to the myriad chemical reactions involved in drug manufacturing, which resulted in various grave illnesses. Yet, even in the face of such afflictions, their minds manipulated. They were compelled to continue laboring with their already ravaged bodies until the very moment of their demise. Slaves. Upon hearing those 2 words from Shuma, Ball felt the veins in his forehead throb, a testament to the profound anger brewing within him. If one were to inquire about the 2 terms he despised most in this world, they would undoubtedly be celestial dragon and slave. These words represented a lifelong humiliation he could never escape. To cleanse himself of this disgrace, he believed it was imperative to spill the blood of every single celestial dragon. Ball, we cannot enter. It is far too perilous. With our current strength, it is impossible to dismantle this place. Shuma, sharing the same plight as a slave to the celestial dragons, was acutely aware of Ball's intense aversion to that term. Witnessing Ball's fury, he quickly cautioned him, fearing that the pillar of their team might act recklessly in his wrath. My apologies, Shuma, for causing you concern. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Ball took a deep breath, swiftly calming himself, and nodded to Shuma. Beside him, Victor, perplexed, wisely chose silence, secretly vowing never to mention the word slave in Ball's presence again, even deciding to prevent others from doing so. Who is this Cassius? Ball inquired, having regained his composure and seeking intelligence on the enemy. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in countless battles. The fact that Cassius could establish a small pharmaceutical factory in the slums suggested he wielded significant influence. Without a powerful backing, he would never escape the notice of both the official and criminal factions. After all, pharmaceuticals are equivalent to gold, a notion deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of the Drum Kingdom. Since learning that the pharmaceutical trade had been completely monopolized by several major guilds backed by the authorities and criminal organizations, with multiple underground drug labs being jointly dismantled by these forces and their operators ruthlessly eliminated, Williams had entirely abandoned his initial ambition to produce drugs for profit. In the Drum Kingdom, the pharmaceutical business is perilously deep waters, a veritable Achilles heel for both the official and criminal powers. Without considerable strength, one would surely capsize. Undoubtedly, this small pharmaceutical factory was in direct competition with the official and criminal forces of the Drum Kingdom. From Shuma's earlier account, it was clear that this factory had been in existence for quite some time. Upon hearing Ball's inquiry, Shuma immediately understood that Ball was preparing to take action against Cassius and his pharmaceutical enterprise. The use of slaves and the inhumane control of them through the powers of a devil fruit had struck a nerve with Ball. Gathering intelligence and formulating a plan of action based on that intelligence was Ball's customary approach when intending to undermine an individual or faction. I'm not entirely certain about that, Shuma replied honestly. I have only learned from the pirates here that the manager is named Cassius, a user of devil fruit powers, and that this place has been around for quite a while. However, I have yet to uncover any clues regarding Cassius's appearance or the individuals and forces backing him. Upon witnessing this, Ball chose not to press further and spoke. I understand. Let us wait here. They will inevitably emerge, and perhaps we can glean some valuable intelligence from them. Having said this, he retreated to a nearby concealed corner to patiently await the appearance of their targets. Shuma and Victor promptly followed suit. However, during this interval, Shuma remained industrious, continuing to employ a small origami beast in an attempt to gather information regarding this modest pharmaceutical facility, while occasionally employed his observation Haki, keenly monitoring the surrounding environment to ensure that no hidden observers lurked nearby. The small pharmaceutical factory evidently catered to pirates, as during Ball and his companions' period of concealment, two distinct groups of individuals, undoubtedly pirates, entered the alley. Each of these individuals bore bulging satchels, which emitted faint metallic clinks with every step, suggesting they were laden with treasures. Victor, lacking composure, repeatedly turned to Ball, inquiring if they should take action upon witnessing the pirates' swollen satchels. Yet he was ultimately dissuaded by Ball's frigid gaze. At this juncture, Ball's target had long transcended Douglas, the bounty of 20 million, and had shifted towards the disconcerting small pharmaceutical factory below. Each time he utilized his observation Haki to glimpse the ragged, gaunt slaves laboring like soulless husks, his inner fury ignited with uncontainable intensity. In comparison, the meager possessions of the passing pirates were trivial. Should they succeed in plundering the small pharmaceutical factory, it would constitute a substantial gain, while simultaneously delivering a severe blow to those vile scoundrels who cruelly exploited slaves. A twofold victory. Ball can endure the myriad of dark and sordid aspects of this world, yet he finds the notion of slavery utterly intolerable, for if he were to accept it, what would he become? The abolition of slavery is imperative. Should he possess the strength to instigate change, he would undoubtedly act upon it. After waiting for nearly half an hour, both Shuma and Ball sensed that Douglas and his companions were about to emerge, though their numbers had significantly dwindled compared to before. Previously, Bart had discerned through his observation Haki that Douglas and his entourage comprised 20 individuals. However, only 5 emerged now. With a keen sense of smell, Ball detected a strong scent of blood emanating from the 5 individuals, clearly indicating they had recently engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, Douglas and the other four exhibited rather peculiar states. They seemed to have consumed something inside, their emotions were excessively heightened, their eyes bloodshot, and their expressions bore a hint of madness. Through the observation of their Haki, it was evident that their presence had significantly intensified compared to before. Be cautious. This fellow has grown considerably stronger since emerging, Ball gravely advised his companions, Shuma and Victor, who, without needing to be told, could also sense that Douglas and his group were distinctly different, far more perilous than they had been earlier. From Victor's perspective, who had once dabbled in hunting, Douglas and his companions resembled well-fed beasts that had retracted their fangs and claws. Now, they appeared as ravenous predators in a bloodthirsty frenzy, their danger levels drastically transformed. Douglas and his companions moved swiftly, quickly entering another narrow alley with a clear intent to reach a specific location within the slums, while Ball and his companions trailed them at a safe distance. Just as Ball prepared to strike once they crossed another street, gunfire erupted nearby, its frequency escalating rapidly, indicating a fierce exchange of fire was occurring in the vicinity. Upon hearing the gunshots, Douglas and his group immediately became alert, halting their advance. However, to Ball and his companions' astonishment, Douglas and the others did not choose to retreat or cautiously investigate. Instead, as if driven by some unseen force, they suddenly erupted into manic laughter and charged towards the source of the gunfire with a savage glee. What transpired within that underground pharmaceutical factory that rendered them so utterly unhinged upon their exit? Ball observed the peculiar actions of Douglas and his companions, his curiosity towards the small pharmaceutical factory intensifying. Nevertheless, his hands remained in constant motion as he swiftly aimed at a particular pirate and fired. He was determined to prevent Douglas and his group from diverting to another location for a skirmish, potentially complicating matters further. Moreover, the moment was opportune. Douglas and his associates were momentarily distracted, providing him with an advantageous opportunity for a surprise attack. With a resounding bang, the revolver in Ball's hand erupted with a tongue of flame, the bullet soaring forth in an instant, striking a pirate beside Douglas with unerring precision. It appears he is no ordinary pirate. Upon encountering the pirate he had targeted, Ball unexpectedly found that the adversary had sensed the impending peril, swiftly utilizing his companions as shields to evade the impending doom. He uttered his surprise at this unforeseen turn of events. Simultaneously, under directives, Shuma and Victor opened fire. However, their accuracy in the dimly lit alley paled in comparison to Ball's remarkable night vision and exceptional marksmanship. They struggled to hit their foes, missing several shots in succession. Douglas and his crew, seasoned pirates themselves, quickly reacted to the ambush from behind, dispersing rapidly and utilizing the obstacles within the alley to evade the gunfire. Nonetheless, during this chaotic exchange, two of them were struck by Ball's bullets. One, already injured, faltered just slightly and suffered a fatal shot to the head, dying instantly. The current state of Douglas and his comrades was evidently abnormal. As soon as Ball and his companions expended their pistol ammunition, they charged forward in a frenzy. Douglas, leading the charge, wielded a wolf's tooth club as thick as a barrel, moving with remarkable speed. "Step back, you two, allow me to handle this," he commanded. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across Ball's face as he murmured softly. In the next moment, he unsheathed the dagger from his waist and surged forward with a swift acceleration, clashing it against Douglas's ferociously wielded mace. A resounding clang resonated through the air, igniting a brilliant spark that illuminated the surroundings. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of collision, sweeping up dust and debris from the alley, even toppling the two pirates who had hastened to Douglas's side. "How is this possible?" Douglas exclaimed, astonished to see Ball, who stood 2 heads shorter than him and bore a hint of youthful innocence, holding his dagger aloft with one hand, effortlessly blocking the full force of his mace. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to advance an inch. A look of horror crept onto his contorted face as he shouted, "Is this the level of strength of a 20 million berry pirate? It feels rather mediocre." Ball felt the force that had coursed through his arm moments ago and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. After over 2 months of relentless training in the 9 Serpent's body refinement technique and swordsmanship, his physical attributes had undergone a significant transformation compared to 2 months prior. Notably, both his stamina and strength had reached an impressive 25 points, while his speed had also surged to 21 points. The rapid enhancement of his abilities left Ball uncertain about his current power level, and his reluctance to prematurely reveal his prowess within the Ram Gang motivated him to seek a formidable pirate to gauge his strength. A bounty of 20 million berries marked a pirate of considerable renown in the Grand Line, a level of notoriety that even mid-ranking naval officers would struggle to confront. Initially, Ball believed that, without the use of Haki, his strength would be comparable to that of such a pirate. However, he soon realized he had underestimated himself. The pirate before him, unmistakably a brute, was evidently inferior in strength. Ball estimated Douglas's strength to be between 23 and 24 points. At this level, Ball felt confident that he could handle him with merely half of his strength. Through extensive training in the 9 Serpent's body refinement technique, Ball had gained a degree of control over his muscles, enabling him to concentrate power from various muscle groups into a single, concentrated strike, potentially exceeding 35 points of force. "Don't underestimate me, you little brat," Douglas roared, incensed by Bale's words. Grasping his spiked club, he retaliated, forcing Ball back a few paces before raising the weapon high and swinging it down with ferocity. Yet, at this moment, Ball had no intention of competing in raw strength. His agility, rated at 21 points, allowed him to move and react with unparalleled speed. With a deft sidestep, he evaded Douglas's onslaught. The club crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater and splintering the earth beneath. Seizing the moment, Bale's blade glimmered as he lunged for Douglas's neck. However, Douglas was no ordinary foe. Having survived countless battles at sea, he possessed a keen sense of danger. In a flash, he released his grip on the club and drew a dagger to parry the lethal strike, deflecting it just in time, resulting in a brilliant shower of sparks. Damn it! Although he had successfully blocked Bale's deadly blow, the immense force transmitted through the dagger left Douglas's face flushed with exertion. He struggled to budge Bale's blade, helplessly watching as it inched closer to his throat. Die. As defeat loomed, nearby pirates rushed to his aid, brandishing their weapons in a desperate attempt to intervene. However, Shuma and Victor, having reloaded their firearms, were resolute in thwarting their efforts, opening fire and swiftly hitting several of the assailants due to their proximity. Despite this, the pirates displayed a reckless disregard for their lives, pressing forward with swords and knives, determined to rescue Douglas from Bale's grasp. Upon witnessing this, Ball swiftly delivered a forceful kick to Douglas's abdomen, sending him flying through the air. He then turned to confront the 3 pirates, who were already burdened with numerous gunshot wounds. The trio, having previously witnessed Ball's formidable prowess through Douglas, immediately halted their movements upon realizing his focus had shifted to them. They hastily retrieved several pills and consumed them. In the next moment, the pirates emitted anguished cries. Yet their muscles swelled dramatically, transforming them into figures of extraordinary muscularity, their garments bursting under the strain. Their eyes took on a furious crimson hue, with the whites now stained a deep red. Simultaneously, their hair turned somewhat grizzled, and their appearances aged noticeably. However, through Ball's keen perception, he sensed their aura surging nearly double in intensity. An ominous feeling began to settle in. Ball observed the 3 pirates before him, whose auras had suddenly surged, and his expression turned grave. A keen sense of danger arose within him, and a flash of red glimmered in his eyes as he activated his observation Haki. In an instant, he realized that the 3 pirates were rapidly closing in on him, flanking him from both sides to launch their assault. After consuming the mysterious drug, their speed had more than doubled compared to before. With a swift motion, he executed a one-sword style draw and slash. Just as the activation of his observation Haki was still at play, Ball completed the sheathing of his sword with remarkable speed and unleashed his strike. In that fleeting moment, a crescent arc of blade light emerged. The 3 pirates were instantly struck by Ball's slash, sent hurtling backward, each sustaining deep gashes in their abdomens, with blood gushing forth profusely. Simultaneously, through Ball's heightened perception, a presence even more ferocious than that of the 3 pirates emerged not far away. It was Douglas, who had also ingested the enigmatic pill. Shuma, Victor, retreat. This foe is exceedingly perilous now, he cautioned. Ball sensed the intensity of Douglas's aura, and his countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately cautioned the eager Shuma and Victor, who were ready to assist. Victor, ever loyal, was reluctant to appear cowardly and was about to utter some grandiloquent remarks when Shuma grasped his arm, pulling him away. Shuma had always heeded Ball's words, trusting him implicitly, for he understood that Ball's admonitions were grounded in reason. Douglas, a formidable giant in stature, had evidently consumed an alarming quantity of pills. As his muscles swelled to their utmost potential, resembling a towering mountain of sinew, exuding a menacing and ferocious aura, with his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Simultaneously, akin to the trio of pirates encountered earlier, His once jet black hair began to take on a streaked, graying appearance, and his visage bore the marks of premature aging. This phenomenon was. Through the dim light, Ball discerned Douglas's appearance at that moment, and a fleeting thought raced through his mind. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as his opponent's assault was already upon him. "I will kill you," Douglas bellowed at Ball. In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, appearing before Ball and launching a fierce strike aimed directly at his head. In an instant, Ball reacted, turning his head to evade Douglas's punch, while the ordinary blade in his hand struck at Douglas's waist. However, the sensation transmitted through the blade surprised him. Douglas's muscles were as hard as stone at that moment. The knife sank only half an inch into his flesh, before being firmly clamped by Douglas's muscle, rendering it impossible for Barr to extract it in the short term. Faced with this predicament, Barr decisively released the hilt of his knife and executed a movement from the Nine Serpents body refinement technique, twisting his body in a peculiar manner to dodge Douglas's subsequent, forceful punch. The Nine Serpents body refinement technique, Nine Serpents fist. Then, with his right hand twisting like a serpent, he struck Douglas's chin at an uncanny angle. With this full-force blow, Douglas was immediately sent flying. Yet, in an instant, he stood up from the ground, seemingly impervious to pain, and charged forward with remarkable speed. Following him were the three pirates whom Barr had just sent sprawling with his blade. Their abdominal wounds had ceased to bleed, yet their hair was now grayer, and their faces appeared significantly aged, as if they had suddenly aged decades. However, their muscles remained terrifyingly robust, exuding an even greater sense of power than before. It seemed they had traded their vitality for a fleeting enhancement in physical prowess. Alas, while their physical capabilities had indeed surged, they could not fully harness this newfound strength. Nor could they awaken any latent power. A flash of crimson light flickered in Ball's eyes as he once again summoned his observation Haki. Observing the enemy before him whose movements had suddenly slowed, with a sigh, he invoked the Nine Serpent body refinement technique, enhancing his strength. He then seized the wolf fang club that belonged to Douglas from the ground, channeling the Nine Serpent body refinement technique to concentrate a portion of his muscle power in his right hand, causing it to swell nearly double in size and turn a deep crimson. With a powerful swing of the wolf fang club, he executed a rapid circular motion. Boom, boom, boom. Under the tremendous force of Ball's strike, which now boasted at least 35 points of strength, Douglas and his three companions were sent flying like baseballs. The bodies of the three pirates were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming power, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness, their life force rapidly dwindling, and their once bulging muscles swiftly withering, transforming them into three frail, old men. Meanwhile, the most formidable among them, Douglas, attempted to block the blow with his arms, resulting in his bones shattering, exposing raw, sinewy white fragments. How could this be? I have become so powerful. Douglas struggled to rise from the ground, the intense pain momentarily sharpening his awareness. With a look of unwillingness, he addressed the young Ball, whose demeanor was excessively arrogant. Unfortunately, Ball's response was merely a bullet. With a resounding crack, the bullet struck Douglas squarely in the forehead, bringing an end to the life of this notorious pirate, whose bounty had been set at 20 million. Ball extracted the dagger from Douglas's abdomen and severed his head, whispering to the severed head that was merely an illusion of strength. Judging by the behavior of Douglas and the others after they consumed the pills, Ball was likely aware of the nature of the pills they ingested. They were almost certainly the lethal drugs consumed by Hody Jones and his crew of fishmen in their quest for power. However, it was evident that the side effects of the drugs taken by Douglas and his companions were severe, instantly draining their vitality, and were far inferior to the potent drugs wielded by the new fishman pirates years later. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Douglas and his companions experienced a significant surge in combat prowess after consuming these lethal substances. Had it not been for Bale's mastery of observation Haki, defeating them would have posed an immense challenge. Any untrained individuals encountering them would likely meet their demise here, as these drugs were indeed a terrifying form of forbidden medication. After Ball successfully dispatched Douglas, Shuma and Victor swiftly approached him, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Ball, with Victor displaying an extraordinary admiration. They had witnessed Bale's earlier confrontation with Douglas and his comrades and recognized that they would have had no chance against Douglas in that formidable state. Merely escaping would have been a commendable feat, yet Ball had executed Douglas and his allies with an almost merciless efficiency. This undoubtedly invigorated Shuma and Victor, affirming their belief that they had aligned themselves with the right person. "Brother, let me take it. Let me take it," Victor exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable excitement. retrieving a prepared bundle from his possession. Ball did not refuse. He nodded and handed Douglas's severed head to him, then turned his gaze towards the nearby directions, simultaneously raising the revolver in his hand. In the next moment, several bounty hunters who had been lurking in the shadows vanished from Ball's observation, as though swallowed by the darkness. He swiftly searched their belongings before making his return. Upon witnessing this, Ball turned to Shuma and Victor. The two, upon hearing his words, immediately joined Ball in approaching the lifeless body. They swiftly rummaged through the belongings of Douglas and the others, collecting various items indiscriminately, which they then placed into a bag. Without hesitation, they quickly departed the scene alongside Ball. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire continued to echo relentlessly from a short distance away. Ball chose not to meddle. Despite his keen observation through the observation Haki revealing that Horton and his subordinates were engaged in a fierce battle with members of the Das gang, he had no desire to intervene and instead opted to retreat in the opposite direction, leading Shuma and Victor away. Throughout their journey, he continuously employed his observation Haki to ensure they were not being followed and to evade certain individuals. After a brief passage of time, they successfully entered a splendid residence within the civilian district. As the trio gradually established their foothold in the port of Villia and accumulated a substantial fortune, they decided to indulge themselves and promptly acquired a suitable house through an intermediary, which would serve as their temporary stronghold. At this moment, the large house was not only home to Ball, Shuma, and Williams, but also housed a dozen young intelligence operatives personally trained by Shuma. Williams and Doric had been waiting inside the house for quite some time. Upon hearing the signal from outside, they quickly emerged to greet their companions. What transpired? Williams? Did that fellow speak? Upon entering the house warmed by a crackling fireplace, Barr immediately inquired of Williams. "Yes, rather obstinate," Williams replied, his expression darkening. "It seems he has made up his mind about you. He stated that unless you personally ask him, he will remain silent." Hearing this, Barr's countenance shifted, and he turned his gaze towards a certain basement, responding with evident displeasure. "Is that so? Very well, I shall approach him myself. Everyone is weary from their return. Prepare some food, Williams." Ball nodded slightly and then made his way towards the basement. Observing this, Williams led Dolic to the kitchen, while the others gathered in the living room. Among them, Victor began to excitedly recount the events of the evening's operation with Ball, leaving the children from the intelligence group utterly astonished. The individual to whom Ball referred was undoubtedly Absalom, the transparent man. In his eyes, this unexpected encounter with a devil fruit user held far greater value than the bounty on Douglas's head. Absalom, the possessor of the transparent fruit and a significant subordinate to Gecko Moria, was later slain by members of the Blackbeard Pirates, with his powers subsequently acquired by Shiryu. This constitutes the primary knowledge Ball has regarding Absalom. However, given that Absalom still possesses the physique of a normal human and did not invoke Gecko Moria's name as a means of intimidation during his capture, it is clear that he is yet to become a subordinate of Moria. Since he is not yet under Moria's command, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. Ball is deeply intrigued by Absalom's abilities, and if possible, he earnestly desires to have Absalom as his ally. Undoubtedly, in terms of intelligence gathering, Absalom, possessing the transparent fruit, is remarkably proficient. Currently, his development of the fruit's potential is somewhat lacking, but with further enhancement, he may even be capable of concealing his presence from observation Haki. Furthermore, Absalom is an exceptional talent in thievery and espionage. In the future, when Ball encounters formidable foes or intricate dilemmas, Absalom could play a pivotal role in resolving such issues. Ball pushed the door open and was met with the sight of Absalom, who was currently bound to a chair. At this moment, Absalom had not undergone the physical transformation by the brilliant surgeon Hogabach. He retained his human form. Contrary to Ball's previous impression of him as tall and robust, he appeared to be a rather short and frail young man, with an unremarkable appearance. Perhaps due to blood loss, his complexion was even paler than before, with dark shadows under his eyes, and his face was gaunt and emaciated, resembling that of a consumptive. At a glance, it was evident to Ball that Absalom was a man long ravaged by indulgence in wine and vice. "How do you intend to deal with me?" he inquired, his voice a challenge, as he confronted Ball, the very individual who had captured him after enduring a life-threatening ordeal and a confrontation with Williams. Having emerged victorious from that initial encounter, Absalom now maintained his composure, fully aware of Ball's interest not only in the secrets he possessed but also in him as a person. Absalom was acutely aware of his own worth. He understood that as long as he wished, there were few places in the world that he could not venture, especially with someone like Ball taking notice of him. This implied that he possessed exceptional skills in gathering intelligence and executing covert operations. He was confident that numerous influential entities would extend their olive branches to him. And it was highly probable that the leader of this small team, Ball, was considering an attempt to recruit him, utilizing the abilities granted by the transparent fruit. Absalom had traversed perilous territories and engaged in morally dubious activities, even taking lives, all while evading capture. This lifestyle had inevitably fostered in him a hubristic and rebellious disposition, one that would not be easily altered. Had he not unexpectedly encountered Ball tonight, and subsequently been captured, he might have faced a humbled Moria in the future, leading him to a swift realization of his insignificance, ultimately succumbing to Moria's authority and gradually transforming his character. Yet, at this moment, the youthful Absalom remained a brash and conceited young man, still somewhat naive due to the effects of the transparent fruit. Thus, upon regaining his composure and discerning the intentions of Ball and his companions, he quickly reverted to his true nature. When Ball encountered Absalom, who audaciously displayed a defiant demeanor before him, his gaze instantly turned frigid. He harbored a profound disdain for foolish individuals. Thus, he consistently eliminated the dim-witted from his circle of companions. At that moment, he perceived Absalom as rather foolish for ostentatiously exhibiting a fearless attitude despite their shared status as prisoners. Was this a manifestation of unwarranted bravado? Listen closely. You are merely a captive now, not a king, and certainly not a celestial dragon. Do not dare to present such an expression in my presence. Balki would not indulge Absalom. He directly delivered a kick to Absalom's wound, speaking in a frigid tone. Ball possessed tremendous strength. Although he had exerted himself to control his force, he nonetheless delivered a kick that resonated with the sound of a fracture in Absalom's frail leg, prompting a scream from him akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Evidently, a single strike was insufficient to subdue the young Absalom, who remained resolute in his belief that Ball would not dare to take his life, thus maintaining his defiance. Ball has always preferred a soft approach over a hard one. If a single kick fails to soften Absalom's attitude, he will deliver another until the opponent yields. Having mastered the 9 serpents body refinement technique, he exhibits exceptional control over his strength, ensuring that he does not accidentally deliver a fatal blow to Absalom. He possesses a profound understanding of human anatomy, acutely aware of which areas can inflict the most excruciating pain. Should this not suffice, he has an array of tormenting methods at his disposal, learned from the celestial dragons, which will undoubtedly allow Absalom to experience the true brutality of this world. The basement was soon filled with Absalom's heart-wrenching screams. In the living room, Shuma and the others, indulging in their late-night snacks, felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the faint cries emanating from the basement. Even the usually boisterous Victor fell silent. Let us eat and ignore that fellow. He must have provoked Ball. Remember, do not anger Ball in the future. His wrath is truly terrifying. However, rest assured, Ball seldom truly loses his temper with his companions unless they commit an unforgivable act. Williams was the first to break the silence, expressing his satisfaction. The others, except for Shuma, nodded in agreement and resumed their jovial banter, disregarding the pitiable Absalom who continued to wail in agony. After approximately 10 minutes, having gained a preliminary understanding of cruelty, Absalom finally lowered his proud head before Ball. By this point, he was drenched, with a yellowish stain beneath his chair, and the basement was permeated by an unpleasant odor of urine. What is this? Have you given up so soon? Just a moment ago, you were quite defiant. Upon hearing Absalom's pleas for mercy, Ball halted his actions, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. It had scarcely been 10 minutes, and already his opponent had yielded. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Absalom dared not utter a word, his gaze cast downward, revealing a blend of unwillingness and profound fear. The agony was unbearable. Throughout his life, he had never endured such torment, and yet he found himself unable to succumb to unconsciousness. The young man before him, named Ball, was nothing short of a demon. Each strike, though seemingly gentle, inflicted unimaginable suffering. He felt he could not endure much longer, should Ball continue his relentless torment. He feared he might lose his sanity. Moreover, he sensed that this young man had no intention of killing him, but as long as he remained defiant, the torment would persist, driving him to the brink of mental collapse. The sheer indifference in Ball's gaze suggested that there would be no negotiation. Speak, he commanded. Why have you been following us? As Ball observed Absalom's silence, he commenced a formal interrogation. Absalom promptly replied, I harbor little malice. I merely intended to wait until your conflict with Douglas and his men concluded, and then seize a few opportunities for myself. I never wish to harm your lives. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Ball inflicted another blow upon him, compelling him to once again experience excruciating agony. Do not attempt to deceive me, Ball sneered. You claim to bear no ill will, yet you dared to brandish a weapon at us, and your expression then was far from the amiable demeanor you now profess. This is the consequence of your deceit. With that, Ball seized Absalom by the throat, lifting both him and the chair he occupied, and continued with a cold chuckle. As the grip tightened, Absalom found his breath constricted, swiftly plunging into the torment of suffocation, his complexion turning an alarming shade of blue, and his lips darkening to a purplish hue. Before long, he sensed his body growing light, dizziness enveloping him, and his vision blurring as darkness began to engulf him. In that moment, Absalom understood he was teetering on the precipice of death. For the first time in his life, he felt the chilling proximity of mortality. Just when he believed he was on the brink of demise, an unexpected release of pressure allowed him to draw breath once more. He gasped for air, coughing violently as though he had narrowly escaped drowning. You have but one final chance, Ball warned ominously. Should you dare to lie again, I shall not hesitate to take your life. Upon witnessing Absalom's revival, Ball immediately secured him once more, his expression devoid of emotion. His tone was flat and devoid of warmth, while his gaze was as frigid and piercing as ice, clearly not intended to instill fear. Indeed, Ball did not intimidate Absalom. He has always harbored a disdain for elements beyond his control. Should Absalom prove unwilling to cooperate and persist in his deceitful antics, Ball would rather annihilate him than squander any more time. For Absalom, the loss of his unexpected gain was inconsequential. He intended to proceed with his original plans. Having never anticipated the acquisition of the transparent fruit's power, Absalom was clearly not a person of fortitude. Rather, he was a man who cherished life deeply. Possessing the ability of the transparent fruit, he could continue to relish a splendid existence akin to his past. At merely 20 years of age, he had yet to exhaust his share of life. A myriad of lovely maidens awaited his affection, and he had no desire to succumb to a miserable fate over a mere lie. Thus, after the harrowing brush with suffocation, Absalom's psychological defenses crumbled, leading him to confront reality in tears before Ball. Temporarily stripped of any rebellious thoughts, he disclosed his intentions candidly. Without further inquiry from Ball, he recounted the treasures he had pilfered and the secrets he had unearthed during his time at the port of Villia, utilizing the powers of the transparent fruit. Ball listened patiently to all the information, even interrupting Absalom to summon Shuma, an intelligence expert, to record the details. While the information regarding the treasures could wait, the revelations concerning secrets astounded both Ball and Shuma. Absalom, indeed a notorious lecher, had gleaned most of his secrets through the pursuit and voyeurism of beautiful women. Fixating on numerous renowned beauties at the port of Villia, he had even surreptitiously employed a photographic insect to capture candid moments. It was evident that such captivating beings invariably attracted powerful men wielding authority or wealth. Consequently, while following and spying on these women, Absalom frequently encountered many prominent figures of Villia port, uncovering astonishing secrets, affairs, clandestine liaisons, and peculiar predilections among the elite. At this juncture, Ball was not particularly interested in the personal affairs of these celebrities. His primary focus lay on the information Absalom had gleaned from a certain Gilbert regarding the devil fruits. Gilbert, a distinguished figure at Villia port, was a prince of the magnetic drum kingdom and the uncle of Valpo. He was the highest authority at the port and had been instrumental in fostering cooperation between the official powers and the local gangsters, marking him as a notably capable politician. The information from such a prominent individual was unlikely to be mere hearsay. It bore a high probability of authenticity. According to Absalom's account, Gilbert had boasted to his illicit lover about having witnessed the devil fruits firsthand, explicitly mentioning that their location was within the city's largest auction house, the Don Quixote auction house. What astonished Ball the most was Absalom's revelation that one of the two devil fruits Gilbert had encountered bore a striking resemblance to the fruit of which he had memories, the devouring fruit, characterized by a moe reminiscent of a carnivorous flower. At long last, a clue to your whereabouts, the devouring fruit. Taking a deep breath, Ball contemplated with a serious expression. The primary reason for his decision to journey to the kingdom of Magnet Drum was his quest for the fabled devil fruit. For over 3 months since his arrival, he had been tirelessly searching for it. However, his forces were still too feeble. The intelligence network of Shuma had only just begun to take shape, and with merely a handful of individuals at his disposal, he found himself devoid of allies in the vicinity of Walpo. This rendered him incapable of procuring information from the future possessor of the fruit. Consequently, The likelihood of uncovering any leads regarding the elusive tauntaun fruit seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Little did he anticipate that the first clue he would receive about the tauntaun fruit would manifest in such an extraordinary manner before him. What a fortuitous twist of fate! The Don Quixote auction house. Upon receiving intelligence regarding the munch fruit, Bart immediately turned his attention to this auction, merely from the name of the auction house. He recalled a certain future audacious and deranged celestial dragon pirate and the formidable crew under his command, Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Don Quixote pirates. Could there be a connection? Bart pondered with a serious expression. During this period, he had instructed Shuma to primarily gather intelligence at the docks. But due to a shortage of personnel in the intelligence team, he remained unaware of many factions within the port of Villia. However, he had certainly heard of the illustrious Don Quixote auction house and was aware that it was situated in the most bustling area of the inner city, making it the largest auction house in town. Established nearly 2 years ago, it had successfully absorbed the former largest auction house, Lindy's auction house, about a year prior, thereby ascending to its current status. The rapid rise of the Don Quixote auction house from a modest establishment to the preeminent auction house in such a short span undoubtedly indicated the presence of a formidable force backing it. Otherwise, such swift development would be implausible. Time, indeed, was a crucial factor. Its period of growth had been far too brief. While its individual strength may currently be commendable, the overall power of its faction remained considerably weak. Should a conflict arise with the forces behind the Don Quixote auction house, it would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Perhaps he could survive, but his companions would likely suffer grievously. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the matter of the munch fruit necessitated attention towards the Don Quixote auction house. He required further intelligence to comprehend the workings of the auction house before devising a strategy to acquire the devil fruit with minimal cost and risk. Shuma, he instructed, keep a close watch on the Don Quixote auction house moving forward. Remember, do not delve too deeply, proceed within your means. After a brief moment of silence, Ball spoke to Shuma. I understand, rest assured. Shuma nodded in response. He then turned to Absalom, pointing at him and asking, what shall be done about him? Upon hearing this, Ball glanced toward Absalom, his gaze gradually turning frigid as his right hand inched toward the hilt of the sword at his waist. Naturally, the fewer individuals privy to the knowledge of the Suna no Mi, the better. It was clear that Absalom could not be utilized in the immediate future, and without any means to exert control over him, he represented an unstable element. After much contemplation, Ball concluded that eliminating him would be the wisest course of action to prevent any unforeseen complications. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to test a certain hypothesis regarding the devil fruit, and perhaps even acquire the elusive transparent fruit. I have divulged all the valuable information I possess, Absalom pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. I assure you, I am of great utility. You must be intrigued by the devil fruit, am I correct? I can assist you in stealing the devil fruit from the Don Quixote auction house. Furthermore, I can render others invisible as well. Please, do not kill me. I will be obedient. Noticing the disconcerting glint in Ball's eyes, Absalom's voice escalated in pitch. His fear palpable. He genuinely feared that Ball would extinguish his life at any moment. After all, Ball had nearly done so just moments prior. He could no longer gamble with his life, hoping that Ball would spare him. I can make others invisible. I will be compliant. Upon hearing this information, Ball released his grip on the hilt of the knife and turned to Shuma, instructing him to retain the prisoner for the time being. He added that Shuma should verify the intelligence shared by the man. If any part of it proved false, he was to execute him without hesitation, as he would not afford a second chance to those who dared deceive him. Absalom, sensing the release of the blade, let out a silent sigh of relief. However, as Ball's words lingered in the air, anxiety gripped him once more. His mind raced, desperately sifting through the details he had just relayed. Fearing the repercussions of any potential inaccuracies, he was determined not to meet his demise due to a fleeting lapse in memory. In a moment of urgency, as Ball and Shuma prepared to depart, Absalom called out, "Wait, Sir Shuma, would you kindly reiterate the information we just discussed? I may have misremembered certain details, given the volume of information presented." Shuma, upon hearing this, glanced at Ball, and only after receiving a nod of assent did he adopt a stern demeanor and retrieve his notebook to verify the information with Absalom. Ball swiftly exited the basement and returned to the living room, where he indulged in a sumptuous midnight feast alongside his companions. As the night deepened, Victor and Dalton eventually made their departure, both bound by familial ties and yet to relocate to this abode. A rhythmic knocking echoed. The door to Ball's chamber was rapped upon, and upon hearing the sound, Ball set aside his research and proceeded to open the door, allowing Shuma and Williams to enter. Ball, is there something of particular significance? Williams inquired promptly as Ball closed the door behind them. Earlier, while partaking in a late-night meal, Ball had discreetly summoned them using a secret signal known only to the three of them, prompting their quiet arrival. The reason for summoning you both at this hour is solely due to this matter. Upon hearing this, Ball picked up a pill from the table and explained. This was found among the belongings of those Douglas individuals. Upon seeing the pill in Ball's hand, Shuma immediately recognized its origin. Williams, who had not participated in the battle that evening, was unaware of its true nature. He had only learned from Shuma and Victor that Douglas and his associates had suddenly gained immense strength during their confrontation with Ball, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. Now, witnessing Ball produce the pill and hearing Shuma's words, he quickly grasped its significance and, guided by his instinct as a merchant, perceived the vast value concealed behind this seemingly innocuous pill. Ball nodded and remarked, "Indeed. This is the very reason why Douglas and his companions suddenly grew stronger during the battle. After consuming this substance, their power surged significantly, particularly that of the formidable Douglas. Had I not mastered the observation Haki, I might have struggled to defeat them." The fact that Ball was compelled to utilize his observation Haki to secure victory was astounding. Upon hearing this revelation, Shuma and Williams displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Although they were unaware of the full extent of Ball's strength, they recognized him as undoubtedly a formidable entity. The ease with which he vanquished Douglas, who had a bounty of 20 million berries and had forcibly enhanced his abilities through the drug, was a testament to Ball's prowess, placing him among the ranks of the powerful. At the very least, in the first half of the Grand Line, he was no mere trivial figure. Even in the highly competitive Port of Villia, he was by no means a weakling. However, the fact that Douglas, after consuming this pill, was able to force Ball to resort to his observation Haki for victory implies that this pill could potentially enable Douglas to defeat Ball without the use of Haki. Haki, a formidable force, was well understood by Shuma and Williams, who had long sought to master it, yet the challenge remained daunting. Currently, only Ball had unexpectedly awakened his observation Haki, while even Ball had not succeeded in mastering the armament Haki. Undoubtedly, once someone successfully harnessed a form of Haki, their combat capabilities would experience a dramatic enhancement, categorizing them as elite warriors in the first half of the Grand Line. If Ball were to venture into piracy now, it was likely that he would effortlessly obtain the title of a pirate supernova. In the context of the first half of the Grand Line, Douglas, with his bounty of 20 million berries, was merely a pirate of moderate strength, still far from the status of a supernova. Nevertheless, Ball's earlier comments suggested that after consuming these pills, his strength could potentially rival that of a supernova. In a moment, Shuma and Williams gazed with wide eyes at the small pill in Ball's hand. "Stop staring," Ball interjected. "I acknowledge its potent effects, yet it is far from a benevolent substance. Shuma, you must have seen the corpses of Douglas and his companions after their demise. What are your thoughts?" Upon encountering the radiant expressions of his two companions, Ball shook his head. Hearing Ball's words, Shuma immediately conjured images of Douglas and the other pirates rapidly aging after their demise, causing a noticeable change in his countenance and a swift decline in his interest in the pill. "What is it? Does this pill have significant side effects?" Williams inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Not just significant, but exceedingly severe," Shuma elucidated. "Consuming this substance results in rapid aging. I believe it serves as a temporary, potent stimulant for the user's potential, with the grave cost of sacrificing a substantial portion of one's lifespan." He proceeded to recount the grim fate of Douglas and his cohorts after their consumption of the pill. Consequently, Williams' interest in the pill waned considerably. Not only does it drastically shorten the user's life, but it also seems to plunge them into madness. In truth, it diminishes their rationality and fosters a bloodthirsty, combative nature. Ball further elaborated on the pill's side effects. It lowers intelligence. Upon hearing this, both Shuma and Williams completely lost interest in the pill. However, Williams, being an astute merchant, despite recognizing the pill's considerable adverse effects, discerned the immense value it possessed. With a serious demeanor, he remarked, "Although the side effects are substantial, its efficacy is nonetheless impressive. Particularly for pirates. I believe many of them would be quite intrigued by it, and even some weaker nations would find it appealing." Ball nodded in agreement. Indeed, although this unrefined and perilous drug carries significant side effects, as Williams had just mentioned, there are still many who ardently pursue power willing to partake in it. After all, we are in the era of great pirates, where human life has lost much of its value. If this pill can offer some individuals a chance for vengeance or retaliation, many would not hesitate to consume this deadly substance, fully aware that it could lead to their own demise. So, how do you propose we assist you? Shuma, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped that this pill represented a veritable gold mine and excitedly addressed Ball. Ball pondered for a moment, swiftly organizing his thoughts before speaking. Shuma, exert yourself a little and attempt to infiltrate that small underground pharmaceutical factory. See if you can uncover any useful information, preferably regarding the materials used in the production of this drug and details about the individuals involved in its development. Williams, on the other hand, prepared to secretly establish a research facility, seeking to recruit several trustworthy pharmacists. While their technical skills need not be exceptionally high, discretion is paramount. They should endeavor to replicate and improve upon the drug. This is a long-term plan that requires patience. The potential for the lethal drug in warfare is undeniably substantial. Although its side effects are severe, in a world where every moment counts, survival is of utmost importance. To true powerhouses, this dangerous drug may seem trivial, perhaps even beneath their notice. Yet in lower-tier conflicts, it can significantly influence the outcome of battles, particularly in group skirmishes, where it serves as a formidable trump card, an invaluable tool for achieving great victories with minimal investment. Should he manage to wield this trump card, it would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in his future endeavors for power expansion. Thus, in Bale's eyes, the lethal drug is not merely a treasure trove, but also a sharp blade that could swiftly propel him to the pinnacle of authority. Upon hearing this, Shuma and Williams exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes, and nodded at Ball, assuring him of their unwavering commitment. Subsequently, Ball continued to relay additional instructions before allowing them to rest, preparing to do the same himself. Meanwhile, within a sumptuous private room of the opulent building that Shuma had previously visited, a corpulent figure resembling a mountain of flesh reveled in the attentive services of several beautiful courtesans, massages, foot rubs, and being fed, all part of the lavish treatment. However, at that moment, each courtesan cast fearful glances at the rotund man, their movements meticulous, lest they inadvertently provoke the underground king of the flower district. Getra, that was the name of this towering figure, standing in an imposing 2.5 meters, who controlled the territory of the Flower Street as one of the 5 top leaders of the Ram Gang. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door of the private room. Getra, who had been enjoying his indulgence with eyes closed, opened them to reveal a pair of sharp, piercing eyes and commanded, "Enter." In the next moment, 3 sturdy members of the Ram Gang entered, gazing at Getra with utmost respect. "What is the report?" Getra dismissed the courtesans beside him and stood, towering over the newly arrived gang members, before pointing at one of them. "Reporting, sir, according to Mr. Joman's investigation, the cause of the heavy smoke was the sudden introduction of a large amount of white phosphorus into the fireplace of room 203. However, we have yet to ascertain who was responsible, as the situation was exceedingly chaotic at the time. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Getra." The pointed member of the Ram Gang spoke hastily, his pallor betraying his anxiety, his body trembling in fear. Upon hearing this report, Getra's expression remained unchanged, but suddenly, his massive hand descended like a thunderbolt upon the member. A sickening crack echoed through the room as the unfortunate man was instantly rendered a mass of broken bones, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. The courtesans stifled their cries, while the remaining 2 gang members displayed profound terror in their eyes, unable to move, their heads bowed low. "It's your turn," Getra stated, not even glancing at the fallen member, directing his finger towards the second gang member. "Please spare me, Lord Getra. The time was far too short." The second member knelt, desperately pleading for mercy, but before he could finish, he too was struck down by Getra, collapsing lifelessly. "Worthless fools. You take so much from me yet prove useless at critical moments. What good are you to me? I do not tolerate incompetence among my subordinates." Getra muttered to himself. He then shifted his attention to the last standing member in the room, gesturing for him to present his findings. "Reporting, Lord Getra. While I have not identified the perpetrator, I have discovered the whereabouts of Douglas and his Ball sat at the main seat, savoring delectable dishes while conversing with the group of young members from the Ram Gang seated at his table. Before Ball assumed the role of patrol team leader, he had already successfully garnered the support of a majority of the younger members within the patrol group. Upon becoming the leader and providing them with tangible benefits, these young members had transformed into Ball's staunch supporters. When Ball posed a question, responses were immediate, as others eagerly shared information they had gleaned the previous night. Having spent over 3 months with Ball, they were well aware of his preferences for certain news, and they relayed information obtained from their friends, enabling Ball to swiftly grasp the situation beyond the docks regarding the Ram Gang's activities in other territories. There is no impenetrable wall in this world, since the venues for leisure and entertainment predominantly lie within the Ram Gang's domain. Most members of the gang maintain close-knit social circles, facilitating frequent private exchanges. Once intoxicated, it becomes nearly impossible to conceal any information, allowing for rapid dissemination of various happenings in other territories. A month had elapsed since the last hunt for Douglas, and since that day, Ball had been observant, quietly gathering intelligence from Flower Street. He understood well the nature of Gaitra. He was not a man to be trifled with, although Shuma did not cause a direct disturbance at that time. The incident involving white phosphorus and the fabricated fire had certainly affected the business of a luxury building that night, undoubtedly rousing the ire of this brutal Ram Gang officer, who would not let the matter rest. Thus, after acquiring Douglas's head, Ball chose not to immediately exchange it for the bounty at the gold exchange, but opted to preserve it temporarily, awaiting a more opportune moment for redemption. As anticipated, the following day he learned from one of his subordinates that Gaitra had ordered stringent surveillance of the gold exchanges throughout the city. Consequently, Ball decided to keep Douglas's severed head submerged in formalin for the time being. A week later, Gaitra remained fixated on the incident, prompting Ball to instruct Shuma to take the head to other cities within the Magnetic Drum Kingdom for exchange. Recently, Williams's Flash Gold Consortium had profited considerably from operations at the docks, yet the expenditures were beginning to outpace the income. Thankfully, the treasures stolen by Absalom provided some financial relief. Otherwise, they would indeed be facing a funding crisis. However, to facilitate the rapid expansion of the consortium and the intelligence network, supplementary income, such as the bounty on Douglas, was indispensable. With sufficient finances, the growth of the consortium and the intelligence group was remarkably promising. Over the past month, Ball had been investing heavily in establishing a laboratory for the research of deadly poisons, hiring pharmacists and specialists to improve these toxins, which proved to be an exorbitant endeavor. In just 1 month, expenses had exceeded 10 million berries, yet progress in research remained stagnant, much to the dismay of Ball, Shuma, and Williams. Fortunately, Shuma had made some progress, successfully pilfering materials for poison creation from a small pharmaceutical factory in the slums, which were now being analyzed by 5 freshly graduated pharmacology students hired at a generous salary by Williams. Nevertheless, Ball still had no leads regarding the presence of the Munch fruit at the Don Quixote auction house. The security there was exceedingly tight, and they maintained a strong sense of confidentiality, making it challenging for Shuma to acquire useful intelligence in a short time. However, the good news was that no rumors had surfaced regarding the auctioning of devil fruits at the Don Quixote auction house thus far. As for the elusive Absalom, Ball had kept him confined, providing meals at regular intervals but refusing to release him. Although Absalom had expressed a willingness to submit, Ball remained skeptical of his sincerity and chose to gradually wear down his resolve. Until an effective means of control was discovered, Ball would not easily release this invisible man. He had tasked Williams with seeking a poison that could subdue Absalom. In terms of strength, Ball continued to diligently practice the 9 serpent body refinement technique and swordsmanship, steadily improving at a slow yet stable pace. Just yesterday, during a routine sparring session with Reggie, his swordsmanship finally progressed past the basic level to the intermediate stage. Moreover, with Ball's assistance, Dolik successfully joined the garrison at Villeport, becoming an ordinary soldier responsible for the noble district, thus granting Ball access to intelligence from the upper echelons of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Aside from the unexpectedly surfaced information regarding the Munch fruit and the invisible Absalom, everything else was unfolding according to Ball's initial plans in a favorable direction. Oh, did Lord Horton engage in another large-scale conflict with the Das Gang last night? The frequency of such occurrences is rather alarming. Ball listened attentively as one of his subordinates recounted intelligence from the slums, nodding in acknowledgement. This marked the 25th instance this month alone, almost a daily occurrence. Brother, he mused, do you think the Das Gang is preparing for an all-out war against us? Over the past month, both sides have suffered considerable losses. Just yesterday, I lost a good friend. At that moment, Victor suddenly inquired. A trace of sorrow etched on his face. Although the discord between the Ram Gang and the Das Gang was not a recent development, the frequency and scale of their clashes had escalated unprecedentedly, with casualties mounting, Even grassroots members like Victor felt a palpable sense of impending turmoil. Upon Victor's remark, the attention of everyone in the room swiftly turned to Ball, eager for his insights. Their expressions were imbued with respect, and the younger members of the Ram Gang exhibited a hint of admiration, since Ball had assumed the role of patrol leader. The Das Gang had appointed a skilled marksman to rival him. However, just 4 days into his tenure, this new patrol leader was slain by Ball in a dispute over protection fees, with the remaining members suffering injuries that rendered them docile. Consequently, the Das Patrol Group adopted a notably compliant stance regarding protection fees, resulting in a comfortable existence for Ball as patrol team. The dock area under the Ram Gang's jurisdiction remained remarkably stable compared to other regions rife with conflict, and the income they garnered had significantly increased from their previous affiliations with Cass. This newfound prosperity filled the patrol members with a profound sense of contentment. Yet, they understood that this stability and happiness were predicated upon Ball's formidable display of strength, which instilled a sense of fear in the Das Patrol members. Thriving under the leadership of a strong figure was undeniably gratifying. Under the influences of security and generous rewards, most patrol members had wholly aligned with Ball. The few seasoned veterans harboring grievances dared not act out, maintaining a facade of respect towards Ball. Upon hearing of the grim circumstances in the slums from Victor, they couldn't help but reflect on their own fortunate circumstances and felt increasingly grateful to serve under Ball. Despite the daily rigors of firearms and swordsmanship training imposed by Ball due to their relatively idle schedules, their lives were undeniably more fulfilling and joyful compared to others in the gang. Aware of the rapid dissemination of information within the gang, Ball refrained from discussing sensitive matters with his subordinates. The question of whether the Ram Gang and the Das Gang would descend into full-scale war was undoubtedly a highly sensitive topic, even though Victor had broached it. Ball intended to evade a direct response, offering a vague excuse instead. Nonetheless, Ball had already formulated a conclusion. A full-scale conflict between the Ram Gang and the Das Gang was imminent, awaiting only a spark to ignite it. The emergence of the fruit of consumption and the poison of strife had indeed diverted some of his attention, but he recognized that his foundational power lay with the Ram Gang. Even if he failed to secure the fruit of consumption, he was determined to cultivate his influence here and remain vigilant regarding developments within the Ram Gang. To that end, he meticulously compiled an intelligence dossier on the Ram Gang, documenting conflicts that arose with other gangs in the city. These incidents were easily obtainable, as Shuma dispatched intelligence operatives to gather the data. Through this dossier, Ball discerned that the number of conflicts involving the Ram Gang this month had more than doubled compared to the previous month, with the slum and dock areas being the epicenters of these confrontations. Particularly in the slums, the frequency of incidents and the resulting fatalities were staggering. This month alone, the casualties had surpassed historical records, with nearly 200 deaths among the Ram Gang's ranks. While the Ram Gang was indeed the largest gang in Villia Harbor, consisting of just over 1,000 members, the loss of nearly 200 individuals, primarily expendable lower-tier members, was sufficient to instill a sense of crisis within the gang. Furthermore, another startling statistic underscored the precarious situation the Ram Gang found itself in, besieged on all sides. Ball observed that conflicts among other gangs have been infrequent of late. Even when they do occur, they rarely result in fatalities, with injuries being the most common outcome. It is only during confrontations with the Ram Gang that casualties arise. This indicates that the Ram Gang's adversaries extend beyond merely the Das Gang, though the Das Gang, being the second largest in the city, certainly plays a primary role. Other gangs are undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, ready to lend their support. The territory occupied by the Ram Gang is vast, and the wealth they command is immense. If the other gangs do not unite to eliminate the Ram Gang, how can they hope to thrive and secure a more stable existence amidst the chaos of their world? As conflicts escalate, the tensions between the Ram Gang and other local gangs intensify. Despite the leadership's attempts to restrain their subordinates, it is inevitable that the growing faction within the gang advocating for war will compel them to engage in a full-scale conflict with their rivals. The stakes are simply too high, and with the old wolf king biding his time, the once cautious cubs within the pack are emboldened, all while a formidable enemy lurks, poised to strike. A confrontation with this entrenched power is unavoidable. At the bustling dock, Ball regarded the approaching patrol squad of the Das Gang with narrowed eyes, a glint of crimson flashing within them, and a hint of gravity etched upon his face as he silently scoffed. In just a month, the people across from him had, driven by greed, gradually lost their reverence for him, now seeking to reclaim the interests they had previously held. Upon witnessing the formidable approach of Das's faction, Ball's subordinates swiftly assembled, positioning themselves in formation behind him. After assuming command of this patrol unit, comprised of 31 members, Ball commenced to lead with his distinctive approach, which inherently involved instituting a degree of militarization. The foremost adjustment necessitated was in the realm of discipline. The previous patrol group exhibited a complete lack of order and was exceedingly lax, a characteristic emblematic of gangsters. It was inherently challenging to instill military-like discipline in individuals who were, by nature, ruffians. Ball did not anticipate that these members of the Ram Gang could transform into disciplined soldiers. It sufficed for him that they could march in formation and respond to unified commands. To bolster the combat effectiveness of the patrol group, he specifically requested 5 marksmen from Hoffman, thereby assembling a 10-man squad of sharpshooters, while the remaining 20 swordsmen were divided into 2 teams to form 2 melee units. Subsequently, Ball personally financed the procurement of standardized repeating rifles, equipped with bayonets, for this marksman squad and had them trained in coordinated firing. The 2 melee units were instructed to engage in basic combined assault training, which essentially entailed synchronized group attacks, with Ball himself serving as their training target, facing off against both teams in succession. Through this method, Ball not only trained himself but also honed the skills of his subordinates, facing 10 opponents, particularly when they possessed at least fundamental swordsmanship skills, proved to be exceptionally challenging for Ball. However, with the aid of his observation Haki, he managed to cope, gradually adapting to the chaotic battles and enhancing his Haki, making the 1-against-10 scenario considerably easier over time. Through these tangible combat experiences, the members of the patrol group truly recognized Bale's formidable prowess in close combat, fostering a deeper sense of awe and respect towards him. After a month of training, the combat capabilities of Bale's patrol squad had significantly improved. The marksman squad had mastered coordinated firing, while the melee units had learned fundamental combined tactics through their duels with their monstrous captain, Ball. Ball, I advise you not to provoke us from the Das Gang today. Just hand over the protection fee for this area, declared Gules, the patrol captain of the Das Gang, who, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, pointed a finger at Ball from a distance of 10 meters. It was evident that Gules, standing so far away, revealed his trepidation towards Ball. In an instant, those nearby regarded him with the bemused gazes reserved for a jester. Witnessing their captain's cowardice, the once belligerent members of the Das Gang saw their morale plummet, while the members of the Ram Gang behind Ball erupted in laughter, mocking Gules for his inability to speak boldly in front of their captain. Ball remained expressionless, his gaze fixated on the members of the Das Gang patrol across from him, specifically on 2 individuals within, as future adversaries that he intended to leverage for his ascent. It was imperative for him to gather intelligence on the Das Gang, particularly focusing on its formidable members. Utilizing his recently honed observation Haki, he discerned that 2 notable figures were concealed within the ranks of the Das Gang. He was taken aback by the gang's audacity to dispatch 2 relatively renowned members to reclaim the ownership of protection fees for this modest territory, all while masquerading as ordinary operatives to ambush him. Twin gunner Harret and swift swordsman Clark. These 2 formidable individuals from the Das Gang were embedded within the patrol unit, holding positions analogous to that of minor lieutenants like Hoffman. It appeared that his recent performances had drawn such attention that the Das Gang was eager to eradicate him. The rising star of the Ram Gang. The presence of 2 minor lieutenants was indeed a peculiar honor. He pondered whether eliminating them might propel him further along his path. Ball gazed at Harret and Clark from the opposing patrol group, his heart swelling with unexpected delight and anticipation. His initial decision to frequent the docks stemmed from a desire to ascend the ranks by stepping over the corpses of rival gang members amidst the frequent conflicts here. He had anticipated that after being appointed as the patrol captain, he would need to bide his time before seizing the opportunity to bring down Hoffman, the notorious gambler. However, he was astonished to find that the opportunity had presented itself on a silver platter. Now, it remained to be seen whether he possessed the strength to seize it. Boss, do you think it's a bit excessive to have Harret and Clark assassinate a novice? Especially since he's Reggie's prized disciple. If he were to fall victim to such a blatant act of bullying, Reggie, with his temperament, would undoubtedly retaliate with fury, remarked a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses to a robust elderly gentleman with a bare upper body. The elderly man, Willard, a seasoned swordsman and a longtime adversary of Reggie, was engaged in swordsmanship training, wielding a massive dumbbell. Each swing generated a gust of wind that stung the face. Upon hearing Damon S.'s words, he did not cease his training immediately. After a brief moment, he grinned nonchalantly and replied, I want him to do just that. That old coot has been holed up in his dojo for too long. It's been ages since we last clashed. My swordsmanship has improved recently, and this is the perfect opportunity to challenge him. Moreover, that little brat named Ball is an emerging threat in the Ram gang, growing rapidly. Just the other day, my informant at the dojo told me that Reggie's favorite prodigy, Ears, is no longer a match for him. This indicates that the little brat poses a greater threat than Ears, who has been treated like a treasure, hidden away in the dojo. I can't find an opportunity to strike at Ears, so it's perfect to eliminate this rising star. If he grows stronger, the deaths in our Das gang will only multiply. Damon, recognizing Willard's resolute intent, ceased his attempts to dissuade him, sighing inwardly, I hope Harrett and Clark succeed. If that kid is truly as formidable as Boss claims, then his demise would justify everything. He understood that since the loss of his leader's beloved disciple at the hands of Ears, Willard had harbored a deep-seated grudge, repeatedly attempting to eliminate Ears without success. Now that an opportunity happened upon witnessing this, Ball remained silent, yet his hands continued to move with astonishing swiftness, expertly unloading and reloading his weapon, firing 5 shots in quick succession. Simultaneously, he activated his observation Haki, effortlessly evading the bullets fired by the other armed members of the Das gang. At this juncture, the shortcomings of dual-wielding Harrett became evident. Without a third hand to assist in the rapid unloading and reloading of his firearms, he could only watch helplessly as Ball's bullets soared towards the members of the Das gang. However, Harrett did not succumb to panic. He calmly completed the unloading and reloading process, fully aware that assistance would soon arrive. In that moment, the renowned swordsman Clark, famed for his swift blade that had claimed the lives of over 100 vicious pirates during a fierce clash between the Das gang and pirates, drew his legendary sword, the Wailing Ghost. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of anguished wails as he effortlessly sliced through all 5 of Ball's bullets. Then, with a swift leap, he dashed from the ranks, heading straight towards Ball. Ha ha ha. To contend with me, the Das gang has dispatched you, the swift sword Clark, and the dual gun Harrett. Let me witness your swordsmanship. Upon witnessing this, Ball did not retreat but advanced instead, bursting into laughter as he swiftly unsheathed the blade forged from exquisite refined steel at great expense, charging forward. The mere distance of a dozen meters was but a fleeting moment for the two combatants. With a resounding clash, their blades collided in an instant, exchanging hundreds of strikes, unleashing a flurry of fleeting sparks that dazzled the onlookers, rendering their perceptions of the duel indistinct. Perhaps it was the formidable power of the famed sword, Ghost Cry, as each swift swing from Clark unleashed a cacophony that disturbed the spirit, affecting his adversary. A mere mortal would surely falter upon hearing such a sound, leading to vulnerabilities that Clark could exploit with his swift blade. However, the opponent he faced was Ball, whose will had been tempered to steel-like resilience in the holy land of Mariehua, compounded by daily training in the 9 serpent's body refinement technique, enduring unimaginable pain. His resolve was further fortified. Clark's legendary sword, Ghost Cry, bore no influence upon him whatsoever. Nonetheless, Clark had cultivated his swordsmanship for over a decade, and his skill surpassed Ball's considerably. Coupled with his quick strikes, Ball found himself on the defensive, occasionally struck by Clark's Ghost Cry. Within mere minutes, the two had exchanged thousands of blows, consciously distancing themselves from the battle circle of lower-tier members. Indeed, he was a monster. Clark, noticing that Ball exhibited no signs of weakness and feeling the tremendous force emanating from Ghost Cry, could not help but feel a mixture of envy and resentment. After nearly 10 years of toil to attain his current level of swordsmanship and develop his swift technique, he considered his talent exceptional. Yet this young prodigy had only trained for a short while and was already capable of matching him, even adapting to the speed of his strikes while disregarding the effects of Ghost Cry. He realized he must eliminate this young threat, having provoked him. If he failed to do so, given a year or two, he would surely become a victim beneath this prodigy's blade. With this thought, Clark hastened his assault, forcing Ball to defend with increasing difficulty, resulting in more wounds upon his body. Meanwhile, the dual-wielding Harrett was not idle, as Clark engaged Ball. He continually sought opportunities to launch sneak attacks, striking with precision at moments when Ball was compelled to block Clark's strikes. In a desperate attempt to evade the lethal gunfire from Harrett, Ball had no choice but to endure the piercing blade of Clark. This unfortunate synergy between the two adversaries resulted in his frequent injuries. Fortunately, Victor arrived just in time with other members of the Ram gang to provide support, diverting a portion of Harrett's attention. Otherwise, Ball's predicament would have been far more dire. Surrounded by the formidable duo from the Das gang, Ball found himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Clark, possessing rudimentary swordsmanship yet at an advanced level, exhibited a strength of approximately 25 points and was adept in swift swordplay, executing strikes with remarkable speed. To counter his onslaught effectively, one would require the assistance of observation Haki. Harrett, on the other hand, commanded intermediate gunmanship. This was the intelligence Ball garnered from his confrontation with Clark and Harrett. Rather than succumbing to fear, Ball felt an exhilarating thrill. His mastery of observation Haki surged as he faced the imminent threat of death against both Clark and Harrett. His understanding of the enhancement of observation Haki was indeed astute. It could only flourish amidst peril. Thus, throughout the past month, he had tirelessly engaged in swordplay with Els, fending off 10 opponents from a melee squad, and even challenging Reggie, perpetually placing himself in jeopardy. With this relentless training, not only did his swordsmanship improve, but his observation Haki also thrived. At this juncture, the cooldown for his observation Haki had become non-existent. As long as his stamina permitted, he could activate it continuously. He sensed that his observation Haki was on the brink of a breakthrough. Just a single step further would lead to a transformation. The current moment presented an opportunity. Merely facing Clark placed him in extreme danger, while Harrett, the dual-wielding gunslinger with intermediate gunmanship, lurked eagerly, ready to exploit any minor lapse. In this tense atmosphere, Ball increasingly felt the constraints of his observation Haki loosening. He could almost foresee the next move of his opponents and even discern their emotions. "Come on, kill me, you old fool." Ball, drenched in blood, braced himself against Clark's blade, retaliating fiercely and forcing Clark back with a wild shout. Secret technique. Wind slash. Observing Ball's deranged expression, which suggested a desperate counterattack, a flicker of fear arose within Clark, only to be quickly replaced by fury. He charged forward, determined to employ a technique that would inflict mutual destruction to eliminate Ball. Clark's right arm swelled with muscle, following a specific rhythm, and he surged forward with even greater speed, aiming a lightning-fast strike at Ball's neck. Simultaneously, Harrett, having freed a hand, unleashed a barrage of bullets to restrict Ball's movements. Just as the two launched their coordinated assault against the battered Ball, his pupils glowed with a fierce light, and with an agility beyond human capability, he evaded their strikes. Seemingly prescient, he lunged toward Clark's right side, precisely where Clark intended to move next. The strike was swift and urgent. By the time Clark registered the threat, it was too late to react, and he could only watch in horror as Ball's blade plunged toward his heart. With a sickening squelch, the sharp edge pierced through, blood gushing forth. Clark stared incredulously at the young man before him, unable to comprehend how Ball had foreseen his next action. Just as his consciousness began to fade, he heard Ball's voice. "I saw it. How could this be? Why did Clark willingly impale himself on my blade?" Not far off, Harrett, astonished, watched as Ball's blade pierced Clark's chest, shouting in disbelief. But in the next breath, he regained his composure and fled. Although he had only sparred briefly with Ball, he recognized that this extraordinarily young individual surpassed him in gunmanship. At the very least, he could not match Ball's speed in reloading. Moreover, Ball had evaded all the bullets Harrett had fired during the clash with Clark. With Clark now eliminated as a distraction, remaining here was tantamount to certain death. Escape? Can you outrun a bullet? Ball drew the blade from the lifeless form of Clark, casting a cold gaze upon the retreating figure of Harrett, and scoffed. At that moment, his observation Haki had successfully transcended from the foundational level to the initial stage, enabling him to perceive all living beings within a radius of 40 meters. With focused attention, he could barely discern the next movements of a particular individual. Bang! A flash of red light flickered in Ball's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he sheathed his knife and drew his gun, firing at the swiftly moving Hallett. In the next moment, a burst of crimson erupted from the back of Hallett's head. Following the swift sword of Clark, the dual gun-wielding Hallett, a minor leader of the DOS gang at the docks, also fell to Ball's hand. Those who had been secretly observing from a distance immediately sensed that the port of Villia, a place shrouded in gunpowder smoke daily, was on the verge of a significant upheaval. Spies from various factions in the city swiftly produced small communication devices to report the situation to their superiors. Soon, the news of Clark and Hallett's joint assassination attempt on Ball, which resulted in their mutual demise, spread like wildfire throughout the city. In this clash, Ball chose not to show mercy to the members of the DOS gang. Once free from his immediate threats, he swiftly joined the fray among the lower ranks, descending upon them like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dispatching every member of the DOS gang on the battlefield. In an instant, the ground was stained crimson. With a crack, a reporter from a local newspaper, summoning his courage, discreetly captured a photograph of Ball. In the image, Ball stood with a knife in his right hand and a gun in his left, his body drenched in blood, his gaze sharp and cold as an eagle. Surrounded by numerous fallen members of the DOS gang lying in pools of blood, stepping over the bodies of Clark, Hallett, and many others, Ball achieved renown through this battle. Meanwhile, a cacophony of destruction erupted within the DOS gang's largest dock stronghold, as a table was hurled against the wall, splintering into a heap of debris, while cracks spiderwebbed across the wall and glass shattered from the windows. Useless, all useless. How could we be bested by a mere brat? Roared Willard, a cadre of the DOS gang, his face contorted with rage as he continued to smash everything in sight. The surrounding members of the DOS gang recoiled in fear, lowering their heads in trepidation, wary of incurring the wrath of their enraged superior. The news of the annihilation of Clark, Hallett, and the patrol squad soon reached Willard. Initially, he thought he had misheard, but upon seeing the bodies of Clark and Hallett return to him, he was forced to confront the grim reality. The weight of this truth felt like a colossal slap, leaving his face swollen and his pride shattered. Despite that the growth of Ball was undoubtedly observed by Reggie during this period, he was acutely aware of how swiftly this disciple, whom he initially intended to use as a mere stepping stone for Els, had developed. Within just over 3 months of training in the swordsmanship dojo, Ball had successfully attained a foundational level in swordsmanship. The notion of using Ball as a mere tool for Els now seemed rather inverted. Especially after Ball requested a sparring session, Reggie became increasingly cognizant of his disciple's prodigious talent. At such a tender age, Ball had already mastered Kenbunchika Haki and, through his own methods, discovered the correct approach to enhance it. Reggie had originally planned to allow Ball to hone his skills at the dock for a while longer to observe his temperament before deciding whether to nurture him further. However, he had underestimated the unpredictable Willard, whose reckless actions nearly cost Ball his life. Fortunately, Ball managed to turn the tables and emerged victorious, or else Reggie would have lost a brilliant disciple, and the Ram gang would have lost an exceptional talent. This time, he resolved to impart a heavy lesson to the DOS gang personally. Trusting in your capabilities, let us discuss the arrangement for Ball. Clearly, allowing him to continue working at the dock is inappropriate, and merely appointing him as a patrol captain would be a gross underutilization of his potential. The Ram gang has always rewarded merit. After all, he has slain the swift sword Clark and the dual gun Hallett, proving that he is more than capable of standing on his own. What do you all think should be his next destination? With Reggie's assurance, Ram nodded and smiled at the 5 cadres before him. In the evening, at the Ram gang's headquarters, in the swordsmanship dojo, a spacious room awaited. At this moment, Reggie found himself once again polishing a blade, though this time, it was not the beloved sword he cherished, but rather a renowned blade, Yukimaru, the name it bore. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Reggie did not cease his actions but calmly uttered, "Come in." In the next moment, the door swung open, and Ball, wrapped in numerous bandages, entered. Despite his injuries, he did not neglect the formalities in front of Reggie. He respectfully performed the disciple's bow and greeted, "Master Reggie." "Take a seat. How's your injury?" Reggie inquired, halting his movements and nodding at Ball. "It is nothing serious. It will heal in a few days." "Thank you for your concern, Master," Ball replied with utmost respect. Reggie nodded again, observing the disciple before him, who displayed profound respect, and a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Even now, Reggie found himself somewhat disliking Ball, not due to a lack of respect from Ball, but rather because he was not fond of swordsmen lacking purity. In his view, only those with sufficient purity could ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. For instance, many years ago, he encountered a young swordsman whose age was likely similar to that of Ball. Yet, his swordsmanship far surpassed Reggie's own, who was already renowned along the Grand Line. Despite wielding only a common blade, that young man possessed the ability to sever Reggie's treasured sword, Ice Demon. From that moment, Reggie realized the vast chasm between himself and true swordsmanship prodigies. The so-called Ice Sword Master was merely a jest in the presence of that young man. Henceforth, he understood what it took to become an exceptional swordsman. His admiration for Els stemmed from seeing a reflection of that young swordsman within him. Though their personalities were starkly different, the passion for swordsmanship remained equally pure. As expected, he had not erred in his judgment. Els exhibited astonishing talent in swordsmanship, achieving a foundational level within just a year. Given time, he would undoubtedly surpass Reggie and become a renowned swordsman of the Grand Line. However, since Ball's emergence, especially after he defeated Els, whom Reggie regarded as his potential successor, doubts began to creep into Reggie's self-perception. As a seasoned and accomplished swordsman, he could easily discern that Ball would not become a purely dedicated swordsman. He perceived the coldness concealed beneath Ball's surface respect. Furthermore, through his interactions with Ball, he recognized that Ball was a man with a story, likely haunted by a past he wished to forget, which hindered him from becoming a pure swordsman. Nevertheless, there was one aspect of Ball that Reggie greatly admired: his relentless pursuit of strength, a fervor more intense than any he had encountered. Otherwise, he could not fathom how Ball could endure daily high-intensity training sessions lasting at least 6 hours. Moreover, he had heard that Ball often engaged in additional practice, and on days devoid of responsibilities, his training could extend to 12 hours. Reggie had to concede that Ball was indeed an anomaly. No ordinary individual could withstand such rigorous training daily and continue to grow stronger. He himself had never dared to train so fiercely in his youth. Admitting inferiority to Ball was not a source of shame for Reggie. He had long known that such monstrous individuals existed in this world, a prime example being the female Emperor of the Sea from the New World. Yet, his understanding was correct. Strictly speaking, Ball was indeed a pure swordsman, albeit in a manner distinct from Els, who simply adored swordsmanship. Ball viewed swordsmanship as a mere tool for his pursuit of power, and his unwavering dedication to this pursuit represented a unique form of purity. As Reggie gazed at Ball, memories of their sparring sessions and Ball's fervent gaze during training flooded his mind. Suddenly, he began to understand why Ball's swordsmanship had improved so rapidly. In that instant, he could see a glimmer of the young swordsman in Ball, and his gaze softened as he regarded him. At this moment, Ball felt a sense of unease, uncertain as to why his mentor remained silent, fixating his gaze upon him. He could not recall having committed any act that might incite the other's displeasure. Throughout their association, Ball had always treated Reggie with utmost respect. Perhaps it was his unilateral decision to venture into the slums controlled by the Ram gang, without first heeding Reggie's counsel, that had led to this tension. Prior to seeking out Reggie, Ball had been summoned for an audience with the gang leader, Ram. His recent success in eliminating Clark and Harriet had indeed provided him with the leverage to ascend the ranks. Ram had decided to promote him and presented him with 3 options. First, to become a small leader in the commercial district overseen by Logi. Second, to take on a similar role in the Flower Street governed by Gytra. And third, to lead in the slums ruled by Houghton. At first glance, the prospect of leading in Logi's commercial district appeared to be the most advantageous option, given its stability, minimal conflicts, and ample rewards. The Flower Street under Gytra followed as a second choice, with Houghton's slums being the least desirable. However, after considerable reflection, Ball ultimately resolved to accept the position in Houghton's slums. The rationale behind this decision was quite straightforward. He perceived the greatest potential for rapid ascension and swift expansion of his influence within the tumultuous environment of the slums. Moreover, in light of the recent surge in conflicts that had claimed numerous lives, the Ram gang members in that territory were predominantly newcomers. Thus, Ball would not have to contend with established members causing disruptions, allowing him to swiftly acclimatize to his new domain. Most importantly, his role as a small leader in the slums granted him the privilege of recruiting followers. With this privilege, Ball could legitimately cultivate his influence within the Ram gang, no longer needing to covertly recruit members like the patrol team, which was both time-consuming and laborious. Typically, the authority to recruit underlings in the Ram gang was reserved solely for Ram and the 5 senior cadres, as the admission of new members generally required their approval. However, the circumstances in the slums were rather unique. The Ram gang held significant territory there and was frequently embroiled in conflicts with other gangs, compounded by the presence of various formidable external forces. Consequently, the attrition rate among lower-tier members was alarmingly high. A stroke of ill fortune could lead to the complete annihilation of newly recruited underlings within a mere day. Yet, managing such territory necessitated personnel. The small leaders in the slums lacked the privilege of recruiting underlings and were compelled to request reinforcements from their superiors. Horton, upon observation, was clearly not a managerial talent nor a patient individual. He had little inclination to search for underlings daily, only to relinquish the exceptional ones he had painstakingly gathered. Furthermore, the other 4 senior cadres were equally unwilling to see their hard-won subordinates sent to the slums to meet their demise. Thus, to facilitate the management of the slums, the small leaders gradually acquired the authority to recruit underlings autonomously, provided they reported their actions to their superiors afterward. While this approach risked creating a situation where the small leaders became unwieldy, Ram and the 5 senior cadres were unconcerned. The meager resources in the slums were insufficient to empower the small leaders to establish significant influence and oppose the Ram Gang. Moreover, the rapid turnover of personnel in the slums was staggering. Aside from a few capable small leaders, most lower-tier members barely survived beyond a year. Often meeting untimely ends, small leaders themselves were not exempt from this fate. As a result, many within the Ram Gang were reluctant to take on the role of small leader under Horton's control in the slums, preferring instead to serve as patrol captains under other higher-ranking officials. Thus, when Ram observed Ball's unexpected decision to become a small leader in the slums, he was taken aback, forever imprinting Ball's name as the fastest-rising small leader in the history of the Ram Gang. A polite, diligent, capable, and ambitious subordinate is always favored by a leader. How vast is the population of the port of Velia? Barr was not specifically aware of the exact figures, but based on the official estimate of 500,000 people in the previous year, he surmised that the population of the port city of Velia could easily be 3 to 4 times that number. Why did Barr make such a calculation? The official statistics from the Kingdom of the Magnetic Drums only accounted for the populace residing in the civilian and noble districts, entirely neglecting the slums. Clearly, the kingdom's authorities recognized as citizens only those who dwelled in the civilized areas, while the slums, chaotic enclaves largely inhabited by undocumented immigrants, were disregarded. However, the exclusion of the slum dwellers from the official count did not imply that they did not inhabit Velia. On the contrary, the number of individuals living in the slums far exceeded the combined populations of the civilian and noble districts, with the slums occupying the majority of the urban landscape. The presence of these individuals in Velia was profoundly palpable, and they constituted a vital foundation for the city's daily life. During the age of great pirates, a port city such as Velia, which maintained order, thrived, and remained unscathed by piracy, undoubtedly served as an exceptional refuge. It shone like a brilliant gem amid the first half of the Grand Line, continuously emanating its unique allure, attracting countless souls from other nations along the Grand Line who yearned for stability and a better existence. This scenario led to a rapid influx of migrants. And despite the authorities' relentless efforts to combat smuggling, the number of those arriving clandestinely surged at a resolute and swift pace, unstoppable. Most of these individuals were victims of piracy from other regions, belonging to the proletariat. Although some possessed skills, their lack of formal national identity made securing decent employment difficult, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Consequently, the majority of these migrants endured harsh lives in the chaotic slums, devoid of the protection afforded by city guards. Nevertheless, remarkably, none of these individuals expressed a desire to abandon the city. Velia represented the most stable and prosperous environment they had encountered, where they need not fear that their hard-earned possessions could be seized by pirates overnight, leading to a tragic demise. The notorious pirates, so feared elsewhere, dared not act boldly here. This singular fact was sufficient to encourage those tormented by piracy along the Grand Line to establish roots in Velia. Thus, nearly 8 years into the age of great pirates, the slums located in the eastern part of Velia had expanded approximately 7 or 8 times compared to before the onset of this tumultuous era, encompassing over 60 of the city's area. Date: January 12, 1508, in the era of the sea. After Ball arrived in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, he diligently toiled for over 3 months, ultimately securing a position within the formidable Ram Gang, the predominant criminal organization in the port of Velia. Having inexplicably received a warm visit and insightful swordsmanship guidance from his mentor Reggie the day prior, Ball rose early the next morning and made his way to the largest stronghold of the Ram Gang nestled within the slums, bearing a box of the premium spirits that Houghton favored. At this juncture, thanks to his regenerative abilities and a night of restorative rest, he had fully healed from his injuries. Nevertheless, he still wrapped his wounds in bandages to maintain the facade of an unhealed condition, cleverly deceiving those around him. The tale of Ball's slaying of the dual-wielding Harret and the swift-sword Clark has long reverberated throughout the Ram Gang, with the majority of the local newspapers prominently featuring Ball's exploits at the docks yesterday. His reputation has been thoroughly established in the port of Velia. Upon his arrival at the stronghold's entrance, numerous members of the Ram Gang swiftly gathered, respectfully inviting Ball, the newly appointed underboss, to enter and informing him that Lord Horton awaited him inside. Horton, the highest-ranking official of the Ram Gang tasked with overseeing the slums, marked this as Ball's third encounter with him in that domain. However, compared to their last meeting, Horton now exuded an even more perilous aura, radiating an unsettling intensity and a palpable scent of blood. Within the warm confines of the room, his bare torso bore numerous fresh wounds. One penetrating injury alarmingly close to his heart, underscoring the danger he had faced. During this period, Horton had been embroiled in daily conflicts with rival gangs, with the souls lost by his hand likely numbering in the hundreds, not accounting for the pirates who had inadvertently crossed his path. The act of extinguishing so many lives, coupled with his frequent brushes with death, had rendered this high-ranking official of the Ram Gang increasingly savage and bloodthirsty. Indeed, combat serves as a crucible for the human spirit. Horton's presence now exuded a strength far surpassing their initial encounter, likely rivaling that of a naval colonel from the sacred Mariewa. I ponder whether I could withstand him should I employ my observation Haki. Ball lowered his head, absorbing the information emanating from Horton, his countenance grave. He pondered deeply, recognizing that the mastery of Haki is an arduous endeavor, typically reserved for the formidable beings of the New World. Particularly, the observation Haki is a power that most vice admirals within the Navy headquarters lack, as its awakening necessitates profound external stimuli and a certain degree of innate talent. Conversely, the armament Haki can be acquired by any naval officer of school rank or higher, provided they undergo appropriate and systematic training. Currently, Ball is persistently endeavoring to master the technique of armament Haki as taught by Hancock, yet he has been unable to achieve success. The vital energy that Hancock described, flowing within the body, remains elusive to him. Ball surmises that this may be due to his physical capabilities not yet meeting the requisite standards for cultivating armament Haki. After a month of rigorous training, his three attributes have seen improvement. His stamina and strength have reached 28 points, while his agility stands at 25 points. As he progresses, the enhancement of his physical attributes becomes increasingly arduous. Ball has distinctly sensed that the gains from his relentless training, which combines the nine-snake body refinement technique with swordsmanship, are becoming progressively minimal. It must be said that Hancock is an extraordinary genius. At such a tender age, she has already mastered the three types of Haki. Had she not been forcibly made to consume the sweet fruit and subsequently shackled with high-purity sea prism stone cuffs, she would undoubtedly have escaped from the Holy Land Mariewa. Horton, as one of the highest-ranking members of the Ram Gang, certainly possesses formidable strength. At this moment, based solely on his instincts, Barr could ascertain that Horton was a formidable individual, rivaling the strength of a Navy headquarters colonel. However, he was uncertain whether Horton possessed the dual Haki. If he did, even one type would render Barr powerless in a confrontation, leaving him vulnerable to annihilation. Thus, upon encountering Horton, Barr maintained a demeanor of utmost respect and submission, greeting him amicably while bowing his head in deference, ensuring that he upheld the latter's dignity in front of the other members of the Ram Gang. Yet, despite his display of such reverence, his superior showed him no favor, launching an attack without a moment's hesitation. The familiar sensation of impending peril surged anew. Horton, a 45-year-old behemoth of unknown origins, stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, wielding the powers of the bear fruit in its polar bear form. A master of martial arts, and suspected to possess the strength of a Navy headquarters colonel. This intelligence had been gathered by Barr over time. Now, faced once more with an assault from this high-ranking member of the Ram Gang, Barr noted that this attack was evidently far more ferocious than the last. Harnessing the Nine Serpents body refinement technique, he chose not to evade. Instead, he met Horton's incoming fist with his own, retaliating in kind while employing the same technique. The bandages wrapped around his right arm burst as his muscles expanded, revealing sinewy tissue emanating a white vapor. With a resounding thud, the two fists collided, generating a powerful gust of wind from the sheer force of their impact. How formidable! Was this the strength of a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Indeed, it was awe-inspiring. Ball felt an immense force emanating from the fist above him, causing his complexion to flush slightly as he struggled to comprehend the situation. At that moment, having employed the Nine Serpents body refinement technique for strength augmentation, he noted through the changes in his attribute panel that his strength had temporarily surged to a solid 40 points. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself only barely able to contend with Horton, who undoubtedly possessed strength exceeding that threshold. Moreover, this was merely Horton in his normal human form. He had yet to unleash his form and complete beastification. This clearly illustrated the formidable prowess of Horton, a master of physical combat. In stark contrast to Bale's astonishment, Horton's surprise was significantly greater. In an effort to assert dominance over Ball, the illustrious disciple of Reggie, and to convey who truly held authority in this arena, Horton had exerted his full strength, albeit only in his human form. Nonetheless, this was not something a mere mid-level member of the Ram Gang could withstand. To his disbelief, Ball not only avoided serious injury but had also met his attack head-on, utterly dismantling Horton's previous perceptions of him. "Young man, I truly underestimated you. No wonder you managed to turn the tables on those two useless ones, Clark and Hallett. Let me witness more of your capabilities," Horton mused. Unsatisfied with the lack of the anticipated display of submission, he promptly activated the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into a polar bear-human hybrid. With newfound strength in his bear paw-like fists, he struck Ball, sending him flying a considerable distance, followed by a booming laugh. Just as his laughter faded, he accelerated towards Ball once more, preparing to deliver another punch with all his might in his form. Ball had already gauged the extent of Horton's strength, rendering any direct confrontation unwise. As Horton launched his next assault, Ball swiftly activated his observation Haki, enhancing his senses in an attempt to anticipate Horton's subsequent move. Regrettably, Horton's prowess far surpassed that of Clark and Harrod, making it impossible for Ball to predict his actions. He could merely perceive the trajectory of Horton's punches. In the next moment, Ball deftly sidestepped, evading Horton's strike, and with lightning speed drew his blade, delivering a swift slash to Horton's right waist. Having not forgotten Clark's renowned sword, the Grim Reaper, Ball wielded it now, yet the legendary blade met Horton's flesh as if it were merely striking an iron plate, leaving only a shallow wound on Horton's side. This gash bled but slightly and healed almost instantaneously, clearly indicating that Horton had developed the abilities of the gum-gum fruit to an impressive degree, significantly enhancing his recuperative powers. Intriguing, Ball mused. Yet this level of strike merely tickles. It seems that Reggie, that old fellow, has yet to reveal his true capabilities to you. Seeing Ball evade his punch and successfully land a blow with his sword only intensified Horton's irritation, and he glared fiercely at Ball. "Lord Horton, let us cease this contest. I have witnessed your formidable strength and am filled with profound admiration. I recognize that I am utterly no match for you. Had you exerted your full power from the outset, I would likely be gravely injured. I am truly grateful for your mercy." As Ball witnessed Horton becoming increasingly fervent in their confrontation and seemingly intent on escalating the matter, he swiftly retreated a few steps, concealing his weapon. He quietly employed the 9 serpents refinement technique, manipulating the muscles of his internal organs to induce a slight injury, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood. He feigned severe injury, stating that he had just endured a formidable blow from Horton's human form. Presently, he outwardly appeared as a wounded individual, and it was entirely plausible to claim that his previous injuries had flared up. Horton, upon seeing Ball cough up blood from his strike, felt an immediate surge of satisfaction within. Observing the awestruck gazes of those around him uplifted his spirits even further. He was aware that Ball had sustained significant injuries in prior battles against Hallett and Clark, and now, causing Ball to bleed conveyed a powerful warning. To be candid, Horton harbored a modicum of trepidation about striking too forcefully and potentially killing Ball. If Ball were to inadvertently perish at his hands, it would pose considerable complications with Reggie. Although he could intimidate Ball, he recognized that Reggie held the power to turn the tables, even to the extent of ending his life. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate to possess some strength. However, let me make it clear, while you work under my command, do not entertain thoughts of employing the same cunning tactics you might have used at the docks. This is my domain, not your mentor's. Everything must adhere to my rules. With the previous head of Area B deceased, you shall assume control of his jurisdiction. You may recruit your own personnel. With Ball willingly offering an opportunity for a graceful exit, Horton seized the moment, shifting back to his human form and resuming his seat upon the elevated platform, looking down upon Ball as he spoke. "Indeed, Master Horton, Ball shall certainly exert every effort to manage Area B effectively." Upon hearing this, Ball feigned weakness and immediately knelt on one knee, his expression one of deep respect as he addressed Horton in a loud voice. He then bowed his head deeply, reverting to his previous demeanor of deference and submission. Horton, witnessing this, maintained his harsh attitude and brusquely ordered Ball to leave. Ball remained unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect as he departed. However, once he exited the stronghold, the facade of his convincingly fabricated smile immediately faded, replaced by a scowl of indignation as he pondered bitterly. Truly, they show no courtesy whatsoever. It is a display of power, a denial of territory, and a refusal to provide any manpower. To bestow upon him the area where the previous leader had just met his demise, what does that signify? A favorable domain for him? Nonsense. It is evidently an attempt to saddle him with a mess. The death of the leader clearly indicates that this territory has already been usurped by another gang. He was well aware of the circumstances in District B. Indeed, it was once the territory of the Ram Gang, but they had relinquished it voluntarily 6 months prior, allowing the Regis Gang to assume control, thus establishing the Regis Gang as a barrier against the Das Gang. Now, Horton has handed him District B, which has been under the Regis Gang's dominion for over half a year, with the true intention of denying him any legitimate territory. Furthermore, he is left without a single soldier, which blatantly compels him to rely solely on his own resources to carve out a domain. The most infuriating aspect is that once he has conquered this territory, he will still be obliged to pay a portion of the daily protection fees to that scoundrel. Although Barr was aware that Horton might target him, considering he was Reggie's man and had been transferred here, which was akin to Reggie encroaching upon his territory, he could hardly be expected to welcome such an intrusion. Yet, Barr did not anticipate that Horton would act so ruthlessly. Reality, as it turns out, remains unforgiving. Whenever interests are at stake, everything becomes increasingly arduous. However, this might be for the best, for only the territory one has fought for with one's own hands truly belongs to oneself. Ball soon calmed the anger within him, revitalizing his spirit before swiftly making his way towards the docks. The Regis Gang ranks as the third most powerful criminal organization in the Port of Villia, primarily dominating the civilian districts, slums, and parts of the dock area. As the third largest gang in the city, its role typically involves mediating disputes, acting as a lubricant between the Ram Gang and the Das Gang. During their frequent skirmishes, it often finds itself inadvertently caught in the crossfire, suffering significant losses while the leaders emerge unscathed. Each time a conflict arises between the Ram Gang and the Das Gang, both factions tacitly choose to clash within the territory of the Regis Gang, leaving it no opportunity to reap the benefits of their disputes. This explains why the territory controlled by the Regis Gang often lies between the domains of the Ram and Das Gangs. Half a year ago, Zone B of the slums was originally under the Ram Gang's control, but Horton, finding the expanse of his territory too vast to manage, relinquished areas that frequently experienced conflict. The higher-ups of the Ram Gang had no qualms about this decision, as their dominion in the slums was indeed extensive, occupying nearly half of it. Discarding a portion did not evoke much sorrow, especially since the profits from the slum territory paled in comparison to other areas. Zone B was precisely the sector that Horton abandoned. However, Horton felt a pang of regret in relinquishing Zone B due to its prime location, adjacent to the civilian district, commercial area, and the Flower Street. It served as a crucial nexus connecting these three regions, significantly shortening travel time for their inhabitants. Consequently, Zone B experienced high population mobility and economic prosperity, with an abundance of bars, casinos, brothels, and shopping centers. This area was considered a coveted prize among various gangs. The lower-ranking leaders of the Ram Gang, tasked with collecting protection fees, frequently clashed with members of other gangs over control of this lucrative territory. Horton had also engaged in numerous conflicts with other gang officials for the sake of Zone B's interests before ultimately succumbing to overwhelming pressure and being forced to abandon it. Now, entrusting this area to Ball, Horton undoubtedly sought to challenge him. Yet, there was also an underlying intention to harness Bale's strength to reclaim this valuable piece of territory. After leaving the stronghold where Horton was stationed, Barr headed directly to the dock, swiftly arriving at the area he had managed as the patrol leader the previous day. Upon his arrival, Victor and the members of the patrol group were already gathered at their customary meeting spot, awaiting him. From the very beginning, Barr had not anticipated any support from Horton. Thus, after successfully securing the position of a petty chief in the slums from Chief Ram the day before, he had made a request for personnel to Reggie. He had prepared to engage in lengthy negotiations and offer some incentives to persuade Reggie, but to his surprise, Reggie's demeanor last night had been exceedingly agreeable, and he had accepted without mentioning any conditions. However, Reggie had stipulated that he could only bring along those who willingly chose to follow him into the slum territory, without any coercive measures. The reason Barr had come early today to meet Horton was not only to adhere to protocol and greet his superior, but also to gauge his attitude and see if he could extract any advantages from him. As expected, he left empty-handed and even at the cost of a case of fine wine. Barr felt little disappointment. Instead, his disdain for Horton only intensified. Victor must have already relayed the situation to you, so I shall refrain from reiterating it. Those who wish to continue working with me, step forward. Those who do not need feel no guilt, for each person has their aspirations. You have 1 minute to make your choice. Upon encountering Victor and the others, Ball candidly addressed them without preamble. In the next heartbeat, Victor was the first to step forward from the ranks, positioning himself behind Ball. Following Victor's lead, several youthful members of the Ram Gang promptly emerged from the line, joining Ball's entourage. Within mere seconds, nearly half of the patrol group expressed their willingness to continue alongside Ball. A minute later, the original assembly of 30 had dwindled to just 5 individuals, all of whom were seasoned members of the Ram Gang. "Time's up. Let us depart, brothers," Ball declared. As the Balmer number concluded, he cast one last glance at the 5 individuals and, turning away, addressed the members of the Ram Gang who were eager to accompany him into the depths of the slums with a smile. Once he finished speaking, he navigated through his subordinates, who stood in 2 orderly rows, and led them away. The 5 remaining members of the Ram Gang, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of internal conflict in their eyes, yet ultimately sighed, gazing at their departing comrades with envy. They all understood that from this moment forth, they would no longer be allies with Balmer and the others, and the prospect of rejoining their ranks had vanished forever. At a remarkably young age, Ball has emerged as a formidable lieutenant within the Ram Gang, possessing extraordinary strength and potential for a meteoric rise, provided he survives the tumultuous path ahead. During his most challenging moments, a few loyal companions ventured into the slums with him, aware of the inherent dangers, yet optimistic that survival would yield substantial rewards. However, these men, no longer in the bloom of youth, have families now and lack the audacity of their earlier days. They hesitate to wager their lives on such precarious endeavors. In the midst of the day, within the lavishly adorned stronghold of the Regis Gang in District B of the slums, a panicked member burst into the opulent chamber, inadvertently tumbling before the gang's enforcer, Agus. Agus, towering and imposing with a face adorned with menacing tattoos, even bore ink upon his bald head, exuding an aura of intimidation. "What is the meaning of this frantic entrance? Did you not learn the decorum of knocking?" Agus reprimanded, savoring of fine wine while being attended by beautiful companions. The flustered gang member, shaken by Agus's ire, scrambled to his feet, urgency etched upon his face. "It's bad, Boss Agus. The Ram Gang has sent you this." As he spoke, he extended a black envelope towards Agus. Upon seeing the ominous envelope, Agus's expression soured. Abandoning his reprimand, he swiftly took the envelope, tore it open, and extracted a crimson sheet. In the criminal underworld, a black envelope typically signifies dire tidings, often associated with ominous events such as death threats. Agus's heart sank upon discovering the red paper within, yet he steeled himself and hastily scanned its contents. Soon, his expression contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Ball, you insufferable wretch. Do you think that by eliminating Clark and Hallett, I would cower in fear? Come at me, and I shall show you the true meaning of consequence." Despite his bravado, Agus recognized the gravity of the situation and resolved to report Ball's impending takeover of District B to his superiors, seeking assistance. Suddenly, the door that had just closed was violently thrust open once more, and another anxious subordinate rushed in. Before Agus could rebuke him, the young man delivered a more shocking revelation. "Big news, Boss Agus. Willard, the highest-ranking member of the DOS gang, has been slain by Regis of the Ram Gang." Agus was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the floor in despair, his mind echoing the words, "It's over." Who was Willard? The esteemed leader of the DOS gang. A legendary swordsman of the Drumming Kingdom, renowned for his unique dual blade technique that had once earned him the title of the kingdom's foremost swordsman. Years ago, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Regis and lost that illustrious title. Yet, even then, Willard remained a figure of terrifying strength, a symbol of intimidation for the DOS gang at the docks. Just a few years prior, he had effortlessly dispatched a notorious pirate captain with a bounty of 89 million berries. In the eyes of many, even the current champion swordsman, Regis, would struggle to gain the upper hand against Willard. Thus, today's news of his demise at Regis's hand was utterly unforeseen. This revelation suggested that Regis's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. Perhaps he had even held back during their previous duel. Regardless, Willard's death would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the port of Villia, marking it as the most significant news in years. The delicate balance of power among the factions would be irrevocably altered, necessitating a re-evaluation of the Ram Gang's perceived threat level. Furthermore, Regis's act of personally executing Willard sent a resounding signal. The disregard for rules would incur severe punishment, exacted in blood. The DOS gang, having flouted the code by sending 2 seasoned lieutenants to ambush the younger Ball, was now faced with the brutal retribution of Regis, who had avenged the affront by dispatching Willard, their superior. This was a blood-soaked lesson intended for the Das gang and all factions in the city that dared to challenge the status quo. If Regis could slay Willard, it was clear he could easily eliminate the younger prodigies of any faction. Agus, having contemplated the implications of this monumental event, had been thrown into disarray. He realized he could not hope to contend with Ball and sought assistance from his superiors, but now, with the news of Willard's death, support would be a distant hope. Others would surely hesitate to come to his aid. After all, Regis was Ball's mentor. Should they dare to bully Ball further and provoke Regis's ire, the consequences would be dire. Agus understood that his superior had once been defeated by Willard, and now that Willard was dead at Regis's hands, there was no way his superior would risk his own safety for a mere lieutenant. Meanwhile, the news of Regis slaying Willard spread like wildfire throughout the city, prompting the higher-ups of various factions to convene in their respective strongholds to deliberate. The Das gang, representing the aggrieved party, was the first to hold an emergency meeting. How infuriating. Are you all fools? How could we allow that wretched Regis to stride into our territory and assassinate Willard without so much as a whisper of warning? This incident will turn us into a laughingstock. In the lair of the Das gang, the leader, Das, was in a furious rage. As a formidable devil fruit user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Snow Wolf, he had transformed into a towering werewolf nearly 4 meters tall, exuding an aura of intimidation that was palpable. With blood-red, rage-filled eyes, he bellowed at the cadre of the Das gang. The power structure of the Das gang was similar to that of the Ram gang, but here there were 6 high-ranking officials. Following the death of Willard, only 5 remained. Faced with their enraged leader, each of the 5 bowed their heads, enduring Das's tirade, while 3 of them trembled involuntarily under his menacing presence. Bloodwolf Das was a formidable figure who had risen to power in the port of Velia over the past decade. Many whispered that he was merely a pawn of the city lord, Gilbert, a dog trained to keep the Ram gang in check. However, what most failed to realize was that their relationship was one of equals, with Das holding the upper hand. Before he assumed the leadership of the Das gang, he had single-handedly annihilated a 2,000-man army from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, staining his massive snow wolf form with blood, earning him the title of Bloodwolf. He possessed the ability to command a pack of snow wolves, and through the powers of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Snow Wolf, he became the Wolf King among numerous packs of over 1,000 wolves residing within the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, capable of summoning an army at will, posing a severe threat to the kingdom's rule. His prowess was immense, having once held his ground against the Ram gang's leader, Ram. This formidable strength was the reason Gilbert sought his cooperation to confront the once dominant Ram gang. Now, in his furious state, it was uncertain whether he might irrationally summon thousands of wolves to wage war against the Ram gang, potentially turning the entire city into a battlefield. At this moment, the 5 high-ranking officials dared not intervene, fully aware that their attempts at counsel would be futile and could even make them targets for Das's wrath. Only one person could calm him down, and upon receiving the news of Willard's death, they had immediately dispatched someone to seek her assistance. It was time, and she was due to arrive. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a beautiful young woman with long silver hair was wheeled into the room. The 5 officials collectively sighed in relief upon seeing her. Lady Zuifia had finally arrived. Zuifia, Das's only daughter and his prized jewel, was strikingly beautiful, in stark contrast to her burly father. With her rare silver locks, snow-white skin, exquisite features, and graceful figure, she was renowned as one of the most beautiful women in the city. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind. 10 years prior, she had fallen victim to a peculiar illness that left her paralyzed from the waist down, unable to stand. In his desperate quest to heal Zuifia, Das had ventured from his homeland to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom in search of medical assistance. To amass the necessary funds, he established the Das gang in the port of Velia, making it clear that the gang was merely a means to facilitate his daughter's treatment. This illustrates the profound love Das held for Zuifia. As the scene unfolded, it became evident once again, upon noticing an intruder in the meeting room. Das had initially prepared to unleash his fury, but upon recognizing Zuifia, he instantly reverted to his human form, retracting his intimidating presence lest it frighten her. He hastened to her side, kneeling before her to meet her gaze, his expression filled with concern. "My dear, it is quite chilly today. Why are you not resting comfortably in your room?" Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Ball was in the B district of the slums when he received the news of Reggie's assassination of Willard. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Indeed. My teacher remains as formidable as ever." He promptly retrieved a Din Din Mushi, beginning to summon his subordinates, originally planning to act the following day. He could not let this fortuitous opportunity slip by, given his teacher's impressive display of strength. As Ball initiated his summons, the forces under his command began to converge rapidly on the B district. The first to arrive were the original patrol team members led by Victor. After departing the docks, Ball had treated them to an indulgent night out, and now, upon receiving the summons, they hurried back. Next came a contingent of 50 guards dispatched by Williams from the trading company. Since Ball had ascended to the position of patrol captain and successfully developed a product that thrived in the magnetic drum kingdom, Williams's flashing gold trading company had flourished, morphing from a minuscule entity into a notable small business, with assets climbing into the tens of millions of berry. Though still small, the company generated substantial daily profits and had even acquired 2 medium-sized vessels to transport goods to other coastal cities and neighboring nations. Recently, they had benefited from the treasures pilfered by Absalom from the wealthy elite of the city, along with additional earnings from Ball's bounty hunting of pirate foes, propelling their growth towards the status of a medium-sized trading company. However, with such wealth came unwanted attention, prompting Williams to assemble a protective force for the company. To date, they had formed a 100-strong guard, all handpicked by Williams himself, comprising robust individuals with commendable combat capabilities, many of whom were seasoned veterans recruited from the magnetic drum kingdom. Over the past 3 months, Williams had invested considerable resources to train these guards, honing their skills to rival that of a regular army. They had faced numerous trials, engaging in battles against pirates and other fraudulent merchant vessels, proving their formidable combat prowess. Now, in support of Ball's ambition to seize control of the B district, he had allocated half of the trading company's protective force to his cause. Lord Ball, the first guard of flashing gold, stands ready for your command. Captain Longbatten of the guard, accompanied by a disciplined troop, approached Ball with utmost respect. A formidable middle-aged man, Longbatten possessed a robust physique, his scarred visage marred by the loss of an eye, exuding an intimidating presence. He bore a massive axe nearly a meter in length upon his shoulder, instantly imparting an aura of ferocity. Once an elite soldier of the 1st Legion of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, he had been dismissed from the military due to repeated violations of discipline, resorting to become a guard for various merchant associations. Initially enticed by the lucrative salary offered by Williams, he soon noticed the relative youth of Ball, Shuma, and Williams, leading him to contemplate usurping their authority alongside his fellow guards to seize the association's wealth. However, after a thorough reprimand from Ball, he reverted to a more compliant demeanor. While he possessed a certain greed, he was indeed a capable trainer, demonstrating commendable personal strength, provided he was overseen effectively. Now, let us rest for 10 minutes to recuperate and familiarize ourselves with one another before we embark, Ball instructed Longbatten. Upon witnessing the troop led by Longbatten, Victor and his companions felt both a significant pressure and an invigorating excitement, finally grasping the confidence that Ball possessed in leading them to claim territory. For Victor, having become Ball's ally early on, the presence of Longbatten's elite guards posed no threat. He was already aware of their existence and felt no anxiety about the impending territorial acquisition. The news of Reggie slaying Willard only further alleviated his concerns. If there were any pressure, it would stem from the fear that Longbatten's men might seek to claim glory in the forthcoming battle. With Ball's ascension to a minor leadership role, Victor had been elevated to team leader, commanding the former patrol group now under his authority. The members of the Ram Gang present shared similar sentiments to Victor, feeling a heightened sense of urgency as they accompanied Ball, hoping to earn his favor for future opportunities. However, the addition of Longbatten and his guards instilled a profound sense of unease within them. Many among them were aware of the close ties between Ball and Williams, the president of the Shining Gold Merchant Association, yet they had not anticipated the extent of this alliance, especially with the elite guards dispatched to assist Ball. This development undoubtedly diminished their significance in the impending conflict. Conversely, Longbatten's guards were oblivious to the anxieties of Victor and his associates. Their morale was soaring. They had seen the news and were acutely aware of Ball's formidable status, knowing that he had risen to a minor leadership role within the Ram Gang and was now poised to lead them in seizing a new territory. Living in the port of Villia, they understood the immense power and prestige of the local gangs, particularly the Ram Gang, a faction they could not afford to offend. However, they also recognized that joining such a powerful group would vastly improve their prospects compared to merely remaining as lowly guards for the Merchant Association. Regrettably, joining the Ram Gang was no simple feat. Even the recruitment of minor leaders from the slums was not taken lightly, requiring demonstrable skill in either swordsmanship or marksmanship. With Ball's recent elevation to a minor leadership position within the slum territory of the Ram Gang, he held the authority to recruit them. Prior to setting out, they had been informed by Captain Longbatten that those who performed admirably in the upcoming battle would be prioritized for inclusion in the Ram Gang, allowing them to not only continue receiving compensation from the Merchant Association but also earn rewards from the gang. The prospect of lucrative positions spurred the guards of the Shining Gold Merchant Association, filling them with enthusiasm. Even Longbatten was brimming with excitement, eager to engage in battle and potentially secure a position as a squad leader within the Ram Gang, which would undoubtedly afford him a more comfortable life than his current role. Moreover, he recognized Ball as prowess and capabilities. In just over 4 months of arriving in the port of Villia, Ball had amassed such influence, and his ascent within the Ram Gang would not likely culminate here. Longbatten believed that as one of the first to follow Ball in the slums, he would be richly rewarded, perhaps even fulfilling long-held aspirations. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Ball opened his eyes, leading the way forward. In response, Victor and Longbatten promptly formed 2 organized lines, trailing behind Ball. At that moment, the inhabitants of Sector B in the slums sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Many recognized Ball, the formidable young man who had wreaked havoc at the docks just the previous day, and they parted to clear a path for his advancing troop. In no time, Ball and his men arrived at the stronghold of the Regis Gang within Sector B of the slums. According to the customary rules among the gangs, Ball needed only to eliminate this stronghold to claim dominion over the entire Sector B. Attack, Ball commanded, eyeing the apprehensive Agus and the members of the Regis Gang within the stronghold. With his weapon drawn, he pointed forward, his voice resonating with authority. In the next instant, gunfire erupted, and the battle commenced. As the conflict unfolded, Ball's primary focus rested upon Agus, showing no inclination to intervene in the skirmishes of others unless provoked. Ball is acutely aware that combat is merciless. He is not a caretaker. On the battlefield, his sole responsibility is to ensure that the formidable adversaries do not direct their aggression towards his subordinates. After that, whether his subordinates live or perish hinges solely on their own capabilities. His team cannot afford to harbor incompetence if one cannot contend with opponents of similar strength. They are evidently inept. In the slums, a locale frequently rife with conflict, only those possessing sufficient strength can survive, even if fortune favors them this time. If their prowess is lacking, they will inevitably succumb to some unforeseen clash in the future. After all, not everyone can emulate the prowess of the Great Baki. In terms of numbers, the Regis Gang evidently outnumbers them. Although Zone B of the slum is merely a small segment of the area, it spans over a dozen square kilometers and encompasses more than 30 streets. Managing such an expanse necessitates at least 100 individuals. Agus has long entrenched himself in Zone B, with a plethora of informants, and has been aware of Bale's call for reinforcements to launch an attack. Consequently, he has summoned all his subordinates in advance. At this juncture, there are over 100 members of the Regis Gang at their stronghold, the majority of whom are seasoned fighters who have survived numerous confrontations with rival gangs. However, Victor and Lombard, who lead their own contingent, are no less formidable. Victor is a member of the Ram Gang at the docks, having endured the trials of blood and fire, and has also undergone Bale's specialized training, rendering him significantly stronger than the average Ram Gang member. Lombard commands an elite guard trained by himself, characterized by strict discipline, mastery of military formations and coordinated assaults, and equipped with superior weaponry, excelling in group combat. As the two factions engage in battle, the intensity of the conflict remains remarkably balanced, plunging the situation into a stalemate. It is evident that to swiftly determine a victor, the outcome will ultimately depend on the leader's confrontation. Once one leader prevails, the scales of victory will undoubtedly tip in their favor. On the battlefield, Agus notices that Ball has not directed his aggression towards others, but is singularly focused on him, and he promptly discards the notion of aiding his subordinates. Agus, 32 years of age, is a minor leader of the Regis Gang, a master of martial arts. Proficient in a technique known as the mountain-splitting fist, wielding a pair of spiked knuckle dusters. His most notable achievement is the defeat of Doran, a minor leader of the Das Gang. This intelligence regarding Agus was relayed to Ball by Shuma upon learning that he would be taking control of Zone B in the slum. From the mere aura he exudes, it is evident that Argus possesses considerable strength, rivaling that of the swift swordsman Clark whom he encountered previously. Clearly, his capability to be appointed by the Regis Gang to oversee the tumultuous slums, where conflicts erupt frequently, speaks volumes about his prowess. Although there is no animosity between us, I must apologize, for you are obstructing my path. If it is not too much trouble, could you kindly step aside? As long as you declare your surrender, I shall allow you and your companions to depart unharmed. Ball approached Agus slowly, wielding his demonic blade, vanquishing a few oblivious members of the Regis gang along the way. With an expression devoid of emotion, he addressed Agus, whose tattooed visage resembled that of a malevolent spirit. Do not presume that slaying Harriet and Clark has rendered you formidable. You wretched brat. This is a slum, far more perilous than the docks you previously inhabited. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing Ball's demand for surrender, Agus erupted in laughter, his face contorting into a more grotesque grimace. With a furious roar, he surged forward in an instant, aiming the claws of his gauntlet directly at Ball's head. A resounding clang echoed in the air. In a swift and precise maneuver, Ball blocked Argus's fist, enhanced with brass knuckles, with his blade, thwarting the devastating mountain splitter and stone shatter strikes, rather than expressing dismay at his fist being parried. Argus felt a surge of exhilaration as his left hand swelled with muscle, preparing to unleash the first form of mountain splitter aimed squarely at Ball's abdomen. This technique represented his most formidable attack, capable of shattering a massive boulder. A direct hit would leave Ball gravely wounded, if not dead. However, to Argus's astonishment, Ball's abdomen contracted sharply, contorting into an exaggerated arc, successfully evading the full force of the blow. In the next instant, a fist materialized before him. Simultaneously, Ball's voice echoed in Argus's ears. 9 serpent body refinement technique, power enhancement. Like Argus, Ball showed no mercy. He struck with lethal intent, his left hand swelling with muscular power from the 9 serpent technique, delivering a devastating blow to Argus's head. The impact, fueled by a staggering 40 points of strength, obliterated Argus's tattooed visage along with his skull. Subsequently, Argus's mangled corpse was hurled violently against a wall, shattering it. In mere seconds, the outcome of the clash between Ball and Argus was determined. Ball, however, revealed no signs of elation. His expression remained stoic, as if he had merely completed a mundane task. The defeat of a minor gang leader did not evoke pride or joy in him, especially after witnessing the towering presence of Houghton earlier that morning. With his observation Haki having reached a rudimentary level, granting him the ability to foresee an opponent's next move. Dealing with someone of Argus's caliber, hardly superior to the likes of the swift swordsman Clark, was a trivial endeavor. Now, Ball's aspirations lay with figures of authority within the various gangs. Individuals endowed with remarkable talent or devil fruit abilities, whose cultivated strength was far beyond his current reach. Absent any extraordinary opportunities, he anticipated that it might take him a year or two of relentless training, akin to the past few months, before he could hope to surpass them. With progress already swift, his next course of action would be to patiently develop his own influence, enhance his strength, and acquire the Gura Gura no Mi. Ball did not indulge in self-deprecation. He composed himself and then turned his gaze towards the battlefield, observing the clash of soldiers. Undoubtedly, the news of Argus's swift defeat had severely dampened the morale of Regis's faction, instilling a profound fear of Ball within them, stripping them of any courage to continue the fight. As Ball began to direct his attention towards them, they were instantly filled with dread and, without hesitation, chose to flee. In stark contrast, the morale of Lamb's faction and the Merchant Guild's guards surged, emboldening them to fight valiantly in hopes of impressing their leader, Ball. They relentlessly pursued their advantage, mercilessly striking down those in retreat. In no time, the battlefield tilted decisively, with Regis's faction suffering a catastrophic defeat. Their stronghold overrun and captured by Bale's forces, resulting in a swift change of dominion. The altercation between Ball and Argus, 2 petty bosses in the slums of District B, could hardly escape the notice of others. As soon as the dust settled from their battle, news of it swiftly reached various factions within the city. However, compared to the incident of Reggie slaying Willard, Ball's conquest of territory in District B seemed rather trivial, garnering little interest from the higher-ups of these factions. The only aspect that piqued their curiosity was Ball's identity as Reggie's disciple. At this moment, Ball, a prodigious student of Reggie, finally registered in the minds of the city's elite. At the port of Villia, in the evening, within a lavishly adorned chamber of the Lord's castle, a corpulent middle-aged man reclined in a chair embellished with gold and jewels, engaging in conversation with several phone bugs on the table before him. The man exuded a sense of affluence, clad in opulent garments that made him resemble an ordinary wealthy gentleman, yet adorned with a crown signifying his princely status. His demeanor transformed entirely, radiating the nobility of a royal and the authority of a long-standing ruler. Gilbert, the middle-aged man wearing the princely crown, is the Lord of Villiaport and the brother of the current king of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. His standing in the realm is undoubtedly one of preeminence, second only to the king himself. In Villiaport, his will is an edict that must be obeyed. Willard is dead. What are your thoughts? Gilbert inquired with a stern expression after taking a sip of hot tea, addressing the phone bug before him. In the next moment, the white-shelled phone bug on the far left immediately responded, emitting the furious voice of Bloodwolf Das. It must be an eye for an eye. I want that old coot Reggie dead for daring to cause trouble in my absence. Gilbert, you must assist me. Before he could finish, the yellow-shelled phone bug in the middle interjected. Das, I understand your sentiments, but the base of the Lamb Gang is no easy fortress to breach. Reggie will not emerge lightly, and we must reassess both his and Lamb's strengths. We have not clashed in years, and Reggie grows stronger with age. There is no guarantee that Lamb does not as well. Upon hearing this, Das erupted once more. Reggie, you are as cowardly as ever. Lamb and his cohorts are aging, while we are at our peak. Willard was ambushed. How could he possibly have fallen to that old man Reggie? Regis, the leader of the Regis gang, dismissed Das's taunts with indifference, persisting in his argument while countering that Das's gang had initiated the breach of decorum, asserting that Willard had reaped what he sowed. This ignited a fiery contention between the two gang leaders, leading to an exchange of harsh words reminiscent of quarrelsome street vendors. Gilbert observed the two prominent local gang leaders embroiled in their heated dispute, his expression impassive, but his eyes betrayed a depth of icy contempt and mockery. Go ahead. Continue your bickering, you fools. Willard's demise is well-deserved. Such an unruly individual is most detestable, he mused internally, relishing the discord. The gang's mutual animosity and checks upon one another were precisely what Gilbert, the Lord of Villiaport, relished witnessing. Such discord was essential to maintaining the fragile balance that ensured the relative stability of Villiaport, allowing him to continue amassing wealth. Unfortunately, as the Lamb Gang's key forces began to age, the factions he once supported to keep the Lamb Gang in check, the Das Gang and the Regis Gang, grew rapidly in strength. Their ambitions increasingly difficult to contain, leading to fissures in the fragile equilibrium that were now expanding at an alarming rate. Gilbert recognized the inevitability of this trend. Das and Regis were not his loyal hounds, and he could not expect them to heed his commands indefinitely. He could only endeavor to guide the situation, ensuring that the impending disruption would not result in catastrophic consequences for Villiaport. After all, the old must give way to the new. Should the Lamb Gang fail to maintain its role as the stabilizing force, other factions would inevitably rise to take their place. He could then support a new power to absorb the brunt of the conflict, allowing him to continue his reign as Lord and enjoy a life of comfort. However, the new stabilizing force must adhere to the rules. As a ruler, he understood the paramount importance of order. Without rules, chaos would ensue. Only through adherence to established norms could societal order function effectively. Should everyone disregard the rules, the resulting disorder would dismantle the prosperity and stability of Villiaport. Once order is disrupted, re-establishing it would prove far more arduous. Thus, Gilbert harbored a profound disdain for unruly elements like Willard. According to the rules he had set forth, the Das Gang could eliminate the Lamb Gang, but they must not resort to underhanded tactics. Acts such as Willard's assassination of a rival's junior were absolutely intolerable. The young man Ball has recently caught Gilbert's attention. Indeed, he is a remarkably talented individual. Should he develop further, in due course, he might well replace figures like Ram and Reggie, becoming a new pillar of stability for the port of Villia. What is Willard doing? Daring to undermine the future stability of Villiaport? Such actions are utterly unforgivable and deserving of severe consequences. Suddenly, a telephone bug on the far left, wearing spectacles, erupted in a fit of peculiar laughter. Upon hearing this, Das and Regis immediately ceased their quarrel, leaving the room filled solely with that disconcerting laughter. At this juncture, the mockery in Gilbert's eyes swiftly transformed into apprehension as he coldly fixed his gaze on the source of the laughter. Don Quixote da Flamingo, have you laughed enough? Gilbert, unable to endure the bizarre laughter any longer, finally spoke up icily after several seconds of silence. Unfortunately, even as a high-ranking prince within the Drum Kingdom, his words held no weight against the individual behind the telephone bug, who continued to chuckle unabated. Gilbert's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as he clenched his fists tightly. Clearly furious, yet refraining from uttering another word, merely continuing to glare at the telephone bug. Doflamingo, captain of the Don Quixote pirates and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 280 million. is the shadowy master of the Don Quixote auction house and a prominent figure threatening the pirate alliance at Villaport. This intelligence, gathered through various means, rendered Gilbert exceedingly wary of Doflamingo, whose presence cast an ever-present shadow over the skies of Villaport. Yet, in order to counterbalance the gang forces within the city, suppress disobedient merchants, and strengthen the port's defensive military, Doflamingo remains a crucial ally, controlling both the pirate forces and the vast underground trade market. Thus, their relationship is one of both enmity and partnership, a grotesque dichotomy for Gilbert. Enough, Doflamingo. Your laughter is utterly repugnant. A mere chuckle will suffice, Dos. Known for his temper, finally lost his patience and shouted, Apologies, apologies. I simply found something amusing and couldn't help myself. Please, continue. I am all ears. Doflamingo dismissed Gilbert's concerns but showed a modicum of respect for Dos, ceasing his laughter at the latter's interjection. Now that everyone is present, let us resume. Ram Gang. How shall we proceed? Gilbert, incensed that Doflamingo had shown deference to Dos but not to him, clenched his teeth and spoke through gritted jaws. Moments later, a high-level meeting of utmost importance convened within the Lord's castle at Villaport, where the voices of the sole official authority, two major gang forces, and the pirate faction converged in an oddly harmonious yet unsettling manner. That night, in a specific stretch of the Grand Line, a vessel resembling a flamingo glided smoothly across the dark sea. The Numancia Flamingo, the ship of the Don Quixote pirates, was currently resonating with Doflamingo's peculiar laughter within the captain's quarters as he seemed delighted by an amusing occurrence. Tory Pole, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote pirates present in the cabin, found himself perplexed, having overheard Doflamingo's recent conversation with the rulers of the Drum Kingdom. Tory Pole realized that a decision had been made to delay the complete dismantling of the Ram Gang, effectively overturning previous plans for an imminent attack. As one of Doflamingo's closest confidants and personal guards, Tory Pole was acutely aware of the considerable time and effort his captain had invested in planning the downfall of the Ram Gang, involving extensive networking and resource allocation. With everything nearly in place, the abrupt need to revise the plans rendered all prior efforts futile. Yet, Doflamingo appeared unfazed, even jubilant, leaving Torpal's simplistic mind struggling to comprehend the source of his captain's elation. Though confused, Tory Pole refrained from voicing his uncertainties, recognizing that Doflamingo's happiness was paramount. His sole task was to execute the will of this natural-born ruler. Everything else was secondary. However, Doflamingo, perceptive to Torpal's bewilderment, ceased his laughter and turned to him with a grin. Tory Pole, do you know why I am so delighted? Having accompanied Doflamingo for an extended period, Tory Pole was familiar with his captain's quirks. Upon hearing this, he sensed Doflamingo was about to share his joy. Thus, he eagerly approached, donning a feigned grin and inquiring, What is it? I'm so curious. Too close, Doflamingo remarked, his smile fading as he glanced at Torpal's snot-ridden visage. Suppressing his revulsion, he spoke softly. Realizing Doflamingo's discomfort, Tory Pole instinctively took a step back, maintaining a respectful distance while still pressing. What is it, Doflamingo? Please, tell me. The port of Valia will soon bear a more delectable fruit. Their delay in engaging the Ram Gang is, in fact, an opportunity for us. Following yesterday's events and today's developments, the Ram Gang must now be on high alert. Consequently, any attempts to confront them will undoubtedly be fraught with greater difficulty. After all, their adversaries are former core members of the Flying Sky Pirates. Ram and Reggie, who once escaped from confrontations with the Roger Pirates, are formidable foes despite their waning years. If they become wary, how can they be vanquished without mutual destruction? Moreover, the longer both sides prepare, the more intense the ensuing conflict will be, leading to greater devastation. The defensive capabilities of Valia port will undoubtedly diminish. At that point, we can seize the opportunity to plunder the vast wealth of this prosperous city. This gem obstructing the progress of the pirate era is exceedingly bothersome. The mere thought of its destruction and the acceleration of the pirate era fills me with exhilaration. As Tory Pole retreated a short distance, Doflamingo's face once again transformed into that of a maniacal grin, laughing exuberantly. Upon receiving the explanation, Torpal's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, and he too joined in the laughter. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, he turned to Doflamingo and proposed, Hey, Doflamingo, what if we secretly sell the devil fruits to the Ram Gang? Wouldn't that allow us to profit immensely while inciting them to fight even more fiercely? Perhaps if we leak a hint, they would immediately turn against each other in a life-and-death struggle. Upon finishing his words, a grotesque smirk appeared on his face. The existence of the devil fruit was common knowledge in the auction house of Port Vila, and Torbull was, of course, aware of it. He understood that this was a deadly bait prepared by Don Quixote Doflamingo to amass great wealth from Port Vila. From Doflamingo's earlier remarks, he had already inferred that the Lamb Gang was inevitably doomed, whether sooner or later. However, given the Lamb Gang's long-standing presence in Port Vila, their amassed wealth must be staggering. They could very well utilize the devil fruit to exploit the already precarious situation of the Lamb Gang, who would surely be willing to pay a handsome sum to rapidly enhance their combat capabilities. Doflamingo, upon hearing Torbull's suggestion, cast a surprised glance at this usually dim-witted family member, astonished that Torbull could articulate such astute insights. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied with a smile. "It is not yet time, Torbull. Moreover, the devil fruit is exceedingly precious. The wealth of the Lamb Gang alone cannot suffice for its price. At the very least, the wealth of Port Vila would be necessary to make it worthwhile. Indeed, the Lamb Gang was akin to a beast cornered with no escape, willing to pay any price for something that might enhance its chances of survival. If he merely presented the devil fruit, the Lamb Gang would undoubtedly offer him a most satisfactory price. Yet, this beast was still quite dangerous once it obtained the devil fruit. No one could predict what it might become. Uncertainty is the most unwelcome element in a plan. Although Doflamingo had briefly considered selling the devil fruit to the Lamb Gang to reap substantial profits while simultaneously stirring the waters further, he ultimately resisted this alluring notion. His ultimate goal was to annihilate Port Vila, a stumbling block to the advancement of the pirate era, and ideally to obliterate the Drum Kingdom, a medical powerhouse that continuously supplied vast quantities of medical supplies to the world and the Navy, acting like a physician to mend the wounds of a world riddled with suffering, something he found utterly detestable. Should the Lamb Gang acquire the devil fruit and stabilize the precarious balance that had taken so long to disrupt, it would be a grave miscalculation. While the likelihood of this was slim, it was a risk not worth taking. By destroying Port Vila, the largest port city of the Drum Kingdom, and inflicting significant losses on the local gang forces, the defensive strength formed by the Drum Kingdom's alliance with the gangs would be greatly diminished. At that point, pirates would be free to wreak havoc within this medical nation, accelerating the march of the pirate era. Moreover, Doflamingo had no intention of selling the precious devil fruit. He viewed it merely as a powder keg to ignite conflict, never considering selling it to any faction within Port Vila. Once the city's gang forces were weakened through mutual conflict, the wealth of Port Vila would easily fall into his hands. There was no need to squander such a valuable asset. The devil fruit was something meant exclusively for his own people. Patience was of the essence. Doflamingo gazed at the once calm sea, now roiling with the sudden onset of a storm, and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, outside the captain's quarters, a man cloaked in black, adorned with a clown's face, silently slipped away like a ghost. A month later, under the cover of night, in the slums of Area B of Port Vila, within the confines of the Lamb Gang's hideout, in the underground dungeon, a sudden clucking sound shattered the stillness of the cell. As the sound echoed, Absalom, who had been relishing a rare dream on the hard cot, was abruptly jolted awake, pale and emaciated. He clutched his stomach and gazed at the empty food bowl before the cell door, his eyes welling with tears of profound regret. Since his capture, he had lost track of the days spent in prison, only knowing that his existence here was an incessant torment, deprived of interaction with the beautiful women he once admired. He felt as though his life had turned a desaturated gray. During this time, Absalom was filled with remorse, regret for provoking Baal and his ilk, for pursuing the life of a bounty hunter, for his insatiable greed, and for his haughty arrogance. In short, he regretted everything that had led him to this meager cell. Absalom vowed that should he ever escape, he would never again provoke others, would forego the life of a bounty hunter, would embrace contentment, and would shed his pride. He would rectify all flaws that threatened his chance at a beautiful life. Yet, lamentably, despite his repeated requests to meet the devilish young man who had captured him, he was met with the same response: "Lord Baal is busy and cannot see you." After countless unfulfilled requests, Absalom began to entertain the absurd thought that perhaps Baal had forgotten about him. Though he recognized the absurdity of this notion, after all, he was well fed and unharmed. Merely imprisoned and stripped of his freedom, this idea had begun to grow in his mind. He had noticed that since his arrival at this new cell, the quality of his meals had deteriorated. What once consisted of lavish feasts had devolved into the hard, teeth-jarring black bread common among the impoverished of the city, with portions growing increasingly meager. Just yesterday, he had received barely half a loaf of black bread and a jug of cold water. with such a paltry amount of food? How could it satiate the hunger of an adult? Adding to his woes, this was already the 8th time today he had woken up hungry. Yet the boy who delivered his meals had yet to arrive, leading him to suspect that he had been forgotten. Absalom bore no ill will towards the boy. In fact, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Judging by the delivery frequency of late, he surmised that he would have gone without food yesterday had it not been for the boy's kindness in sharing his leftover bread. Thus, it was evident that he had indeed been without sustenance yesterday. But such kindness was evidently not a daily occurrence. With the boy's absence today, it seemed he would face hunger once more, perhaps having to wait until tomorrow for food, or possibly never receiving any again. He might truly have been forgotten or cast aside by Baal. Otherwise, how could his subordinates treat him in such a manner? Never did Absalom imagine he would sink to such depths. Absalom clutched his painfully empty stomach, his expression rife with despair. At this moment, he had long lost the initial fervor he possessed when confronting Baal, resembling a defeated rooster, devoid of vitality. Prior to experiencing the agonies of hunger, his sole desire was to savor one last tumultuous feast before meeting his end. However, as his hunger intensified, that longing gradually transformed into a desperate wish for a hearty meal. In a bid to combat his gnawing hunger, Absalom forced himself to sleep once more, striving to conserve his dwindling strength. Yet, hunger relentlessly tormented him, making slumber elusive, and he began to truly comprehend the profound torment and terror associated with starvation. As time dragged on, the ravenous Absalom felt each second extend into eternity, encapsulating him in a sensation akin to living through years. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer. He felt on the verge of starvation, summoning every ounce of strength to crawl to the prison bars, calling out for assistance and pleading for food, hoping someone would hear him. With each cry, he felt his stomach convulse in discomfort, yet no one came. It was as if he had been completely forgotten, abandoned by the very person who had captured him. "Release me. Do not torment me further. I acknowledge my wrongs. I truly understand. Just let me go, and I shall comply with any request." Overwhelmed by dizziness from hunger, Absalom uttered words he had never contemplated before. As he spoke, he yearned to weep, yet tears eluded him. He realized that by uttering this phrase, he had relinquished the last vestiges of his dignity. He had succumbed. "Oh, it seems you have finally come to your senses." Just as Absalom thought he was destined to perish from hunger in that cell, a voice he simultaneously despised and longed for echoed in his ears. With great effort, he raised his head to find the devilish young man standing before him. In truth, Baal had arrived long ago. His office was located just above the cell. With his exceptional hearing and observation Haki, every movement Absalom made was under Baal's watchful gaze. 2 months had elapsed since Baal captured Absalom. During the first month, Absalom was treated with great care. However, upon successfully seizing control of the B district slums and claiming the Regis gang's stronghold, Baal began to gradually diminish Absalom's rations after imprisoning him. In the past fortnight, he had experienced alternating feasts and famines, even enduring a full day without sustenance, allowing him to intimately experience the agony of hunger while systematically eroding his willpower. Throughout this time, although Absalom had repeatedly begged for mercy, Baal, having developed a rudimentary sense of others' emotions through his observation Haki, had not detected any genuine willingness from Absalom to cooperate. It was only when Absalom uttered that heartfelt plea that Baal truly sensed his sincerity. "Are you finally satiated? Then consume this." Baal observed Absalom, who was nearly bursting from his excessive feasting, finally pausing with a look of utter satisfaction. Without a change in expression, he produced a small black vial from his person and placed it upon the table, addressing Absalom with a stoic demeanor. Upon hearing this, Absalom's gaze immediately shifted to the black vial. This time, he refrained from foolishly bargaining with Baal or inquiring about the contents of the vial. Instead, he swiftly grasped the black vial and swallowed the solitary red pill contained within. When Absalom licked the pill with his tongue, he was surprised to discover it possessed a sweetness akin to that of confectionery. After swallowing it, he felt nothing amiss and looked at Baal with a perplexed expression. "Indeed, you have ingested poison," Baal stated, "but it will not take effect immediately. Approximately a day will pass before it manifests. When that time comes, if you do not receive the antidote within a minute, you shall succumb to the poison. The remedy to alleviate the toxin resides in my possession. If you comply, I shall administer the antidote to you punctually each day." Baal was quite pleased with Absalom's recent performance. Noticing the look of confusion on Absalom's face, he proceeded to explain. 2 months prior, Baal had dispatched Williams to seek a poison that could control Absalom. Williams, fully aware of Absalom's significance, diligently sent out trade caravans to neighboring countries in search of such a substance. At long last, half a month ago, the caravan discovered a particularly lethal poison in the kingdom of Alabaston that met Baal's requirements. It was said that this poison was derived from a unique toxic plant found in the Alabaston desert, and once it took effect, the victim would succumb to a gruesome decay. Baal has already experimented on several pirates who dared to kill on his territory, and the efficacy of the drug has proven to be remarkably effective. Although he anticipated this outcome, hearing that he had just ingested a lethal poison rendered Absalom's face ashen. If Baal's words bore any truth, he would inevitably fall under the dominion of this devilishly youthful man. The thought of losing his freedom and being enslaved to Baal cast a shadow over Absalom's future, and his expression swiftly turned somber. Rest assured, this poison, aside from alleviating the toxin's effects, also comes with a one-time antidote. As long as you assist me in stealing the devil fruit from the Don Quixote auction house, I shall provide you with the antidote and a substantial sum of money to facilitate your escape. I, Baal, am a man of my word. Bar, having once been a slave, was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Absalom's mind, now under his poisonous control. With a swift strike of the toxin as if wielding a stick, he immediately conjured an alluring prospect to entice him. Hope is essential for motivation to flourish. Indeed, upon hearing Bar's promise of regaining his freedom, Absalom's previously dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The demon fruit from the Don Quixote auction house, are you referring to the two fruits I overheard from Gilbert? Absalom, now astute, quickly recognized that Bar had not specified which demon fruit he meant and promptly inquired. Precisely. I require you to procure the one resembling the gaping maw of a man-eating flower. It currently resides within the Don Quixote auction house, Bar affirmed with a nod. Armed with the precise details provided by Bar and fully aware of the fruit's location, Absalom felt a surge of confidence. He patted his chest and declared with assurance, "No problem. I shall retrieve it from the Don Quixote auction house tonight." Upon encountering Absalom's expression brimming with confidence, Bar couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head and remarked, "Now is not the opportune moment. The Don Quixote auction house is fraught with traps, heavily guarded by numerous personnel, and there exists a devil fruit user who is vigilantly protecting the fruit. Attempting to pilfer the devil fruit right under his nose is simply unrealistic." Subsequently, he proceeded to share with Absalom the intelligence he had gathered over the past 2 months regarding the Don Quixote auction house. In his relentless pursuit of the Gura Gura no Mi, Bar had diligently sought to acquire insights about the auction house. To this end, he exerted considerable effort in enhancing his observation Haki, consistently striving to expand its range. Although his mastery of observation Haki remained at a rudimentary level, he had successfully extended its coverage to a radius of 200 meters. Once his observation Haki enveloped a sufficiently vast area, encompassing a significant portion of the Don Quixote auction house, he frequently disguised himself as a passerby, wandering near the premises in an attempt to pinpoint the precise location of the Gura Gura no Mi using his heightened perception. His observation Haki proved remarkably effective, allowing him to swiftly locate the Gura Gura no Mi within the auction house. Simultaneously, he witnessed the formidable strength of the security forces present. Indeed, the Don Quixote auction house was intrinsically linked to the Don Quixote pirates, as Bar discerned the presence of 2 of its officers, Pika and Lao Ji, through his observation Haki. Pika, a user of the Ishi Ishi no Mi, and Lao Ji, a martial artist at the zenith of his prowess. Ball assessed the situation and discerned that each of these individuals possessed strength equivalent to that of a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Alone, they would likely be capable of contending with Horton, particularly the former, who, upon unleashing the powers of the stone fruit, would transform into a formidable stone giant, making it highly improbable for Horton to prevail. Given Horton's formidable capabilities, Ball recognized that he could not hope to match them either. Consequently, resorting to violent means to seize the devouring fruit from their grasp was an impossibility. He would need to explore alternative strategies. Undoubtedly, Absalom, the transparent man, was now the pivotal figure in Ball's quest to acquire the devouring fruit. However, relying solely on Absalom's abilities would prove insufficient to pilfer the fruit from the Don Quixote auction house, a fortress constructed of solid stone. Pika, being the wielder of the stone fruit, made this stronghold his domain. Should he sense any disturbance, no one within the fortress could easily escape his grasp. Furthermore, Ball had received intelligence from Shuma regarding the myriad traps and mechanisms embedded within the castle. Even if Absalom possessed the power of invisibility, Without a thorough understanding of the traps, a reckless intrusion could lead to demise before even encountering the devouring fruit. It could be said that the Don Quixote auction house resembled a den of peril. Attempting to pilfer anything from within would be exceedingly difficult unless one possessed the strength to defeat Pika and Laoji. This encapsulates the situation. Your primary focus now should be on recuperating and adeptly developing the powers of the transparent fruit. In the meantime, you would do well to engage with Shuma's intelligence team. Ball elaborated on the intelligence regarding the auction house of Don Quixote to Absalom, who was left momentarily aghast, his mouth agape in astonishment. Ball was not taken aback by Absalom's reaction. He himself was acutely aware of the perilous nature of attempting to pilfer the Suna no Mi from the Don Quixote auction house. Even with ample intelligence and preparation, the prospect of success remained dauntingly slim. A failure in such an endeavor would likely spell certain doom. And it was entirely understandable that Absalom felt such immense pressure at this moment. The officers of the Don Quixote pirate crew possessed strength comparable to that of a Navy colonel. The user of the stone fruit could merge with fortifications, wielding control over the rocks within. Additionally, the fortress was laden with numerous lethal traps. Upon absorbing this information, Absalom couldn't help but entertain the notion of distancing himself from the Don Quixote auction house. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Apart from his invisibility, he possessed little else of worth. Without the ability to launch stealthy attacks through invisibility, he doubted his combat capabilities would suffice even against an ordinary individual. Ball urged him to venture into such perilous territory to procure the devil fruit, and with his current capabilities, it was akin to courting death. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Failure to comply could very well result in his demise by the morrow. He had already witnessed the ruthlessness of this young man firsthand. Should he dare to refuse, death would surely follow, possibly accompanied by the torment of imprisonment he had previously endured, only to meet his end thereafter. I understand. I shall strive earnestly, he declared, shaking off the dread of facing the Don Quixote auction house. The mere recollection of the 2 months spent in confinement was enough to banish any lingering fears. With a resolute expression, he replied loudly, if given the choice, he would rather brave the deadly risks of the treacherous Don Quixote auction house than return to the cell and suffer the pangs of hunger once more. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. In the coming days, I shall train you rigorously. Ball, perceiving Absalom's emotional state through his observation Haki, smiled faintly. He then retrieved a telephone from the drawer of his desk to contact Shuma. With the assistance of Absalom, who could render himself invisible, the plan to steal the Munch fruit had achieved considerable success. The next challenges lay in diverting or dealing with Pika and Laoji, as well as safely infiltrating the fortress. Acquiring the Munch fruit was imperative. Once Absalom was taken away by Shuma, Ball rose from his chair and approached the window. He gazed out at the bustling streets filled with people, his expression grave. Ever since Reggie had slain Willard, the other gangs in the city had noticeably tempered their aggression. The once belligerent Das gang had significantly contracted its influence, relinquishing the territories it had recently encroached upon from the Ram gang, and had instructed its subordinates to avoid conflict with them, appearing almost subdued. This newfound tranquility facilitated Ball's smooth acquisition of the slums District B throughout the past month. There had been no clashes with other gangs. However, his development initiatives had led to daily skirmishes with the pirates and various nefarious entities lurking in the slums. These pirates and spirits were mere nuisances, serving as an opportunity to train his men and intimidate the restless elements within his domain. The true threat arose from potential incursions by rival gangs. Yet, rather than viewing this calm as a blessing, Ball felt an intense sense of foreboding. Strange occurrences often herald deeper troubles. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the leader of the Das gang was not one to swallow his pride lightly. He was a ruthless individual. In the past, when the Das gang was still weak, he had dared to confront the Ram gang alone, rallying his men to pressure them into submission at the port of Aliyah. Although this fierce leader had not taken action for quite some time, it did not imply a change in temperament. On the contrary, his daughter's deteriorating health, coupled with inadequate treatment, had only exacerbated his fury. The fact that such a volatile figurehead had chosen to temporarily retreat was, indeed, alarming. Consequently, Ball discreetly instructed Shuma's intelligence network to gather information on the various gangs operating within the city. With the financial backing of the Flash Gold Chamber and the enhancement of his own business acumen, Shuma's intelligence group had grown into an organization of over 100 members, all of whom were orphan children from the slums. After undergoing rigorous training and indoctrination at the intelligence base, they quickly transformed into brave and loyal operatives. Utilizing their innocent appearances, they easily infiltrated rival territories, returning with valuable intelligence. Through these efforts, Ball uncovered that the Das Gang, the Regius Gang, and several smaller gangs were quietly updating their weaponry and urging their members to undergo training. Some of the smaller gangs were even offering generous incentives to recruit new members. Moreover, he received information from Doluk, who had risen to the position of captain within the city's defense forces through his formidable prowess and monetary bribes, indicating that the defense army was also discreetly bolstering its ranks, with numerous troops being dispatched from other regions. Lastly, the number of pirates arriving at Velia port had increased significantly, with many choosing to temporarily settle in the slums. The movements of gang forces, official factions, and pirate groups suggested an impending upheaval. The calm before the storm. Upon acquiring this information, Ball's mind immediately conjured the aforementioned thought. He remained uncertain about the duration of the current tranquility, yet he recognized the imperative to enhance his capabilities expeditiously. In truth, his rate of advancement had been notably swift. With a multitude of subordinates at his disposal, he no longer needed to traverse tirelessly like a patrolling captain, provided that no significant incidents arose. He could simply remain at the stronghold, attending to routine matters, thus affording him ample time for training. Presently, on days devoid of pressing concerns, his training regimen could extend to 15 hours, and with his physical prowess steadily improving, the frequency of his practice of the 9 serpent body refinement technique had escalated from twice daily to thrice. Coupled with his swordsmanship training, his progress was naturally exponential. Within the span of just over a month, Ball's stamina and strength attributes both surpassed the remarkable threshold of 30, each reaching the value of 30 points, while his speed attribute approached 28 points. Furthermore, following the assassination incident, his mentor, Reggie, exhibited an uncharacteristic fervor, providing guidance in swordsmanship and serving as a sparring partner. With the tutelage of a swordsman whose prowess rivaled that of a vice admiral within the Navy headquarters, Ball's swordsmanship and observation Haki advanced rapidly, and he successfully mastered 2 commendable sword techniques from Reggie. Such delightful progress would have undoubtedly exhilarated Ball in the past. However, he now found himself besieged by immense pressure. Faced with the impending storm, he felt a profound uncertainty regarding his ability and that of his companions to endure the trials ahead. Consequently, he was compelled to devise a means to rapidly augment his strength, and the thought fruit stood as the only treasure he could envision that would propel his power to extraordinary heights. He must secure this divine fruit without fail. Suddenly, a cacophony of fireworks erupted in the sky, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Upon witnessing the resplendent fireworks illuminating the night sky outside the window, Bar's expression darkened immediately. He promptly exited his office to summon his personnel. Over the course of a month, the number of individuals under Bar's command had swiftly expanded to 200. Among this contingent were members of previously assembled patrol groups, a portion of guards from the Shanjin Merchant Association, and a greater number of newly recruited individuals from the slums. The majority of those residing in the slums of Viliaport were newcomers, many of whom possessed formidable skills in combat, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. As they navigated this unfamiliar territory, they sought opportunities to distinguish themselves. As the newly appointed leader of the Ram Gang in the slums, Ball is in the midst of recruiting new members. Being a somewhat renowned young warrior and a disciple of the currently popular Reggie, he swiftly garners attention when he announces lucrative rewards for those who join him. While Ball is pleased to attract such a multitude of applicants, he is not in the business of charity and does not intend to recruit excessively. He has determined that a force of 200 men is sufficient to maintain stability in his territory. Among these 200 positions, he prioritizes those who have followed him in establishing this domain, ensuring that the entire previous patrol team is included, along with a portion of the guards from the Shining Gold Chamber, totaling 50 individuals. The remaining 150 positions are open for recruitment. Ball's principle for recruitment is strength above all. He imposes no other conditions, accepting individuals regardless of their past as slaves, bandits, or pirates, as long as they possess the requisite power. Following a series of rigorous battles, 150 individuals emerge as Ball's subordinates. He decides to divide this 200-man contingent into 5 teams of 40, assigning one team to guard their stronghold while the other 4 patrol the 4 regions of their territory, collecting protection fees. For the selection of the team leaders, Ball adheres to his principle of valuing strength, allowing the members to determine the 5 most formidable individuals among them. Ultimately, Victor, skilled in basic marksmanship, and Lombard, proficient in basic axe techniques, rise to the occasion, along with 3 others named Cab, Bafina, and Gabdon. Cab is a dark-skinned swordsman, notably short at only 1 meter and 40 centimeters, and he bears a natural limp, rendering him a cripple. Nevertheless, his unique swordsmanship is remarkably sharp, demonstrating basic sword skills with impressive agility. Perhaps due to enduring scorn and mockery since birth, Cab is a solitary figure, ruthless and taciturn, exhibiting many traits reminiscent of pirates. Bafina, a voluptuous beauty and sharpshooter hailing from Alabasta, possesses rare pink hair and also wields basic marksmanship. She bears a striking resemblance to Nami. Initially, she sought to challenge Ball, a young sharpshooter capable of defeating dual-wielding Harred, only to be effortlessly bested by him. Subsequently, she alters her intentions, opting to join Ball in hopes of honing her shooting skills under his tutelage. Gabton, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, is muscular and bald, adorned with a distinctive black tattoo on his face, wielding a naginata, originating from the flower country of the West Sea. He possesses exceptional physical prowess and wields the 8 Chong Fist, a martial art passed down through generations of the 8 Treasures Water Army, shrouding his origins in mystery. Among the 5 team leaders, Gabton stands out as the strongest, being the only one capable of engaging Ball for half an hour without the use of Haki, remaining evenly matched. Currently, the distress signal fireworks that Ball observes are emanating from the eastern region under Gabton's command. These fireworks, specifically prepared by Ball as a survival tool for his subordinates, are only to be used when confronting an insurmountable enemy, and only the 5 team leaders possess them. Gabton's ignition of the distress signal unequivocally indicates he has encountered a formidable foe. Given Ball's first-hand experience training with Gabton, he is acutely aware of his strength, which rivals that of other petty leaders like Clark. Such prowess allows one to navigate the slums with relative ease, making it evident that Gabton must be facing an extraordinary adversary, most likely a high-bounty pirate. Upon witnessing the explosive display in the sky, Ball instinctively sensed that a grave situation had arisen. He promptly summoned his crew and hastened toward the source of the disturbance, employing his observation Haki to survey the area. Gabton, a pivotal figure who had clandestinely acquired the 8 trigram fist and regularly practiced alongside Ball, was an earnest worker, vital to maintaining the stability of their territory. It was imperative that no unforeseen incidents occurred. Utilizing the 9 serpent body refinement technique, Ball augmented the strength of his legs, thereby enhancing his overall agility. Soon, through the keen perception afforded by his observation Haki, he spotted Gabton engaged in a fierce confrontation with a burly middle-aged pirate sporting a robust beard. The pirate wielded a saber with exceptional skill, effectively suppressing Gabton, who was armed with a naginata. This middle-aged pirate, evidently a swift swordsman, executed strikes with alarming rapidity. Even with Ball's heightened senses, he could only catch fleeting glimpses of the sword's trajectory. Had it not been for Gabton's steadfast defense, skillfully shielding his vital points, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the onslaught of the swift sword techniques. As for the 40 members of the Ram gang led by Gabton, the majority had already succumbed to their injuries, bearing grievous wounds from the blade, while a few continued to engage in fierce skirmishes with other pirates. It became clear to Ball why Gabton found himself at a disadvantage, necessitating urgent assistance. Upon discerning the true nature of the notorious bearded pirate, Ball immediately grasped the cause behind Gabton's disheveled state. Information gathered by the Shuma intelligence agency regarding the recent emergence of infamous pirates in the Grand Line swiftly materialized in Ball's mind. Marlin, the captain of the Swift Sea Pirate crew and a user of the Swift fruit, commanded a staggering bounty of 50 million berries. In the Grand Line, the magnitude of a pirate's bounty often correlates with their prowess, and this Marlin, possessing the abilities of the Swift fruit alongside remarkable swordsmanship, undoubtedly warranted his 50 million berries reward. Furthermore, Marlin's temperament was notably ruthless. It was said that when a child from a village inadvertently bumped into him, he nearly annihilated the entire population, leaving only a few villagers hidden in secret cellars. His most recent atrocity occurred merely a month prior in a coastal town of the Frank Kingdom, adjacent to the Magnet Drum Kingdom, where he perpetrated a heinous act and killed a Navy lieutenant pursuing him. As a result, his bounty surged from a previous 20 million berries to an astounding 50 million berries. The powers of the Swift fruit present an ideal opportunity to test my own abilities, as well as to explore the hypothesis concerning the resurrection of devil fruits. Ball was not daunted by Marlin, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding twice that of the previous Douglas, and a wielder of a devil fruit power. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration, as he seldom encountered prey as exceptional as Marlin. Haha, You big fool, isn't it utterly despairing that you cannot keep up with my moves? You are now incapable of counterattacking, merely waiting passively for your demise. Rest assured, I shall eliminate you before that brat named Ball arrives, and then, utilizing the powers of the swift fruit, I shall make my escape with my comrades. He will never catch up to me. Did I not merely slay a child who sullied my clothes? How dare you attack me, you big oaf? You truly must be tired of living. You think you're part of the Navy, but you are merely a gang member. Look at the foolish price you are paying. Your subordinates are nearly dead, all perishing due to your meddling during the battle. Marlon relentlessly pressured the battered Gabton with his swift sword strikes, while simultaneously hurling venomous taunts aimed at Gabton's psyche, attempting to provoke him into revealing a flaw through rage. Indeed, Gabton felt the ire igniting within him, a burning desire to dismember the scum before him. However, his rationality continuously suppressed his fury. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. The last time, his impetuous anger led to the downfall of his best brother and heavy losses for his subordinates. This time, as one who had betrayed the expectations of their leader, Green Pepper, and faced exile, he knew he must maintain his composure. Only in this manner could he endure until Ball's arrival, ensuring both his and his comrade's salvation. He had dispatched a signal flare for help, and compared to that esteemed figure's strength, he believed he could hold out just a little longer. He was confident that once Ball arrived, this despicable pirate, who spared not even children, would face the judgment of death. After all, Ball, his newly sworn leader, had awakened the observation Haki and developed it to an impressive degree, marking him as a true genius. Gabton was no stranger to the power of observation Haki. Their leader, Green Pepper, had wielded it and had previously explained its capabilities to him in detail. Regrettably, perhaps due to his lack of talent, Gabton had been unable to awaken this formidable power, despite undergoing the same stringent training as others under Green Pepper. Yet he understood that if he could master this ability, this loathsome pirate, who relied on his devil fruit powers to enhance his sword speed, would be no match for him. The opponent's swordsmanship, though seemingly exceptional, was merely ordinary. Inferior even to that of Ball, merely bolstered by the fruit's power to become a formidable swordsman, given the opponent's age. It was evident his swordsmanship was still at a rudimentary level. He was no prodigy. Damn it, this big oaf is surprisingly resilient. And despite the extensive blood he has lost, he shows no sign of slowing down. I must expedite the end of this battle. If I delay, that brat Ball may truly arrive. While I fear not that child, he has Reggie backing him. Should I provoke him, I may not escape this port of Villia. As Marlon continued his relentless assault, his impatience grew, secretly anxious. As a devil fruit user and a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, he certainly did not regard the 16-year-old Ball with any seriousness. However, one must be wary of the master when striking down a dog. Reggie had once slain Willard to support Ball. Though a month had passed since that incident, it remained a popular topic among pirates arriving at Villia Port. None were unaware of it. While Marlon was ruthless, he was not foolish. He understood that to survive in these tumultuous seas filled with powerful adversaries, one must navigate carefully. Thus, he never provoked those he could not afford to offend. Had it not been for Gabton's unwarranted interference, he would never have engaged in battle with him on Ball's territory. I merely killed a lowly child from the slums. And you dare to fight me to the death over it? Truly foolish. Die, you incompetent gang member. Swiftly, triple acceleration. Marlon roared. He resolved to end the battle, even resorting to self-harm to unleash a power exceeding his body's capacity for triple acceleration. In an instant, a storm of blades erupted from Marlon's hands, enveloping Gabton, leaving numerous lacerations across his body, transforming him into a bloodied figure, with his hands, which guarded his heart and head, reduced to a grotesque state. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from afar, 5 high-velocity bullets hurtling towards Marlon, who was poised to strike Gabton's exposed throat. A sense of lethal danger surged within him, prompting him to withdraw his blade aimed at Gabton's throat. He quickly scanned the area, aided by the bright streetlights, and managed to intercept the incoming bullets with his blade. However, as soon as he knocked down all the bullets, gunfire erupted once more, another 5 bullets targeting his vital points. Marlon was compelled to swing his sword again to deflect the bullets. After successfully deflecting all the projectiles, he raised his head to gaze at the eaves of the nearby building, where a formidable aura emanated, causing his heart to race. There stood a striking young man, holding a sword, silhouetted against the massive moon, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Marlon recognized this youth as Ball, the small-time leader of the Ram gang who governed the area. In retrospect, he realized he had underestimated him. Marlon blinked, and upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find Ball standing right before him, his blade poised to slice through Marlon's neck. Reacting instinctively, Marlon met the attack with his own blade. A resounding clash ensued, accompanied by dazzling sparks and a powerful gust that sent both combatants and bystanders flying. Is this a trick? Marlon felt the overwhelming force transmitted through his sword, causing his complexion to pale in shock. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his grip on the sword might shatter, rendering him unable to hold onto it. In desperation, he tightened his left hand around the hilt to prevent his weapon from slipping away. Yet, at that moment, Ball also utilized his left hand, but for the purpose of attack. Having faced numerous life-and-death battles, Marlon instinctively sensed a looming threat from the rapidly approaching fist, realizing that even with both hands gripping swords, he struggled to withstand the force. He decisively activated the Swift Fruit's ability, Swift, triple acceleration. Through tripling his movement speed, Marlon narrowly evaded Ball's left fist, which had gained 42 points of strength due to the 9 serpent body refinement technique. However, he soon discovered a new, deadly truth. His legs had been severed by Ball's sword. Just as he activated his Swift Fruit ability, Ball had astonishingly predicted his movement, precisely slicing through his legs. Malong's legs were severed by Ball, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony, wailing in despair. Ball, wielding the blood-dripping sword of Ghost Cry, reflected inwardly on the immense enhancement that Haki provided to combat prowess. With his observation Haki reaching a rudimentary level, he found that even a bounty of 50 million berry was no match for him. Once he anticipated an opponent's moves, their fate was sealed. Soon after, he grew irritated by Malong's shrill cries, furrowing his brow before striking Malong's head with the back of Ghost Cry, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Meanwhile, the pirates engaged in battle with Ball's subordinates, upon witnessing the dire state of their captain, were struck with overwhelming fear and began to flee in panic. Their allegiance to Malong was merely a consequence of his formidable strength. Few truly followed a captain with such a cruel disposition. Kill a man and then attempt to escape? Ball showed no mercy as he swiftly drew his revolver, executing each pirate with precision. Meanwhile, the members of the Ram Gang, led by Pafina, who had followed Ball from their stronghold, arrived just in time to witness the entire scene of Ball vanquishing Marin and gunning down the remaining pirates. They set about tending to the wounded and clearing the battlefield. Ball set down the revolver in his hand and turned to address the astonished Barfina. At that moment, Barfina had already recognized the motionless figure lying at Bale's feet as Marlon, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Now, this fearsome pirate lay in a pool of blood, his legs severed, his fate uncertain, and the outcome starkly evident. How remarkable! Even a powerhouse with a bounty of 50 million berries is no match for him. Indeed, this man is extraordinarily formidable and so young. He will only grow stronger with time. Barfina marveled inwardly, and when she caught Bale's gaze, her heart fluttered. Blushing, she replied loudly, "Yes, Lord Ball." Gabton and his crew had suffered catastrophic losses in their confrontation with Marlon's pirate crew, with nearly half of their members killed, and the remaining survivors were gravely injured, Gabton included. Had it not been for Bale's timely assistance, he would have met a grim fate. Ball understood that in order to compel loyalty from his subordinates, he could not be overly stingy. Consequently, he offered exceptionally generous treatment to his men, providing not only substantial salaries but also caring for their families. In the unfortunate event that a subordinate lost his life while maintaining territorial stability, Ball ensured ample compensation and continued to look after the bereaved family. Regarding injuries and disabilities, Ball considered arranging for his men to work within the enterprises under the auspices of the Shining Gold Chamber of Commerce, thus allowing them to maintain a decent standard of living without being neglected. Since Ball had acquired his territory, the Shining Gold Chamber, managed by Williams, had fully established itself in the area. With Bale's assistance, it swiftly consolidated various industries, entering a phase of rapid development. Within just over a month, the chamber had acquired numerous businesses within Bale's territory, becoming the true overseer behind these enterprises and providing Ball with substantial financial support. This enabled him to afford the lavish treatment of his subordinates and manage the territory effectively. Undoubtedly, in terms of compensation, Ball far surpassed other gang leaders in the slums. Most of these leaders regarded their men as mere disposable assets, discarding them without hesitation once they ceased to be of use, devoid of any compensation or subsequent support. Happiness is often derived from comparison, and Bale's benevolent treatment of his subordinates, proven over the course of a month, was immensely appreciated by those who predominantly hailed from the slums. Moreover, as Ball was a young and capable leader with a keen understanding of territorial governance, the loyalty of his men soared dramatically. Currently, anyone with a modicum of skill in the slums was eager to join Bale's ranks, even though working under him might pose greater risks than under other gang leaders. This was due to the fact that not only did Ball offer superior treatment, but he also earned the genuine respect of the impoverished populace. Although Bale's dominion over Area B had only lasted a little over a month, the impact he had made in such a brief period was monumental. Firstly, concerning the environment, Area B had been as filthy and chaotic as other parts of the slum, littered with garbage, and its residents often resorted to indiscriminate urination and defecation due to the lack of sanitation facilities. Had the island of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom not been a frigid winter isle, it would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by stench and various infectious diseases. Such a squalid environment was hardly appealing. Even pirates preferred to revel in cleaner surroundings, despite the higher costs associated. To attract more consumers to his territory, Ball recognized the necessity of improving the local environment. On the second day of his acquisition, he personally financed the construction of several garbage disposal sites and numerous toilets. He also placed an abundance of trash bins throughout the streets and employed local children to collect litter, while instituting strict regulations against indiscriminate waste disposal. After a month, Bale's territory underwent a remarkable transformation. Although it still fell short of the hygiene standards found in the civilian districts, it stood as a paragon of cleanliness compared to other areas of the slum. Area B's geographical position was already advantageous, attracting more foot traffic than other regions of the slum. With improved conditions, the influx of people increased, further bolstering the local economy. In addition to environmental improvements, Ball also focused on enhancing public safety within his domain. The lawlessness of the slums made it the most chaotic area of Villa Harbor, essentially a lawless zone. The absence of patrolling guards meant that order was upheld solely by the various gangs, who were indifferent to the welfare of the slum's residents. They would only intervene in matters that severely threatened their interests, such as assaults on their enterprises. As a result, ordinary inhabitants of the slums lived in a constant state of insecurity, perpetually on edge, and generally refrained from venturing out at night. This pervasive fear also deterred individuals from other areas from entering the slums, although Ball understood that this lawless zone was favored by pirates, and that a significant portion of his territory's enterprises catered to them. He was acutely aware that only through maintaining a semblance of order could the development of his domain flourish. The well-being of the inhabitants within his territory was fundamental to the sustained growth of his power. Consequently, he strictly prohibited any acts of murder within his realm. However, such heinous acts were all too common in the slums, and in the initial stages of enforcing his decree, Ball's subordinates found themselves embroiled in frequent and violent conflicts, resulting in numerous casualties. Ball himself often intervened, executing those who defied his commands. This approach, while initially leading to a significant decline in pirate visitors and a corresponding downturn in businesses reliant on them, ultimately resulted in a marked improvement in public safety. The formidable reputation of Ball and his men served as a powerful deterrent to those contemplating violence. Due to his successful governance and effective maintenance of public order, Ball has garnered immense popularity within his territory. The residents of Zone B express profound gratitude towards Ball, the individual who actively safeguards their lives and properties. People from other areas of the slums aspire to relocate to Zone B, resulting in a continuous surge in property prices and the quiet emergence of a burgeoning real estate market. As the local population rapidly increases, various industries also begin to experience a revitalization. Now, as Ball strolls through his domain, many individuals willingly extend their greetings, and even his subordinates receive the respect of the community. The followers of Ball predominantly hail from the slums, where they reside and earn the respect of the local populace, basking in the glory of their status. Returning home, they are filled with a sense of triumph, their spiritual needs profoundly fulfilled. It is evident that good security is not solely desired by the common folk. Many ordinary pirates also crave it. Having endured numerous battles at sea, they seek nothing more than to revel in leisure upon reaching land, wishing to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Once Ball's territory gained recognition for its safety, the long-absent pirate visitors returned in even greater numbers, alongside an influx of patrons from the civilian districts, rendering his domain more prosperous than ever before. This evening's battle will undoubtedly not escape the notice of others in the slums. News of Ball's victory over Marlin and the heavy losses inflicted upon the Gabon squad will swiftly spread throughout the area. many will find themselves filled with awe for Ball, invigorated by the prospect of tomorrow, eager to undergo the trials to join his ranks. Ball, having consoled Gabtun and the other injured subordinates, proceeded towards the stronghold, carrying the already bandaged Marin. At this moment, he resembled a victorious monarch. On his return journey, numerous residents, having received the news, emerged from their homes to pay their respects to him. In Area B, at the Ram Gang stronghold, where Absalom had once been imprisoned, the three brothers of Ball gathered. The city was abundant with an array of various fruits. Ball, do you think this method will work? Shuma inquired breathlessly as he brought in a large basket of fruits. Uncertain, we shall find out shortly. After all, there is no loss in trying. Ball replied with a slight smile, gazing at Marin, who was bound by chains. If the gamble pays off, it will be immensely rewarding. Williams, with narrowed eyes and an expression of excitement, regarded Marin as one would observe gold coins. Perhaps aware of his impending doom, Marin glared fiercely at the three, struggling against his restraints. Had his mouth not been sealed, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Ball and his companions in his final moments. Let us begin. Once Shuma had moved the items inside, Ball slowly drew his weapon, the ghost cry, preparing to conclude the life of this notorious pirate, whose bounty was set at 50 million berries. For most, death is an undeniably terrifying prospect. Even Marin, a pirate with a history of violence, displayed a glimmer of fear in his eyes as death approached. Driven by the instinct to survive, he began to thrash violently, unleashing his full potential, causing the chains that bound him to emit mournful sounds, as if they could scarcely withstand his struggle. Quite spirited indeed, Williams remarked, intercepting Ball's attempt to strike. I had intended to surprise you, but it seems this will suffice. It is perfect for testing its power. Upon finishing, he retrieved a pair of shackles from his person. Shuma, recognizing the shackles, exclaimed with delight, "You successfully procured them." Ball was equally astonished, a joyful smile gracing his face. Upon discovering that the formidable fruit user, Pika, was guarding the Goma Gomu fruit at the auction house, he instructed Williams to seek out Sea Stone, the rare treasure that counters the powers of devil fruit users. However, Sea Stone is a commodity strictly prohibited from sale by the world government, typically circulating only in the black market, where it commands an exorbitant price and is often elusive. Most crucially, the craftsmanship required to process Sea Stone is exclusively possessed by the artisans of Wano country. Even if one were to acquire raw Sea Stone, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to refine and forge it. They would have to purchase a finished product instead. Recently, Williams expended considerable resources to successfully procure a pair of handcuffs containing Sea Stone from a black market dealer, intending to surprise Ball the following day. Yet, he sensed that the moment was ripe for action. To be honest, he was uncertain of the authenticity of the item during the transaction. The black market dealer had been exceedingly domineering, leaving no room for inspection. Thus, Williams had purchased it on a whim, without the opportunity to verify its genuineness. Initially, he had planned to have Shuma, the paper fruit user, test it, but now, with Marin present, it seemed unnecessary to involve his brother. With a swift motion, Williams deftly secured one of Marin's hands in the handcuffs. Instantly, the previously struggling Marin appeared drained of strength, unable to continue resisting, and could only glare fiercely at Ball and the others. It appeared to be genuine. The effect was remarkable. Well done, Williams, your efforts are commendable. Upon seeing this, Bart smiled and remarked that with the Sea Stone handcuffs, the likelihood of his subsequent plan to seize the much fruit had increased significantly. It is as it should be. I am pleased you feel this way. Alas, we were unable to find Sea Stone bullets, for they are even rarer than the Sea Stone handcuffs, Williams said with a hint of regret. Ball shook his head and said, "It is already quite remarkable. Let us endeavor to see if my hypothesis holds true." As soon as the words left his lips, he plunged the requiem of souls into the heart of Malin before him. The heart was pierced, and Malin's life essence swiftly faded away. Before long, he was reduced to a lifeless corpse. The three individuals, including Ball, paid little heed to Malin's fate. Their attention was entirely captivated by the various types of fruits that had been laid upon the ground by Shuma. At this moment, Bartolomeo sought to validate his hypothesis regarding the rebirth process of the devil fruit. He had watched the anime One Piece, in which the narrative frequently illustrated instances where the abilities of a devil fruit user would reincarnate in nearby fruits upon the user's demise. A quintessential example lies within the Punk Hazard arc, where a toxic slime that had consumed the salamander fruit perished, leading to a nearby bag of apples from which one apple unexpectedly transformed into a devil fruit. Regrettably, his conjecture appeared to be flawed. The remains of Melandu had already grown cold, yet none of the fruits on the ground exhibited any anomalous transformation. It seems that he had failed. Indeed, acquiring a devil fruit is not as facile as one might hope. Ball had not witnessed any changes in the fruits for quite some time, and he shook his head with a hint of disappointment on his face. Although the speedy fruit was not as formidable as the gulping fruit, it was nonetheless a commendable devil fruit. Had he not obtained the gulping fruit, it would have provided him with a modicum of leverage against the impending storm. Even if he chose not to consume it himself, it would be advantageous for others in his crew to partake. He had gleaned the fruit's capabilities from Gabton and others, understanding that it could not only enhance his own speed but also that of his companions, making it an excellent asset for team battles. Williams, too, felt disheartened. As a merchant, he harbored great hopes for the success of this endeavor. If it were to succeed, he could auction devil fruits in the future and amass a considerable fortune in berries. However, if obtaining devil fruits were truly so effortless, someone would have likely accomplished it by now. It seemed that fortune played a pivotal role in this matter, and their absence was to be expected. Shuma had never regarded Bale's idea as particularly plausible. With a shrug, he remarked, "Well, it's just an experiment after all. If it fails, so be it. Let us proceed." Ball quickly composed himself, swiftly decapitating Marlin and removing the sea stone shackles from his hands. He then held up the severed head and spoke. The two had no objections and promptly followed Ball back to his office above. What transpired? Upon returning to his office, Ball found a plethora of fruits piled high within. He turned to Shuma and inquired. Shuma, with a smile, responded, "I merely relayed your request for various types of fruits from the city, and my subordinates returned with an abundance, perhaps considering your remarkable appetite. It's beneficial to consume more fruits. After all, you will likely devour them swiftly." Ball, somewhat speechless at Shuma's explanation, acknowledged that his current appetite was indeed substantial. The mountain of fruits in his office would probably last him 2 or 3 days, serving as delightful snacks. Suddenly, Williams exclaimed, "Hey, Ball, Shuma, doesn't that pile of apples contain one that appears rather peculiar?" Having found no devil fruit in the dungeon below, he was determined to seek one among the fruits in the office, and indeed, he discovered an unusual fruit among the mound of apples. One stood out due to its odd color. Though mostly concealed by the red apples, a small portion of its uniquely patterned skin was visible, and Williams, with his keen eyes, noticed it. It seems our luck is favorable. Without a doubt, this peculiar fruit is the SS fruit. Upon hearing Williams, Ball instinctively activated his observation Haki and quickly identified the odd apple hidden within the pile. He extracted it and grinned at his two companions. Williams and Shuma immediately displayed delighted smiles upon witnessing this. The devil fruit was a treasure that could provide an immediate enhancement of power, and few in the world could resist its allure. It appeared that the resurrection of this devil fruit did not merely select the nearest fruit, but rather ignored distance, although it likely favored nearby fruits for its rebirth. This time, fortune seemed to be on their side. Simultaneously, Ball's mind raced to reconsider the mechanics of the devil fruit's resurrection. From his recent experiment, it was clear that the devil fruit would not randomly resurrect on the closest fruit. Yet its emergence within the fruits in his office suggested a strong likelihood of selecting from nearby options. Ultimately, the data remained too sparse for Ball to draw definitive conclusions. But regardless, acquiring the devil fruit was sufficient. The outcome was what truly mattered. "Williams, would you care for some?" Ball's ambition was to consume the Suna-Suna-Nomi. While he momentarily showed no interest in the suspected Moku-Moku Nomi he held in his hands, with a smile, he presented it to Williams. "Is it really all right?" Williams stammered upon hearing this. Among the 3 brothers, he was the weakest in terms of strength, although he had made significant contributions. In a world where individual prowess reigned supreme, he yearned to grow stronger, at the very least to safeguard himself and not become a burden to Bar and the others. "Of course, you've worked hard these days. If it weren't for your sacrifices and training to manage the business and generate profits, we wouldn't possess such a favorable territory and influence now. You are truly deserving of it," Bar stated earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Shuma, standing nearby, chimed in with a smile. "What my brother says is entirely correct. If you wish to eat it, do so without hesitation." Upon hearing their encouragement, Williams felt a surge of emotion. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to decline, shaking his head. "I think I shall pass. I am currently preoccupied with managing the business. Consuming this devil fruit, which would be immensely beneficial in battle, would be a waste. Moreover, I am more inclined towards fruits that enhance my survival capabilities." Upon hearing this, Ball and Shoma nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, William scarcely had time to cultivate his abilities anymore. As the Golden Flash Chamber of Commerce expanded, he, as the president overseeing its affairs, found himself increasingly occupied, often to the point of being utterly swamped. It seemed rather wasteful for him to have consumed a devil fruit resembling the swift fruit. The swift fruit possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the speed and attack rate of teammates, making it an exceptional support capability that could prove immensely beneficial in team battles. Very well, let us seek a more suitable devil fruit for you in due course. Ball carefully tucked away the devil fruit and addressed Williams, his eyes reflecting a blend of remorse and gratitude. He understood that Williams's decision to forego consuming the devil fruit stemmed in part from the desire to provide him with the opportunity to enhance his strength whenever he wished. Williams, with his remarkable ability to manage a business adeptly, undoubtedly contemplated this aspect. The assistance from his brother had been invaluable, prompting a mixture of appreciation and guilt within him due to the sacrifices made on his behalf. With a smile, Williams remarked, "I believe that day will not come too late." Thus, the matter of the devil fruit reached a temporary conclusion. Subsequently, Ball glanced at the wall clock, noting the time, and said to the two, "I must take my leave. You both should attend to your own affairs." With that, he hastily exited the room, his departure so swift that it felt as though he could hardly be followed. That fellow leaves in such a hurry. It feels as though I can scarcely keep up. Shuma mused as he watched Ball's retreating figure. Over the past few months, he felt as though he had been living a dream, swiftly transforming from a lowly slave into a well-known intelligence chief, all thanks to his association with Ball. While he had indeed exerted effort, the establishment of the intelligence network was largely attributed to Ball's involvement, particularly in the crucial aspect of ideological education. Without a solid foundation in ideological education, the cohesion of his intelligence group would not be as robust, nor would its rate of development be as rapid as it currently is. As for his own strength, he candidly acknowledged that he had become quite formidable. Leveraging the abilities granted by the paper fruit, he was capable of contending with minor leaders like Gabon. However, he still fell short in comparison to Ball. Go ahead and revel in your prowess. If you claim to be unable to keep up, then I must be but a mere shadow, Williams quipped. Only Ball and the two of them truly understand the extent of his diligence. He is undoubtedly the busiest person each day, yet he still feels he falls short in his efforts, which leaves them both feeling quite embarrassed. Whenever they contemplate a moment of idleness, the thought of Ball invariably crosses their minds, compelling them to refrain from any semblance of relaxation. However, after a recent period of reflection, they have come to realize that no matter how hard they strive, keeping pace with Ball and standing shoulder to shoulder with him in battle remains a formidable challenge. Thus, they can only offer their assistance to Ball within their respective areas of expertise. They exchanged a knowing glance and shared a smile before stepping out of the room together. Meanwhile, Ball, with his face masked, was swiftly traversing the rooftops of the common district, resembling a master thief scaling walls with grace. Utilizing his keen observation and perception, he was able to identify landing spots even in the enveloping darkness. His remarkable physical prowess allowed him to effortlessly leap distances of several meters. Soon, he crossed the common district and halted atop a building located merely 50 meters from the Tangiakid auction house. He hoped for a new discovery today. Ball gazed solemnly at the imposing fortress ahead. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, unleashing the full force of his observation Haki. Enveloping an area of over 200 meters, a wealth of information from within the fortress swiftly flooded his consciousness. Each night, Ball would come here to monitor the activities inside the fortress with his observation Haki. This not only served to deepen his familiarity with the stronghold, but also allowed him to glean insights into the various traps and mechanisms by observing the patrolling guards. Furthermore, he aimed to discern the daily routines of Pika and Rao-Ji. Ball had diligently maintained this surveillance for more than a month, and he had become thoroughly acquainted with the fortress's intricacies, memorizing the locations of most traps and mechanisms, as well as the habits and interests of Pika and Rao-Ji. Fortuitously, neither Pika nor Rao-Ji possessed the ability to sense observation Haki, rendering them oblivious to his scrutiny. Oh, Gilbert and Valpo are scheduled to visit for the devil fruit in a few days. After a while, Ball suddenly opened his eyes, astonished, to enhance his intelligence-gathering capabilities. He had taken the initiative to learn lip reading. His aptitude for learning was remarkable, and with the guidance of a highly skilled tutor he had hired, he had become quite adept at interpreting the movements of their lips to understand their conversations. Pika and Rao-Ji regularly communicated, typically during their evening meals. which were consistently held around 9 o'clock. Ball typically frequented this location during this time to conduct surveillance. Generally, the exchanges between the two revolve around Don Quixote da Flamingo, discussing his recent misdeeds and whereabouts. Unbeknownst to them, merely 50 meters away from the auction house, someone has been stealthily eavesdropping on their conversations each night using the observation Haki, inadvertently exposing a wealth of information regarding the Don Quixote pirates. During this period, Ball has gleaned considerable intelligence about the Don Quixote pirates from their dialogues, such as the locations of their strongholds, their clandestine bribery of certain Navy officials and nobles from various nations, and the origins of their devil fruits, among other details. Through their discussions, Ball has come to grasp the terrifying extent of Doflamingo, a fallen celestial dragon, whose influence has permeated most nations and lawless territories along the first half of the Grand Line. The notion that he may one day become a broker of the underworld is not mere hyperbole. However, on this particular evening, the atmosphere during their dinner is markedly different. Both individuals are quite displeased, particularly Pika, who resembles an explosive powder keg, seething with rage, seemingly affected by certain events. In a lavishly adorned room within the Don Quixote auction house, Pika and Lao Ji engage in a heated conversation. It infuriates me. That damn fool of a prince actually dared to label our master a filthy pirate. If it weren't for the transponder snail, I would have slain him on the spot. Moreover, he audaciously demands to witness the devil fruit with his own eyes in 3 days, expecting us to prepare for his arrival. Such arrogance! Pika, a robust figure, exclaims in a voice sharply contrasting with his imposing physique, his face contorted in rage, emanating a murderous aura. Unable to contain his frustration, he seizes a chair from the floor and hurls it against the wall, shattering it into pieces and leaving a significant dent accompanied by numerous cracks. In a fit of fury, he continues to destroy chairs, but still finds himself unsatisfied, activating the powers of the stone fruit, transforming the room into utter chaos. Those stationed outside tremble in fear, dreading any unintentional provocation of this irate auction house manager. Calm down, Pika. Do you wish to reduce the auction house to ruins? This is not what our master desires, Lao Ji admonishes, though he too is incensed. Yet, being considerably more experienced than the younger Pika, he manages to maintain his composure. Observing Pika's inclination to unleash his wrath destructively, he swiftly employs the earthworthy fist, sending Pika flying with a powerful blow, vociferously commanding him to regain control. Struck by Lao Ji's forceful intervention and reminded of their master, Pika finally emerges from his fit of rage, promptly utilizing his stone fruit powers to restore the room to its prior state of order. You may feel anger, but you must not jeopardize our master's grand plans with your outbursts. Once this matter concludes, feel free to unleash your fury. I have heard that foolish prince resides in the castle atop Pillar Rock. With your abilities, dealing with him later will be a trivial task, Lao Ji reassures him. Pika finds wisdom in Lao Ji's words, his anger dissipating somewhat. Yet, the thought of potentially confronting that insufferable prince, Varlbo, who had recently insulted them over the transponder snail, reignites his ire. But what about 3 days from now? Are we truly obliged to meet that foolish prince? Despite Varlbo being an irritating simpleton, he is nonetheless a prince of this nation, and we cannot afford to antagonize this country just yet. For the sake of our master's grand design, you must endure for now. When the time comes, you can concoct an excuse to avoid meeting him. I alone can present the devil fruit to him, Lao Ji states. Dismissing Pika's outrage with indifference, his focus solely on Doflamingo's directives. Pika trembles with indignation at Lao Ji's response but ultimately restrains himself, replying, "No. Guarding the devil fruit is also a command from our master. That arrogant prince is likely to act recklessly. I must be present to keep a watchful eye on him." Lao Ji clearly disapproves of Pika's decision to remain, fearing it may lead to complications. However, considering that denying Pika might yield worse consequences, he concedes, "Very well. But understand this. No matter what occurs, you must not harm that foolish prince." Pika remains silent, merely nodding in agreement. Before resuming his seat and voraciously consuming the sumptuous dinner brought forth by his subordinates, the sounds of his eating noticeably louder than usual, indicative of his lingering irritation. Varlbo? I never anticipated that the breakthrough would hinge upon him. Could it be that Varlbo initially devoured the Gura Nomi for this very reason? If so, I owe him my gratitude. Through lip reading, Ball realized the conversation between Pika and Lao Ji and pondered thoughtfully. To be frank, he had previously been entirely oblivious to how Walpo had acquired the Goma Nomi. However, based on the intelligence gathered now, It seemed he must have heard from his uncle Prince Gilbert about the existence of a devil fruit at the Don Quixote auction house, subsequently developing an interest in its powers. Due to the king's indulgence, Walpo had become exceedingly arrogant within the Drum Kingdom, claiming he was merely there to inspect the devil fruit. Yet it was highly probable that his true intention was to forcibly obtain it. Walpo's mindset was certainly not one that could be comprehended by ordinary standards. His audacity was remarkable, particularly within the boundaries of the Drum Kingdom. Unaware of Doflamingo's celestial lineage, he likely would not even consider Doflamingo's authority. Nevertheless, Walpo indeed possessed the backing to be so brazen, as he was supported by a nation. Should Pika and Lao Ji dare to act against him, they would undoubtedly not leave the port of Walea alive. If, in a few days, Walpo truly creates chaos at the Don Quixote auction house, it would be quite likely that he would seize the opportunity to acquire the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Ball received news that Walpo would come to the auction house of Don Quixote to witness the devil fruit, which greatly elevated his spirits. Nevertheless, he chose to remain, employing his observation Haki and lip reading to surveil Pika and Lao Ji, hoping to gather further intelligence, even if he did not acquire information regarding the Gulp Gulp fruit. Obtaining insights about the Don Quixote pirates would still prove beneficial. Such intelligence holds immense value and could potentially be exchanged with rival factions of the Don Quixote pirates, or perhaps even used to undermine Doflamingo. Doflamingo, also a celestial dragon, epitomizes a type that Ball despises deeply. Had it not been for his father rescuing him from Mary Geos, Doflamingo would have undoubtedly become another wretched celestial dragon, perhaps even more detestable than the foolish ones that Ball loathes. Regardless, Ball harbors a profound disdain for all celestial dragons. Paradoxically, he wishes for Doflamingo's survival. As a castaway celestial dragon, Doflamingo harbors an immense hatred for his own kind and possesses a clandestine secret about them, rendering him a formidable threat to the celestial dragon regime. It may seem absurd, yet it is a reality that his greatest ally in the future could very well be this fallen celestial dragon. As long as the celestial dragons are brought down from their lofty perch, Ball is willing to collaborate with anyone. However, such cooperation is contingent upon a balance of power. Ball, utilizing his keen observation skills, gazed upon a devil fruit resembling a carnivorous flower, ensconced in the innermost depths of the fortress, his eyes shimmering with intense desire. Regrettably, Pika had just received a harsh blow from Lao Ji, followed by a stern reprimand, leaving him quite displeased with Lao Ji. During the ensuing dinner, neither engaged in conversation. After their meal, they proceeded to take their turns guarding the devil fruit as per their usual duties. Upon witnessing this, Ball lost interest in continuing his surveillance and turned to depart. Both Pika and Lao Ji exhibited unwavering loyalty to Don Quixote Doflamingo, demonstrating absolute obedience to his commands and executing them with precision. During ordinary times, at least one of them would vigilantly guard the devil fruit, day and night. Furthermore, the two never strayed from the Don Quixote auction house, leaving Ball with no opportunity to act. Notably, the locations where they dined and rested were a mere 7 or 8 meters from the storage of the devil fruit. It remained to be seen whether Walpo could orchestrate a significant operation 3 days hence. These two guardians were exceedingly vigilant, offering no chance for even the slightest mishap, rendering it exceedingly difficult to extract the Gura Gura no Mi from beneath their watchful eyes, Ball mused. As was customary, after observing Pika and Lao Ji's dining routine, Ball made his way to the underground laboratory within his territory. His research on lethal drugs had never ceased. In fact, after establishing his domain, he intensified his efforts, hiring skilled pharmacists at generous salaries and investing substantial resources. With Shuma successfully pilfering relevant pharmaceutical materials from a clandestine underground factory, the lethal drug was finally brought to fruition. However, one of the essential components for concocting this lethal substance was exceedingly rare, a novel synthetic material that had never been publicly disclosed. This material was crucial for the creation of the lethal drug. Without it, the concoction would merely be an ordinary stimulant, incapable of sacrificing life for ephemeral power. Undoubtedly, this novel synthetic material represented a technological barrier in the production of the lethal drug. If it could not be thoroughly researched, even if the formula were successfully deciphered, the limitations imposed by the lack of materials would render production impossible. Originally, the laboratory for lethal drug research was situated in a basement in a civilian area. However, after Ball seized control of the slums in Zone B, the new laboratory was established in the basement of a newly constructed medical facility adjacent to his stronghold. This medical facility was specifically designed for treating injured individuals, while also offering affordable medical care and pharmaceuticals to local residents, presenting itself as an ordinary clinic on the surface. Ball did not enter the medical institute through the main entrance. Rather, he discreetly accessed a hidden door, vigilantly watched over by his subordinates. He then traversed deep into the underground laboratory dedicated to the study of lethal substances. After a series of clandestine expansions, the laboratory had grown considerably in size, exceeding 100 square meters, filled with an array of sophisticated research apparatuses. The Kingdom of Magdune, renowned for its medical advancements, boasted an extensive selection of cutting-edge pharmaceutical machinery, available for purchase on the black market for those with ample funds. Within the laboratory, a multitude of individuals clad in white lab coats busily engaged in their tasks, accompanied by members of the Ram Gang who were entrusted with security duties. These loyal Ram Gang members, devoted to Ball, maintained a steadfast silence, their families residing in the civilian districts arranged by Ball, where they were also provided with lucrative employment opportunities. To ensure proper ventilation, several small fans operated tirelessly, while sporadic explosions echoed from various labs, contributing to the overall cacophony of the subterranean space. "Welcome, Lord Ball." A young man in a lab coat greeted him with enthusiasm upon his arrival. This young scholar was Nobis, an exceptional graduate of the prestigious Royal Academy of Magdune, renowned for its medical curriculum, and he had attained a doctorate at a remarkably young age. Nobis exemplified the archetype of an intellectual, a fervent researcher brimming with innovative ideas. His ambition focused on discovering a formula that could rapidly enhance one's strength. Once a patriotic youth, Nobis had been astute enough to recognize the impending crisis facing the Kingdom of Magdune. He had publicly advocated for the nation to bolster its military and develop pharmaceuticals to enhance combat efficacy, only to have his writings dismissed by the ruling class as inconsequential. The aristocracy, engrossed in their hedonistic lifestyles, remained oblivious to the grave peril confronting a nation rich in resources yet deficient in military prowess. Even if they were aware, they were disinclined to part with their wealth. In this tumultuous era, the prevailing mindset among the majority of the nobility was one of hedonistic indulgence. Nobis, deeply disheartened by this reality, felt powerless to instigate change, compelled to pursue his research in secrecy. Initially employed at an official pharmaceutical factory, he had begun as a mere assistant due to his lack of experience, his talent stifled. Eventually, he was lured away by Williams, who offered a lucrative salary and the opportunity to spearhead the development of new pharmaceuticals. In the endeavor to create lethal substances, Nobis played a pivotal role, ultimately earning Ball's appointment as the head of the laboratory. "What news do you bring, Nobis? Have there been any new developments?" Ball inquired. Ball nodded warmly at the enthusiastic greeting from Nobis, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He held a significant regard for this potent elixir, having invested nearly 100 million berries over the span of just 2 months, although this sum was relatively inconsequential to him. Given the multitude of notorious bounty pirates frequenting the port of Villia, he could easily recoup his investment by eliminating a few, much like the appearance of Marlin tonight, a pirate of considerable renown, of whom he had already dispatched 2 prior. As Shuma's intelligence network expanded and its capabilities grew, it became increasingly difficult for bounty pirates to evade his notice upon their arrival at Villia. During this time, he had assumed the alias of Barrick, a bounty hunter, frequently engaging in the extermination of these criminals, both to hone his combat skills and to amass wealth. However, for the vast majority of individuals, 100 million berries remained an astronomical figure. Even within the realm of such extravagant expenditures, this amount was formidable. After such a considerable outlay, one could not afford to yield no results. We have successfully isolated a new synthetic material, yet to further analyze the substances constituting this material will demand considerable time. The acquisition of superior separators and substance detectors would undoubtedly expedite our progress. Naturally, should we receive the esteemed assistance of Lady Gulliva, the development of our enhanced elixir would be imminent. Nobis held Ball in high esteem, not solely because Ball was his benefactor, but also due to the tangible benefits he witnessed Bale's endeavors bringing to the people of the Kingdom of Magnetdrum. He promptly replied, expressing his aspirations. The enhanced elixir, as Nobis referred to the potent concoction, was the realization of his dream to develop a substance that would bolster the combat efficacy of the kingdom's army. The emergence of this elixir undoubtedly thrilled him, and was a pivotal reason for his initial recruitment by Williams. However, acquiring assistance from Lady Gulliva proved challenging, as she seemed to have traveled abroad. I dispatched individuals to locate her, but to no avail. It was merely rumored that she had been sighted in Alabasta. As for the separators and substance detectors, I have already initiated arrangements for procurement from the future kingdom of Barkamoya on Mechanism Island. This should pose no significant issue. Upon hearing this, Ball nodded thoughtfully before speaking. Indeed, the kingdom of magnet drums is a powerhouse in healthcare, yet it falls short as a technological giant. The domestic machinery and equipment cannot be deemed the pinnacle of global standards. However, this discrepancy is not a matter of great concern. With sufficient financial resources, acquiring superior equipment from other technological nations poses no significant challenge. For instance, one might consider the future kingdom of Barkamer, situated on the mechanized Isle of Winter Island within the Grand Line. This nation, born from the realms of the Vegapunk, boasts technology that is unequivocally among the best in the world. Ball is confident that there, one could procure more advanced mechanical devices. As for the legendary healer, Guliva, from the kingdom of magnet drums, she cannot simply be swayed by monetary means. She is a revered figure in the medical community, and wealth is but a triviality to her. Having lived for over a century, she is likely weary of life's trivial pursuits, existing as a solitary elder, impervious to threats. To truly engage this exceptional doctor, known for her unparalleled medical acumen and pharmaceutical expertise, discussions of ideals may be the only route. Perhaps assisting her in realizing unfulfilled aspirations or values could resonate with her. Undoubtedly, the inclusion of Guliva in the research of formidable pharmaceuticals would significantly expedite progress, reducing many obstacles in the subsequent refinement process. The network of medical connections she possesses is formidable, as she has mentored numerous prominent figures in the field. According to Nopes, she once served as a professor at the prestigious Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magnet Drums in her youth. Whenever she speaks, an influx of esteemed pharmaceutical experts would undoubtedly flock to her side. Regrettably, this astute and seasoned doctor possesses an acute sense of impending crises and excels in the art of evasion. A month prior, she mysteriously vanished from the port of Valia. Ball dispatched individuals to seek clues about her whereabouts elsewhere in the country, yet they found nothing. Only recently did he hear from Williams that Guliva might have ventured to Alabasta. It is not unusual for Lady Guliva to be elusive. However, with superior equipment, their progress will surely be accelerated. Rest assured, Lord Ball, we may soon unravel the technology behind the enhancement pills. Nobes holds Guliva in high regard. Upon learning of Ball's inability to locate her, he felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, upon hearing that Ball had sent individuals to Barkamer to acquire better mechanical devices, his spirits lifted, and he responded with renewed confidence. In fact, they have already analyzed several materials, leaving only 8 yet to be uncovered. Nobes is brimming with confidence. He believes that with superior machinery at their disposal, he and his research team will completely decipher the technology of formidable pharmaceuticals. Ball confirmed the progress of the lethal potion research, then took a leisurely stroll through the laboratory, engaging in friendly conversations with the other staff members. He promised generous rewards to further stimulate their enthusiasm before departing from the research facility. It is hoped that the deadly potion can be produced before the impending conflict. The mysterious underground pharmaceutical factory is situated within the slums controlled by the Das Gang. It is inconceivable that the Das Gang remains unaware of its existence. Should they gain control of such a substance, the danger would be considerable. Ball returned to his office, gazing at a small pouch containing lethal substances crafted by Nobis and others using materials pilfered from a clandestine pharmaceutical factory. His expression grew somber as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. The urgency with which he sought to enhance his power was partly fueled by the existence of this deadly concoction. While its allure for the strong may be minimal, he could scarcely fathom the consequences should a formidable individual consume it. Would it lead to an overwhelming advantage for one side? Who could say? If that were indeed the case, the outcome might result in mutual destruction. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the aftermath would be far from favorable. If such a scenario were to unfold, who would ultimately reap the benefits? Ball carefully stored the deadly poison, placing it alongside the devil fruit in a concealed compartment. Lost in thought, a myriad of images flashed through his mind. Das from the Das Gang, Regis from the Regis Gang, the City Lord Gilbert, and even the enigmatic leader of the Ram Gang, Ram. Ultimately, his thoughts settled on a face adorned with peculiar sunglasses and a sinister smile. 3 days swiftly passed, and news of Walpo's impending arrival at the port of Vilia had spread throughout the city a day prior. The citizens of the Drum Kingdom harbored a palpable disdain for this arrogant and reckless prince, yet they were powerless to alter the inevitable. Upon the old king's demise, Walpo, the sole heir, would ascend to the throne. Many citizens, while content with their current lives, were beset by anxiety about the future. As a prince, Walpo's entrance was grandiose. Numerous guards from the royal city lined the streets he would traverse, dispersing all pedestrians and ensuring the thoroughfares were pristine, safeguarding against any sudden assaults and preventing any untimely outbursts from the prince. Gilbert, the Lord of Villia, awaited his nephew at the city gates, donned in opulent attire and astride a similarly adorned rare hippopotamus. As melodious tunes wafted through the air, Walpo's entourage finally arrived, with Walpo himself leading the procession. His attire, shimmering in platinum, surpassed Gilbert's in extravagance, complemented by a crown encrusted with precious gems, as he rode a lavishly adorned hippopotamus. Flanking him were Dalton, Cromalaman, and Jess, acting as his protectors. Upon their meeting, both uncle and nephew exchanged polite greetings, their faces adorned with charming smiles. However, a keen observer might notice the forceful pats exchanged during their embrace, hinting that their relationship was far from amicable. This tension was understandable. Walpo's notorious misdeeds had severely diminished his reputation among the populace, while Gilbert's successful governance of Villia and his strategic alliances with gangs had earned him immense respect. It was said that Gilbert's standing among the citizens eclipsed even that of the reigning king. Consequently, many began to advocate for Gilbert's succession after the king's passing, yearning for a wise ruler rather than a tyrannical despot. Thus, it was no surprise that Walpo bore little affection for his uncle, and Gilbert similarly harbored disdain for his nephew, their cordial facade merely a thin veil over the animosity that simmered beneath. My dear nephew, I trust your journey has not been too arduous. Come, I have prepared a feast in the castle, complete with beautiful maidens awaiting your presence, Gilbert greeted Walpo, his smile somewhat strained. It was evident that the older Gilbert, in their earlier exchange, had been bested by the youthful vigor of Walpo. Walpo's primary objective was to procure the devil fruit, and he found the notion of a banquet utterly tedious. With a brash laugh, he dismissed Gilbert's invitation, exclaiming, "Why indulge in such trivial festivities when that unique treasure awaits? Let us hasten to behold it. I can hardly contain my excitement." Gilbert's demeanor darkened at Walpo's brazen rejection and implicit demand for the devil fruit. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light. He had no intention of allowing Walpo to partake in the fruit. Nor did he understand who had divulged the information about the devil fruit at the Don Quixote auction house to his insufferable nephew, prompting Walpo's greedy pursuit. Gilbert was resolute in his determination to acquire the 2 devil fruits at the auction, though Doflamingo had consistently rebuffed his offers. He was confident that as long as the items remained within the auction house, he would find a way to obtain them. It was merely a matter of timing. However, Walpo's abrupt interference caught him off guard. Gilbert, well aware of Walpo's character, arrogant, egotistical, and utterly self-serving, knew that whatever Walpo desired, he would pursue without regard for the consequences. Walpo's claim of merely wishing to see the devil fruit was, in truth, a pretext for snatching it away. Unfazed by Gilbert's icy demeanor and the ominous glare he received, Walpo maintained his bravado, nonchalantly picking his nose while wearing a defiant expression, exuding an air of invulnerability. Though Walpo's methods were foolish, he had been raised within the royal family and was adept at the art of intrigue, displaying a cunning intellect beneath his brash exterior. He understood precisely what his status represented in the Drum Kingdom and what his uncle sought, fully confident that Gilbert would not dare to act against him, exhibiting remarkable restraint. Gilbert chuckled heartily. "Ah, you remain as impetuous as ever, my dear boy. Very well, let this good uncle escort you to witness a rare treasure." Seeing Gilbert smile, Walpo erupted into laughter, the scene transforming into one of jovial camaraderie between uncle and nephew. With their intentions aligned, the Don Quixote auction house soon found itself encircled by a throng of guards, and the fortress's defenses were swiftly being reassigned. Damn it, Lao Ji. Are we truly to allow these intruders to take over the auction house's defenses? Pika fumed upon witnessing the city's garrison surround the auction house and attempt to seize control of its defenses. For Pika, who possessed the stone fruit, the fortress was akin to his very being, and the influx of unwelcome outsiders felt like a grievous violation. In stark contrast to Pika's fury, Lao Ji remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea as he calmly replied, "Take it easy, Pika. These guards are but insignificant insects. There is no need to be incensed. Our sole task is to safeguard the devil fruit. Everything else is inconsequential. Remember what our master instructed you yesterday. Do not stir trouble. The master's plans must not be disrupted." As Lao Ji departed from Doflamingo, the steadfast Pikachu ultimately yielded, relinquishing the notion of using his fruit abilities to thwart the guards' takeover of the fortress. his gaze fixated intently on the treasure chest resting upon the table before Lao Ji. As Lao Ji had asserted, the young master's plan was of paramount importance. He had to vigilantly safeguard the devil fruit. At that moment, the chest on the table lay open, revealing two oddly shaped, ornately patterned fruits within, one a purple fruit resembling the gaping maw of a carnivorous plant, the other a red fruit seemingly split in half. Outside the heavily guarded Don Quixote auction house, amidst the throng of onlookers, Wall suddenly opened his eyes and whispered to Shuma and Absalom beside him. Upon hearing this, Shuma and Absalom promptly followed Ball's line of sight. Soon, Walpo and Gilbert appeared before them, both riding their shaggy horses as if in a race, urging their mounts to run faster. Ultimately, Walpo's horse outpaced Gilbert's, perhaps due to Gilbert's greater girth, rendering his steed unable to surpass Walpo's. Victorious once more, Walpo reveled in his triumph, becoming increasingly arrogant as he unleashed a barrage of taunts at Gilbert, deriding him as a hefty figure. Enraged, Gilbert fought the urge to retaliate, maintaining his composure for the sake of his public image. Subsequently, as the rest of the entourage caught up, they entered the Don Quixote auction house, flanked by their respective guards. Meanwhile, two ordinary individuals, invisible to the naked eye, blended into the crowd, trailing behind Walpo. These were, of course, Ball and Absalom, rendered temporarily transparent by Absalom's fruit abilities. With Walpo and Gilbert leading the way, the path to the Don Quixote auction house was deceptively secure. Indeed, one's identity holds great significance, Ball mused, keeping a discreet distance behind Walpo. He had invested considerable time memorizing the layout of the auction house and the patrol routes of the guards, ensuring he would not inadvertently trigger any traps. Little did he anticipate that he would gain entry so effortlessly and proceed smoothly toward the location of the devil fruit. Through his observation Haki, Ball had already discerned that Pikachu and Lao Ji were poised with the devil fruits, awaiting Walpo and Gilbert's arrival. Clearly, they had received Doflamingo's orders and had no intention of allowing Walpo and Gilbert to venture alone into the private chamber to examine the fruits. Such folly was unthinkable. After all, Walpo and Gilbert were royal members of the Drum Kingdom, significant figures whose lives were too precious to risk without their guards accompanying them amidst the perilous company of pirates like Pikachu and Lao Ji. Shortly thereafter, Ball and Absalom entered a lavishly adorned room alongside Walpo and the others. Here, they encountered numerous elite guards of the Drum Kingdom, transforming Pikachu and Lao Ji from hosts into seemingly unwelcome guests, met with palpable hostility. "Ha, behold the devil fruits. They are truly magnificent," exclaimed Walpo upon entry, his eyes immediately drawn to the fruits within the chest. Without hesitation, he broke away from the group, charging toward the fruits with the intention of claiming them. Blatantly disregarding the guardianship of Pikachu and Lao Ji, Pikachu and Lao Ji exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. In a fit of rage, the temperamental Pikachu activated his fruit abilities, conjuring a stone wall to obstruct Walpo's advance. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, Walpo collided forcefully with the wall, blood streaming from his nose. "You dare to attack me? Do you wish for your demise?" he shouted, indignantly pointing at Pikachu, his arrogance unabated. In an instant, the guards drew their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Gilbert, control your nephew. The devil fruit is not to be touched, only observed," Pikachu addressed Gilbert, unfazed by the weapons aimed at him. The disparity between Pikachu's imposing stature and his unexpectedly high-pitched voice elicited laughter from Walpo and some of the guards, breaking the tension momentarily. Even Absalom struggled to suppress a chuckle, but Ball's menacing glare stifled his amusement, compelling him to approach the devil fruits alongside Ball. Meanwhile, Lao Ji recognized the brewing storm. He understood that Pikachu despised mockery of his voice. Provoked by Walpo's unrestrained derision, Pikachu's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura of menace. As this palpable tension filled the room, the laughter abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The guard captain, Dalton, immediately transformed into his hybrid form, shielding Walpo behind him, while Chromalaman and Jess swiftly followed suit to protect their charge. "What do you intend to do? Do not presume I am unaware of your identity. You are nothing but a filthy pirate, lesser than even the common folk. I am a prince of the Drum Kingdom, the future king. Should you dare to harm me, you will be waging war against this nation." The 15-year-old Walpo declared with reckless bravado, emboldened by the presence of Dalton and his companions. Simultaneously, Gilbert began to retreat slowly, a sly smile creeping across his face as he contemplated the possibility of utilizing the Don Quixote pirates to eliminate Walpo an advantageous outcome for him. After all, the blame would fall upon the notorious pirates, and Walpo's own arrogance could very well lead to his downfall. Perhaps this incident would leave his ailing elder brother incapacitated, paving the way for Gilbert's ascension to power. Pikachu swore he had exerted immense effort to remain composed, yet the insufferable foolish prince continued to test his patience. Enough is enough. Do you believe yourself to be so significant? You are merely. Pikachu's words were cut short as he succumbed to Walpo's provocations, his rage surging forth uncontrollably. Just as he was preparing to unleash the powers of the stone fruit against Varpo, Laoji finally made his move. However, instead of assisting Pika, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Pika flying, strictly adhering to Doflamingo's orders that Pika must not disrupt Doflamingo's plans due to personal anger. Taken by surprise, Pika was struck by Laoji's assault, hurtling through the air and crashing forcefully against a wall. What a splendid opportunity. Barl had been keenly observing all movements in the room with his observation Haki. At that moment, noticing that both Pika and Laoji had diverted their attention from the devil fruit, he immediately recognized this as an opportune moment. He swiftly took the transparent knife in his hand and sliced off a small piece of the tontata fruit, promptly swallowing the morsel. The location of the tummy fruit is quite concealed, nestled against the base opposite of Laoji. Even if Laoji were to turn around shortly, he would not be able to notice that a portion of the tummy fruit was missing. The method to acquire a devil fruit is rather straightforward. One simply needs to take a bite, without the necessity of consuming the entire fruit. As the flesh of the tummy fruit enters his stomach, a wave of nausea washes over him, while simultaneously, a unique power erupts within Ball's being. At that very moment, an attribute box, visible only to Ball, suddenly reveals the words demon power. This power is truly astonishing. The devil fruit undoubtedly lives up to its reputation as a treasure capable of rapidly enhancing the user's strength. Ball felt a unique power within him continuously enhancing and transforming his body, swiftly bestowing upon him a remarkable ability, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Soon, Ball truly obtained the coveted power of the Gura no Mi. It seemed as though it were an innate gift, having just acquired it. Ball already grasped some fundamental aspects of this extraordinary ability. There were 4 in total. The first was the dimension of alternate space. The Gura no Mi had established an alternate space within Ball's body, as the powers of the devil fruit had yet to be fully developed. This alternate space was still quite limited, roughly 10 cubic meters in size. This peculiar space allowed Ball to store anything within it, whether living or inanimate, and he could release them at will. The second ability was devouring. Baru possesses the ability endowed by the devouring fruit, enabling him to consume anything. As long as the internal space is sufficiently vast, he can ingest any object, reducing its size during the process until it is fully absorbed into the alternate dimension, at which point it regains its original scale. The third aspect is fusion. Bar, endowed with the powers of the Suck fruit, possesses the remarkable ability to merge with any object he has consumed into a different dimension. His physique has undergone transformation and enhancement due to the fruit's effects, enabling him to temporarily fuse any entity from this alternate space with his own body, thereby acquiring their abilities. Moreover, Bar can facilitate the fusion and processing of any item within the otherworldly realm, resulting in the creation of a new object that typically embodies the characteristics of the materials merged. The fourth ability is digestion. Ball possesses the remarkable ability to digest objects from alternate dimensions at will. When it comes to ordinary food, Ball thoroughly absorbs its nutrients, thereby enhancing his restorative capabilities. Such an extraordinary skill indeed. Upon acquiring the knowledge of the Suksuk no Mi's capabilities, Ball felt an immediate surge of excitement. Casting a peculiar gaze toward Absalom beside him, Absalom, unnerved by Ball's scrutiny, quickly donned a sycophantic expression, gesturing to his own hand clasped in Ball's, fervently asserting his continued utility and unwavering loyalty. He understood that Ball had successfully obtained the powers of the devil fruit, which diminished his own significance in Ball's eyes. Though Ball had previously promised freedom in exchange for assistance in acquiring the desired devil fruit, this did not preclude the possibility of his demise. Realization dawned upon Absalom, and as he sensed the unsettling intensity of Ball's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, fearing that Ball might be contemplating his end. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Now, go over there. Upon encountering Absalom's expression, Ball laughed heartily, shook his head, and silently gestured, pointing at the substantial hole created by Pika. At such close proximity, Absalom deciphered Ball's intentions through his lip movements and gestures. promptly nodding in agreement and slowly following Ball towards the gaping void. In that moment, none of the onlookers had yet realized that Ball had surreptitiously seized the abilities of the Bari Bari no Mi, their attention fully captivated by the unfolding confrontation between Pika and Lao Ji, who, despite being comrades, were embroiled in a fierce clash. What is the meaning of this? Lao Ji? Pika, caught off guard by Lao Ji's ambush, glared furiously and shouted, instantly activating the powers of the Ishi no Mi, absorbing the nearby stones to transform into a towering stone giant over 3 meters tall, directing his wrath towards Lao Ji. Lao Ji, far from resembling the elderly figure he would become 14 years hence, was in the prime of his manhood, his physique still robust, matching Pika's strength with composure. Pika, do not let your anger govern you. Remember, the orders of the young master are absolute. Hearing Lao Ji invoke Doflamingo once more, Pika, despite his immense displeasure, had no choice but to suppress his rage, gritting his teeth as he relinquished the powers of the Ishi no Mi. Yet, the audacious Walpole, in the throes of youthful rebellion, recognized that Pika had been subdued by an edict from their master, and boldly exclaimed, "So, the comical stone creature speaks. It seems you truly are Doflamingo's loyal henchman, obedient as a dog, indeed. Ha. Walpole, I implore you to cease your remarks," Dalton, the head of the guard, interjected, his patience wearing thin. Though reluctant to confront Walpole, he felt the gravity of the situation demanded it. Otherwise, not just Walpole, but everyone present might fall victim to Pika's formidable powers. As a capable captain, Dalton understood all too well that neither Pika nor Lao Ji were foes they could overcome, and numbers alone would not sway the outcome. Both endured only due to Doflamingo's command, yet their forbearance was not infinite. It was evident that Pika, having reached his limit, would have resorted to violence had Lao Ji not intervened. Pika, having barely managed to rein in his fury, found Walpole's provocations intolerable, clearly dismissing Dalton. The royal guard sent by his father for protection, Walpole coldly retorted, "Dalton, who do you think you are speaking to? A mere servant dares to raise his voice against me? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" Dalton ignored Walpole, his gaze fixed on Pika, who trembled with barely contained rage. A fatal sensation gripped him. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. Pika muttered softly, his eyes reddening, losing the last vestiges of rational thought due to Walpole's disrespect towards Doflamingo. Without warning, a series of sharp stone spikes materialized around Walpole, swiftly lunging toward him. Dalton, quick-witted, deftly severed the spikes with his colossal sword. However, these spikes were merely a casual manifestation of Pika's power, and soon more spikes arose from various angles, targeting Walpole's life. Fortunately, other guards reacted promptly, rushing to shatter the spikes and shield Walpole. Some opted to retaliate against Pika, aiming their firearms at him. Meanwhile, reinforcements, alerted by the commotion, rushed in from outside. Within this stone fortress, Pika's combat prowess surged, making it effortlessly simple to eliminate the lesser foes. Utilizing the Ishi no Mi's abilities, he easily deflected bullets, casting a cruel smile at Dalton and the others desperately defending Walpole. In the next moment, a barrage of stone spikes redirected their lethal intent toward Dalton and the guards, shrieks of agony erupting as blood began to stain the room. On another front, aided by Absalom's transparent fruit, Ball successfully navigated through the hole created by Pika into an unoccupied chamber. Indeed, Walpole did not disappoint. It seemed Doflamingo's influence could no longer persist in the Kingdom of Drum, nor could it remain aloof in the impending storm. Ball observed the battle in the adjacent room with his observation Haki, a smirk gracing his lips. His gaze then shifted to the red devil fruit, now split in two, under Lao Ji's watchful guard. With the powers of the Bari Bari no Mi, Ball's desire for such a treasure intensified. Turning to Absalom, he whispered, "For now, lend me your strength, Absalom." Confused, Absalom pondered how he could further assist Ball, having already utilized the transparent fruit's abilities to aid him. In the blink of an eye, he understood Ball's intent as he felt a swift strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Yet, in that fleeting moment before darkness engulfed him, he glimpsed a gaping maw, Bari Bari emerge. Ball, utilizing the devouring ability of the Devour fruit, temporarily engulfed Absalom into an alternate space within his being, and immediately activated the fusion capability of the fruit, merging himself with Absalom. Of course, externally, there was no discernible change. In an instant, Ball felt the demonic power emanating from within Absalom, a force derived from the transparent fruit. This demonic energy evidently resisted being wielded by Ball, a non-host, and attempted to rebel against him. However, It found itself within the alternate space created by the Devour fruit, where Baal's powers held the advantage, and with its host incapacitated. It ultimately succumbed to Baal's will. In the next moment, Baal successfully activated the ability of the transparent fruit, rendering both himself and all that he carried invisible. At this juncture, Baal realized certain limitations of the Devour fruit, while he temporarily acquired the powers of the transparent fruit. He was unable to utilize any other abilities of the Devour fruit. Furthermore, the simultaneous exertion of both fruits significantly drained his stamina. Nevertheless, Baal paid little heed to this as he activated the transparent fruit's abilities and stealthily returned to the chamber where Valpo and the others were. At that moment, Valpo, realizing the gravity of the situation, was struck with fear upon witnessing numerous guards ruthlessly slain by Pika's stone spikes. Dalton, Cromelin, and Jess, among the close guards, were no match for Pika, causing Valpo to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, the guards remained staunchly loyal, even when faced with such a formidable adversary. Knowing full well that they were protecting Valpo, a prince they loathed deeply, they still rushed to provide aid. Their allegiance was not to Valpo but to the dignity of their nation and their honor as soldiers. Regrettably, most of them were merely soldiers with combat prowess slightly superior to the average, vastly outclassed by Pika, a powerful pirate wielding the stone fruit. Pika effortlessly dispatched the approaching soldiers with his stone spikes. "Lord Gilbert, I implore you to intervene. Prince Valpo's life is at stake, should he perish here. You too shall bear the consequences," Dalton shouted, his body battered as he severed some of the stone spikes aimed at Valpo. Upon hearing this, Gilbert sneered coldly. Although Dalton's words held merit, the deaths were not on his hands but rather those of the pirates. The primary reason was Valpo's own arrogance leading to his demise. At most, he would face some reprimand and a slight tarnishing of his reputation. In fact, should news of today's events reach the public, they might even rejoice. As for the removal of his title or his death, such outcomes were utterly implausible, for the strongest legion in the Kingdom of Drum was under his command, and he had allies in other legions. Should his elder brother seek to harm him, he would not surrender meekly. For years, he had been amassing power to ascend to the throne of this nation. How infuriating, Dalton thought, cursing Gilbert inwardly for his indifference. Finally, stealing his resolve, he seized Valpo and hurled him towards Gilbert. "Dalton!" Gilbert exclaimed, fully aware of Dalton's intentions, his anger palpable. But as soon as he uttered the words, Valpo collided heavily with him. The two guards nearby, who were previously indecisive, hesitated to act against Valpo, the prince of the Kingdom of Drum. Valpo, now the target of Pika's wrath, found himself in a precarious position, ready to retaliate against Dalton for throwing him, but upon seeing his uncle's panicked expression, he realized that Dalton had inadvertently provided him with a lifeline, clinging tightly to Gilbert and dragging him into the fray. "Pika, cease this at once," Gilbert shouted, struggling against Valpo's grasp as he saw Pika preparing to unleash his stone spikes against them. However, Pika, now consumed by a frenzy of violence, paid no heed to Gilbert's cries. His sole desire was to eliminate Valpo, showing no mercy to any who stood in his way. The stone spikes continued their merciless advance towards both Valpo and Gilbert. At that moment, the previously passive Lao Ji finally sprang into action. While he could tolerate Valpo's humiliation of Doflamingo, he could not ignore Gilbert, who held intricate ties to their family's business. Should Gilbert perish, their lucrative ventures would collapse. Moreover, Gilbert was the shield that allowed the Don Quixote family to operate within the Kingdom of Drum, and his safety was paramount. Lao Ji launched a swift and powerful strike, utilizing his Earth King fist to unleash a G-shaped energy wave, sending the petrified Pika flying and leaving a G-shaped mark upon him. "You must have vented your frustrations by now, Pika. This madness cannot continue," Lao Ji declared coldly after incapacitating Pika. Yet, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as a purple fruit, resembling a carnivorous flower, appeared in his line of sight, hurtling towards Valpo. Valpo, astonished at the sight of the approaching devil fruit, instinctively reached out to catch it, for he had come to the Don Quixote auction house precisely for such a treasure. However, mid-flight, the fruit split apart, scattering its fleshy contents. The remnants struck Valpo and several others nearby, leaving the room in stunned silence, even momentarily halting Pika's rampage as he gawked at the unexpected turn of events. "No, you cannot consume it." As Rao Ji observed Walpo grasping a piece of fruit pulp atop his head, preparing to bring it to his lips, he instantly reacted with a furious shout. Startled by Rao Ji's exclamation, Walpo halted his actions. However, while Walpo ceased his movements, Several soldiers in the room gazed greedily at the fragments of the devil fruit scattered on the ground, particularly among the severely injured soldiers. The allure of the devil fruit seemed a potential lifeline. Soon, some could no longer resist the temptation of the devil fruit and began to seize a piece of pulp from the ground. Witnessing this, others swiftly followed suit, rapidly consuming the fragments of the devil fruit. In the grand line, the secrets of the devil fruit were no longer a novelty. They all understood that a mere bite could bestow the powers of the devil fruit, contingent solely upon who partook first. You all deserve to die. Raoji bellowed in rage upon witnessing the rush for the devil fruit's remnants, as he realized he had botched the mission assigned to him by Doflamingo. He could overlook many things, but failing to guard the devil fruit was utterly unacceptable, and now, those soldiers were brazenly devouring the fruit before him. Pika, already incensed, became even more furious, disregarding any need to confront Raoji for an explanation. Without hesitation, he struck down those who dared to consume the devil fruit, summoning a multitude of stone spikes that pierced through the soldiers in the room. Raoji, equally ruthless, unleashed the earth-wung fist in conjunction with Pika to eliminate those who had ingested the fruit's remnants. Very well executed, he remarked. Upon encountering two officers of the Don Quixote pirates, Ball could only chuckle as they were preoccupied with their murderous rampage, completely forgetting the remaining devil fruit. In truth, even if the two were to notice the other fruit now, it would be too late. At the moment when Lao Ji diverted attention and struck Pika to assist Gilbert, Ball seized the opportunity to discreetly split the remaining red devil fruit from the treasure chest into halves, utilizing the power of his transparent fruit to make it invisible. "Curse it, my devil fruit," Valpo lamented, showing no concern for the lives of the guards. He gazed mournfully at the fragmented flesh of the Suna fruit in his hand, his heart aching, and directed a fierce glare at the bloodthirsty Lao Ji. Had it not been for this man, he would have been the first to consume the devil fruit. Yet, the scene of carnage before him unnerved him. Silencing any further curses for fear that Lao Ji, who was clearly on their side, might turn against Pika, and he clung tightly to Gilbert as a talisman. "Mr. Lao Ji, calm down. Someone is up to no good. Look, the other devil fruit is missing." Gilbert, seasoned by many trials, remained remarkably composed amidst the chaos, dismissing Valpo entirely as he quickly grasped the unusual nature of the situation. He turned his gaze towards the treasure chest, discovering it to be completely empty, and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Lao Ji snapped to attention, swiftly turning to look at the chest, the veins on his forehead bulging with rage as he bellowed. "Who is it? Show yourself." He then commanded Pika, "What are you waiting for? Seal the room." Realizing that the last devil fruit had vanished, Pika too understood that an enemy lurked within, concealed from both him and Lao Ji. He promptly complied with Lao Ji's orders, merging his body with the stone floor beneath him, activating the powers of the stone fruit to secure the entire room. However, just as he prepared to act, a loud explosion erupted, creating a gaping hole in the wall by the window. Not only that, several bombs with lit fuses appeared before them, landing at the feet of Lao Ji, Valpo, and Pika. Bombs were notoriously lethal, and judging by the intensity of the previous explosion, their destructive power was considerable. Even Lao Ji and Pika had no desire to be harmed, hastily evading the blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued to echo in succession. Meanwhile, the true instigator, the transparent ball, had already exited the room through the newly formed breach. Before departing, he swiftly drew his gun and fired a shot, employing Kinbunchika Haki to accurately shoot Valpo in the head. Ball had meticulously planned his escape route. Upon successfully acquiring the Suna fruit, he immediately consumed Absalom to lighten his burden and maintain the ability to activate the transparent fruit, then detonated powerful bombs to break through the wall and flee. Outside the gaping hole lay a drop of several meters, devoid of any foothold. A normal person would surely meet their demise jumping down. However, Ball paid no mind. After a brief free fall, he drew his transparent blade, Ghost Cry, plunging it into the wall to swiftly decelerate his descent, landing effortlessly on the ground. With the aid of his transparent fruit-S abilities, Ball confidently strode past numerous guards daring to venture into the fortress for support, making his rapid exit from the Don Quixote auction house. Just as he departed, the ground trembled with a tremendous force, and a colossal stone giant resembling Pika began to take shape behind him. What a formidable creation! Unfortunate to have escaped swiftly. Facing such a monster within the fortress would have been disastrous. Having distanced himself from the stronghold, Ball turned to glance at the slowly forming giant, offering a slight smile before continuing to evade its presence with the powers of the transparent fruit. "Pika, utilizing the abilities of the stone fruit, had merged with the fortress to create the massive stone figure, inciting panic throughout the city. Citizens, upon witnessing the enraged giant, screamed and fled in terror, turning the city center of Williaport into utter chaos. At the Ram Gang's headquarters, Ram, hearing the commotion outside while receiving reports from his subordinates, hastened to the window and beheld the colossal stone figure in the distance. Recognizing the sudden appearance of such a terrifying creature, he could not remain indifferent. He quickly identified the location of the giant and immediately connected it to Gilbert and Valpo. Turning to a trusted aide in the room, he instructed, "That direction leads to the Don Quixote auction house. Go, investigate the situation, and relay orders for a full state of readiness." Upon hearing this, the aide's expression changed dramatically as he quickly accepted the orders. Ram did not stop there. He retrieved several din mushi from his drawer and began dialing them one by one. As the Ram Gang mobilized, other factions within the city dispatched their spies to ascertain the situation at the Don Quixote auction house. Notably, the leaders of the Das Gang and the Regis Gang were in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove, as they were acutely aware that Gilbert was inside the auction house. In the Das Gang's headquarters, Das scowled darkly at the news from the Don Quixote auction house. He bellowed to his subordinates, "Quickly investigate, confirm Gilbert's status, and enter a state of full readiness." He was already aware of the unfolding events at the Don Quixote auction house. His concern was not for the foolish Prince Valpo but rather for Gilbert, an essential ally. Should anything happen to Gilbert at this critical juncture, their meticulously laid plans would be rendered null and void, delaying their efforts against the Ram Gang, a situation he wished to avoid. "Forget it. I'll personally head to the Don Quixote auction house. Keep an eye on my turf and watch the Ram Gang closely. Report any anomalies immediately via din mushi." The more he pondered, the more uneasy Das felt. He deemed it necessary to confirm Gilbert's condition personally, especially since his usual informants lacked the strength to contend with the looming giant. With a determined resolve, he transformed into a werewolf, shattering the window, and swiftly took to the air, racing towards the stone giant. Although Doflamingo and Gilbert were allies, the nature of betrayal was all too common among pirates, and he could not be certain whether Doflamingo's subordinates within the Don Quixote pirates would pose a threat to Gilbert. What exactly is happening? I hope Ball is safe. In a secluded area near the Tangiake auction house, Shuma awaited Ball's return, gazing at the colossal stone figure before him. The sheer magnitude of its presence filled him with trepidation. With his current level of strength, he could hardly fathom how to vanquish such a monstrous entity. Likewise, he doubted that Ball would be capable of confronting a creature of such immense size, causing him to worry for Ball's safety. He had witnessed firsthand that this gigantic stone being had transformed from the stone fortress of the Tangiake auction house, had he not seen it with his own eyes. He would have found it hard to believe. If Ball were still inside, the situation would indeed be perilous. The stone giant, emitting a sound sharp enough to contrast its bulk, was clearly enraged, most likely because Ball had stealthily infiltrated and stolen the devil fruit, only to be discovered, inciting the giant's wrath. For a moment, Shuma contemplated whether he should investigate further. However, he recognized that the stone giant was beyond his capability to handle. His presence might only serve to hinder Ball. As he anxiously paced, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the tension, dispelling the gloom in his heart. Shuma quickly turned, only to find nothing before him. This did not surprise him. He understood that Ball was likely still with Absalom, utilizing Absalom's powers to render himself invisible. Yet, in the next instant, Shuma was taken aback as Ball appeared before him, having dispelled his invisibility. "Where is Absalom? How can you harness the power of invisibility without him?" Shuma exclaimed in astonishment. "This is not the best place for conversation. Let us move to a safer location," Ball replied. Upon witnessing this, Ball smiled faintly and pointed towards the towering stone giant nearby. In the next moment, he grasped Shuma's hand and activated the powers of the transparent fruit, rendering both of them invisible. Marvelous. This must undoubtedly be the ability of Ball's fruit. He had succeeded in seizing Absalom's powers. No wonder he was so fixated on that devil fruit at the Don Quixote auction house. Its capabilities were indeed formidable. As a wielder of a devil fruit, Shuma quickly realized that his body was becoming transparent due to Ball's touch, and he was filled with delight at this revelation. As for Absalom, the tool, Shuma paid him no heed. Having spent 3 days in Absalom's company, he had developed no fondness for the lecher who had recently reawakened his true nature post-incarceration. In his eyes, Absalom deserved to be silenced after the fact. Ball had acted commendably. Meanwhile, Pika was seething with rage. fully unleashing the powers of the stone fruit to merge with the fortress, sealing off all exits. Yet he could not locate the detestable thief, Ball. He had failed the mission assigned by Don Quixote, and in his fury, he had disobeyed orders, injuring Walpole and Gilbert. Most infuriating was that although Walpole had perished, it was not by his hand. Regardless, the fact that Walpole died at the Don Quixote auction house would spell doom for the establishment, as it was all rooted in his failure. Anger and impulsivity indeed proved to be a devil's bane. In summary, he had completely botched everything. With Walpole's unexpected death at the auction house, the trajectory of events became increasingly uncertain. Don Quixote's plans laid out in the port of Villa and the kingdom of Drum were now in disarray. Venting. This singular thought consumed Pica's mind, which was nearly ablaze with fury. Given the circumstances, he resolved to unleash his wrath. The young master had long harbored intentions to destroy this accursed port city. Today, having committed a grievous error, he would risk his life to assist the young master in its destruction. The colossal stone figure formed by Pica's fusion with the fortress possessed astounding destructive capabilities, akin to a super bulldozer, effortlessly demolishing vast terrains. In mere moments, a small portion of the city center lay in ruins. At this rate, it would not be long before Pica annihilated the most prosperous parts of Villa Harbor. However, the various factions in the city had established their enterprises in the city center, all of which were lucrative ventures that generated immense profits daily. They would never allow Pica to wreak havoc on their interests, without needing commands from the upper echelons of these factions. Numerous defenders stationed in the city center sprang into action to confront Pica. Furthermore, with the significant figures Walpole and Gilbert trapped within Pica's fortress fusion, a substantial number of city guards rushed to their aid. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts as countless bullets and shells were unleashed upon the giant stone figure. Ordinary bullets had no effect on the massive creation. Only the more powerful shells could inflict some degree of damage. Yet, stone was a resource in abundance. With a mere exertion of his fruit's power, Pica effortlessly restored any shattered parts of the giant. Clearly, Pica had not yet mastered the stone fruit to the extent he would in 14 years. Although the stone giant he created was impressive, it paled in comparison to what he would achieve later. Nevertheless, this stone behemoth stood over 100 meters tall, and despite its sluggish movements, its destructive force was formidable. A mere stomp could send shockwaves through the earth, and a single punch could create a massive crater. Die, ants! Pica bellowed, gazing down at his minuscule foes below, his lips curling into a cruel smile as he unleashed a roar that belied his size. In the next instant, he swung his enormous stone palm toward the artillery position. The defenders, upon witnessing this, scrambled to escape, wishing they had more legs to flee. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled violently. The artillery position and some of the slower defenders were obliterated, leaving behind a colossal handprint in the earth. Ball, you have truly unleashed a monster this time. If this continues, the entire Villa Harbor shall be doomed, Shuma thought, watching the devastation from the rooftop of a nearby building through his binoculars, swallowing hard. Then turning to Ball, do not worry, it will not rampage for long. This harbor is not yet its playground, Ball reassured him. Ball gazed into the distance at the colossal stone figure, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. He then lifted his gaze toward the overcast sky and sighed, Shuma, behold the embodiment of power. If one day we could achieve feats as formidable as this monster, or even surpass it in terror, do you think those lofty figures would tremble before us? Just as Ball articulated, Pikachu's arrogance could not endure for long. After effortlessly dispatching a few ordinary soldiers and gang members, he soon encountered Das, the leader of the swiftly arriving Das gang. This master of the moonwalk once more demonstrated his formidable combat prowess within the city. He suddenly stepped into the air, his right foot enveloped in darkness, and appeared before the massive stone figure in the blink of an eye. With a swift kick, he struck its head. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, and to the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, the giant stone figure was sent crashing to the ground, its head fracturing into countless shards. Are you done causing chaos? Do you wish to perish? Bring Gilbert out. Das, in his werewolf form, bellowed after shattering the giant's head, realizing there was no core of Pikachu within the shattered remains. His booming voice reverberated through the air, compelling those nearby to cover their ears in defense. Even Pikachu, who was hiding amidst the debris of the stone giant, felt the impact, and a newfound respect for Das, a figure even Doflamingo regarded with caution, blossomed within him. Just moments prior, the foot imbued with Haki had left him somewhat apprehensive. Had Das discovered his concealed position, he would have likely sustained serious injuries. No wonder the young master dared not confront this city directly. Das, the leader of the Das gang, was indeed formidable, possessing strength rivaling that of a vice admiral in the Navy, and not just any vice admiral at that. It was absurd that such a monster chose to remain in paradise as a gang leader rather than venturing into the New World. In truth, Das hailed from the New World, but had come to paradise solely to seek treatment for his daughter. Upon Das's demands, Pikachu chose not to comply. When he opted to wreak havoc upon the city, he had no intention of sparing Gilbert. Rather, he intended to use Gilbert as a hostage, instilling fear among the townsfolk to facilitate his destruction of the city while ensuring his own escape. Pikachu valued his life greatly, as long as he could survive. He would not seek death. Thus, Pikachu demonstrated his resolve through action, hastily repairing the damaged head, while the remnants of the stone giant began to stir once more. Yet, instead of attacking Das, it continued its rampage against the surroundings. It seems you were intent on courting death, Das roared, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow as he activated his observation Haki in an attempt to locate Pikachu. Unfortunately, Pikachu remained hidden within the giant's form, evading detection and eluding Das's search for Gilbert nestled within him. In a fit of rage, Das resorted to crippling the giant's limbs, seeking to halt its destruction of the city. Futile. As long as you cannot strike my true form, the stone giant I created will persist. By the way, Gilbert is within me. You would do well to be cautious, lest you accidentally crush him. I take no responsibility, ha ha ha. With renewed vigor, Pikachu utilized his abilities to swiftly restore the stone giant, threatening Das and the other arriving powerful figures with Gilbert's safety, laughing arrogantly. Upon hearing Pikachu's taunts, Das was consumed by fury, yet when he struck again, his force was tempered. The other gang members, too, exhibited restraint. Despite Pikachu's harsh words, they bore weight. Although Gilbert was merely an ordinary person of little strength, his identity bestowed him with significant influence. Should he inadvertently be killed, the repercussions would be dire, particularly in Villia Harbor, where they could not remain without facing insurrection. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Pikachu with trepidation, granting him a momentary respite. Simultaneously, within Pikachu's form, Rauji was incensed by Pikachu's reckless actions, feeling as though his head might explode. Had he the power to stop this fool, he would certainly deliver a fatal blow to Pikachu's thick skull. Yet, with matters as they stood, he could only acquiesce to Pikachu's whims and assist in controlling Gilbert. Surprisingly, Rauji found a certain appreciation for Pikachu's blunt approach. Annihilating Villia Harbor was indeed exhilarating. However, the consequences would be severe, severely tarnishing the reputation of the Don Quixote pirates in the eyes of high-ranking officials in other nations. Though the Don Quixote pirates were hardly paragons of virtue, under Doflamingo's leadership, many nations viewed them as reliable underground partners capable of aiding in maintaining their rule. After this incident, Rauji could only wonder how long it would take to restore the reputation of the Don Quixote pirates. Rauji, I advise you to urgently contact Doflamingo and put an end to this madman's rampage. You must understand the consequences of such actions. There is no escape. Even Das alone can render this lunatic powerless. Should others arrive, you may as well await your demise. I assure you, if you free me, I will ensure your safe departure. My future collaborations with Doflamingo are plentiful, and I have no intention of deceiving you. Gilbert, hearing the commotion outside, coldly laughed at Rauji. Rauji fell silent. He had already attempted to contact Doflamingo via a din mushi, but the call remained unanswered, likely delayed by unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, he felt as though misfortune had befallen him entirely. Suddenly, the room shook violently, causing Rauji and Gilbert to struggle to maintain their footing. Then, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within Rauji. Without a second thought, he sprang to his feet and unleashed the ultimate technique of the Earth King Fist, his already formidable physique swelling further, as he proclaimed, "G." In the next instant, a colossal hand, shrouded in Haki, appeared before Rauji. It effortlessly tore through the stone as though it were mere tofu and reached toward Rauji and Gilbert. The hand collided with Rauji's released G imprint, yet to his horror, he discovered that his full-force G imprint merely left a shallow wound on the giant's hand. As the thumb and index finger swiftly grasped him, he was crushed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, outside, a giant far larger than the stone figure held Pikachu's incarnation firmly in place, rendering it immobile. Donned in a well-tailored suit, sporting a meticulously styled slicked-back hairstyle and a curly mustache, while puffing on a massive cigar, he presented himself as a true gentleman. Before long, Rauji and Gilbert were extracted from the stone giants formed by this gentlemanly giant. All is well, my lord. The giant cradled Gilbert in his hand and smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your rescue, Mr. Ram." Gilbert, pale-faced, gazed at the towering figure before him and offered his thanks. Indeed, Ram was formidable. Shuma, observing the giant who had suddenly appeared and effortlessly subdued the stone giant, exclaimed in astonishment. The events of the day had profoundly reshaped his perception of strength. Each figure that emerged, be it the initial appearance of Pika, the mid-appearance of Das, or the final emergence of Ram, had elevated his understanding of power to new heights. Indeed, that is why I chose to join Ram's gang. This leader of the underworld is no ordinary man. However, one day, I shall surpass him. Ball nodded thoughtfully, then confidently addressed the astonished Shuma. Upon hearing his words, Shuma felt a jolt of realization, recalling Bale's recent acquisition of the abilities derived from the Devour fruit. The fleeting sense of trepidation he experienced upon witnessing the might of Ram and others dissipated entirely, replaced by a smile as he declared, "I believe in you." The terrifying potential of the Devour fruit, which Ball had previously disclosed, allows its wielder to temporarily assimilate the powers of other devil fruit users through consumption. As a fellow devil fruit user, Shuma understood the gravity of the situation. Ball had only just begun to harness the capabilities of the Devour fruit and had yet to explore its full potential. Should he succeed in further developing this ability, who could say whether he would be able to wield multiple devil fruit powers simultaneously? If that were to come to pass, Ball would undoubtedly transform into an exceedingly formidable entity, possessing a potential that already surpassed that of Ram and others. Let us proceed. The matter is concluded. Soon, the town shall witness a new transformation, one that should prove advantageous for us. Ball extended a hand towards Shuma with a peculiar smile. Although Shuma was bewildered, he refrained from questioning Ball, promptly grasping his hand. In the next moment, Ball activated the power of his transparent fruit, and the two swiftly became invisible, departing the scene with an air of nonchalance. As Ram, the wielder of the formidable giant fruit, made his entrance, Pika's stone giant, formed from the stone fruit, could no longer assert its dominance. With the loss of the threatening pawn, Gilbert, Ram effortlessly transformed into a colossal figure and shattered the stone giant, subsequently capturing Pika's true form. Thus, the tumultuous incident of Pika transforming into a gigantic stone figure and abducting Gilbert at the port of Villia finally came to an end. However, as soon as this matter concluded, another calamity emerged, the unfortunate demise of Prince Walpo, the heir to the throne of the Drum Kingdom, during this very incident. Walpo met his end at the Don Quixote auction house, right within the confines of Villia Port. This news, confirmed within merely an hour, sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Drum Kingdom, prompting neighboring nations to swiftly seek verification from the Drum Kingdom's authorities. Upon confirmation, an official statement was released, expressing profound sorrow over the tragedy. Concurrently, rumors began to circulate domestically regarding Gilbert's alleged involvement in the assassination. As these two pieces of news spread across the Drum Kingdom, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the realm, with an impending sense of foreboding settling in the hearts of its denizens. Shortly after the announcement of Walpo's death, a gathering took place within Ball's territory, where he, Victor, and 5 other patrol captains, along with a selection of elite patrollers, convened in a single chamber. "Have you all heard? Walpo has perished, right here in our Villia port, and the perpetrator remains at large. It is rumored that the assailant may still be lurking within the city, possessing a devil fruit. Word has spread that we must remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals. Should we capture the culprit, a bounty of 1 billion berries awaits." As Barr and others gathered, he immediately spoke. Just moments ago, upon returning to the base, he received a phone call from Horton, which conveyed the very words he had just uttered. Barr found nothing peculiar about this. He understood that this order must have been issued by Gilbert to the various factions within the city, aiming to leverage the allure of the devil fruit and the substantial bounty to incite the masses to hunt down the true culprit behind Valpo's demise. In his effort to apprehend the murderer, Gilbert had promptly ordered the blockade of the docks and city gates as soon as he regained safety, preventing any vessels or individuals from departing from the port of Villia, and dispatched a multitude of guards to scour the city. The swift dissemination of news regarding Valpo's death was largely attributable to Gilbert's maneuvers. Regrettably, it was clear that Gilbert would never succeed in capturing the true perpetrator. After all, Barr had wielded the power of the transparent fruit at the time, and no one had ever witnessed his appearance. Moreover, another devil fruit, concealed within a spatial anomaly in his body, remained hidden. Only he, Shuma, Williams, and Absalom were privy to the scheme of stealing the gulp fruit. Shuma and Williams would never betray him, and as for Absalom, he was still resting within the same spatial dimension. Consequently, Gilbert would spend his life in vain, searching for the true culprit. Yet, the allure of the devil fruit and the staggering bounty of 1 billion could indeed stir the hearts of many. Upon hearing this, Victor and the others were all aflame with excitement. Even the usually composed Gabton found himself captivated. The group began to engage in animated discussions, proposing numerous plans for the search. Upon witnessing the fervor of Victor and his companions, Ball chose not to dampen their spirits but instead encouraged their earnest pursuit. The demise of Valpo was indeed a splendid piece of news. Had he ascended to the throne, he would undoubtedly have become a tyrant. However, with his passing, the question arises, who shall be the next heir to the kingdom of magnetic drums? Suddenly, with a mind prone to leaps of thought, Victor posed this provocative inquiry. The moment the question was uttered, it resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of all present, save for Ball and Victor, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Upon witnessing this, Ball glanced outside, his expression impassive as he remarked, "A new storm is approaching." Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated the overcast sky. Within the Ram gang's headquarters, Ram observed the curtains flapping violently in the wind and smiled slightly, stating, "A new storm is indeed upon us. It arrives at just the right time." Another occupant of the room, Reggie, spoke softly. Holding a cup of hot tea, he walked to the window, watching the rain begin to descend rapidly, and promptly shut the window. Ram, upon hearing this, sighed. Indeed, it comes at just the right moment. We can finally catch our breath. It has been quite uncomfortable holding back. What shall we do next? The captain's next visit for the funds is not far off. Yet we are still significantly short of the target set before the captain departed last time. If this storm does not pass quickly, we may not fulfill the captain's task. Reggie drained his cup of tea, discarding it on the floor, his expression grave. As the sound of the shattered teacup echoed, Ram rose, approached the window, and reopened it against the oncoming wind and rain, grinning as he said, "What else can we do? We are pirates after all." That stormy night, in the Lord's castle of Villa Port, Doflamingo fumed. "Look at the mess that fool Pika has caused. He dared to assault me, and my dear nephew perished in my city. I am in quite a predicament. Do you understand? You must compensate my losses. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Gilbert's face reddened as he bellowed at the phone bug, which wore sunglasses and sported a sinister grin. His voice was so loud and filled with rage that even the distant servants outside could hear and feel it, hastily covering their ears and bowing their heads to flee the room. In response to Gilbert's fury, the phone bug maintained its wicked smile, uttering not a single word. When Gilbert finally paused, the phone bug echoed Doflamingo's voice. "What of my two subordinates? They are still alive, yes?" "Humph, Doflamingo, I was addressing the issue of compensation. Your subordinates have caused quite a stir, and you still wish to protect them?" Gilbert retorted, incredulous at Doflamingo's lack of concern for the matter at hand. "Gilbert, I trust you've had your fill of shouting. I was merely showing leniency because your two subordinates have indeed caused considerable trouble. Do you truly think I fear you? Do not delude yourself. As soon as I find this amusing, I can tear up our agreement at any moment. The initiative remains in my hands. You surely do not wish for me to create trouble for you now, especially considering your superior is likely eager to see you perish at the hands of pirates. This charade may fool a child, but with Walpole dead, you are the greatest beneficiary. Spare me your pretense of anger. You must be quite pleased. This time." Doflamingo did not indulge Gilbert. He interrupted him with a cold tone and then broke into his usual maniacal laughter. Gilbert, cut off and threatened by Doflamingo, felt his face flush with rage, his eyes fixed intently on the phone bug, his clenched fist creaking under the strain. Yet Gilbert was no ordinary man. For the sake of his grand ambitions, he needed to keep Doflamingo, that accursed pirate, in check, even leveraging his power. He endured. As long as he could sit upon that throne and command the nation, he would not fear vengeance in the future. In due time, all debts would be settled. Your two subordinates cannot survive. I must provide an explanation to my superiors, and they are not in my possession but rather in Ram's hands, captured by Ram himself. Gilbert inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, his face devoid of emotion. Gradually, a hint of a smile emerged. But as he recalled the scene of being rescued by Ram earlier that day, an inexplicable chill washed over him, causing his smile to vanish. Upon hearing that Pika and Lao Ji were in Ram's custody, Doflamingo's demeanor shifted, and after a moment of silence, he coldly stated, "Arrange for me to negotiate with Ram, and I shall agree to temporarily refrain from troubling you." At this, Gilbert's face brightened with a smile. In the Grand Line, at the Sabaody Archipelago, The ship of the Don Quixote pirates, the Numancia, was docked at the island's pier. With a crash, a bottle flew out of the captain's quarters, shattering the window as its contents spilled into the air, ultimately landing far out at sea. "Get out, all of you!" roared Doflamingo's furious voice from within the captain's quarters. In the next moment, Toripole, Diamante, and Rosinante swiftly exited, lingering just outside the captain's quarters. Once they departed, the sounds of Doflamingo's rage and destruction echoed from within. Baby Five and Buffalo, two younglings, trembled in fear at Doflamingo's thunderous outburst, hiding behind the most gentle member of the crew, Cianil. The others awaited impassively, but Rosinante, leaning against the back of the group, gazed expressionlessly at the calm, dark sea in the distance. Before long, the commotion within the captain's quarters ceased. With a sudden bang, Doflamingo burst through the door, his expression grave as he declared, "Set sail, my family. We are heading to the Drum Kingdom to retrieve our kin." With that, he strode past the others toward the bow of the ship. As he walked, he wore a smile, yet the veins on his forehead bulged ominously, rendering his expression terrifying. Who was stirring the tempest from behind the scenes? I truly wish to make their acquaintance. This sea is indeed filled with formidable individuals, and one can never afford to be complacent. He laughed heartily against the biting sea wind, observing the suddenly restless dark ocean ahead. "My dear, do you imply that someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes?" In the lair of the Das gang, within the confines of Cepheus' chamber, Das solemnly addressed his beloved daughter. "Indeed, given the events that have transpired today, it is clear that there are formidable forces at play behind the scenes. The adversary is remarkably skilled and has made extensive preparations, likely having set their sights on the devil fruit at the Don Quixote auction house long ago. Valpo's arrival was merely an opportune moment for them. They have adeptly exploited Valpo's presence to seize the devil fruit right under everyone's noses, achieving their initial objective while eliminating Valpo and successfully inciting discord within the realm. With Valpo, the legitimate heir, out of the picture, the tensions between the king of the Mag Drum Kingdom and Gilbert have no room for alleviation. If Gilbert wishes to avoid defeat in the forthcoming struggle for power, he must devote all his energies to the contest for the throne. Consequently, our conflict with the Ram Gang is destined to remain dormant, at least until the showdown between Gilbert and the king concludes. Gilbert cannot afford to let his territory descend into chaos. Anyone daring to disrupt this precarious balance will face his wrath." Cephia, holding a small notebook filled with extensive information and intricate lines, nodded in agreement. Her father had tirelessly labored for their cause, and as a daughter accustomed to passing her time with books, she felt compelled to contribute in any way she could. Thus, the intelligence network of the Das gang was a construct of her own design, serving as a strategist behind the scenes for Das. The rapid development of the Das gang over the years owed much to her brilliance. Without her, they would not have established such a formidable foundation. "If we cannot engage in battle, then our previous preparations will have been in vain," she lamented. "If only I could uncover the identity of the one scheming behind the curtain, I would ensure they face dire consequences." Hearing his daughter's assessment, Das reacted with indignation, his form involuntarily shifting towards that of a werewolf. "My dear father, please do not succumb to anger," Cephia interjected gently, her delicate, snow-white hand caressing Das's face as a smile graced her lips. "This may very well be a fortuitous opportunity for our Das gang to truly seize control of this nation." In the daylight, at the open training grounds of Baal's stronghold, Baal wielded his weapon, the demon cry, relentlessly striking against a humanoid puppet before him. At this moment, Baal's speed of slashing and movement was astonishingly swift. Even Gabuton, whose physical prowess significantly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, found it difficult to keep pace with Baal's swordplay. Only able to perceive a multitude of afterimages from his strikes enveloping the humanoid puppet, Blade Storm was the term that emerged in Gabuton's mind, perfectly encapsulating Baal's relentless assault on the puppet. In an instant, the humanoid puppet became ensnared in this tempest of blades, rapidly accumulating numerous cuts, particularly around the throat and heart. "Hey, Cab, can you see the strikes of Boss Baal clearly?" Victor inquired, swallowing hard as he observed the sheer ferocity of Baal's attacks on the puppet within a mere span of seconds, accompanied by the incessant, dense sounds of slashing. He had long been aware of the puppet's formidable resilience. Bullets merely bounced off without inflicting any damage, and even Gabuton's full-force swings left only faint marks, with the blade eventually suffering nicks. These humanoid puppets were exceedingly heavy, weighing at least tenfold that of an average human. This was to be expected, as Baal had crafted these puppets using the fusion abilities of the Gulp Gulp fruit, amalgamating several robust metals. Even the mightiest swords would struggle to inflict harm unless wielded by a truly powerful user. Yet, Ball, against all odds, was managing to leave distinct marks on these sturdy figures, each strike causing them to tremble. Victor was undeniably astounded, realizing that his leader had grown even stronger in just a few days, mastering an incredibly formidable sword technique. Cab, a novice swordsman, was fixated on Ball's movements, his eyes wide with excitement, nearly bloodshot from concentration. However, Victor's sudden question disrupted his focus. "I was almost seeing it, you fool. Don't bother me," Cab retorted, quickly distancing himself from Victor, striving to observe Ball's rapid swordplay more closely in hopes of gleaning some wisdom. Yet, no matter how close he got, the speed of Ball's strikes eluded him. It was simply too fast for his eyes to comprehend. "If you can't see, just say so instead of claiming you were almost there," Victor responded with a smirk, shifting his gaze to Longbatten and Gabuton. Among the 5 captains, Longbatten and Gabuton undoubtedly ranked at the top in terms of strength, with Gabuton currently holding the edge. When Longbatten and Gabuton noticed Victor's gaze, they both shook their heads, feeling a mix of frustration and astonishment. The frustration stemmed from Ball's escalating prowess, leaving them feeling increasingly inadequate as subordinates, realizing they might not be able to assist him against formidable foes. The astonishment was due to the fact that with a leader as powerful as Ball, their survival in this chaotic world would be considerably more manageable. Moreover, Ball's treatment of others indicated he was not a harsh or miserly captain. "Threefold is my current limit. I still need to enhance my physical capabilities further. If only I could encounter a Zoan-type devil fruit user, my progress would surely accelerate." Ball mused after half an hour, having spared the already battered humanoid puppet, sheathing his sword and exhaling deeply. The gulp fruit was the primary reason Ball had swiftly transformed into a swift swordsman within a month of acquiring it. By consuming the devil fruit, Ball could effortlessly harness its powers within an alternate space, even more easily than he could with its users. He theorized that the gulp fruit possessed the ability to control other devil fruits, although this required the user to swallow them into the space it created. The temporarily absorbed devil fruits resembled plugins in this alternate realm, enabling Ball to utilize the abilities contained within. The powers of the speed fruit manifested through the gulp fruit, allowing Ball to enhance his speed, movements, reactions, and even the air he wielded. However, the acceleration effect had its limits, contingent upon the user's stamina and mastery of their abilities. Currently, Ball had maximized the speed fruit's potential to triple acceleration. Exceeding this threshold was possible but would lead to rapid fatigue and potential harm to his body, even risking his lifespan. Nevertheless, even this tripling of speed significantly amplified his strength, instilling in him the confidence to confront Houghton of the Ram Gang without fear of defeat as long as his stamina held. With a threefold increase in slashing speed, his strikes became nearly impossible to perceive, their power exponentially augmented. A similar threefold acceleration in movement rendered him so swift that it seemed as though he could teleport. Only those adept in observation Haki could hope to track his motions. Bullets fired from a pistol sped up threefold, striking like lightning, with an overwhelming force that left opponents without observation Haki with no choice but to endure. Upon grasping the true extent of the speed fruit's capabilities, Ball felt a twinge of fear. Had he not mastered observation Haki, he would have likely fallen victim to Malin, who had only begun to unlock the fruit's potential. He believed Malin's bounty of 50 million berries was woefully insufficient. Given its abilities, a bounty of 100 million would not be unreasonable. At last, he had attained a measure of self-preservation, recognizing the formidable nature of devil fruit powers. No wonder so many sought after such treasures, capable of dramatically enhancing one's strength. Ball accepted a bottle of sports drink from Victor, savoring its contents while gazing up at the snow gently falling from the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sighed inwardly. During this period, he had been under immense pressure, fortunately. The acquisition of the swallow fruit had allowed his strength to ascend rapidly, endowing him with a measure of self-defense. Furthermore, by orchestrating a significant incident to divert the attention of the prominent figures at the port of Villia, he had finally secured more time for his development, granting him a moment to breathe. "Lord Ball, your phone," one of his subordinates urgently approached him, handing over a ringing snail phone. "Has it arrived, that flamingo?" A few minutes later, Ball placed the receiver back on the snail phone, turning his gaze toward the dock with a grave expression. He then relayed several instructions to the 5 squad leaders before activating the powers of the swallow fruit, vanishing instantly from the sight of his gathered subordinates. "Doflamingo has arrived." This was the intelligence Ball had received from his mentor, Reggie. Ball has now become a formidable member of the Ram Gang, a fact acknowledged by Reggie, the highest-ranking officer. During one occasion when Reggie was instructing Ball in swordsmanship, he remarked that with his mastery of observation haki, intermediate spear techniques, basic swordsmanship, and the 9-snake body refinement technique, alongside his commendable physical attributes, Ball has risen to be the foremost individual in the Ram Gang, surpassed only by Ram and the 5 top executives. Indeed, the enhancement of combat prowess through Haki is nothing short of remarkable, particularly with observation Haki, which provides an astonishing ability to predict and counter opponents, unless the adversary possesses a similarly adept mastery of observation Haki. The side endowed with it will inevitably triumph in encounters where the power levels are relatively comparable. Thus, to bolster their ranks and preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Ram decided to enlist Bale's participation in the upcoming hostage retrieval operation involving the Don Quixote pirates. Ball, who has fully integrated into the Ram Gang and has proven himself as a formidable force, is acutely aware of the situation regarding Pika and Lao Ji, who have fallen into the hands of the Ram Gang. He also knows that Don Quixote Doflamingo has offered a devil fruit as ransom for their release. It must be said that Doflamingo treats his executives quite well. However, from Bale's perspective, Doflamingo, a fallen celestial dragon, seems to be merely seeking to win over loyalties, especially since Pika and Lao Ji are invaluable assets within the Don Quixote pirates, holding significant utility for Doflamingo. In particular, Pika, wielding the power of the stone fruit, possesses the extraordinary ability to swiftly devastate cities and alter landscapes, making him exceedingly valuable. With his speed tripled, Ball became a fleeting shadow, darting through the streets with remarkable agility. After enhancing his reflexes by thrice, everyone around him appeared sluggish, allowing him to effortlessly evade anyone in his vicinity. A month after acquiring the glutton fruit, his physical capabilities have surged at an impressive pace, owing to the fruit's remarkable absorption abilities. This power enables him to perfectly assimilate nutrients from ordinary food, thereby accelerating his stamina recovery, self-healing, and overall physical development, granting him more time for training. Previously, after an intense hour of training, he would require at least 20 minutes to recuperate. Now, merely 5 minutes suffices. Consequently, a month later, his physical attributes have improved significantly, with both stamina and strength reaching 35 points and agility soaring to 33 points. In his normal state, Ball, with an agility score of 33, already moves at a considerable speed. Now, augmented by the glutton fruit's acceleration, his swiftness is astonishing. It is likely that anyone with an agility score below 30, lacking mastery of observation Haki, would be unable to perceive his movements. In a fleeting moment, most pedestrians on the streets merely felt a gust of wind pass by, oblivious to the fact that someone had just rushed past them. Before long, Ball arrived at the docks and employed his observation Haki to swiftly locate his mentor, Reggie. Indeed, the area appeared to have diminished considerably. Ball gazed at the dock, where only a handful of merchant vessels were moored, and spoke with an impassive expression. As the incident surrounding Walpo's death continued to escalate, the atmosphere within the Kingdom of Drum grew increasingly tense. The conflict between the Old King and Gilbert had nearly become public knowledge, with only the final shroud of secrecy remaining. Both parties were fervently preparing for war, unaware of when hostilities might erupt. Furthermore, the Old King had dispatched the navy to patrol the waters near the port of Villia, aiming to sever Gilbert's maritime lifeline. Should civil war ensue, these naval forces would swiftly block the sea routes to Villia, in a bid to curtail Gilbert's ambitions. The Old King had previously restrained him from developing a navy, a decision that was now proving its worth. Merchants, possessing an acute sense of impending conflict, were largely hesitant. Aside from a few audacious traders, most refrained from directing their ships to Villia, opting instead for other ports within the Kingdom of Drum. Even pirates had become a rare sight, not due to the navy's intervention, but because Gilbert forbade the presence of these hidden foes within his stronghold during such precarious times. After all, once war broke out, the pirates would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to plunder. Consequently, the docks of Villia had swiftly descended into desolation. As an export-oriented city, the absence of incoming merchant ships led to a significant decline in the flow of external populations, severely impacting numerous industries within the city. Unemployment soared, and signs of chaos began to surface. It was evident that Gilbert could not sustain this situation, given enough time. The collapse of his stronghold would occur without the need for the Old King's army to invade. Thus, Ball concluded that it would not be long before civil war erupted within the Kingdom of Drum. "Master Reggie, I have arrived." Ball did not linger on the situation at the dock for long. He swiftly approached Reggie and, as usual, respectfully bowed to the formidable old swordsman in a gesture of reverence. At that moment, Bale's attitude towards Reggie was one of genuine respect, devoid of any pretense. This sincerity stemmed not only from Reggie's prowess but also from the diligent instruction he had received in swordsmanship over this period. Ball had truly come to regard Reggie as his master. "Move swiftly, but do not rush. Remain here for a while," Reggie remarked with a nod and a smile upon seeing his exceptionally talented disciple, who was making remarkable progress. Ball, of course, had no objections and dutifully retreated behind Reggie, greeting Elser and several senior peers who had accompanied him. "Ball, there is still some time before we set sail. Why don't we engage in a duel?" "It has been quite a while since our last bout," proposed Elser, the sword enthusiast, upon seeing Ball's arrival. Although he had long ceased to be Ball's match, his repeated defeats had never dampened his fervor for mastering the art of swordsmanship. He continued to rise to the challenge, making remarkable progress. Over the past few months of sparring with Ball, coupled with his own relentless efforts, Elser's physical prowess had significantly improved. Initially, he could only spar with Ball for about 10 minutes, but now he could easily last an hour, provided that Ball refrained from employing his observation Haki. "Did we not just spar 2 days ago? With a potential confrontation looming, it would be prudent not to waste our stamina here." Upon witnessing this, Ball made an unhesitating decision to decline. Of course, Ears was displeased and continued to pester Ball, but a mere glare from Reggie silenced him. While waiting for everyone to arrive, Ball began to examine the grand vessel before him, which they would soon embark upon for their maritime journey. The transaction involving the Ram Gang and the Don Quixote pirate crew was to be conducted discreetly at sea, as the Don Quixote pirate crew was notoriously renowned. Even Gilbert, who wielded immense power at the port of Villa, dared not allow the Don Quixote pirate crew to openly dock at the harbor. This was not due to Gilbert's fear of the pirate crew, but rather his trepidation regarding the world government and the Navy. During such tumultuous times, he did not wish for his elder brother to seize the opportunity to gain the support of the world government and the Navy. Shortly thereafter, Porton and Gytra, two high-ranking members of the Ram Gang, arrived with their subordinates. For this particular transaction, the Ram Gang had dispatched Reggie, Porton, and Gytra, while Ram and the remaining 2 members stayed behind to safeguard their base. Once all were present, Ball boarded the ship alongside Reggie and the others, setting sail. After nearly half a year, Ball was once again out at sea. On the Ram Gang ship, the Ram, in Reggie's quarters, he said, "Feel free to ask anything. Do not hold back." Ball, who had entered with words unspoken, was encouraged by Reggie. Upon hearing this, Ball immediately inquired respectfully, "Teacher Reggie, do you not think that our course of action is rather perilous? The sea is the domain of pirates, and moreover, this transaction is unlikely to remain concealed from the hostile factions within the city. While they may currently refrain from confronting us in town, the open waters present an entirely different scenario." Frankly, Ball harbored significant reservations about the dealings with Don Quixote da Flamingo. A primary concern stemmed from the decision to conduct the transaction at sea, which Ball regarded as a grievous misstep. The ocean, once a vast expanse of freedom, had devolved into a chaotic battleground, dominated by pirates. By agreeing to transact upon the waves, the Ram Gang had essentially ceded their own territory. Furthermore, as Ball had just conveyed to Reggie, rival factions such as the Das Gang would likely seize this opportunity, conspiring with the pirates to annihilate the Ram Gang members, who would be isolated and vulnerable on the high seas. Thus, when Ball learned of the maritime location for the transaction, he was initially reluctant to participate. Had he been able to assert his will against the prevailing authority, he would have opted out entirely. Earlier, on the shore, he had refrained from voicing his concerns directly, fearing it might dampen the spirits of others. Now that the crowd had dispersed, he approached his mentor to seek guidance and prepare himself for the impending challenges. He had always been averse to engaging in battles without adequate preparation and certainty. Ball believed that the Ram Gang's ability to thrive in the port of Villa must stem from a solid foundation. Their leader, Ram, was no fool. His decision to acquiesce to Doflamingo's demands for maritime trade undoubtedly held its rationale. As one of the upper echelons of the Ram Gang's decision-making body, Reggie was likely privy to certain insider knowledge. He regarded Ball with a serious expression, which made Ball slightly uneasy. However, it was not long before Reggie broke into a faint smile and remarked, "Ball, you are astute, more so than many within the gang. Your concerns are valid. But there is no need for alarm. Perhaps the new wave of pirates in these waters consists merely of a motley crew of inept individuals, utterly insignificant when compared to genuine pirates. No matter how many they may be, they shall never pose a threat to us. For the first time, Ball heard Reggie utter such audacious words. However, he discerned that Reggie was not genuinely arrogant. Rather, he held a simple disdain for the pirates inhabiting this maritime expanse and possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. As for the fools in the city, Lord Ram would handle them. Should they dare to set sail, it would spell their demise. The sea, indeed, was a realm apart from the city. Once those self-righteous simpletons ventured into the ocean, the protective veneer they relied upon would dissipate. Rest assured, Ball, nothing will go amiss, Reggie remarked, noticing the look of confusion etched on Ball's face. Yet he refrained from elucidating further. With Reggie's words, what more could Ball say? It was prudent to leave the matter at that. Further inquiry would be inappropriate. He nodded respectfully, replying, "Yes, master, I comprehend. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer." Reggie, pleased by Ball's wisdom in not pressing for more details, nodded in satisfaction. His fondness for this talented disciple grew. Ball exhibited remarkable aptitude in swordsmanship, intelligence, and adherence to decorum, understanding what inquiries were appropriate. He would undoubtedly be a worthy successor to their mission. "Captain, how much longer must we wait? My old bones are nearly rusting. I long to wreak havoc upon these seas as I once did," Reggie murmured nostalgically, gazing up at the sky shrouded in white clouds after Ball departed the room. "What secrets might the Ram gang be harboring that I remain unaware of?" Judging by Reggie's earlier remarks, it appeared that the Ram gang had never truly regarded the Don Quixote pirates or the Das gang, among other rival factions in the city, as significant threats. Moreover, Reggie's peculiar attitude toward the new breed of pirates emanated an innate disdain. Ball returned to his chamber, his mind incessantly replaying Reggie's words along with the expression and demeanor he displayed during their conversation. With a grave countenance, he pondered deeply. He now felt that his understanding of the Ram gang was still insufficiently profound, leading him to question the veracity of the intelligence that Shuma had previously gathered about the gang. This was not due to any suspicion that Shuma had provided false information, but rather a realization that the information he had acquired might not be entirely accurate. It was indeed correct that Ram possessed the power of the transformation devil fruit, enabling him to become a titanic figure, a fact substantiated by events from years past when Ram had demonstrated such abilities in the city, recently confirmed yet again. However, the narrative surrounding Ram's origins in the kingdom of Magdora, his youthful escapades at sea, his subsequent rise to the role of a pirate captain, and the eventual establishment of the Ram Pirates, as well as his later retreat from the tumultuous life of piracy to settle back in his homeland and form the Ram gang. These accounts might not hold the same level of truth. There surely lay hidden secrets within this intelligence, deliberately obscured by certain individuals. The Ram Pirates could potentially serve as a pivotal clue, for it was at this juncture that Shuma's inquiries into the Ram gang's background faltered. Thus, who among them would possess a clear understanding of the history of the Ram Pirates? Ball, lost in contemplation, suddenly found his thoughts interrupted by the thunderous sound of an explosion. A cannonball had evidently struck the vessel, causing the entire ship to lurch violently. At the first opportunity, Ball seized a hanging ornament on the wall to steady himself. Once the ship stabilized slightly, he promptly activated the fusion ability of the Munch fruit, temporarily acquiring the powers of the Swift fruit. He then unleashed the abilities of the Swift fruit, enhancing both his movement speed and reaction time. In the next instant, Ball transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing out of the room and swiftly ascending to the deck. By that time, Reggie and Gytra had already arrived. Upon seeing Ball emerge as the third from the cabin, a hint of surprise flickered across their faces. Gytra, observing this, turned to Reggie with an envious remark. "Brother, you truly have found a remarkable gem. There will be someone to carry on after you." "Not quite yet," Reggie replied with a cheerful demeanor, contentedly stroking his long beard. He then addressed Ball, saying, "Ball, go and eliminate that audacious pirate ship. The people aboard are yours to deal with as you see fit." At this moment, Ball had already noticed a pirate ship adorned with the Jolly Roger on the southeastern sea, seemingly mistaking their vessel for a merchant ship departing from the port of Villia. The ship was rapidly approaching their position, and with his observation Haki, he could discern numerous pirates sharpening their blades on board. "Yes, Master Reggie, I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Ball respectfully responded. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards the area where the small boats were moored, then leaped into one of the small vessels, heading alone toward the pirate ship. At that moment, in the sky above the pirate ship, a stout youth was soaring through the air, his appearance rather peculiar, with rapidly spinning propellers on his head and limbs, enabling him to fly. On the back of this rotund boy stood a little girl clad in a maid's outfit. Her right hand had transformed into a sniper rifle, through which she was keenly observing the sea surface below with the rifle's scope, while in her other hand, she held a snail with eyes and a sinister grin. These two were none other than Bartolomeo and Baby 5, dispatched by Don Quixote da Flamingo to undertake reconnaissance. Though the Lamb Gang had no fear of the Don Quixote pirates, da Flamingo, who was well aware of the origins of the Lamb Gang, held them in considerable dread. Thus, he had sent forth the aerially adept Bartolomeo and the observant Baby 5 for surveillance. Young master, the pirate ship has spotted the Lamb Gang's vessel. However, the Lamb Gang has only sent one person to confront those pirates, a rather young individual, quite handsome, though he bears a small scar on his face. He appears to be a swordsman, wielding a rather impressive blade, reported Baby 5 via the snail upon spotting bar below, 7 to 8 kilometers east of the Lamb ship. The Don Quixote pirates vessel, the Numancia Flamingo, was slowly making its way towards the designated trading point with the Lamb Gang. After over a month of sailing, they had finally arrived in the waters near the Kingdom of Drum, having departed from the Sabaody archipelago. Indeed, they have sent only one person, a young swordsman. Continue monitoring and report any developments immediately, Da Flamingo instructed as he turned his head towards Toripol upon receiving Baby 5's message. Meanwhile, Toripol was already sifting through some documents. Soon, he produced a file bearing Bar's photograph and remarked to Da Flamingo, the individual Baby 5 just mentioned should be this fellow named Bar. According to intelligence, he is a newcomer in the Lamb Gang, yet possesses considerable strength, having recently dispatched several pirates with bounties of 50 million berries in his territory with ease. Da Flamingo, a man who placed great importance on intelligence gathering, noted that although the Don Quixote auction house had been dismantled and their information network in Villa Harbor severely crippled, their basic intelligence capabilities remained intact. The information on Bar, a rising star in the Lamb Gang recently noted in Villa Harbor, had indeed been collected. The details Toripol held regarding Bar were quite comprehensive, documenting various incidents he had been involved in since arriving at Villa Harbor, along with assessments of his abilities. Bar? Da Flamingo's memory was quite sharp. Upon hearing the name, he recalled a tripartite meeting that had occurred a month and a half prior. During that meeting, Gilbert and Das had mentioned this young man, as Reggie had intervened to eliminate Willard to protect Bar, the unfortunate young protégé who had drawn Willard's ire. Initially, Da Flamingo had paid little heed to the name, only giving it slight attention due to Bar being Reggie's disciple, but he dismissed Bar as a minor player. Now, hearing the name again from Toripol piqued Da Flamingo's interest, as the Lamb Gang had chosen to confront the approaching pirate ship with only Bar, a mere youth. Unless the Lamb Gang was acting irrationally, it suggested they held substantial confidence in Bar's abilities. Effortlessly dispatched, Toripol, which pirate crew are we dealing with? Da Flamingo inquired, his expression growing serious as he took the file regarding Bar from Toripol and swiftly perused its contents. Toripol promptly replied, "It is the Fittest Pirates." The Fittest Pirates, led by Captain Fittest, a bounty of 70 million berries, hailing from the West Sea, skilled in Western swordsmanship, and formerly the captain of the Palos Kingdom's Guard. Ball gazed at the pirate flag emblazoned on the vessel ahead, and in an instant, the name of the ship and information about its captain flashed through his mind. A swordsman of the Western style, he mused, hoping for a thrilling and exhilarating battle. With a flicker of anticipation, Ball activated the powers of the swift fruit. Doubling the speed of his small boat, the vessel transformed into a dolphin, darting across the sea under Bale's deft control, swiftly approaching the ship of the Fetus pirate crew. The crew members of the Fetus pirates soon noticed Bale's approaching boat and began firing their cannons and firearms at him. Alas, such attempts were futile against Ball, who possessed both observation Haki and the abilities of the swift fruit. With effortless grace, he maneuvered his small boat to evade the projectiles, causing them to splash harmlessly into the sea. As Ball closed the distance to the pirate ship, now merely 7 or 8 meters away, he activated the swift fruit's power once more, tripling his speed. With a powerful leap, he soared towards the enemy vessel. What an opportunity! Let us swiftly end his life. The pirates shouted, desperate to shoot him down as he hung momentarily in the air. Yet, before they could act, Ball drew his sword, ghost cry, and with blinding speed, he slashed through the air. The velocity of his strike was astonishing, conjuring numerous sword shadows around him. Simultaneously, crescent-shaped waves of sword energy, akin to sharp winds, surged towards the pirates aboard the ship. One sword style, moonlight rain, Ball intoned softly. Before many of the pirates could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the crescent blades reached them, unleashing a cacophony of screams as those struck fell into pools of blood. While only a handful of the more formidable pirates managed to evade or block the assault with their weapons, by the time Ball landed on the deck of the pirate ship, only a scant few pirates remained standing. "You scoundrel, perish!" Lightning Stab, the captain of the Fetus Pirates, adorned in a captain's hat, scowled fiercely and lunged at Ball with his sword, executing a rapid series of thrusts. To the average observer, his flurry of strikes could only be described as lightning fast, each thrust generating a penetrating shockwave that promised to pierce through flesh. However, Ball merely smirked, too slow. Just as the captain believed his celebrated lightning stab would seal Bale's fate, a cold voice echoed behind him, sending chills down his spine. In an instant, he realized that the ball he had struck was merely an afterimage, his actual form having vanished due to his incredible speed. Though the captain was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million, at this critical moment, he summoned his latent potential. Swinging his sword with a speed several times his norm, narrowly managing to block Bale's formidable strike. The clash resonated with a clang, sending sparks flying and creating a powerful wave of force. Yet, Bale's counterattack sent the captain staggering backward, leaving deep scratches on the blood-soaked deck before crashing against the ship's railing. "Do not move," the captain warned, gathering himself to confront Ball, but as he barely shifted, Ball was already before him, ghost cry aimed at his throat. The remaining pirates, witnessing their captain subdued so effortlessly and glancing at their fallen comrades moaning in agony upon the deck, felt their courage evaporate. They cast down their weapons in surrender. The captain, seeing this, resignedly dropped his sword, choosing to yield. Ball chose to surrender, and he removed the devil's cry from Fitz' throat, redirecting his attention towards the approaching Ram's helper. Observing Bale's unexpected relaxation of vigilance, a murderous intent surged within Fitz. Seizing the opportunity while Ball was momentarily distracted, he discreetly drew the handgun concealed within his garments, preparing to execute a stunning counterattack. However, just as he retrieved the weapon, a flash of a sword's shadow darted before his eyes, and he soon found his vision spinning uncontrollably, ultimately plunging into darkness. A fool unable to discern the disparity in strength. Ball gazed upon the head, its eyes wide and lifeless upon the deck, his expression devoid of emotion. He then turned to the pirates, whose faces were etched with terror as they discreetly brandished their pistols. In his hand, the glimmering blade of the demon cry flashed ominously. In the next instant, several headless corpses lay scattered across the ship. "Those who yet breathed must dispose of the fallen comrades into the sea before my allies arrive. Otherwise, there would be no need for your survival." Ball flicked the blood off his weapon, the demon cry, and coldly addressed the pirates aboard the ship, who had completely lost their will to resist. Upon hearing his words, the remaining pirates sprang into action, and many of those feigning death on the ground dared not continue their charade, fearing they would be mistaken for corpses and unceremoniously cast overboard. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries was defeated in less than 10 seconds. This individual named Ball was indeed formidable. In just over half a year, he had grown to such an extent. In this chaotic world, it was evident that monsters roamed freely, and this man appeared to be an ambitious one, which was intriguing and utterly fascinating. Aboard the Numancia Flamingo, Doflamingo listened intently to the news relayed by Baby 5, his mouth curling into a grin as he emitted a sinister laugh, regarding the information on Ball as if it were a rare treasure. When Ball dealt with the Fetus Pirates, Doflamingo had meticulously reviewed the intelligence on him. While the average person might perceive this document as merely detailing the rapid ascent of a rookie from the Lamb Gang, Doflamingo saw in it a fellow ambitious spirit. His focus was not on the powerful figures Ball had slain or the level of his strength, but rather on the shifting dynamics of power under Ball's command. In terms of wealth, Ball's associate Williams had already become the president of a medium-sized trading company, wielding considerable riches. Regarding intelligence, another ally of Ball, Shuma, had established an organization with over 200 informants, possessing a wealth of information, making it increasingly difficult to hide matters from Ball's keen observation, especially within the bustling port of Villia. In terms of personnel, Ball commanded over 200 subordinates, hardened by numerous skirmishes in the slums and subjected to rigorous training, including 5 exceptional individuals comparable to the small leaders within the Lamb Gang. As for territory, Ball had meticulously managed Block B of his impoverished district, now the wealthiest area of the slum, maintaining a stable and prosperous order even amidst the city's current economic decline. From this analysis, it was clear that Ball had successfully established a force of his own, one that was both promising and solid, certainly not a mere rabble. Could he be the one behind the machinations against me? No, he lacks the capability. The secrets surrounding the devil fruits at the Don Quixote auction house are highly confidential, known only to Gilbert and a select few key figures in the city. His fledgling intelligence organization could not possibly glean such information from those in the know. Moreover, the Don Quixote auction house is heavily guarded, and the youngsters within his intelligence network would never gain access. Although he had gathered some followers to form his own strength, he was still too weak and of too low a tier to even be privy to Valpo's visit concerning the devil fruits. For a moment, Doflamingo considered the possibility that Ball might be the one orchestrating his troubles, but he quickly dismissed this absurd notion. After all, from the perspective of a broker in the underground world, Ball's influence was far too insignificant. It paled in comparison to the early days of the Don Quixote pirates when they had just formed in the North Sea. Using himself as a standard, Doflamingo could not believe that Ball possessed the prowess to wrest the devil fruits from the hands of Pika and Laoji. However, this individual merits attention. Perhaps there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. The Lamb Gang might very well be handed over to him, and he would undoubtedly seek ways to ensure its continued growth. This visit to Drum Kingdom has proven fruitful, revealing an intriguing character. It is regrettable, though, that he currently enjoys the protection of the Lamb Gang. It would be unwise to eliminate him while he is still vulnerable. Doflamingo set aside the intelligence report on Ball, a wicked smile gracing his lips. With the devil fruits seized, 2 critical subordinates captured, and Valpo deceased, the Don Quixote pirates had suffered a severe blow to their influence in the port of Villa. The sudden shift in circumstances caught Doflamingo off guard. He realized that the initial plan to ally with Gilbert, Das, and Regis to confront the Lamb Gang was nearing collapse and could no longer be executed. His subsequent plans were rendered unfeasible due to the significant damage inflicted upon the Don Quixote pirates in Villa. Fortunately, the current situation within Drum Kingdom provided a glimmer of hope to achieve his ultimate goal of dismantling it. In the impending civil war poised to erupt, the pirate forces he commanded still held considerable weight. In this strategic game of chess in Drum Kingdom, he had yet to be ousted. He could still play the role of a player. However, he now required a new ally. Only a balanced game would prove interesting. A one-sided affair was not what he desired. He hoped to witness a chaotic Drum Kingdom in the near future. Relay the orders, set course for the designated location, and bring the family back, Doflamingo instructed with a serious demeanor, turning to Torpole. With Ball's swift defeat of the Fetus pirates and the capture of their crew, the Lamb ship soon drew near. In no time, the 2 vessels sailed side by side, and the crew of the Lamb ship began to board the Fetus vessel. Meanwhile, Ball had already directed the pirates to transfer their treasures onto the deck. The Fetus pirates were quite affluent. They had likely recently pillaged a town, filling several large chests with gold and silver. When opened under the sun, the treasures radiated a mesmerizing glow. Ball was uncertain about the exact amount of berries these treasures could yield, but he estimated that it would certainly be in the tens of millions, possibly even reaching 100 million. However, at the end of the day, the most valuable asset remained the Head of Fates, which alone was worth 70 million berries. Ball was not blinded by the allure of treasure. He was acutely aware of the inevitable fate that awaited the pirate crew that had attacked the Lamb. Even without his intervention, everything aboard that vessel would ultimately belong to the Lamb Gang. His opportunity to capture this pirate crew stemmed solely from Reggie's admiration. Thus, he prudently chose not to lay claim to all the riches but instead presented the treasure along with the Head of Fetus, leaving nothing for himself. Well done, Ball. The riches of this ship and the bounty on this man's head shall belong to the gang, while the remaining spoils are yours. Upon witnessing Ball's decision, Reggie felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with him, patting Ball on the shoulder and expressing his approval with a sense of pride. Upon hearing these words, Ball felt a surge of joy. According to Reggie's assertion, the pirate ship, along with its crew and remaining treasures, would belong to him. This represented a considerable fortune, particularly the ship itself, which could enable Williams to acquire an additional merchant vessel upon his return. However, he refrained from expressing his gratitude immediately. Instead, he cautiously glanced at Getra and Houghton, observing their lack of dissent regarding Reggie's statement. Only after confirming their agreement did he smile and extend his thanks to Reggie, Getra, and Houghton. Having dealt with the unwise Fetus pirate crew, Ram and the others resumed their journey toward the predetermined trading location. As the new master of the pirate ship, Ball commanded the surviving pirates to swiftly replace the sails, ensuring that the vessel closely trailed the Ram. With some time remaining before reaching the trading point, Ball entered the captain's quarters in search of potential treasures. However, the captain's quarters, once a lavish display of wealth, had been ransacked by the pirates. The opulent room was now a scene of devastation, littered with a heap of discarded papers, navigational charts, books, and worthless trinkets strewn across the floor. It appeared that not a single valuable item remained. Upon witnessing this, Ball shook his head. However, he swiftly altered his perspective as he discovered some valuable items within. Notably the navigational journals and martial arts insights left behind by Fates. Subsequently, he summoned a few pirates to assist in gathering the belongings while he settled into a chair, engrossed in the navigational journals and martial arts notes. The worth of these navigational journals is subjective. For the majority of pirates, who were solely acquainted with plunder, revelry, and illiteracy, such items are deemed mere scraps of paper, devoid of value, and thus ruthlessly dismissed from the treasure trove, allowing the journals to remain undisturbed. Yet, for anyone aspiring to achieve greatness upon the seas, these journals possess a magnetism that surpasses most treasures. This allure stems from the fact that navigational journals typically encapsulate the observations and experiences of a fleet during their voyages, documenting coordinates of places visited, and concealing significant secrets within. In essence, the individual who acquires the navigational journals stands to gain a wealth of invaluable information, enabling future navigators to sidestep errors and mitigate navigational risks. Indeed, this item could be presented as a gift to Williams. He would undoubtedly be elated by such a gesture. Ball gazed at the nautical journal in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. A brief perusal of the journal revealed its considerable worth, although much of it chronicled the seafaring exploits of the Fifth's pirate crew in the West Sea. The latter sections documented the crew's journey from the entrance of the Grand Line, the Upside-Down Mountain, to the Water 7. With this journal in hand, it seemed that Williams' fleet would navigate to Water 7 for trade with significantly enhanced safety. The Shanjin Trading Company, founded by Williams, had already established itself as a prominent center of commerce at the port of Villia, with its trading horizons now extending to Alabasta. Currently, they were preparing to broaden their trade to Water 7. However, the treacherous pirate-infested region of Mogu Town posed a significant obstacle, making it challenging for the caravans to identify a suitable route around it. Fortunately, this nautical journal contained a passage that could circumvent Mogu Town en route to Water 7. Undoubtedly, if this route were validated as viable, it would constitute a golden passage. Water 7 is a vital hub in the maritime routes of the Grand Line, renowned as the most illustrious location for shipbuilding and repairs. Each day, throngs of vessels arrive for resupply and maintenance, contributing to the prosperity of Water 7, which has become a celebrated trading destination at sea. The Shanjin Trading Company could leverage this opportunity as a springboard to distribute various costly medicinal products from the Drum Kingdom throughout the Grand Line, thereby amassing greater wealth. Simultaneously, Ball could gain access to the exceptional shipbuilding techniques available in Water 7, preparing himself for future ventures and retribution. Engaging in such foolish notions of retreat had never crossed Ball's mind. Having acquired the Munch fruit, his primary objective in the Drum Kingdom was now fulfilled. Shifting his focus towards expanding his influence, he had already established a commendable foundation in the Drum Kingdom, and, with the protective umbrella of the Ram Gang, his development was progressing remarkably well. Unless absolutely necessary, Ball had no intention of relinquishing his hard-won position. Therefore, he had resolved to make the Drum Kingdom his stronghold for growth and expansion. As for the extent of this development, Ball, of course, does not aspire to lofty ideals. He has set himself a modest goal to make the port of Villia his own. Having resided in Villia for over half a year, he has discerned the potential of this coastal city. In these tumultuous times, it is a rare gem, perfectly suited to serve as the stronghold for his burgeoning power. The likes of the Lamb Gang, the Das Gang, and the Regis Gang, along with Gilbert's official forces, will find no sanctuary from his ambitions once he rises to prominence. He will not tolerate any faction existing independently of his will. He envisions a Villia where only his voice resonates, achieving a true dominion over the region. The navigational journals of the Fate's pirate crew are invaluable, and Fate's swordsmanship insights are a treasure in their own right, particularly in the eyes of Ball, a swordsman himself. The documentation of Fate's swordplay encapsulates the techniques he has mastered, along with detailed reflections on his training experiences. With access to these insights, Ball has a genuine opportunity to learn this remarkable style. Fate's swordsmanship, originating from his homeland of the Kingdom of Peros, is characterized by its astonishing speed, so swift that the opponent may not even realize they have been struck until several moments have passed. However, this technique demands a great deal from the weapon employed. The sword must be exceptionally light to ensure rapid strikes, and it must also be incredibly sharp. Consequently, practitioners of this art typically wield slender blades. The rapier that Fates brandished during his duel with Ball was a finely crafted slender sword, forged by a renowned smith from his homeland. As Ball turned to the final page of this swordsmanship treatise, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes upon reading the words inscribed there. This treatise detailed the technique of the swordplay that Fates held in the highest regard, a technique not of his own invention, but rather conceived by a master swordsman from the kingdom of Palos, who had long ago perfected this art of fencing. This particular move necessitates the practitioner to integrate a unique instant acceleration footwork, controlled breathing, precise swordplay, and an appropriate weapon, thereby embodying the essence of swiftness. It is designed to strike with such alacrity that the opponent remains oblivious to the wound for several seconds before succumbing to the overwhelming force of the blow. Alas, had you employed this technique from the outset, I would have spared you, thus depriving myself of a potential learning accelerator. Upon encountering a sword technique inscribed in the swordsmanship manual that appeared both familiar and tantalizing, Barr let out a sigh. It was no surprise that this was the homeland of Brooke, a future member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The signature sword technique known as Nose Song 3 Ding, Tailcut was now recorded in the very manual he held. The unexpected acquisition of Brooke's signature technique filled Barr with immense joy. As a swordsman of considerable accomplishment, he naturally held a deep admiration for such an exceptional swordplay. Thus far, he had mastered 4 sword techniques, 3 of which he learned from Reggie. The first technique, one sword style, Moonlight Rain, unleashed a swift and razor-sharp crescent-shaped blade of energy capable of striking distant foes. By harnessing the abilities of the speed fruit, he could create a rain-like barrage of sword energy, ideal for clearing out minions. The second technique, one sword style, Drawing Slash, was a powerful, instantaneous charge strike that could cleave through rocks over 10 meters high, making it suitable for vanquishing formidable opponents. The third technique, one sword style, Tornado, employed a unique drawing method to generate slicing winds resembling a tornado, effective for ensnaring enemies and dispatching lesser foes. The fourth technique, one sword style, Rising Dragon Slash, involved a charged strike that released a massive, dragon-shaped descending blade of energy, particularly effective against colossal adversaries. The Demon Cry was a renowned blade sought after by the swift swordsman Clark, distinguished by its lightness and sharpness. Being inherently a fast sword, it should be apt for executing the Nose Song 3 Ding, Tail Cut, should it prove inadequate. He could always consider integrating it with the abilities of the Swallow Fruit for further enhancement. Ball drew the slender, lightweight sword, Devil May Cry, from his waist, gazing thoughtfully at its elegant blade. After acquiring the Swallow Fruit, he had undertaken modifications to this renowned weapon, employing a unique, resilient alloy that was remarkably light. This special metal was crafted by merging other metals with the essence of the Swallow Fruit. It must be acknowledged that the Swallow Fruit possesses an extraordinary ability to transcend the usual challenges of metal amalgamation, thus birthing a new alloy imbued with distinct properties. Such an innovative alloy undoubtedly holds immense potential, likely enabling the realization of weapons or tools conceived by certain scientists. In the animated series, the serendipitous creation of the Weibo alloy by Walbo was a testament to its significant worth, which ultimately transformed him into a wealthy magnate and restored his kingship. Naturally, Ball yearned to replicate the creation of this invaluable alloy. Regrettably, it was evident that this was a fortunate accident of Walbo's, and the specifics of the metals he had consumed remain a mystery. For Ball to achieve this feat, extensive experimentation was imperative, and perhaps even a touch of luck would be required. Thus, Ball mused that he needed to seek out the fruit of fortune if he were to stand any chance of inadvertently crafting the Weibo alloy. Suddenly, a familiar sound jolted Ball from his contemplative state. As Ball gazed in the direction of the sound, he discovered that it emanated from the wall. Realizing this, he swiftly drew his weapon, Devil May Cry, and cautiously made an incision in a specific section of the wall. Before him appeared a ringing, ochre-hued telephone insect, concealed within a hidden compartment. This peculiar creature, evidently of significant importance, left him pondering its identity. Ball retrieved the telephone bug, hesitating momentarily over whether to lift the receiver. Soon, he made his decision. Seizing the opportunity before the other party could disconnect, he picked up the receiver and gestured for everyone else in the captain's quarters to leave. In the next moment, as Ball lifted the receiver from the back of the telephone bug, it transformed into a grim visage, a scar running horizontally across its center. Then, a deep and authoritative male voice resonated. "I am Mr. O. Why did it take you so long to answer the call?" Upon hearing these words, Bar's eyes narrowed, and he instantly recognized the individual with whom he was conversing. This self-proclaimed Mr. Zero was undoubtedly the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile. Ball was truly astonished that in a single day, he would encounter two notorious pirates who roamed the vast ocean. "Why are you silent?" "I am addressing you," Crocodile exclaimed, his displeasure mounting as the person on the other end of the line remained unresponsive. "I apologize, but if the individual you seek is fights, he can no longer provide answers to your inquiries." Bar transformed his throat slightly with the munch fruit, elongating his vocal cords to produce a voice akin to that of a woman, and softly spoke. Meanwhile, in the burgeoning city of Rainland in Alabasta, within the study of an opulent mansion, Crocodile was savoring a cigar. He heard the sound emanating from the white telephone bug on the table before him, pausing momentarily, his expression swiftly contorting into one of fury. However, his anger soon dissipated, and after taking a deep drag from his cigar, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that fellow, Fitz, would be bested by a woman. How intriguing. Might I inquire your name, formidable lady? I have a lucrative proposition to discuss with you." Formidable lady. Lucrative proposition. Hearing that Crocodile had truly mistaken him for a woman, Bar's heart was amused, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. However, he quickly masked it and continued in a hushed tone, "A grand enterprise? Surely, you do not intend to use my head as an excuse, especially since I have just sent your partner to the depths of hell." "Partner? Huh, do not jest. The weak do not merit partnership with me. How could a feeble wretch like Fates ever be my ally? He is merely a tool for delivery, and his demise is of no consequence. Weakness is the original sin. I would much prefer to be your partner, formidable lady." Crocodile scoffed. Upon hearing Crocodile so ruthlessly discard Fives as if he were mere refuse, and unexpectedly invite the very individual who had eliminated his subordinate to become a new partner, Ball began to grasp the essence of Crocodile's character. He was a person who valued strength above all, showing no concern for those rendered useless, and willing to ally with someone who had just offended him to achieve his own goals. Thus, the question arose, are you a strong man or a weakling? I have slain Fives, who bore a bounty of 70 million berries, proving my own prowess. Perhaps you doubt it, but I accomplished this feat in less than 10 seconds. What of you? How long do you believe it would take you to eliminate Fives? In the face of such a formidable individual as Crocodile, Ball was equally direct, unambiguously demonstrating his strength. How powerful was Crocodile? Ball was uncertain, yet he recognized that Crocodile was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. As long as his vulnerability to water remained concealed, it was unlikely that the majority of pirates within the paradise could contend with him. Additionally, his recognition as the first Shichibukai by the Marines attested to his formidable capabilities. As for the reason he was ultimately defeated by the fledgling Luffy 12 years hence, it might be attributed to the comfort he found in Alabasta, coupled with his loss to Whitebeard, which eroded his confidence to grow stronger. He became complacent, fixated on seizing the throne of the underworld, paralleling the plight of Moria, who similarly neglected training and combat, allowing his strength to wane. Yet now, Crocodile's power was undeniably formidable, likely at its zenith. However, if memory served, this sand crocodile was devoid of Haki, as indicated by the life card, which rendered Ball relatively untroubled by him. Defeating Fives in 10 seconds is indeed impressive. You are undeniably strong. You have earned the privilege of knowing my name, dear lady. I am Crocodile, and I trust you have heard of me. Upon hearing Ball boast of his martial prowess, Crocodile ceased to feign modesty and revealed his true identity. He believed that, with his current status as a Shichibukai, he could still instill fear in the hearts of those within paradise. Ball, upon recognizing Crocodile's true identity, allowed a moment of silence that conveyed a sense of deference, making the latter feel as though he had successfully intimidated him with his reputation. He then spoke. No wonder you came in with such bravado. It turns out you are Mr. Crocodile. You should have mentioned it sooner. Pray tell, what significant business do you have? I find myself quite intrigued. Haha, that would require you, dear lady, to transport the items from the Fates ship to Alabasta. Once you arrive, kindly contact me using that little snail phone of yours. By the way, madam, I've introduced myself. Do you not wish to reveal your identity as well? Crocodile, evidently pleased that he could intimidate Ball with his fame, laughed heartily. My name? Such trivialities are inconsequential to you, are they not? Let us forego it. What matters is my strength. You may refer to me as Miss Swordswoman, Mr. Zero. Ball retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, names hold no importance. What matters is power and utility. I look forward to your esteemed arrival, Miss Swordwoman. Crocodile, slightly irked by Bale's jest, soon dismissed it and replied with a similar cold laughter. Having said that, he promptly hung up the phone. Are you upset? Ball gazed at the recently disconnected phone and shrugged. Subsequently, his expression swiftly turned grave as he meticulously stored the phone bug away. He then used a piece of swallow fruit to restore his voice to its former state before stepping out of the captain's quarters. Cargo. Crocodile had indeed mentioned the matter of cargo in their last conversation. Ball is now deeply eager to discern the true desires of Crocodile. The pirates aboard the ship have long been subdued by Ball's formidable presence. Upon hearing that Ball intends to inspect the cargo, one of them immediately rushed forward, eager to ingratiate himself and lead the way with an obsequious demeanor. Pirates have always adhered to the law of the jungle. It is in their nature to align themselves with the powerful. Ball effortlessly vanquished Fetus. Initially, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ball, the very individual who had slain their captain, a man who had treated them well in the past. However, as they confronted the harsh reality of their situation, their hostility towards Ball began to wane, and they even started to perceive the prospect of aligning with him as a favorable one. Believing that their future would undoubtedly be brighter, the phrase bullying the weak and fearing the strong aptly encapsulates the nature of pirates. Ball exhibited a dispassionate indifference towards the pirates aboard the vessel. In his eyes, they were merely instruments for navigation, destined to be dealt with personally upon their return to the port of Villia. Soon, under the guidance of the sycophantic pirates, Ball found himself in the hold, surrounded by cargo. The goods consisted of numerous sacks filled with a verdant powder, an unfamiliar substance to the pirates, who only knew it had been pilfered from a merchant ship at a specific location by Fittest. Each time it was sold in Alabasta, it yielded an exceedingly lucrative profit. So this is what it was. No wonder Crocodile had enlisted the pirate Fittest as a means of transport. Yet, it was surprising that his nefarious scheme was already in the preparatory stages. Upon witnessing the green powder nestled within the bag, Ball immediately recognized its identity and contemplated its implications. This verdant substance, known as dance powder, is utilized in the world of One Piece to artificially induce rainfall. With its presence, arid regions may be graced with precipitation. However, the adverse effect is that downwind areas may suffer from drought, rendering it a self-serving commodity. The potency of this substance has incited conflicts between nations, leading the world government to impose a stringent prohibition on its production and possession. Discovery of its use prompts immediate intervention from the authorities. Clearly, this war-instigating item falls into the category of contraband, particularly of the highest order, with even the most avaricious merchants rarely daring to manufacture or trade it, for the repercussions would entail the wrath of both a nation and the world government. Crocodile, displaying his cunning intellect, refrained from directly purchasing it from merchants. Instead, he dispatched notorious pirates to seize it through plunder, subsequently employing these pirates as carriers to transport it to Alabasta. This strategy not only mitigates the risks of the journey, but also conceals his intentions. I recall that the sand alligator was quite affluent, as were his subordinates, who were rather capable themselves. Ball gazed at the dancing powder in the cabin, a faint smile gracing his lips. He held little interest in Crocodile's schemes for usurpation. Yet he was quite intrigued by the wealth within the grasp of the sand crocodile and the potential of Baroque work subordinates. Notably, he had a keen eye for talents such as Mr. 2 Clay, who possessed the Marimarinomi, and Mr. 3 Galdino, the bearer of the candle fruit. Talent had always been a treasure of paramount importance to Ball. Although he already commanded a few capable subordinates, it was still insufficient to support his future ambitions for expansion. He required more exceptional individuals to aid in the growth and defense of his territory. Thus, he had set his sights on the high-ranking agents of Baroque works, endowed with the powers of devil fruits, desiring to recruit them for his own purposes. Baro was uncertain how long the Baroque works led by Crocodile had been established, but it seemed relatively recent, given that the current year was merely 1508. Many of the assassins and agents from Baroque works that lingered in his memory were still quite youthful, likely yet to join the ranks. However, this posed no issue. It actually facilitated Barl's endeavor to assimilate these elite agents from Baroque works, as he merely required the recommendation of Crocodile. After all, locating an individual in the Grand Line or across the seas was a formidable challenge, and Barl could only rely on certain individuals to ascertain the whereabouts of others. For instance, upon finding Crocodile, Discovering the locations of figures such as Von Clay and Galladino would surely be a matter of time. The unexpected encounter with Crocodile came to a close as Barl examined the cargo within the ship's hold before returning to the captain's quarters to meticulously study the swordsmanship insights left by Fates. As time gradually passed, the fleet's voyage proceeded smoothly without encountering any unwarranted pirate vessels. Approximately an hour later, Barl and his companions finally arrived at the designated trading location, an uninhabited islet situated several dozen nautical miles from the port of Villa. They had evidently arrived early, and as they circumnavigated the deserted island, they found no sign of the Don Quixote pirate cruise ship. In light of this, Reggie refrained from ordering the ship to dock and disembark. Instead, he instructed the vessel to anchor near the shore, awaiting the arrival of the Don Quixote pirate crew. On the deck of the Fates pirate cruise ship, Els, wielding a saber, playfully jested with Barl, expressing his boredom. "We are quite slow, Barl. Why don't we have a little competition? After all, there is nothing to do. And with the teacher present, there is no need to worry." Barl observed the uninvited individual, a dull ache manifesting in his head as the man persisted for over 10 minutes, incessantly demanding a duel. However, he found himself devoid of the inclination to engage in such a contest, especially with the looming encounter with the Don Quixote pirates. While others might underestimate the formidable prowess of this crew, he was acutely aware of their capabilities. Although Doflamingo and his associates had not yet reached their strength from 14 years hence, they were not to be taken lightly. Presently, Doflamingo's bounty had soared to 280 million, a sum that undeniably classified him as a significant pirate within the current paradise. Yet, this figure scarcely encapsulated Doflamingo's true strength, akin to Ace. He had awakened his conqueror's Haki at a tender age, and, after years of rigorous training, undoubtedly possessed remarkable power, capable of swiftly establishing his dominion even in the New World. "If you are so keen to engage in combat with me, then return to my territory later, and I shall gladly oblige," he declared. "I am ever ready for a bout." Ball found himself thoroughly vexed by this individual, ultimately articulating a condition that would dissuade the other party. He was acutely aware of Ear's profound pride, a fact evidenced by his relentless attempts despite repeated defeats, making it exceedingly difficult for him to submit to another. However, to Bale's astonishment, Ears earnestly nodded and inquired, "Is this a formal invitation to join your ranks? If it is from you, I would gladly follow." Having initially been vanquished by Bale's physical prowess and subsequently surpassed in swordsmanship, Ears had long since developed a deep admiration for Ball. His continued insistence on challenging Ball stemmed entirely from his wounded pride, unwilling to allow Ball to outdistance him further. As an outstanding member of the new generation within the Ram Gang, Ears was determined not to languish under the shadow of the older generation indefinitely. He aspired to become a formidable figure within the organization. Although, as a disciple of Reggie, he could patiently await the latter's eventual demise to inherit his legacy. Ears yearned to earn recognition through his own capabilities rather than relying on a distinguished mentor. Nevertheless, Ears possessed a modicum of self-awareness, fully recognizing that he was not cut out for leadership and that achieving prominence within the gang on his own was implausible. Fortuitously, Bale's emergence instilled a sense of hope within Ears. He harbored a genuine respect for Ball, although the latter had not been a part of the Ram Gang for long. He had already substantiated his worth through actions and accomplishments. Thus, when Ears learned from Reggie that Ball had established his own faction within the slums and managed his territory with remarkable skill, he realized that his opportunity had arrived. Regrettably, Ball had yet to extend a formal invitation, which left Ears feeling quite distressed. Despite his prideful demeanor, he wished for Ball to invite him personally rather than seeking out the opportunity himself. In essence, when he contemplated joining Bale's faction, it was imperative that he maintained his dignity and status. After all, he was a disciple of Reggie and did not wish to bring shame upon his esteemed mentor. "Are you truly considering this?" Ball gazed at Ears with a hint of surprise, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Did you not invite me here?" Ears, perceiving this, replied somewhat displeased, "No, how could that be? With your formidable strength, it is a delight to have you at my humble abode. You are most welcome to join." Ball stood up and gently punched Ears, smiling as he spoke. Ball was well aware of Ears's capabilities. His strength surpassed even that of Gabdon, and being a disciple of Reggie, his inclusion would undoubtedly enhance the order of Ball's territory. Most importantly, Ears held considerable prestige within the Ram Gang, especially in Reggie's swordsmanship dojo. His decision to join Ball's faction would inevitably elevate his standing within the Ram Gang even further. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Ram, Houghton wore a grim expression. He turned to Reggie, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and remarked, Is this acceptable, Reggie? Surely you've heard. Even your disciple will now heed that young man's commands. Ears was notorious for his bluntness, and given the proximity of the two ships, Houghton's physical prowess allowed him to overhear the conversation between Ears and Ball. If anyone within the Ram gang wished to see Ball falter, it was undoubtedly Houghton. He was not foolish. Having offended Ball multiple times and even slighted him while allocating territory, he knew that if Ball were to rise within the gang, he would face dire consequences. Yet, Ball had been consistently compliant, paying his protection fees punctually, often even exceeding the required amount. He maintained an air of deference around Houghton, leaving no opportunity for him to find fault or instigate trouble, which greatly vexed Houghton. Moreover, what troubled him most was Ball's rapid ascension in strength. This became evident to Houghton during an attack on the Ram, when he realized he was only the fourth to emerge from the cabin, trailing behind Ball. This indicated that in terms of speed, he had already been surpassed by Ball, who, even if unable to defeat him, could easily escape his grasp. At that moment, Houghton was struck by the realization that Ball, a young junior who had joined the Ram gang only 6 months prior, had not only caught up to him but possibly surpassed him, instilling within him a profound sense of threat. Reggie did not respond to Houghton. He suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of red flashing within them, before turning his gaze toward the sea to the right. "It's here," he murmured. Simultaneously, Ball paused his conversation with Ears, shifting his attention to the same direction on the sea, softly stating, "Look." There, in the distance, a ship resembling a flamingo was gliding towards them, the notorious Namanthia Flamingo, the vessel of the Don Quixote pirates. Well, it seems they discovered us rather swiftly," Doflamingo remarked from the bow of the Namanthia Flamingo, observing the two ships belonging to the Ram gang and the reactions of their crew with a smile. However, his gaze briefly flitted over Reggie and Ball. As a user of Kinbunchiko Haki himself, he had keenly sensed 2 faint auras of Haki sweeping towards them, prompting him to activate his own Haki. It was then he discerned that Reggie and Ball were the first to notice his presence. This revelation left Doflamingo astounded. He was not surprised that Reggie, a former core member of the Flying Sky Pirates, could wield Kinbunchiko Haki, but Ball's proficiency was unexpected and indicated he was no novice. Consequently, Doflamingo placed Ball back on his list of suspects, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him. Could it be that he harbors doubts about me? Truly a formidable opponent. Ball possessed the observation Haki, making his senses exceptionally acute. He readily noticed Doflamingo's unwavering gaze upon him. However, the psychological fortitude he had honed among the celestial dragons was remarkable. Not a trace of fear or hesitation crossed his expression. Instead, he wore a stoic demeanor and icy eyes. Fixating on the figure at the bow of the ship, a celestial dragon clad in a suit, draped in a pink coat, and adorned with a sinister smile, Ball remained undaunted. He stood tall, meeting the gaze of his adversary head-on. He was free now, wielding power, and would never bow to such filth again. "Absolutely not. Fu, what splendid eyes you possess. Indeed, you are not to be underestimated," Doflamingo remarked, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he exchanged glances with Ball. Shortly thereafter, the Don Quixote pirate's ship, the Flamingo, approached the shore, and under Doflamingo's leadership, the crew disembarked first onto the desolate island. Reggie, witnessing this, signaled for everyone to come ashore. "My lord, I am deeply ashamed. I have caused you trouble," both Pika and Lao Ji said, their faces filled with shame as they were brought ashore by Gaitra, each held firmly by an arm. Particularly Pika, who wished fervently for a hole to hide in. "Do not speak any further. Just wait a moment longer. I will soon take you home. You have suffered." Doflamingo observed the battered forms of Pika and Lao Ji, his expression transforming into one of fierce rage. He struggled to suppress the rising anger within him and managed to offer a relatively gentle smile, shaking his head in dismay. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, everyone from the Don Quixote pirates, save for Corazon, felt a wave of emotion. Pika and Lao Ji were brought to tears, fully aware of the sacrifices Doflamingo had made to rescue them. 3 devil fruits, one of which was an invaluable natural-type fruit. This time, Doflamingo had truly invested heavily. "Enough of your sentimental reminiscing. You can indulge in that once you are back on your ship. Gather your belongings, and do not waste my time." Gaitra, whose temper was even more volatile than Houghton's, could not tolerate such displays of camaraderie among adversaries. He immediately seized Pika and Lao Ji by the necks, eliciting pained cries from them as they stared wide-eyed at Doflamingo, who scolded Gaitra fiercely. While others might fear Doflamingo, Gaitra was unperturbed. Having once been a member of the Flying Sky Pirates, he regarded newcomers like Doflamingo who had only recently emerged in the Grand Line, with disdain. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Stop this at once. If you dare harm my family, I will kill you." Doflamingo's forehead was marred by bulging veins as he witnessed Gytra's audacity to harm Pika and Lao Ji in front of them. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him as he shouted at Gytra. In the next moment, a tangible dark purple energy radiated from Doflamingo, accompanied by flickers of black-red lightning. Instantly, Ball and the members of the Ram gang were enveloped in this ominous aura, which weighed heavily upon their spirits. Weaker members of both the Ram gang and Dakihote pirates fainted, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Gytra, Houghton, and Reggie's expression shifted. The earlier ease was replaced by solemnity as they regarded Doflamingo. Gytra, in particular, looked at Doflamingo with disbelief, instinctively halting his torment of Pika and Lao Ji. In that fleeting moment, Doflamingo vanished from his spot, delivering a kick aimed at Gytra's throat. Sky Slicer. Gytra, being the second strongest in the Ram gang, possessed keen combat awareness and reacted instantly. However, Doflamingo's sudden burst of speed was astonishing, and having just been affected by the Conqueror's Haki, Gytra found it difficult to evade. He could only muster his Armament Haki to shield his neck. Yet, even that would not suffice, as Doflamingo was employing his own Armament Haki. A resounding clang echoed as a long blade intercepted the force of Doflamingo's kick. At a critical moment, Ball intervened. He was near Gytra and had activated his observation Haki right after Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Thus, as Doflamingo initiated his assault, Ball swiftly employed the abilities of his speed fruit, tripling his movement and reaction speed, while simultaneously enhancing his strength with the 9 Serpent's body refinement technique, temporarily elevating his power attribute to 50 points. He successfully thwarted Doflamingo's attack. The clash of their formidable strengths generated powerful gusts, scattering dust around them. "Not bad. But you were still too inexperienced." Doflamingo chuckled in anger upon witnessing Ball block his attack with both hands, foiling his intent to incapacitate Gytra. In the next instant, Ball felt an overwhelming force emanating from Doflamingo's right leg, propelling him backward. A sense of imminent danger surged within him. Ball unleashed all his observation Haki, and with the speed fruit enhancing his reaction speed, he discerned Doflamingo's next move, successfully using his weapon, Ghost Cry, to block the impending strike. To onlookers, it appeared as though the two were vanishing and reappearing in midair, engaging in a fierce exchange. It was evident that Ball was at a distinct disadvantage, perpetually on the defensive and being pushed back by Doflamingo's relentless assaults. However, Ball's defense was commendable. He managed to repel all of Doflamingo's attacks. For the time being, even Doflamingo, fully exerting himself, could not overcome him. Witnesses were left astounded, as many could not follow the rapid movements of the two combatants, unable to keep pace with their duel. "That kid is surprisingly strong. Doflamingo cannot take him down in such a short time," Torbol remarked incredulously, also possessing observation Haki. Other members of the Dakihote pirates shared similar expressions of shock. They understood Doflamingo's temperament, having been so enraged moments before. He must have unleashed his full power upon his foe, yet he was unable to swiftly subdue Ball, a young member of the Ram gang. This realization was profoundly unsettling, for it implied that they too could not contend with Ball and might even be defeated by him. Nevertheless, Doflamingo was not a man lacking in stamina like Elspeth. Through years of rigorous training, his physical prowess was exceptional, and his endurance vastly exceeded that of Ball. The latter, having employed the abilities of 2 devil fruits while utilizing the 9 Serpent's body refinement technique, was rapidly depleting his energy. In such an intense battle, his stamina dwindled like water flowing from a tap. In just a minute or two, Ball had exchanged blows with Doflamingo hundreds of times, beginning to gasp for breath, his grip on Ghost Cry faltering. Eventually, the relentless defense could not hold forever. Ball could no longer endure, and Doflamingo's kick sent Ghost Cry flying from his grasp. "Die, kid." 5 color strings. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo naturally had no intention of holding back. He prepared to seize the opportunity to eliminate Bart, whom he perceived as a budding threat. However, at that moment, Reggie, who had remained motionless until then, finally sprang into action. In an instant, he vanished from sight, effortlessly deflecting Doflamingo's assault with his blade, the famed Snowmaru, imbued with Haki, and repelling him, while shielding Bart behind him. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Enough? You little brat with Conqueror's Haki. The trade officially begins." Fu, the ice sword master Reiji, truly a blade that has not lost its edge. No wonder he soars through the skies. Doflamingo remarked, observing the deep wound etched into Reiji's palm, even with the application of Haki. His expression shifted to one of grave concern, only to quickly morph into a sinister grin, baring his teeth and sticking out his tongue as he spoke. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Reiji interrupted him. Seeing Reiji point his sword at Pika, Doflamingo wisely chose to refrain from continuing. His gaze did not linger too long on Reiji. Instead, it fixated on Bart behind him. Noticing that Gaitra and Houghton were collaborating with Reiji to protect Bart, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. Reiji, now aged, did not hold much significance for Doflamingo, who regarded him as a relic of the past. However, Bart was different. At merely 17, he possessed the capability to contend with Doflamingo, even in the face of a crushing defeat. Bart's resilience would attest to his potential as a rising sun, an inexhaustible source of threat, possibly evolving into a formidable adversary in the future. Regrettably, today was not destined to be the day Doflamingo eradicated this menace. In fact, what he might unveil next could very well catalyze Bart's rapid advancement. Intriguing. Exceedingly intriguing. You, young one, are quite impressive. I hope you can stir up turmoil in this era. I can see the depths of hatred within your eyes. No matter how well you conceal it, you cannot deceive me, for we are kindred spirits, Avengers. Though Doflamingo was arrogant and conceited, he was not one to stubbornly charge into a wall. On the contrary, he was a pragmatist. Since annihilation was not feasible for the time being, collaboration seemed the prudent course. He slightly turned his head and smiled at Bart, who had just risen to his feet. Upon hearing this, Bart did not utter a word, but merely cast an impassive glance at Don Quixote Doflamingo. He then brushed off the dust from his attire and proceeded to retrieve his ghost cry from the ground, sheathing his blade with deliberate grace. Subsequently, he positioned himself behind Reiji, Gaitra, and Houghton, closing his eyes to restore tranquility within. Having engaged in a fierce battle with Doflamingo, he had come to a profound realization regarding his own limitations. The acquisition of the swallow fruit had indeed augmented his strength significantly. However, when juxtaposed with formidable pirates like Doflamingo, who had firmly established their prowess in the New World, he still found himself at a considerable disadvantage. His foremost shortcoming lay in his insufficient stamina, as simultaneously wielding the abilities of two devil fruits proved to be exceedingly taxing on his physical endurance. While regular training could suffice, in the face of intense confrontations like the one he had just endured, his current stamina was inadequate for prolonged engagements. To aspire to the stamina exhibited by the likes of Akiji and Akainu, who could endure grueling battles for 10 days and nights, would necessitate a remarkable enhancement of his physical attributes, demanding an extensive period of rigorous training. Nonetheless, the continuous utilization of two devil fruit abilities, though it rapidly depleted his energy, could serve as a viable method for stamina enhancement. Furthermore, when he found himself at a disadvantage in the observation Haki, the mastery of armament Haki became the pivotal factor determining the outcome of the encounters. Ball could perceive that although Doflamingo's power attributes surpassed his own by a considerable margin, the youthful Doflamingo would not exceed him by more than 50 points. He still had room to counter. The primary enhancement to his opponent's offensive capacity stemmed from the formidable application of Haki, which rendered Ball's ability to retaliate futile, compelling him to adopt a stance of passive defense despite his agility and reflexes, augmented by the speed fruit. Upon returning, he resolved to urgently seek out a Zoan-type devil fruit user to swiftly elevate his physical prowess and master the use of Haki. At that moment, Ball shifted his focus to Reiji, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his gaze. He had clearly heard Doflamingo's earlier remarks, although they were abruptly interrupted by Reiji. He surmised that the name Doflamingo had been about to disclose was undoubtedly that of the Flying Sky Pirates. Apart from that name, Ball could not conceive of anything else associated with the term Flying Sky. The only other possibility would be the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Yet both names could seamlessly connect with the Flying Sky Pirates, as Shiki was indeed their captain. He was astonished to discover that his mentor harbored an association with the members of the Flying Sky Pirates. This crucial insight clarified Ball's understanding of why Reiji exuded such confidence in this transaction and held disdain for the new generation of pirates. For he stood behind the legendary figure of Shiki the Golden Lion. Although this illustrious pirate had vanished from public view since severing his own legs to escape impelled down, he was undoubtedly still alive. Even without his legs, before the ravages of time and the helm of his mind severely impacted his strength, he remained exceptionally formidable. With such a powerhouse as his backing, Reggie had undoubtedly earned the right to look down upon the criminal factions of the Das Gang and the Regis Gang. The official forces of Gilbert and the pirate might of the Don Quixote pirates, having witnessed the pinnacle of this world's grandeur alongside that legendary figure. Ball is now speculating that the Ram Gang may serve as a lucrative tool for the Golden Lion in the Kingdom of Magnet Drum, as well as a means to seek remedies for head injuries. Additionally, he connects Reggie to Ram, the leader of the Ram Gang, noting that Reggie is subordinate to Ram, suggesting that Ram holds a rank even higher within the Flying Pirate crew. This revelation is indeed significant. Who would have thought that I would become entwined with such a legendary pirate as Golden Lion Shiki? It appears that the Ram Gang possesses the capability to eliminate all rival factions within the city. Yet they have been biding their time due to their association with Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, Bartolomeo's mind began to race at an astonishing speed, utilizing the crucial information acquired from Doflamingo to connect various pieces of knowledge. Ultimately, he arrived at a profoundly terrifying conclusion. Should the Don Quixote family be compelled to engage in an all-out war, regardless of the outcome, the formidable figure of the Golden Lion Shiki might resurface. At that juncture, with his ruthlessly fierce nature, even in his advanced years, threatening to bring ruin to the East Sea, the Kingdom of Drum would inevitably face a catastrophic calamity, perhaps leading to its utter annihilation. After accomplishing his deeds, the adversary would merely need to depart nonchalantly, for the powers of the Fua Nomi would grant this legendary pirate the freedom to leave at will, with nearly no one capable of restraining him. Indeed, what a dismal conjecture this was. As Ball contemplated this terrifying conclusion, a tumultuous wave surged within him. He then shifted his focus to Don Quixote Doflamingo, a celestial dragon plagued by a severe antisocial personality. Previously, while surveilling Pica and Lao Ji, he had discerned that this individual had provided considerable assistance to Gilbert and the Don Quixote family, even going so far as to sell them precious devil fruits to augment their power. Now, he seemed to grasp Doflamingo's clandestine support for Gilbert and the Don Quixote family. It was conceivable that Doflamingo had intended for Gilbert, Das, and Regis to join forces to annihilate the Lamb family, subsequently allowing the Golden Lion Shiki to obliterate the Drum Kingdom. Even if Shiki refrained from intervening, this individual, who thrived on chaos, would likely choose to involve himself directly when the time came. Ball is certain that Gilbert, Das, and Regis are utterly unaware of the true identities of Ram and Reggie. Otherwise, they would never dare to provoke the formidable Golden Lion Shiki. However, should they become enlightened, the Ram Gang would undoubtedly be in peril, and they would certainly reach out to the Navy or the world government to deal with the Ram Gang. Perhaps, in fact, the Navy and the world government are already privy to this knowledge, but refrain from acting against the Ram Gang out of fear of Shiki. Now that Sengoku holds the position of admiral in the Navy, he possesses the most profound understanding of the terror that Golden Lion Shiki embodies. If that is indeed the case, then it appears that Gilbert, Das, Regis, and even the entire Drum Kingdom are merely pitiable pawns in this grand scheme. What then is my role amidst all this? This situation is undeniably a tangled web. Who are the true players orchestrating events behind the scenes? How might I unravel this conundrum? Ball, delving deeper into speculation, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. Suddenly, he found himself ensnared within a colossal whirlpool. The storm lurking behind it was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Yet, amidst this tempest, he also glimpsed a tremendous potential that lay hidden within. Perhaps this was indeed a rare opportunity, a chance to leap forth from the confines of the chessboard. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ball couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, while he pondered how to seize the greatest victory amidst the impending storm. The transaction between the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo unfolded rapidly. Before long, Doflamingo uttered a statement that jolted Ball from his reverie. Fu. Here lies the natural type devil fruit I offer in exchange for the hostage, the snow fruit. The snow fruit. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Bart immediately cast his gaze upon the exquisite fruit in the latter's hand, which was as white as snow and adorned with peculiar patterns. A flicker of greed igniting within his eyes. Not only Bart, but many others present who had never tasted a devil fruit shared the same fixation. Their eyes fixated intently on the snow-white fruit held by Doflamingo. The formidable power of a Logia-type devil fruit was well understood by those who traversed the Grand Line. Even an ordinary person, upon acquiring it, could instantly ascend to prominence in the paradise that is the first half of the Grand Line. Without mastery of Haki or knowledge of countermeasures, anyone encountering a Logia user would find themselves faced with only two choices: defeat, or flight. Bart was no stranger to this particular logia fruit. It was the snow fruit, destined to be wielded by Monet, an officer of the Don Quixote pirates. It had made an appearance during the Punk Hazard arc, but perhaps the user's lack of strength prevented the full potential of this logia fruit from being realized. Although the snow fruit is considered a lower-tier freezing fruit, its nature as a logia type ensures it possesses unique qualities. If developed properly, it could indeed unleash calamities upon the world. Ball had not anticipated that Doflamingo would locate this logia-type devil fruit so promptly. It is no surprise that he aspires to trade devil fruits as a primary commodity. Ah, young one, you are undoubtedly intrigued. It is only natural, should you acquire it. Your capacity for vengeance will be greatly enhanced. There is no need to rush, judging by your recent display. It is highly likely that the Lamb Gang will bestow it upon you. Among those present, Doflamingo's interest in Ball was unmistakable. Upon noticing Ball's gaze finally gravitate towards him, Doflamingo erupted into a triumphant laugh. He then slightly turned his head towards Reggie and remarked, "I am correct, am I not, Reggie?" As he finished speaking, every remaining conscious member of the Lamb Gang, save for Eris, fixed their eyes upon Ball, particularly Houghton and several seasoned subordinates, whose eyes briefly flickered with lethal intent. The allure of a logia-type devil fruit is a temptation that few can resist. Even though Ball had demonstrated considerable strength in his previous confrontation with Doflamingo, it was insufficient to quell the skepticism of others. They were acutely aware that should Ball consume the snow fruit, even if he were stronger than they, his lack of mastery over Haki would render him powerless against them. Many seasoned subordinates within the Lamb Gang understood the significance of Haki. Given that both the leader and the 5 principal officers possessed mastery over either armament or observation Haki, Doflamingo's words effectively sowed discord between Ball and numerous members of the Lamb Gang, showcasing his exceptional ability to incite division. "Silence, brat. How we handle this matter is not for you to dictate," Reggie retorted coldly, having perceived the expressions of the others through his observation Haki. He then turned to the Lamb Gang members, his voice firm. "The hostages were captured solely by our leader. The allocation of the devil fruit rests in the leader's hands. Should anyone dare to rebel over its distribution or even consider harming a comrade, both the leader and I will show no mercy. Do not let outsiders mock our foolishness." Upon hearing Reggie's words, the faces of the conscious Lamb Gang members immediately reflected an array of emotions: shame, fear, and resentment, but none dared to continue staring at Ball, truly domineering. "I hear you are Ball's mentor. With such remarkable potential, you must surely wish to see him consume it. After all, at your age, it would be a waste if you were to partake," Doflamingo continued, his arrogance unabated as he sought to provoke further, yet before he could continue, his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately activated his armament Haki and ensnared a multitude of threads as hard as steel. A resounding clash echoed as Reggie suddenly struck at Doflamingo, forcing him to defend. It was evident to all observers that Doflamingo had been bested in their earlier exchange, as he was sent flying by Reggie's blow, blood streaming from his wounded hand. The members of the Don Quixote pirates instantly transformed, their expressions turning vicious as they prepared for combat, as did Ball and his companions. The atmosphere grew intensely charged once more. "Do not presume that a modicum of skill grants you the right to act arrogantly before me. What of Conqueror's Haki? In the New World, it is not such an impressive ability. Do you think you can intimidate me? If you continue to prattle, I shall not hesitate to bring you down, even at the cost of my own injury," Reggie declared, entirely dismissing the armed members of the Don Quixote pirates who threatened him. His blackened blade Snow Maru aimed squarely at Doflamingo, radiating murderous intent. It was clear that Reggie was genuinely enraged, his bloodlust palpable in his eyes. Doflamingo resembled a true pirate, albeit one who was excessively arrogant, evoking a sense of contempt akin to facing a celestial dragon. "Ah, are you angered? My sincerest apologies. As a gesture of contrition, it shall be yours, Reggie," Doflamingo said, licking the blood from his wound, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Before a formidable foe, Doflamingo reluctantly tempered his provocations, yet his gaze remained icy and venomous beneath his glasses, clearly infuriated by Reggie's words. In the next moment, he carelessly tossed the invaluable devil fruit towards Reggie as if it were refuse. The juxtaposition of pride and submissiveness was starkly evident in Doflamingo's demeanor. Faced with a logia-type devil fruit, Reggie had to proceed with caution. Quick-witted, he deftly caught it, then exchanged a knowing glance with Gytra. Gytra understood immediately and similarly tossed his own pika towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's forehead visibly tensed. Yet he refrained from unleashing his conqueror's Haki again. Instead, he swiftly utilized a thread imbued with armament Haki to sever the handcuffs containing a trace of sea prism stone that bound Pika, helping him to his feet. Pika, overcome with emotion, let tears flow freely as he choked out, "I am truly useless, master. Please, execute me." There is no need for such words. Failure is merely a part of our journey. It has become a reality. There is no point in laying blame now. Return to the ship and tend to your wounds. There will be many more opportunities for your assistance in the future, Doflamingo replied with remarkable compassion towards his longtime comrade from the Don Quixote pirates, patting his shoulder dismissively and signaling for others to take Pika below for treatment. Meanwhile, Reggie turned his attention back to Ball, his tone leaving no room for argument. His expression serious. "Consume it, Ball. It is the command of the Lamb leader. Is it truly permissible, Teacher Reggie?" Ball questioned. Ball, taken aback by Reggie's words, inquired with astonishment. Naturally, he had fantasized about possessing the snow fruit, a nature-type devil fruit, just as Doflamingo had articulated. Acquiring it would endow him with greater power for vengeance, potentially allowing him to swiftly emerge as a pivotal piece in the impending storm, and perhaps even transcend the confines of the game board to become the player himself. However, this remained merely a fantasy, for the nature-type devil fruits are exceedingly precious. Ram, no matter how generous, could not simply bestow one upon him. It is worth noting that among the 5 key officers in Ram's crew, Reggie, Gytra, and Jim lacked the abilities granted by a devil fruit. It seems that Ram's acquisition of 3 devil fruits from Doflamingo, using Pika and Lao Ji, was intended for the use of these 3 individuals. Undoubtedly, the most likely candidate to obtain the snow fruit is Reggie. Just moments ago, Ball had heard from Doflamingo that Reggie was once known as the Ice Swordmaster. It seems he was once a swordsman endowed with freezing abilities. However, having engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Reggie and spent considerable time at the swordsmanship dojo, Ball had never witnessed such powers in his opponent. It is often said that while one may be mistaken in names, the nicknames bestowed are rarely erroneous. The fact that Reggie earned the title of Ice Sword Master surely stems from some substantial foundation, though the reasons behind his subsequent loss of such powers remain unknown. Thus, it appears that Reggie's current strength is diminished not solely due to the ravages of age. Although the snow fruit is not an ice fruit per se, it is indeed related to freezing abilities. With its acquisition, Reggie might potentially regain a fragment of his former prowess, or even transcend it. Yet, this stroke of fortune has arrived with such unexpected abruptness. Ball could hardly fathom that Reggie intended to bestow the snow fruit upon him, and moreover, that this decision stemmed from Ram's wishes. He was genuinely astonished that the leader held him in such high regard. Indeed, this was the resolution of Chief Ram. Observing the look of shock on Bale's face, Reggie continued to nod solemnly. Simultaneously, memories of a conversation with Ram from a few days prior flooded his mind, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. 5 days ago, in the headquarters of the Ram Gang, within Ram's exclusive office, Reggie had just received the news of the snow fruit. However, when he learned that Ram had ultimately chosen Ball as the one to consume this devil fruit, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "You chose Ball? How could you possibly consider giving him the snow fruit? What were you thinking? Even if I have no desire to eat it, you could easily hand it to Gytra or Jim. Neither has consumed a devil fruit." As a pure swordsman, he believed that a devil fruit would only hinder his pursuit of formidable swordsmanship, and thus, he would not consume even a Logia-type devil fruit. It would be a waste to give the snow fruit to them. Neither possesses the capability to continue leading the Ram Gang into the new era. Over the years, both have lived too comfortably and have long lost the vigor of their youth. Their achievements have plateaued at this point. You and I are growing old. And as you know, my health is deteriorating. I cannot tell how much longer I can endure. The last time I forcibly defeated that stone man and the martial artist, I merely did Gilbert a favor and intimidated Das. Recently, the wound left by the Dark King Rayleigh on my heart has begun to ache again. The Ram Gang was founded by the 2 of us. After all these years, there is an emotional attachment. It is now our home, and I do not wish for this hard-won sanctuary to vanish. Growing old indeed makes one sentimental. You are well aware of the captain's temperament. If anything were to happen to us and we could no longer provide him with sufficient funding for his research, you understand well what fate would befall this nation. The Drum Kingdom is our homeland. Although I am a pirate, I do not wish for it to suffer the same fate as those nations plagued by piracy. Therefore, we must promptly find a successor, someone capable of maintaining the balance of the current situation for the Ram Gang. Ball, I see potential in this lad. Upon hearing this, Ram shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, clutching it as a violent cough erupted, causing his face to pale rapidly, ultimately coughing up blood. Witnessing his old friend's distress, Reggie swiftly retrieved a vial of medicine from the drawer and handed the pills to Ram, urging him to swallow them. After taking the medicine, Ram's condition improved significantly. His complexion regained its color, and he appeared far less fragile than moments before. It's a miracle to still be alive, thanks to the excellent medical skills of our homeland. Otherwise, I should have perished many years ago, Ram remarked with a bitter smile, still grasping his heart. During the Battle of Edver, he had been defeated by the Dark King Rayleigh, sustaining a heart injury before plummeting into the sea, exacerbating his condition. Fortunately, Reggie had saved him at the cost of his own life, and at that time, Ram was still in his prime, brimming with vitality, which allowed him to return to the Drum Kingdom for recuperation. Though he survived thanks to the exceptional medical technology of the Drum Kingdom, the damage to his heart was irreversible, preventing him from engaging in prolonged fierce battles. If a conflict arose, he had to resolve it swiftly, or his heart would betray him. Consequently, in the past decade, Ram rarely intervened, with Reggie and others handling matters for him. Had it not been for this, Ram would never have permitted the Blood Wolf Das to act so brazenly. In his former days as a sky pirate, he would have dealt with this junior, who had become overly resilient due to awakening the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. But can giving the snow fruit to Ball truly prepare him for such responsibility? He is still but a boy, having yet to learn the basics of Haki, and he harbors many ambitions and thoughts that diverge from our own. Reggie, now reassured by Ram's stabilized condition, reiterated his belief that Ball was not the appropriate candidate for consuming the snow fruit. If he lacked ambition, I would not have chosen him. As for whether he aligns with us, that is of little consequence. We are remnants of the old era, while he is destined to be a figure of the new age. He possesses his own will. How could he possibly be in alignment with us? However, there is no need for concern. We both know how formidable the captain is. As long as he lives, no one would dare to challenge him. Moreover, it is precisely because he is an ambitious lad that I will give him the snow fruit. Enhancing his capabilities is far superior to merely providing assistance in times of need. From the way he treats his subordinates and the benefits he provides, it is clear he is neither stingy nor ungrateful. You, as his mentor, should understand this better than anyone. Thus, I have faith that once he consumes the snow fruit, regardless of what transpires in the future, he will remember the Ram Gang and show us, the old-timers, some measure of respect. That lad is both clever and shrewd. In the new era, he will undoubtedly navigate his way through life with ease. Given the talents he has displayed recently, if afforded time, he could rise even without the snow fruit, and I believe you cannot deny this. Ram lit a cigar, taking a deep puff before tossing a vial of medicine in his hand and smiling at Reggie. When Reggie nodded in silence, the smile on Ram's face vanished, replaced by a grimace. He then crushed the vial in his hand, exclaiming with excitement, ultimately, that lad is destined to be at odds with the Navy and the world government. The mark on his back will ensure a perpetual conflict with them. I hope he can one day deal a severe blow to those lofty figures in the heavens, perhaps even bringing them crashing down to their demise. Ha ha. His laughter resonated with animosity. See, I told you it would be you who consumes it. Who else from your side possesses the qualification to eat it? Rest assured, it is indeed the genuine snow fruit. Doflamingo, upon witnessing Reggie, promptly handed the snow fruit to Bart, erupting once more into his characteristic, arrogant, and sinister laughter, while simultaneously sowing discord. It was evident that he was exceedingly pleased with Reggie's decision. Doflamingo reveled in this delight, for he understood that Bart, another Avenger, would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the world after consuming the snow fruit, much like himself. Although the processes may differ, the outcomes would surely be similar. For Doflamingo, anyone who could inflict suffering upon this wretched world brought him joy. The blame lay squarely with the world. Had it not been so, his fate would not have been so tragic, nor would he have descended to such depths. The sound of Doflamingo's sinister laughter irritated the remaining conscious members of the Ram Gang, many of whom could not restrain themselves from casting greedy glances at the snow fruit in Reggie's grasp, coupled with disdainful looks directed at Bart. In their eyes, Reggie and Ram exhibited blatant favoritism. It was utterly outrageous that such a precious devil fruit was to be granted to Bart, who had only joined the Ram Gang a mere 6 months prior. Regardless of his formidable strength and status as a small captain, it seemed unjust that such a remarkable natural-type devil fruit was bestowed upon him, rather than being reserved for those of them who were more seasoned. Upon meeting with Ball, he discerned the discontent radiating from the members of the Ram gang behind him, particularly from Houghton, whose fury was palpable. He surmised that had it not been for Reggie's presence, this adversary, with whom he had already established enmity, would have undoubtedly made a move against him. Conversely, Gytra, a cadre who had not consumed a devil fruit, maintained an expression of serene composure. Despite his own fervent desire for the snow fruit, he refrained from voicing any grievances. In fact, when Ball glanced in his direction, Gytra merely nodded, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards Ball's acquisition of the snow fruit. Since it was the will of the leader of the Ram gang, he would accept it. Once again, Ball received Reggie's affirmation, and without further hesitation, he promptly accepted the devil fruit from Reggie's hands. Regardless of the dissatisfaction brewing within others, he refused to relinquish this splendid opportunity. Should there be any grievances, they could direct them towards him. He was prepared to bear the consequences, regardless of the cost to their lives. He harbored no doubts about the authenticity of the snow fruit, and in full view of the onlookers, he boldly placed the fist-sized devil fruit into his cavernous mouth. How infuriating! Horton watched as Ball consumed the devil fruit and felt an involuntary urge to intervene. However, just as he began to channel his armament Haki, he noticed Reggie turning to him, his expression devoid of emotion, sending a chill through Horton's heart. He quickly lowered his gaze and retracted his Haki. With a gulp, the moment hung in the air. Bar, having ingested the entire devil fruit, was, to be precise, enveloped within the peculiar dimension of the munch fruit. Subsequently, feigning the agonizing expression that one might exhibit upon acquiring the powers of a devil fruit, he quietly activated the capabilities of the munch fruit, thereby assimilating the abilities of the recently consumed devil fruit. In the next moment, under the envious, jealous, and astonished gazes of the onlookers, Bar's right hand effortlessly transformed into snow, conjuring a snowball from thin air. Moreover, the breath he exhaled turned remarkably frigid, causing tiny ice particles to descend through the air. Such is the wonder of nature's powers. It truly felt as if he had become snow itself. Ball felt the power emanating from the snow fruit within him, staring blankly at his hands, which had transformed into snow. Then, with a mere thought, his entire body morphed into snow, causing countless snowflakes to scatter around him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, while a fierce blizzard erupted within a radius of over 10 meters, cloaking the ground in a delicate layer of snow. Once the storm subsided, two snowmen rapidly formed in the snow some distance from Ball's original position, taking on his likeness. Eventually, one transformed back into the flesh and blood ball, while the other, composed of snow, began to clumsily trudge through the snow, only to collapse into an unremarkable pile of snow upon stepping out of it. Meanwhile, the true Ball rejoined Reggie, Gytra, and Houghton, maintaining his usual humble demeanor without a hint of arrogance despite possessing the powers of a Logia devil fruit. Those present could not help but display astonishment as they witnessed Ball's mastery of the snow fruit. Doflamingo, observing Ball's ability to utilize snow for movement, concealment, and the creation of an immature snow clone immediately after consuming the fruit, could not suppress a look of surprise. Most notably, he noted Ball's remarkable recovery speed. Just moments ago, he had appeared breathless and unsteady, his hands trembling and unable to hold a knife, yet now he seemed nearly restored. A remarkable creature with astonishing recovery abilities, Doflamingo chuckled slyly, his gaze fixed on Ball. Moments later, he donned a different smile and turned to Reggie, saying, "Now you should feel reassured, Reggie. I would never just with my own family. Please, release my other family member." Reggie remained silent, merely nodding in satisfaction at Ball before turning his gaze back to Doflamingo, offering no further response. Doflamingo understood Reggie's intent. He extended his hands, prompting Torpole to retrieve two devil fruits from behind him, placing them into Doflamingo's hands. The appearance of two more devil fruits immediately captivated the members of the Lamb family, who, although aware that these fruits were unlikely to be Logia types, were still filled with enthusiasm for these treasures capable of rapidly enhancing their power. Their desire intensified further upon witnessing Ball acquire the powers of the snow fruit. The animal-type dog fruit, bulldog form, and the animal-type snake fruit, rattlesnake form are now yours, Doflamingo declared, seemingly indifferent to the two ordinary animal-type devil fruits, as he tossed one to Reggie, his eyes fixed intently on Gytra. Gytra swiftly threw the Lao G fruit toward Doflamingo, allowing the Don Quixote pirate's officer to catch it effortlessly. Clearly, the distribution of the devil fruits had been predetermined. Once Reggie accepted the two animal-type fruits, he passed the dog fruit to Gytra, who eagerly accepted it and swallowed it whole. Moments later, the towering figure transformed into a massive bulldog, reveling in his newfound abilities as an animal-type devil fruit user, howling joyfully. Is it truly this easy for them to return? If we summon the pirate crews from below to encircle and annihilate them, we could wipe them out entirely, Torpol remarked darkly to Doflamingo, watching Reggie lead Ball and the others away. For this transaction, he and Doflamingo had meticulously prepared. With over a dozen pirate ships and thousands of ferocious pirates ready to confront the Lamb family, had they not held hostages, the pirate ships would have already besieged the island, igniting a fierce battle. Now that Pika and Lao Ji had been safely redeemed, they no longer needed to tread cautiously around the Lamb family. The rest of the Don Quixote pirates' officers, with the exception of Corazon, displayed eager expressions. The nature of a captain often reflects in their crew. Under the leadership of the arrogant celestial dragon Doflamingo, the crew members were similarly proud and fearless, ready to act at a moment's notice. With Doflamingo's command, they would not hesitate, even to slay celestial dragons. Pika, heavily influenced by Doflamingo, previously disregarded the consequences of destroying cities. His volatile temperament was certainly a factor, but the impact of Doflamingo's reckless demeanor was undeniable. No, those pirate crews would be of no use. Reggie is still at his peak. Even if they arrive, their ships would be no match for this great swordsman. A plan to encircle them is utterly impossible. Furthermore, with two formidable fighters on our side, even a victory would come at a steep cost. And I have no inclination to sacrifice myself for others, Doflamingo replied, his eyes following Ball's retreating figure until he completely disappeared from the deck. Moreover, if we remain passive, the internal strife within the Magnet Drum Kingdom will inevitably erupt. With the addition of an ambitious individual, this impending spectacle is bound to be enthralling. We need only observe from the sidelines, striking when the enemy is at their most exhausted to achieve a resounding victory with minimal cost. Doflamingo's authority within the Don Quixote pirates was absolute. His word was law, and all present nodded in understanding, following him orderly aboard the Numancia Flamingo. During this time, Corazon, who had remained silent throughout the transaction, stole a glance in Ball's direction, a profound worry flickering in his eyes. The deterrent power of a Logia-type devil fruit is indeed deeply ingrained in the hearts of men. The disparity in their attitudes before and after consumption is stark. On the ram, Ball gazed at the Ram gang members surrounding him, their eyes filled with awe as they greeted him with fervor. While he outwardly responded with warmth and humility, inwardly he harbored a cold amusement. He had already etched the faces of those he found despicable and those he deemed trustworthy in his memory during their time on the deserted island. The lines between foe and friend were starkly drawn. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of reflection, as he had never anticipated that his acquisition of the nature-type devil fruit would come about in such a manner, thus altering his meticulously laid plans. With the snow fruit in his possession, few could pose a threat to him in the first half of the Grand Line's paradise, especially on Winter Island, the Kingdom of Drum, where he found himself nearly invincible. The abilities bestowed by the snow fruit allowed him to seamlessly blend into the snow, swiftly traverse distances using the accumulated snow, and create lifelike replicas from the snow. Furthermore, every snowflake that flew from him acted as an eye, granting him a clear awareness of his surroundings. In summary, within the Kingdom of Drum, a land perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, his survival capabilities had surged dramatically. Unless he were to act recklessly, no one could hope to take his life there. However, he owed a considerable debt of gratitude. In the future, he could not treat the Ram Gang as mere disposable entities. After Ball greeted Reggie, he made his way onto the pirate ship of the Fighter's pirates, his mind a whirlwind of complex emotions. He was not one to enjoy being indebted to others, since Ram had entrusted him with this invaluable natural-type devil fruit. He knew he would inevitably have to repay the favor, just as he would spare no effort to rescue the merman hero who had liberated him from the clutches of the celestial dragons. How repugnant these people were. Just moments ago, they had loathed him with such fervor, and now, cowed by his newfound power, they appeared as meek as lambs. It was sickening to behold. Yet, amidst this, he wondered how they remained so nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired. Else, a mere 15-year-old lad with a simple mind could not contain his frustration as he followed Ball back to the captain's quarters of the Fighter's pirate ship. He was among the few on the deserted island who bore no ill will toward Ball for acquiring the snow fruit. Thus, Ball felt at ease with him and smiled gently, saying, "Do not concern yourself. You will grow accustomed to it. There are many such individuals in this world, and we need not allow them to affect our spirits." As long as we possess sufficient strength, they will all become like sheep, obedient and compliant. He then added a caution to elves. However, never reveal your weaknesses or show them excessive kindness. Otherwise, they will swiftly shed their FAAs and transform into loathsome wolves. Upon hearing Bale's explanation, Els nodded thoughtfully, his respect for Ball deepening, before he persistently sought to challenge Ball to a duel of swordsmanship. This time, Ball did not decline, but rather used Els as a tool to hone his abilities with the snow fruit. Els, unfazed, willingly played the role of Bale's instrument. Several hours later, in a secluded backyard of a modest house in the civilian district of Velia Port, a handsome youth clad in training attire was diligently practicing in the snow. If members of Ram's gang from the slums had been present, they would have recognized that the movements of this striking young man mirrored those of their leader Ball during training, albeit with a touch of stiffness and lack of fluidity. Moreover, this youth bore a striking resemblance to their leader. After a brief interval, the handsome youth finally paused, exhaling a long breath. His once pale skin had turned a vivid red, glistening with sweat. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and he swiftly turned to gaze at a snowdrift. In the next moment, a mass of snow coalesced into a figure, Ball, who had just acquired the snow fruit. Upon seeing Bale's sudden appearance, the handsome youth smiled slightly and remarked, "Not bad at all, the snow fruit. Indeed, it is remarkable. With it, those who could threaten me in Velia Port have essentially ceased to exist." Upon hearing this, Ball smiled faintly. The strikingly handsome youth, resembling Ball, disagreed with his words, shaking his head and remarking, "We must not let our guard down, my essence. Your mastery of observation Haki is still in its infancy. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to your demise at the hands of seasoned warriors who have wielded their dual Haki for many years." Ball nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed. Upon my return, I intend to immerse myself in the frigid realm of ice and snow for a period of cultivation. In that environment, my survival skills will be maximized. And with the snow fruit, many of my previous training plans can be realized. Furthermore, the icy world will facilitate the development of my snow fruit abilities." The connection between Ball and the handsome youth is akin to that of a body and its doppelganger. The twin fruit is the name of another devil fruit that Ball acquired from the Tang Chico auction house. This particular fruit grants Ball the extraordinary power to create clones. The clones produced by this devil fruit possess identical innate talents and physical attributes to Ball. Moreover, as they share the same memories and have a telepathic connection with Ball, their abilities, apart from the lack of devil fruit powers and identical physical prowess, are largely developed through training. For instance, the observation Haki, the nine-snake body refinement technique, marksmanship, and swordsmanship are all skills that Ball's clone can master. However, the limitations and costs associated with this devil fruit's cloning capability are considerable. The restriction is that the abilities of this devil fruit may only be utilized once, whether by the user or another individual. Once employed, it cannot be activated again. Consequently, this fruit can only create a single clone, even if the clone were to perish in the future. The bearer of the devil fruit's ability would be unable to create another. The cost is the consumption of half of the user's lifespan. This price is undeniably steep, yet the advantages are significant. The resulting clone is a wholly independent entity. It can consume another devil fruit and possesses its own will, allowing it to cultivate autonomously. Their telepathic bond ensures that both parties can share insights and experiences gained during their training. Additionally, the clone is entirely obedient to the original entity that utilized the twin fruit to create it, ensuring absolute loyalty without the possibility of betrayal. Initially, Ball, upon discovering the powers of the twin fruit through his ability to devour, hesitated for a considerable duration before deciding to experiment with this particular devil fruit. After all, sacrificing half of his lifespan was indeed a significant gamble. Should he prevail, the rewards would be substantial, yet failure would cost him half his life, a tremendous price to pay. To safeguard his venture, he instructed a long-lived tortoise to consume the twin fruit, swiftly rendering it unconscious to prevent it from utilizing the one-time ability of the fruit. Subsequently, he employed the powers of the devour fruit to manifest his own doppelganger using the abilities of the twin fruit. "Shall I now infiltrate the Navy as an undercover agent?" The doppelganger Ball remarked with a smile. This duplicate also constituted a part of Ball, and the system's detection attributes could likewise be applied to the doppelganger Ball. Ball glanced at his doppelganger's attributes and shook his head, saying, "There is no rush. Your strength is still insufficient. Venturing out at this early stage would be perilous." He intended for his doppelganger to infiltrate the Navy, as this was the primary objective behind Ball's utilization of the twin fruits. Ultimately, his goal was to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. And an unavoidable obstacle in this process was the Navy. As the saying goes, the most formidable fortresses are often breached from within. In the future, if Ball desires to thrive and expand, it is inevitable that he will come into contact with the formidable Navy. Should he have informants within the Navy, he could swiftly gain insights into their every move. Furthermore, the Navy possesses the world's most exceptional intelligence network and an abundance of resources. If his avatar could attain a prominent position within the Navy, it would undoubtedly provide the original with invaluable information and assets. Ultimately, the Navy is teeming with formidable individuals. If his avatar manages to infiltrate their ranks successfully and demonstrates sufficient aptitude, he could receive guidance from these strong figures, learning a plethora of useful skills that would expedite the growth of both his original self and the avatar's power. Ball had long coveted the Navy's 6 styles of martial arts. Although he had gleaned some understanding of the principles behind these techniques through watching animations and researching online, he remained entirely unaware of the formal training methods associated with the Navy's 6 styles. It was evident that mastering these techniques could not be as simple as what was portrayed in animations or online resources. One would likely need to enter the Navy's headquarters and undergo rigorous training to have any chance of acquiring them. Is that so? Could you possibly fulfill my request? This might expedite my path to strength, he mused, upon hearing Ball's repeated refusal to allow him to venture out. The avatar wore a slightly distressed expression before smiling at Ball, his face alight with anticipation. As an avatar, he fully inherited Ball's memories and shared an intense hatred for the celestial dragons, thus wholeheartedly supporting Ball's quest for vengeance. However, while he was committed to obeying Ball's commands, he also harbored his own will and was reluctant to be confined to this small courtyard for training every day. He wished to assist Ball in achieving his revenge in his own way. Yet, he understood Ball's reasoning. His current strength was indeed inadequate, and venturing out would be perilous due to a lack of self-defense capabilities. After all, he had only been born for less than a month, and his physical attributes initially fell below that of an average person, averaging around 8 points. After nearly a month of training, he had barely managed to elevate his physical attributes to an average of 13 points, akin to the strength Ball had exhibited over 6 months ago upon arriving at the port of Valia. Consequently, the avatar was disinclined to spend over 6 months improving his physical attributes like the original Ball. He yearned for a more rapid enhancement. Therefore, he sought to persuade the original Ball to utilize his current ability to consume and transform his body, allowing him to attain a physique more suited for training in the 9-snake body refinement technique. However, he recognized that this might not be an advisable course of action. Ball shared a profound connection with his counterpart, fully aware of the request weighing upon his mind, which was reflected in the expression of his countenance. What constitutes a physique more suited to the 9 serpents body refinement technique? Undoubtedly, it is the female form. This ancient technique was originally conceived by the first 9 serpent empress, meticulously crafted based on the anatomical structure and characteristics of women, drawing inspiration from an immensely powerful ancient serpent that once roamed 9 Serpent Island. While men may also practice this technique, the results are, naturally, not as effective as those achieved by women, whose bodies resonate more harmoniously with the art of body refinement. War now possesses the ability of the munch fruit, making body transformation and even gender change a relatively effortless endeavor. However, having lived as a man for such an extended period, it is unlikely that he would entertain the notion of transitioning. He never anticipated that his doppelganger would harbor such peculiar thoughts. Indeed, there are no 2 leaves alike in this world. Even a clone created using the twin fruit that inherits his memories can have divergent ideas and beliefs. It is of little consequence. The pace of his advancement has been exceedingly slow. Embracing a female form may expedite his progress. When the time comes to undertake a mission, he can simply revert to his original form. Staying here day in and day out is suffocating. I possess my own independent will, and I ask that my choices be respected. The doppelganger, aware of Bar's thoughts, responded with a sense of resignation. Though it has inherited Bar's memories, it is acutely aware of the circumstances of its own creation, and thus is indifferent to the conventional views of humanity. Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Ball could hardly utter a response. Though somewhat reluctant, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence, stating, "Very well, I shall respect your choice." He recognized that he could not dismiss the opinions of his counterpart, who possessed its own will. This autonomy was advantageous, alleviating him of the burden of simultaneously controlling 2 bodies. However, the drawback lay in the fact that while the doppelganger could not defy his commands, it had the option to engage in passive resistance without contravening his orders. Thus, he realized it was crucial to maintain harmony with his doppelganger, as only through sincere collaboration could they fully harness the capabilities bestowed by the twin fruits. Before long, a beautiful maiden, strikingly similar to Bal, materialized before him. "From this day forth, I shall be known as Balina," she declared with a smile, having taken a moment to stretch in the snow. Bal did not dwell on the implications of having a doppelganger named Balina. Although she was indeed a reflection of himself, she was an independent entity. Since she was willing to cultivate the 9 serpent body refinement technique in a female form, he decided to let her proceed as she wished, provided she fulfilled the tasks he would assign to her when the time came. Thus, Bal utilized the powers of the swallowing fruit to assist Balina in her physical transformation, subsequently imparting some instructions before dissipating into a swirling microblizzard. Once Bal had departed, Balina resumed her training in the snowy expanse, noticing a marked improvement in her agility and fluidity compared to her previous sessions. Her clothing had become ill-fitting, necessitating a trip to procure new garments. Upon completing this round of the 9 serpent body refinement technique, Balina observed her somewhat loose attire with a furrowed brow, compared to her former male physique. Her female form was undeniably smaller, yet she could distinctly feel that her new body was far more suited for the rigorous training of the 9 serpent technique, as the unique energy surging within her was significantly more potent than before. "Indeed, my choice was judicious. Having embraced a female form, my progress accelerates considerably. It won't be long before I am ready to venture forth." Balina gazed towards the direction where Bal had vanished, a faint smile gracing her lips. Before she stepped inside the house, Bal did not stray far. He could still sense the thoughts of his doppelganger, Balina, and found himself somewhat speechless. Thus far, the telepathic connection between him and Balina had certain limitations, as they could only communicate within a distance of 1 kilometer. Beyond that, their perceptions faded. However, regardless of the distance, they could still discern each other's general direction. Furthermore, due to their hierarchical relationship, Bal could conceal his thoughts from Balina, revealing only what he desired her to know, a privilege she did not possess in return. Consequently, he harbored no fears of betrayal from his doppelganger. Truth be told, Bal was somewhat in agreement with Balina's choice to transform into a female to better master the 9 serpent body refinement technique. Nevertheless, he was aware of a superior method for training this technique, obtaining a zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the snake fruit. Transforming into a serpent would undoubtedly facilitate a deeper integration with the 9 serpent body refinement technique than merely changing one's gender. Of course, Balina's choice to pursue this method was understandable. She could only select one devil fruit ability, unlike Bal, who had the capacity to consume multiple fruits at will. It was evident that she did not wish to acquire a mundane zoan-type devil fruit. Thus, she was reluctantly compelled to rely on this method to rapidly enhance her physical prowess. However, if a suitable zoan-type devil fruit were not obtainable, Bal considered that transforming into a female during his training of the 9 serpent body refinement technique was not without merit, as he could easily revert to his male form thereafter. Balina was indeed correct. In the pursuit of vengeance and the quest for strength, matters of gender were, in the grand scheme, quite trivial. Using the elemental transformation abilities of the snow fruit, Bal transformed into a blizzard, moving at an astonishing speed. In no time, he arrived at the Ram Gang's base. Several hours have passed since Bal returned to the port of Villia with the fleet. The news regarding the acquisition of the snow fruit has rapidly circulated through the port, thanks to the loose tongues of some members of the Ram Gang. Furthermore, there are accounts of his ability to engage the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo for a couple of minutes without succumbing to defeat. It is safe to say that nearly everyone within the Ram Gang is now aware of the addition of a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, which has invigorated many with excitement. The atmosphere, previously overshadowed by the looming specter of war, has been revitalized by this uplifting news, instilling a sense of vitality among the members. The terrifying power of a Logia-type devil fruit user is well known, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, where it is common knowledge that such beings can withstand fatal injuries, be it a severed neck or a pierced heart and brain, rendering them akin to monsters, the stuff of legends. Should such a being be an adversary, it would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread. However, as an ally, it provides an unparalleled sense of security. The members of the Ram Gang now experience an unprecedented sense of safety, one that surpasses even the reassurance provided by Ram and the 5 chief officers. Many astute individuals within the Ram Gang realize that Ram and Reggie, the stalwarts of the organization, have begun to age and their strength is undoubtedly waning. It is uncertain how much longer they can hold their ground. None of the other 4 chief officers are adept at managing and developing territory, and privately, their sentiments are divided, showing deference only to Ram and Reggie. In contrast, the Das gang and the Regis gang within the city are emerging powers, boasting vigorous strength among their ranks, with Das and Regis being well-known formidable figures, both possessing considerable ambition and keeping a watchful eye on the Ram gang. It is not hard to envision that if anything were to befall either of the 2 pillars, Ram or Reggie, the Ram gang would inevitably plunge into turmoil, potentially leading to its fragmentation or even demise. Fortunately, with Ball's emergence as a new Logia-type devil fruit user within the Ram gang, this somewhat decaying tree has been rejuvenated, once again brimming with vitality and the potential to soar to great heights. Ball, being young and demonstrating rapid advancements in strength, possesses formidable power despite his youth. Many are well aware of the strength of Don Quixote da Flamingo, a pirate with a bounty of 280 million berries, who has repeatedly evaded capture from Admiral Tsuru, a testament to his formidable prowess. Before obtaining the snow fruit, Ball was able to engage in combat for a minute or 2 without succumbing, a feat that few could achieve in the entirety of Vilia Harbor. This singular accomplishment has undoubtedly elevated Ball's reputation within the city. With the acquisition of the snow fruit, his strength has undoubtedly received a substantial enhancement. Many have begun to speculate that, following this gain, it will not be long before Ball becomes a formidable force, rivaling the likes of Ram and Reggie. Thus, when Ball materialized in the form of snow and wind at the Ram gang's headquarters, it did not evoke surprise among the members coming and going. Rather, they displayed expressions of shock, reverence, envy, and excitement, bowing in respect to him. In this day and age, even the most ordinary members of the Ram gang recognize that Ball, as a wielder of a natural-type devil fruit, is destined to become a pillar of support for the gang, with a strong possibility of emerging as its new leader. Ball remained composed despite acquiring the nature-type devil fruit, greeting every member of the Ram gang who approached him with the same cordiality as ever, entering the headquarters with a humble demeanor. Nature-type? Nothing particularly impressive. Merely a trivial nuisance. The Ram gang will inevitably be eradicated by my hand. Just wait, Ram and Reggie. The grudge you hold for your ambush that nearly cost me my life, and the harm inflicted upon my beloved, will be avenged. Wolves possess an exceptional capacity for vengeance. Within the stronghold of the Das gang, the towering werewolf Das scrutinized the intelligence regarding Ball delivered by a messenger from Sheffia, his blood-red eyes glinting with malevolence. In the next moment, he crumpled the document in his grasp into a mere heap of fragments. A nature type, if I could harness its power, it would undoubtedly enhance my odds in the forthcoming conflict. What could I offer in exchange in the Lord's castle? Gilbert paced restlessly by the window, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself. Another monster has emerged, uncertain whether it is foe or ally. I shall observe for now. Doflamingo's words may not necessarily hold truth, and indeed, the Kingdom of Magnet needs new strength to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, that fearsome mad lion may once again wreak havoc upon the seas. At the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku sighed wearily after receiving a report from a trusted subordinate. Ball remains unaware of the profound impact that acquiring the snow fruit has had on him. His current focus is on swiftly mastering the art of armament Haki. Following his confrontation with Don Quixote da Flamingo, he has come to grasp the significance of this skill. Consequently, he seeks the counsel of his mentor, Reggie, hoping to glean invaluable insights from him. Long since indifferent to matters of pride, Ball has become familiar enough with Reggie to seize an opportune moment to inquire about the nuances of armament Haki. However, Reggie initially rebuffed his inquiry, citing Ball's relative inexperience. Today, however, Ball believes that Reggie will provide him with a satisfactory response, especially since Ram has bestowed upon him the treasure of the snow fruit. It stands to reason that he would not withhold the methods for cultivating Haki. Since you have already mastered observation Haki to a commendable degree, I pose to you this question. What sort of power is Haki? Have you ever contemplated this matter? In the swordsmanship dojo. Upon hearing Ball's renewed request for guidance on armament Haki, Reggie promptly retorted with his own inquiry. What kind of power is Haki? Upon hearing Reggie's retort, Ball's countenance transformed into one of contemplation. Previously, through watching animations and perusing online resources, his understanding of Haki was that it represented a latent ability possessed by all living beings, an innate power that, unfortunately, the vast majority of creatures remain oblivious to, thus never harnessing it throughout their lives. As someone who has made modest progress in developing observation Haki, Ball comprehends that Haki indeed embodies a plethora of latent capabilities inherent in all beings. However, he now recognizes that there exist distinctions among various forms of Haki, each requiring different latent abilities to awaken and enhance. Observation Haki, in particular, is evidently a form of mental latent ability, demanding continuous stimulation of the mind to cultivate. Therefore, during life and death confrontations with adversaries, the rate of enhancement is remarkably rapid. The stimulus of mortality profoundly impacts the psyche. This power enables the user to acutely sense the presence of others, allowing them to discern the location, number, and imminent actions of foes beyond their line of sight. The efficacy of observation Haki is closely intertwined with one's mental state. Calmness is essential for its utilization, while emotional turmoil and loss of reason render its application impossible. Furthermore, observation Haki encompasses various functionalities, such as sensing attacks, gauging the strength of opponents, and perceiving the emotions and thoughts of others. These constitute the fundamental capabilities of observation Haki, with its range and intensity varying from individual to individual. In its advanced form, observation Haki can even foresee the future. Albeit achieving such a state is notoriously challenging, a fact acknowledged even by Rayleigh. For instance, Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders in the Big Mom Pirates, possesses the ability to glimpse into the near future, and during his battle with Katakuri, Luffy managed to elevate his observation Haki to the point of perceiving fragments of the future. Evading attacks and anticipating them are merely rudimentary applications of observation Haki, not true foresight. Based on his understanding of observation Haki, Ball boldly theorizes that armament Haki is a latent capacity of the physical body, necessitating the awakening of one's physical potential to unleash and enhance this power. As for Kakuru's Haki, Ball finds himself utterly perplexed, suspecting it may relate to some intrinsic personal potential. Thus, Ball conveyed his insights regarding Haki in earnest to Reggie. Innate, mental, and physical, a commendable interpretation. Your understanding of observation and armament Haki as manifestations of mental and physical latent abilities respectively is indeed accurate. Now, reflect on the circumstances surrounding your awakening of observation Haki. Consider why you have yet to awaken armament Haki. After Ball's discourse, Reggie appeared quite astonished, evidently taken aback by Ball's profound and vivid comprehension of the two ordinary forms of Haki, and he nodded in response, pondering the situation surrounding his own awakening of observation Haki. Upon hearing this, Ball's countenance instantly darkened, turning almost ashen. An indescribable terror enveloped him. This was Ball's comprehension of his continued mastery over observation Haki. The acute awareness of impending death was overwhelmingly horrifying, almost beyond the realm of articulation. He recalled that singular moment when his mind felt on the verge of explosion. As the sensation of imminent detonation approached, the surrounding environment slowed to a crawl. Subsequently, guided by his primal instinct for survival, he instinctively evaded the bullet that was destined to pierce his brow, ultimately turning the tables on his adversary. It suffices to say, there is no need to further strain your thoughts. At the moment of awakening, one should distinctly sense the arrival of death, correct? Most individuals who awaken observation Haki have had intimate encounters with death, teetering on the brink of demise, which accounts for the rarity of such an ability. Even in the New World. Observing Ball's expression, Reggie immediately discerned that he had recalled something unsettling, prompting him to intervene and disrupt Ball's reverie. Ball lowered his head, acknowledging in silence. After a brief moment, he raised his gaze to Reggie and inquired, "Does the teacher mean that I must once again undergo a near-fatal encounter with death to awaken my armament Haki?" Reggie shook his head and replied, "Not necessarily." Then, a faint smile graced his lips as he addressed the puzzled Ball. "I believe that since you awakened your observation Haki, you have rarely suffered injuries, and your formidable regenerative abilities make it difficult for you to experience physical pain. Am I correct? I am uncertain how others have awakened their armament Haki, but for me, the process involved enduring a life-threatening injury. That serves as evidence." Reggie paused momentarily to allow Ball a moment of contemplation before continuing. As he spoke, he removed his upper clothing in front of Ball, revealing a scar that sent chills down Bale's spine. A gruesome scar slashed diagonally from Reggie's chest to his right abdomen, its length and breadth indicative of a grievous wound that had nearly claimed his life. This scar was left from a duel with a formidable swordsman in my youth. At that time, my body was on the brink of collapse, and excruciating pain relentlessly stimulated my nerves. Yet, I did not wish to die. I fought desperately to stem the bleeding, and just as I felt I was about to perish, an immense power surged within me, staunching the flow of blood and allowing me to survive. This was the moment I first sensed my armament Haki. Therefore, I wholeheartedly agree with your assertion that armament Haki is a latent capacity of the body. However, I believe that in addition to confronting death, an indomitable will is essential to resist the agonies of the flesh and the specter of death. Reggie quickly donned his clothing again, his expression grave as he addressed Ball. In the next instant, a flash of red light flickered in Bale's eyes, and his countenance changed dramatically as a blade imbued with armament Haki pierced through his body with lightning speed. Teacher, you. Ball gazed at Reggie in utter disbelief, only to feel a surge in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Resist, awaken, confront death, and endure the agony of the flesh, if you cannot awaken. Then meet your demise, Reggie said to Ball, his expression impassive and his tone laced with an unfathomable chill. Ball gazed at Reggie, who had pierced his body with the renowned blade. Snowman, a flicker of incredulity mingling with a bitter smile on his face. He had contemplated the possibility that Reggie might employ some rigorous training methods to aid him in awakening his armament Haki. But he never anticipated that the latter would resort to such merciless measures, effectively placing his life in jeopardy to forcefully ignite his latent abilities. It was no wonder that when he first sought guidance, Reggie remarked that he was still too inexperienced. Indeed, judging by the brutally extreme method employed by this core member of the Flying Sky Pirates, it was evident that he had not yet steeled himself for the possibility of death, making his audacious approach to seek the secrets of awakening armament Haki rather naive. Just how formidable was Reggie's armament Haki? At this moment, Ball felt an undeniable sense of impending doom, a level of internal destruction akin to the advanced conqueror's Haki that Luffy mastered upon arriving in Wano. Truly, as a core member of the flying pirate crew, his strength was formidable. Yet, this very might now threatened to seal his fate. Ball sensed that Reggie's armament Haki was like a relentless parasite, systematically ravaging his body. Despite his formidable regenerative abilities, he found himself unable to stave off the gradual collapse and death that loomed over him. In such dire circumstances, it was evident that only the power of armament Haki could serve as a defense against Reggie's onslaught. A familiar sensation washed over him, the specter of death. This time, it was overwhelmingly intense, the most potent he had experienced since awakening his observation Haki. As his life force rapidly dwindled, Ball's consciousness began to fade, his vision blurring. Suddenly, he was inundated with sounds, yet the words eluded his grasp. Familiar yet loathsome laughter echoed in his ears, invoking both fear and rage within him. The merciless nature of his predicament was stark. If he were to perish now, it would indeed be a profound loss. At some point, Ram, the impeccably dressed mob leader, had entered the room. He observed Ball, sprawled in a pool of blood with a dagger as dark as ink protruding from his abdomen, and smiled at the now gray-faced Reggie. If you cannot overcome such a trivial test, it would be better to embrace death. While there are gentler methods to awaken armament Haki, this one suits him best. Behold, his terrifying regenerative capabilities have allowed him to withstand the duration of my armament Haki. Reggie replied coldly. In the next moment, the famed blade, Yukimaru, embedded in Ball's abdomen, began to revert to its original form, the surrounding armament Haki dissipating swiftly. Observing this, Ram's expression softened. Without waiting for Reggie, he approached to grasp the hilt of Yukimaru and activated his own armament Haki. Ram's mastery of armament Haki was equally impressive, perhaps even surpassing Reggie's. Instantly, Yukimaru regained its ebony hue, radiating a violet glow. Simultaneously, Ball, whose complexion had slightly improved and regained some color, let out a wretched scream. His face contorted back into anguish and pallor. Blood began to seep from his wound once more. Was he to perish? Amidst an indescribable agony, Ball felt his consciousness slipping away, the world around him fading into darkness. Yet, suddenly, the scene before him sharpened into focus. He saw himself living carefree days on Blue Star. Though his family was not affluent, their lives were imbued with happiness. Unfortunately, these blissful images quickly vanished, replaced by a luxury vehicle recklessly running a red light. Blood began to spread, and the vision shifted to his days of torment and humiliation in Mariawa, living a life more miserable than that of a dog. Confronted with these buried memories, Ball's heart erupted in a frenzied scream of profound hatred, compelling him to shout, "I cannot die. Even in death, I must eradicate all of you." At that moment, the scenes before him shattered like glass, plunging him back into darkness. A familiar force surged within him, rapidly spreading toward his wounds, fueled by his fierce will to survive. After an indeterminate period, Ball's vision cleared once more, revealing Reiji and Ram, both wearing expressions of delight. At that moment, the dagger Yukimaru had been returned to Reiji's sheath. and Ball's wounds had healed significantly due to his extraordinary regenerative abilities. Well done, lad. The Yuki no Mi was indeed a wise choice for you. Keep up the good work, Ram remarked as he noted Ball's awakening, before turning to exit the room, leaving Reiji and Ball alone together. Having nearly slain Ball moments ago, the atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness as they exchanged glances, each uncertain of how to break the silence. Did we succeed, Master? Ball inquired. Bale's psychological fortitude proved to be remarkably resilient. He regarded the previous events as though they had never transpired and respectfully inquired of Reggie. Are you not aware of your own success or failure? I am weary and shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Reggie felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet remained momentarily taken aback as he replied. Without waiting for Bale's response, he hastily exited the room, leaving Ball to fully contemplate the newly acquired abilities he had just attained. Ball did not dare to delay. He immediately rose to respectfully see Reggie off. Once Reggie had departed, he settled back down, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing the power within him. At that moment, Ball distinctly recognized a familiar force residing in his body. Upon further reflection, he realized that this was the very power that emerged after his daily training in the 9 Serpents body refinement technique, a force that coursed through him, enhancing his physical attributes. However, unlike before, this energy did not dissipate. Instead, it quietly lingered within him, flowing slowly and steadily, and he sensed that he could wield it at will. As his mind focused, the energy surged toward his fist, and in an instant, a small patch of darkness manifested on the surface of his right hand. So, the life energy that Hancock spoke of is indeed this. I should have realized it sooner. The reason most combatants on 9 Serpent Island possess the ability of Armament Haki is evidently due to their prolonged practice of the simplified version of the 9 Serpents body refinement technique, which naturally led them to acquire the Armament Haki through repeated training. My own limitation lies in the brevity of my training. I have yet to instinctively unleash this power from within, and it was only through Reggie's earlier brutal, yet perilous method that I managed to awaken it prematurely. Ball gazed at the small patch of darkness on his fist, a bitter smile gracing his lips, his emotions tinged with both surprise and melancholy. He had narrowly escaped death, and the memories of distasteful events, like the one he had just experienced, were not something he wished to relive. The 9 Serpents body refinement technique indeed had a simplified version, after all. This ancient art had been mastered by numerous emperors and formidable warriors of the 9 Serpents kingdom since its inception. Among these powerful individuals were many of great intellect who had managed to distill this exceedingly challenging practice into a more accessible form for the ordinary warriors of the 9 Serpents kingdom. However, despite the reduced difficulty of the simplified 9 Serpents body refinement technique, it still required a certain level of aptitude to practice. The effects on physical enhancement were naturally inferior to those of the complete version, yet with diligent and prolonged effort, practitioners could still achieve commendable improvements in their physical capabilities. And in the course of their extensive training, they could gradually master the art of Armament Haki. Although Bear has mastered the complete and optimized version of the Snake Princess body refining technique from Hancock, his actual training time has only been a little over 6 months, which pales in comparison to Hancock, who began her training at the tender age of 6. Hancock undoubtedly acquired the ability to sense Busashoku Haki naturally during her training. Thus, she merely regarded the awareness of life energy as a simple matter, clearly not perceiving the awakening of Busashoku Haki as a daunting challenge. If all proceeds as anticipated, as long as Bear continues to diligently practice the Snake Princess body refining technique, he may very well come to grasp Busashoku Haki naturally in a year or 2. Although the process is not particularly enjoyable, I have nevertheless finally mastered Busashoku Haki. The next step is to strive to enhance both my physical strength and the potency of my Haki. Upon comprehending the essence of Busashoku Haki, Bear quickly gathered his thoughts and let out a sigh. In the next moment, he gazed out at the sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds, where a flash of lightning streaked across, revealing a deep yearning in his eyes. He then opened the window and transformed into a whirlwind of snow and wind, departing through the open window. When Bear reverted from his snowy form back into his human state, he found himself at the entrance of his stronghold. As soon as he returned, his subordinates joyously rushed out to welcome him back. Nearby pedestrians, witnessing this, hurriedly spread the news, announcing Bear's return to Area B. Soon, a throng of civilians made their way to the stronghold, each bearing expressions of delight, respectfully bowing and addressing him as Lord Bear. After more than 2 months of stringent governance by Ball, District B has transformed into the safest haven within the slums. boasting the most flourishing economy. Despite a significant decline in the number of merchant ships visiting the docks, prosperity remains steadfast. This success is attributed to the commendable order maintained by Ball and his formidable subordinates, ensuring a sense of security that has attracted many residents seeking refuge from uncertainty. This influx has significantly stimulated the local construction, real estate, and various service industries. Moreover, the Shangjin Commerce Association, led by Williams, has optimized and revamped various sectors in District B, enhancing the service quality and bolstering competitiveness, thus drawing consumers from across the city. The association has also established numerous factories, such as garment plants requiring a substantial workforce, along with a large honeycomb coal manufacturing facility, resulting in remarkably high employment rates and robust economic growth. Additionally, several orphanages have been constructed in Ball's name. Notably, Ball's relatively low protection fee has encouraged numerous merchants to establish their businesses in this safe and economically vibrant locale. In summary, District B is now meticulously managed by Ball, with all developments trending positively, instilling hope for a prosperous life among its residents. However, the inhabitants are acutely aware that the remarkable transformation of District B is entirely due to Ball's presence. He governs this territory with absolute strength, instilling fear in all nefarious entities while exercising a relatively lenient rule over the populace. Consequently, Ball enjoys immense popularity and respect among the common people. The news of Ball's acquisition of the natural-type devil fruit abilities has spread throughout District B, much to the delight of its residents. They perceive him as a ruler of principles, one who actively safeguards their lives and properties, and his strength translates into their security, which they wholeheartedly appreciate. In these tumultuous times, having a principled and powerful protector is indeed a stroke of fortune. Ball is naturally pleased by his popularity. His actions have been few, merely establishing a set of rules, expelling those who defy them, and slightly reducing the protection fees, adopting a hands-off approach. Most daily affairs within the territory are managed by Barfina. Upon recognizing her potential as a secretary in addition to her prowess as a marksman, he delegated the majority of tasks to her, dedicating part of each day to instruct her in the use of various firearms. Though he has assumed a more detached role, Ball remains acutely aware of his significance in maintaining order. His presence is the linchpin of this temporary stability. Without him, chaos would swiftly return. His reputation has been successfully established, paving the way for a more seamless path to legitimacy in the future. Bartolomeo perceived the genuine gratitude and respect emanating from the majority of the populace through his observation Haki, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he offered the people a warm smile, uttering a few pleasant words, before harnessing the powers of his snow fruit to create a stunning snow sculpture, after which he retreated into his stronghold. Is it a life devoted to the underworld? Certainly, Bar would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Joining the underworld is merely his initial step. Once he successfully establishes his foothold in the city, he will endeavor to acquire officially sanctioned dominion. Regardless of how feeble the official forces of the Kingdom of the Magnetic Drums may be, it is nonetheless recognized by the world government, backed by the authority of the world government and the Navy. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this land possess a sense of identity with their nation, rendering the underworld ultimately unworthy of prominence. If Bar wishes to make a mark in this nation and leverage its power for his own benefit, he must obtain officially recognized sovereignty. Thus, a reformation of his image is imperative. Over the past 6 months in the port of Villia, apart from the gang conflicts, Bar has refrained from taking the life of any innocent civilian. In fact, he has intervened to protect the populace, cultivating a notably positive public image. Furthermore, after securing his territory, he has actively combated crime, diligently maintained public order, and fostered local economic development, all while engaging amicably with the citizens. His reputation in Villia has soared, presenting him not as a mere gangster, but rather as a benevolent hero. Additionally, to ingratiate himself with the true ruler of Villia, Gilbert, Bar has instructed Williams to periodically present rare treasures acquired from foreign lands, ensuring that all dealings are above board, even paying additional taxes to further endear himself to Gilbert. Consequently, Gilbert holds him in high regard. The combination of his burgeoning public favor, the ruler's esteem, and his formidable strength serves as a solid foundation for his future reformation. Moreover, Bar is acutely aware that an opportune moment has arisen. The news of his acquisition of the snow fruit will undoubtedly reach Lord Gilbert. This ambitious dreamer, who aspires to become the ruler of the Drum Kingdom, will not overlook any potential advantage that could secure his victory in the impending conflict. As a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, Bar's abilities could prove immensely valuable within the frigid realm of the Drum Kingdom. Should he choose to ally with Gilbert? The latter's chances of triumph in the forthcoming battle would significantly enhance. In truth, Bar's mere presence as a Logia-type devil fruit user in Gilbert's ranks could inflict a substantial blow to the morale of their adversaries. As Ball entered his stronghold and returned to his office, he found Bafina, who was burdened with a mountain of documents, gazing at him with a distressed expression, silently hoping that he might alleviate some of her workload. With a surge of population flooding into Zone B, various personnel conflicts had rapidly escalated. The slums, devoid of any official authority, could only rely on Ball's subordinates to intervene and manage the issues at hand. Consequently, a plethora of trivial matters constantly inundated Ball, demanding his attention and resolution. Where would Ball have the time to attend to these matters? Naturally, he entrusted everything to his capable secretary, Bafina. Ball feigned ignorance to Barfina's subtle hints, merely offering her a smile before reclining on the sofa to rest. After a day filled with activity, having narrowly escaped a perilous encounter with Reggie, he found himself physically invigorated yet mentally drained. Nonetheless, he was not one to remain idle for long. Scarcely had he settled when Shuma and Williams approached, their faces adorned with bright smiles, with Williams holding an invitation in hand. Let me take a wild guess. This must be the invitation from Gilbert, am I correct? Ball noticed the invitation in Williams' hand and smiled in response. However, he was somewhat taken aback when both Shuma and Williams simultaneously shook their heads, indicating that they had guessed incorrectly, which instantly ignited a profound curiosity within him. In the next moment, Williams silently handed the exquisite invitation, adorned with gilded lettering, to Ball. Upon observing, Ball discovered something remarkably intriguing, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, Shuma and Williams joined in, their faces illuminated with excitement. In the room, Bafana noticed the trio's mirth and, perplexed by the cause, approached Ball with curiosity. Ball did not regard Bafina, his diligent and devoted subordinate, as an outsider, and graciously allowed her to view the invitation. Upon seeing the card in Ball's hand, Bafina's delicate face instantly displayed a look of astonishment, for the sender of this invitation was none other than His Majesty Gresham, the reigning king of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. How amusing it is to receive an invitation from the king himself. It seems that the power of the natural system devil fruit holds significant esteem in the eyes of this prominent figure from the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. To think that he would personally pin an invitation for a mere gangster like me to visit the palace is truly fascinating. Indeed, this world remains as authentic as ever. Ball gazed at the invitation in his hand, adorned with an authentic royal seal, and burst into laughter. Subsequently, he discarded what most citizens of this nation regarded as an unparalleled honor into a nearby trash bin, treating it as mere refuse. Upon witnessing this, both Shuma and Williams displayed expressions of unsurprising acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Bafina wore a contemplative look, her piercing gaze fixed upon Ball, the audacious man before her. An instinctual awareness told her that he was ambitious, poised to embark on significant ventures. Rather than harboring disdain for such a powerful and driven individual, she found him irresistibly charismatic and reassuring. This allure was precisely why she diligently assisted Ball in his endeavors in a tumultuous world. Aligning with a man of greater strength than herself was undoubtedly a prudent choice. What course of action should be taken next? Should the response be a straightforward refusal, or something else? That individual awaits your reply in my Chamber of Commerce's VIP room. Once Bale's laughter subsided, Williams addressed him directly. Williams was not surprised by Ball's act of discarding Gresham's invitation as refuse. However, he was acutely aware that this gesture did not signify Ball's outright rejection of Gresham's overture. After all, Gresham had offered a substantial price, willing to bestow upon Ball a hereditary title of account and even promising a parcel of land. All in an effort to win over Ball, a formidable wielder of the natural-type devil fruit. Williams, who was well-versed in Ball's ambitions for expanding his influence, recognized that Gresham's offerings were precisely what Ball needed, presenting a considerable temptation. Shuma, do you think Gilbert is aware of His Majesty's invitation to me? Barr did not provide an immediate answer to Williams. Instead, he turned to Shuma, the intelligence chief responsible for serving as his eyes and ears within the realm. Shuma did not shy away from mentioning Barfina and replied candidly, "Undoubtedly, Gilbert is no fool. He has positioned numerous spies around Gresham, and given Gresham's current grave illness, he could pass away at any moment. Many ministers have already begun to exchange knowing glances with Gilbert behind the scenes. With the continuous influx of substantial funding from the flashing gold merchants, coupled with the numerous individuals in Bar's territory eager to serve under him. His intelligence network is expanding at an astonishing pace, through bribery and the insertion of loyal informants. Their tendrils for information gathering have begun to reach into the echelons of the nation's ruling class. Furthermore, since the ominous clouds of war began to gather, Bar had instructed Shuma to closely monitor Gilbert's movements. After a period of diligent training, Shuma's mastery of the paper fruit has significantly improved, allowing him to manipulate origami beasts equipped with surveillance capabilities from over 200 meters away. Through this method, he has garnered a wealth of secret intelligence regarding the war's developments from Gilbert. Additionally, he is aided in his surveillance by Absalom, a man capable of rendering himself invisible, ensuring that almost every move Gilbert makes falls under the watchful eyes of their intelligence network. Indeed, the situation appears to favor Gilbert, as Gresham's offerings, while commendable, may not be reliable. Nevertheless, despite Gilbert's advantageous position, the royal army outnumbers him several times over, making the outcome of any conflict difficult to predict. Thus, the bait presented by Gresham is one we cannot afford to swallow, yet we must refrain from outright rejection. After all, he is the king of this nation, wielding considerable power. Simply convey to the envoy that I am affiliated with the Ram Gang and prefer not to meddle in official matters. For now, a stance of mutual non-interference seems most prudent. Moreover, having recently acquired the snow fruit, my development of its abilities remains in its infancy. Venturing onto the battlefield may yield little impact. Let them engage in their conflict while we observe from the sidelines. I possess a rare commodity, akin to a formidable hedgehog, rendering both sides hesitant to offend me, regardless of the outcome. Ball received intelligence from Shuma, nodding thoughtfully before smiling at Williams. He possessed an acute awareness of the current situation in the kingdom of the magnetic drums. With his natural devil fruit abilities, he was comfortably positioned, merely awaiting the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this, Williams nodded in agreement, stating, I understand what must be done. Leave it to me. I will handle it splendidly. He then raised an urgent matter that required prompt attention. What shall we do about the items aboard the pirate ship? Those are no ordinary possessions. Dancing powder. Upon hearing Williams' words, Barr was suddenly reminded of the bomb he had temporarily forgotten. He had no intention of leaving the pirates aboard the ship, nor did he wish for these drunken buccaneers to inadvertently reveal the bombs on the vessel. Thus, once the pirate ship reached the shore, he promptly dealt with them. Now, the pirate ship had been taken over by Williams' men and was in the process of being converted into a merchant vessel. Williams was remarkably efficient. He personally went to the ship to seal away all the dance powder and dispatched loyal subordinates to closely monitor it. However, leaving the dance powder at the dock was not a prudent decision. If discovered, it would spell trouble for the shining golden trading company. Yet, this substance was crucial for his future dealings with Crocodile and represented a significant fortune. Disposing of it entirely was simply unacceptable. Barr found himself wishing that the space of the was a bit larger. After more than a month of development, the created by the within bar had expanded more than twice its original size, yet this space was still insufficient to accommodate the entire ship's worth of dance powder. Nevertheless, he swiftly devised a plan and smiled at Williams, saying, I will handle it shortly. If he could not store it all at once, he could simply do it in batches. He could utilize the to swallow a portion of the dance powder into the and then hide it elsewhere, transporting it in several trips, thereby discreetly relocating the dance powder without raising suspicion. Then I shall rest easy. I must take my leave now. Do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest adequately, for you appear somewhat unwell. Have you been injured in your encounter with Doflamingo? Williams inquired with concern, patting Barr on the shoulder. Doflamingo did not injure me, but I nearly met my demise at the hands of my own mentor. Who knows how much blood I lost? The floor was stained crimson. I must indulge in some good food to recuperate, Barr inwardly grumbled. He then patted Williams on the shoulder in return, shaking his head to indicate that there was no need for worry. Having shared countless trials and tribulations over the years, their understanding was profound. Often, a mere glance or gesture sufficed to convey their thoughts. Seeing this, Williams smiled and departed. After his exit, only Barr, Shuma, and Bafina remained in the room. Shuma evidently had more to discuss with Barr but intended to keep Bafina in the dark. Bafina, perceptive as ever, quickly recognized that she was intruding on their conversation. Though feeling a twinge of resentment, she understood that Barr's team harbored many secrets that were not yet meant for her, a newcomer. Thus, she found an excuse to leave the room. This is the dossier on Hodgson. Perhaps due to his fruit abilities, he is quite the recluse, seldom emerging from his castle, and shows little interest in anything outside. It seems the only way to eliminate him would be within those castle walls, Shuma explained after Bafina exited. Hodgson, 34 years old. One of Gilbert's personal guards, possesses the snake fruit, water python form. This individual's devil fruit was precisely what Barr intended to acquire to enhance his physical prowess. Initially, Barr was unaware of Hodgson's identity as a devil fruit user. He had never heard of him until Shuma, following Barr's orders, began monitoring Gilbert and made this unexpected discovery. As cold-blooded creatures, snakes are indeed sensitive to temperature changes and require hibernation during winter. A user of the snake fruit shares this trait. Exposure to cold renders them lethargic, inducing a state of hibernation. Hodgson was such a user, and the dossier revealed that he had once been Gilbert's personal bodyguard, yet for reasons unknown, he had remained stationed in Gilbert's castle for years. It was likely that the side effects of consuming the snake fruit prevented him from venturing outside for extended periods. It seems arduous. Since we cannot find an opportunity to deal with him outside, we shall resolve the matter within the castle. It should not prove too troublesome. Ball received the information that Shuma handed over, swiftly perusing it before nodding in acknowledgement. He then inquired of Shuma, "Have we gathered sufficient intelligence on that young noble?" The minor noble referred to by Barr is Messfield Smith, a once illustrious aristocrat from the port of Villia, now reduced to a state akin to that of an ordinary commoner. Or perhaps even worse. His family, once relatively affluent and somewhat renowned within the noble circles of Villia, has fallen into disarray since his father, James Smith, an assistant tax officer in the town, became embroiled in a corruption scandal and was executed as a scapegoat. This unfortunate turn of events precipitated a rapid decline in their fortunes. Furthermore, Messfield is a notorious gambler with lamentable luck, quickly squandering the family's wealth and accruing a significant amount of debt. Had it not been for his noble title, he might have long ago been sold into slavery. I have gathered substantial information regarding his familial connections, social circles, and recent activities over the past few months, leaving only the task of organization and summarization. Upon hearing this, Shuma pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. This is excellent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the internal strife within the kingdom of Maggot will likely erupt soon. This presents a remarkable opportunity for the rise of heroes. Should one align with the right faction and achieve notable accomplishments and victories, power will inevitably follow. It is imperative that we safeguard him and ensure no harm befalls him. Ball received a precise response from Shuma, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. In this internal conflict within the magnetic drum kingdom, Ball was poised to take part, though not in person, but through a projection of himself. He intended to utilize this projection, masquerading under the noble identity of Messfield, to engage in the war, gaining merits to ascend as a new aristocrat within the magnetic drum kingdom. His aim was to restore the Smith family's former glory and seamlessly infiltrate the ruling class of the kingdom. His own gang affiliation was still quite difficult to shed in the short term. However, his projection was different. Aside from a select few, no one was aware of its existence. He could fully exploit the transformative capabilities of the swallowing fruit to temporarily embody Messfield. Even if the projection later joined the Navy, he could assume its role and continue the charade as Messfield. Rest assured, this individual is under our constant surveillance, and we will ensure he neither perishes nor escapes. Shuma replied with unwavering confidence. Following this, the two conversed for a while longer before Shuma departed the room. You have all heard. So you should know how to proceed from here. Baum observed Shuma as he promptly exited the room, then turned his gaze towards the window, his expression devoid of emotion. In the next moment, a figure materialized on the previously vacant ground by the window. It was the translucent Absalom. Upon his appearance, he bowed respectfully and earnestly addressed Baum, saying, "Indeed, Lord Baum, I understand what must be done. Please proceed." Barl is a man of his word. Upon successfully obtaining the Tundan fruit, he subsequently extracted Absalom from his alternate dimension, providing him with an antidote and granting him freedom. However, Absalom was reluctant to depart, explicitly refusing the antidote, expressing his desire for Barl to continue using that poison to control him, enabling him to serve Barl further. Although Absalom had once been exceedingly arrogant, his profound experiences in the depths of imprisonment had prompted a transformation. He had come to realize that he could no longer recklessly roam the Grand Line as he once did in the West Blue. Moreover, he astutely recognized that he had uncovered a significant secret of Barl's, one that placed him in potential jeopardy, as Barl's devil fruit ability could temporarily, or perhaps even permanently, usurp the powers of other devil fruit users. The mere thought of this terrified Absalom. As a devil fruit user himself, he understood the implications. If Barl were to further develop this ability, he might wield multiple devil fruit powers simultaneously. Absalom was well aware of the formidable nature of such abilities. Should Barl realize this potential, he would undoubtedly become a terrifying monstrosity. Yet, all of this was a matter for the future. Barl was not yet capable of such feats. Furthermore, should others become aware of this, powerful adversaries might seek to seize his devil fruit, and even if they failed, they could extinguish him before he fully realized his potential. Thus, Barl's best course of action was to conceal this ability, developing it in secrecy until it reached a certain level of maturity before revealing it. Understanding Barl's merciless nature, Absalom knew he could not simply choose freedom. While he recognized Barl had indeed promised to let him go and provided the antidote, he never stated that there would be no further consequences. Consequently, Absalom could not naively choose to leave. He could only opt to remain and continue serving Barl. However, his decision to stay was not solely driven by a desire for survival. He believed that aligning himself with Barl held great promise. Upon his release from prison, he had cautiously gathered intelligence on Barl from others, discovering that Barl was indeed a genius, possessing remarkable strength and an astonishing rate of progress, as well as an admirable disposition toward his subordinates and a flair for territorial management. Furthermore, Barl had consumed an unknown devil fruit that granted him the ability to seize the powers of others, marking him as a creature of boundless potential. Absalom felt no shame in following such a being. Instead, he considered it an honor. Now that Barl had also acquired the abilities of the Yuki no Mi, becoming a natural-type devil fruit user, Absalom was even more convinced that his initial decision had been astute. Very well, then. Perhaps it was time to take a moment's rest. Barl was exceedingly pleased with Absalom's response and demeanor, nodding with a smile before presenting him with a pill. It resembled a sedative, and upon ingestion, it would induce a profound slumber. Without the subsequent administration of another compound, an ordinary individual might remain in a state of unconsciousness for several days. Absalom did not hesitate, promptly accepting the pill and consuming it. The effects of the medication manifested swiftly, and Absalom soon descended into a deep sleep. Upon witnessing this, Barl swiftly transported Absalom into a different dimension. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of the munch fruit to invoke the elemental capabilities of the snow fruit, transforming into a flurry of snow that wafted out of the open window. Before long, Barl arrived at the desolate dockend, unbeknownst to anyone, stealthily infiltrated the warehouse where Williams concealed the dance powder. Crocodile has indeed invested a considerable fortune in his scheme to usurp the nation. This vast warehouse filled with dance powder is worth at least several $100 million. However, this modest amount of dance powder could only conjure a couple of heavy downpours in Alabasta, a region plagued by drought. That sand crocodile is truly affluent. Barl gazed at the nearly overflowing warehouse of dance powder, marveling at its sheer volume. Subsequently, he resembled a relocating hamster, gradually utilizing the powers of the Suna no Mi and Yuki no Mi to transport the dance powder to a concealed cave outside the city. To avoid detection, he employed the abilities of the Yuki no Mi to conjure a snow wall with a hardness comparable to steel, sealing the cave's entrance. Then, he created a heavy snowfall, completely burying the cave beneath a thick blanket of snow. Having completed the relocation of the dance powder, Barl transformed once more into a flurry of snow and swiftly returned to the port of Villia. As with many nights before, the port of Villia was once again graced with a heavy snowfall, with biting winds whipping through the city. The castle of the Lord, the tallest and grandest structure in Villia, was today visited by an uninvited guest. With the howling winds, a flurry of snowflakes danced into the Lord's castle. Under the cover of night and the snowfall, Barl, utilizing the elemental transformation of the Yuki no Mi, stealthily entered the castle, and then rendered himself invisible with the powers of the Suk no Mi. The castle was vast, making it quite a challenge to locate his target. Yet this posed no difficulty for Barl, who possessed the advanced observation Haki. As he activated his Haki, a wealth of information rapidly flooded his senses, allowing him to swiftly pinpoint Hodgson, the target he sought to capture this evening. This user of the Hibi no Mi was indeed quite sensitive to the cold, residing in a room adorned with 3 lit fireplaces, creating a warmth that enveloped the space. At that moment, Hodgson had transformed into a hybrid form, resembling a human with a serpent's body, languidly sprawled on a carpet made from luxurious goose down, indulging in the attentions of several beautiful young maidens. Perhaps due to neglecting his training, overindulgence, and the effects of his fruit powers, the once robust and lean Hodgson had transformed into a rather portly figure. A stark contrast to the image Barl had seen in the documents obtained from Shuma. Fortunately, Shuma had noted the situation. Hodgson's now round visage retained some semblance of his former slender self. Otherwise, Ball might have spent considerable time utilizing his Haki to locate him. Unlike the fortress of the Don Quixote auction house, Gilbert had not constructed any deadly traps within his castle. Rather, it was heavily guarded by numerous well-equipped soldiers stationed throughout. Additionally, the castle's decor exuded opulence, adorned with an array of antique masterpieces lining the corridors. Throughout his journey, Ball had been continuously greeted by exquisite antique masterpieces, each a creation of renowned artists, and could easily fetch several million Bailey if sold. This illustrates that the rumors regarding Gilbert, the Lord of the Port of Villia, being extraordinarily wealthy are not unfounded. With the Port of Villia, the largest port city in the Kingdom of Magu, and his control over a vast pharmaceutical industry, Gilbert, a prince of the Magu kingdom exempt from taxes and tributes, has amassed considerable wealth. It is precisely due to this immense accumulation of riches that he can maintain a large, well-trained, and well-equipped private army, allowing him to openly challenge King Gresham of the Magu kingdom. If only such wealth were directed towards scientific research, significant advancements in powerful weapons and medicines could surely be achieved. The potential for technological growth in this world is vast. Alas, it is squandered on these superficial luxuries. Indeed, the life of the nobility is one of opulence. Ball gazed hungrily at the continuous array of ancient masterpieces, his mind swirling with avarice. It is only when one assumes the role of a provider that the cost of essentials becomes apparent. With a multitude of subordinates to support, expenditures flowed like water. The Golden Flash Merchant Guild's capacity for profit had reached staggering heights, with monthly earnings potentially exceeding 100 million Belly. Yet, despite such wealth, the moment salaries were dispensed to employees, bonuses were allocated to Ball subordinates, and funds were assigned to the intelligence unit of Shuma in the research facility for lethal substances. Little remained. Occasionally, Ball found it necessary to eliminate a few high-bounty pirates to supplement their operations. Thus, after witnessing Gilbert's financial prowess firsthand, Ball could not help but entertain the thought of plundering the treasures before him. With the abilities of the Munch fruit and the transparent fruit, and the absence of any formidable Haki users within the castle, he felt confident in his capacity to carry out a heist without difficulty. Suddenly, a glimmer of crimson light flickered in Ball's eyes, prompting him to halt and turn towards a particular discovery. Through the use of Kinbunshika Haki, he discerned that Gilbert, the lord of the castle, was returning astride a shaggy hippopotamus, accompanied by a significant retinue. What piqued his interest, however, was the presence of a masked individual beside him. This enigmatic figure emanated a formidable aura, rivaling that of notable members of the Ram Gang, such as Horton, Gytra, and Jim, indicating his considerable prowess. Furthermore, the fact that he shared a mount with Gilbert and was treated with marked courtesy suggested that his status was anything but ordinary. Gilbert was notoriously arrogant within the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, particularly at the Port of Villia. Thus, those capable of tempering his haughtiness could be counted on one hand. Fortunately, this individual appeared oblivious to Ball's use of Kinbunshika Haki, engaged in conversation with Gilbert as if nothing were amiss. Ball observed their lip movements and gestures, concluding that they were merely exchanging pleasantries, with no significant matters at hand. In addition to this masked figure, there were 9 others trailing behind, each exuding a similarly potent presence, albeit slightly inferior to the one riding alongside Gilbert. These individuals also seemed unaware of Haki. Who could they be? Ball pondered gravely. The common folk of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom were now fully aware that civil war was an impending reality. The emergence of a presumably noble and powerful ally at Gilbert's side could tip the scales of victory significantly. Ball was acutely concerned about this conflict, always positioning himself alongside the potential victor. As Gilbert's return prompted the castle to spring to life, a multitude of soldiers and servants busied themselves, evidently preparing for a grand welcome banquet for their esteemed guest. Yet, the suddenness of the occasion left the castle's inhabitants in disarray, scrambling about in a chaotic flurry. Truly, when a person of great stature speaks, it is the underlings who must run tirelessly to fulfill their commands. Tonight, Ball, one of the guardians of the castle, certainly had to step forward to greet Gilbert and the esteemed guests. Upon receiving the news through the communicator, he promptly donned his warm attire and emerged from his chamber, swiftly moving through the castle accompanied by a retinue of guards. His return was indeed ill-timed. Ball noticed Hodgson's movements and furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, it was not long before his expression relaxed, and a glint of red light flickered in his eyes as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. A smile spread across his face as he began to leisurely stroll through the castle, making his way to the venue where the banquet was to be hosted. Naturally, hosting a banquet would entail inviting the prominent figures of the city, and many nobles, social elites, and renowned merchants were summoned to attend. The collaboration between official authorities and the underworld could never be overtly displayed. Even though many were aware of the connection, the mafia remained the mafia, and the ties with official forces could not be blatantly exposed. A veil of discretion was always necessary. Otherwise, the official powers of the Magdrum Kingdom would be ridiculed by the world. Consequently, Gilbert refrained from inviting the high-ranking members of the city's various gangs. Indeed, it was a grand affair. Over an hour later, in the banquet hall, Ball sat beside a table laden with a variety of delectable dishes, enjoying the culinary delights while conversing jovially with Williams. The Golden Merchant Association had truly established itself as a reputable medium-sized trading entity, renowned at the port of Villia, contributing significantly to Gilbert's tax revenues. Williams, maintaining a close rapport with Ball, often assisted in delivering offerings to Gilbert, and thus, Gilbert had extended an invitation to Williams as well. Furthermore, perhaps due to Ball's newfound abilities as a natural-type devil fruit user, Gilbert had deliberately seated Williams in close proximity to the main table. At this moment, Ball was employing the powers of the swallow fruit to subtly alter his appearance, disguising himself as Williams' personal bodyguard. When the target, Hodgson, suddenly sprang into action and positioned himself beside Gilbert, Ball realized that the capture operation for the night had already failed, and he had no choice but to temporarily shift his focus onto the group of mysterious masked individuals brought back by Gilbert. Conveniently, Williams had been invited by Gilbert, allowing Ball to enter the banquet under the guise of legitimacy. Indeed, the individuals present here felt utterly out of place, and the disdainful gazes from these characters were particularly irksome. Upon hearing this, Williams downed the fine wine in his goblet and glanced at the lively tables nearby before looking back at his own rather desolate one, muttering softly, "Do not pay them any mind. They are merely pretenders who fail to emulate the tiger and instead resemble dogs. Should they dare to bare their fangs, we shall simply break their teeth and claws," Ball retorted with a cold smirk. The rise of the Shining Gold Trading Company had been remarkably swift, achieving the status of a medium-sized merchant group in less than half a year, amassing considerable wealth. However, the brevity of their ascent had left them with a fragile foundation, shallow connections, and an unsavory origin, being merely founded by a few outsiders like Ball. Had Ball not successfully allied himself with the formidable Ram Gang, leveraging their power to carve out a notable reputation in the city, the Shining Gold Trading Company might well have been devoured by the local nobility and larger merchant groups while attempting to profit from the inexpensive commodity of coal, which held significant market value in the kingdom of Magnet Drum. Yet, even as the Shining Gold Trading Company evolved to this point, boasting vast industries and wealth, bolstered by Ball's natural devil fruit abilities and his substantial strength, it still struggled to integrate into the upper echelons of the city. Persistently regarded by the majority of the local nobility as nouveau riche and commoners, the kingdom of Magnet Drum operated under a feudal system, marked by a rigid class divide between nobility and commoners. The aristocrats prided themselves on their noble bloodline, harboring deep-seated disdain for the ordinary populace. This prejudice, ingrained over centuries, persisted despite the awareness that commoners might possess greater wealth and strength. The rationale behind this phenomenon is straightforward. The nobility has powerful patrons backing them. Indeed, across various nations, the aristocracy finds its support from the celestial dragons, who govern the world government. By becoming a member nation of the world government and regularly providing tribute, they secure its legitimate protection. The world government stands as the most formidable power on the globe, and with such backing, the ruling class of each nation can easily look down upon the common folk. They harbor no fear of peasant uprisings, for they can simply appeal to the world government for assistance, which will dispatch overwhelming force to quash any rebellion. Having witnessed the might of the world government, the aristocracy of various nations naturally regards the celestial dragons as paragons, emulating their every excess. For instance, if the celestial dragons indulge in slavery, the nobility follows suit. If they disdain others, the aristocrats mimic this contempt for all but the celestial dragons. Likewise, if the celestial dragons boast about their treasures, the nobility invests lavishly in acquiring rare and exotic items for comparison. In summary, the majority of the nobility across the world bears the imprint of the celestial dragons, deeply influenced by their culture, with many prominent aristocrats embodying their essence. Therefore, a commoner like Williams, who fled to the kingdom of Magnet Drum, certainly does not garner respect from the noble class of Villia Port. They even consider him a filthy refugee, inferior to the most wretched of the populace, potentially carrying undesirable traits that could threaten their status. Moreover, as Williams' shining gold trading company accrued wealth in Villia Port, the local nobility grew increasingly envious, deeming this dirty refugee unworthy of such riches. In fact, upon Williams' arrival, several obstinate old aristocrats berated him and Ball, demanding they leave, while some brash young noblemen attempted to forcibly expel them. Fortunately, with Gilbert's intervention, Williams and the disguised Ball were spared from expulsion, though their dignity suffered a significant blow. Yet, Gilbert, the pretender of goodwill, merely offered a few token words of encouragement to Williams before engaging in jovial conversation with the very nobility who had harassed him, making his true attitude towards them abundantly clear. Were it not for their utility, this prince of the kingdom of Magnet Drum, who likewise viewed the celestial dragons as the ultimate goal, would have scorned them just as much, if not more. Essentially, Gilbert and the other revealed aristocrats were indistinguishable, all cut from the same cloth. Under such torment, Ball and Williams harbored no fondness for the nobility present at the banquet. However, the two had long since grown accustomed to such disdain regarding the surrounding aristocrats, who desperately mimicked the celestial dragons, with the bemusement typically reserved for clowns. "What sort of individuals do you think they are?" Williams inquired softly, nodding his head. He had already received information from Ball regarding the group of mysterious masked figures, and noticing Ball's reluctance to elaborate further, he became curious. Despite his disdain for Gilbert, he knew that such matters could not be swayed by emotion. If Gilbert were to gain the assistance of the formidable masked individuals Ball had mentioned, increasing his chances of victory in the Civil War, he would not hesitate to place his bets on Gilbert, for only the victors could yield the greatest benefits. "Let Gilbert provide us with the answers." Ball did not immediately respond to Williams. Instead, he paused his meal and glanced in the direction of the banquet, softly uttering a few words. A group of individuals clad in exquisite black suits and masks entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing them, Gilbert's face brightened with a broad smile as he hurried to greet them. "I have wonderful news to share. After my relentless efforts, I have successfully secured the assistance of the world government. For this, the esteemed and magnificent celestial dragon, St. Charlos, has specially dispatched his loyal guards, CP7, to aid us. Let us extend our warmest applause in welcoming them." The rotund Gilbert led the elegantly attired masked figures onto the elevated platform of the banquet, where he eagerly took a voice-amplifying snail phone from a young, beautiful maid, his face brimming with excitement. "Assistance from the world government. The celestial dragon, Charlos. The celestial dragon's guards, CP7. As Gilbert's words echoed through the hall, the attendees' minds were flooded with these very phrases. Notably, the leader of the masked group stepped forward to stand beside Gilbert, inciting a fervent uproar among the aristocrats present, who cheered with wild enthusiasm. It became evident that they were merely sycophants of the celestial dragons, which left me feeling utterly repulsed. Upon discovering the identities of the enigmatic masked individuals, Ball lowered his head, his face contorted with loathing. Williams bore a similar expression, also bowing his head to conceal the involuntary changes playing across his features. The CP organization serves as the sycophantic entourage of the celestial dragons, with its members indoctrinated from a young age to revere the celestial dragons as deities, maintaining unwavering obedience to their commands. In St. Mary Joel, it was not the celestial dragons that Ball and Williams dealt with the most, but rather their sycophants. In their zealous quest to protect the celestial dragons, these lackeys resorted to every conceivable method to torment the slaves, driving them to despair and stripping them of any will to resist, rendering them mere playthings for the celestial dragons. Some of these twisted individuals even abused their authority to mercilessly inflict suffering on the slaves, indulging their perverse desires. Consequently, Ball and Williams harbored a deep-seated loathing for these sycophants, rivaling their disdain for the celestial dragons themselves. "What shall we do, Ball?" Williams inquired, quickly regaining his composure and speaking softly to Ball, who had also managed to steady his emotions. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Gilbert's current advantage was undeniably substantial. Logically, even if Gilbert emerged victorious in the Civil War, his position would remain tenuous, as many officials and civilians would not acquiesce. However, with the world government's endorsement, he had effectively attained legitimacy, now safeguarded by their authority, which significantly diminished the ramifications of his questionable status. Moreover, he had garnered the assistance of the celestial dragons and the formidable CP7, a powerful espionage unit. These individuals were not only exceptionally skilled, but also adept in intelligence operations and assassination. With their support, The leadership of the king's army found itself in a state of unease. It could be said that Gilbert now possessed a plethora of advantages, tipping the scales of victory visibly in his favor. If Gresham lacked any significant force to counter this momentum, the outcome of the battle could essentially be declared. Simultaneously, Williams recognized that the moment to choose sides had arrived. It was evident that Gilbert's invitation to the city's dignitaries served a dual purpose: to announce his recognition by the world government and the assistance of the celestial dragons to bolster morale, and to compel those yet undecided in their allegiances to make their choices. Moreover, the specter of war loomed ominously, perhaps having already begun. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing from the phone bugs filled the pockets of many merchants present at the banquet. William's own phone bug chimed as well, prompting him to extract it and lift the receiver. "Chairman, we are in grave danger. The Blizzard Legion has launched a night assault on Snowstorm City and is currently engaged in fierce combat with the 2nd Legion of the King's army within the city." As soon as he answered, a panicked voice erupted from the phone bug. "The Blizzard Legion is locked in battle with the 2nd Legion of the King's army." This was the alarming news that the merchants gathered at the banquet received through their phone bugs. The Blizzard Legion, under Gilbert's command, was an elite force comprising 10,000 troops, rigorously trained in the snow-capped mountains outside Villeport, renowned for their exceptional training and superior equipment. They had once been the mainstay in repelling the invading pirate coalition against Villeport, earning the title of the strongest legion of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The Lombard Underball is indeed a member of this legion. Currently, this legion is engaged in fierce combat with the 2nd Legion of the Royal Army, undoubtedly signaling that Gilbert has declared war without a formal announcement. "Ha ha, you are indeed the business elite of the city. Your speed in acquiring news is remarkable. Indeed, just an hour ago, the Blizzard Legion received my orders to mobilize, and barring unforeseen circumstances, soon Wind and Snow City will be mine." Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the merchants invited to this banquet, Gilbert could not suppress his triumphant laughter. He has invested immense resources in preparing for war, not only significant sums of money, but also sacrificing the interests of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom in a bid to gain the endorsement of the world government and the assistance of the celestial dragons. Yet he understands that as long as he can occupy that throne, all sacrifices will be worthwhile. With Gilbert's admission of his proactive instigation of war, those present who had secretly supported him began to raise their goblets in salute. In response, Gilbert accepted a glass of wine from a beautiful maid, lifting it high. Yet he refrained from drinking immediately, instead fixing a sharp gaze on those who had not yet raised their goblets in tribute. Undoubtedly, this act was a means of compelling those present to declare their allegiance. Faced with Gilbert's piercing gaze, many who had been wavering hastily lifted their goblets to pay homage, to which Gilbert nodded graciously. Before long, Gilbert's attention shifted to Williams, his sharp eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Although he looked down upon Williams, he held Ball in high regard due to his formidable power. In the face of such strength, even Gilbert was compelled to lower his haughty head. After all, the world government is not omnipotent and cannot offer constant protection, although he could leverage its authority to intimidate the common folk. He could not do the same with those possessing immense strength. Persistently exerting pressure and maintaining arrogance would only lead to his undoing at their hands. Regrettably for Gilbert, he was disappointed. He did not witness Williams raise his glass in salute, which undoubtedly indicated that Ball had not chosen to side with him at this moment. Unappreciative wretches. Once I seize control of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, I shall deal with you outsiders, but considering you also refuse to support that Gresham fellow, I shall spare you for now. Gilbert glared menacingly at Williams before turning his attention to others. For the time being, he could not afford to antagonize the shining gold chamber of commerce. A misstep might push Ball, the user of the nature devil fruit, into his brother's camp, a scenario he wished to avoid. Is this all right? Ball seems quite angry. Perhaps he is contemplating how to eliminate us. Williams voiced his concern to Ball, having noted Gilbert's unsettling gaze. Rationally, he believed that aligning with Gilbert would be prudent. Do not worry, he will not act against us for now. Moreover, you saw how he treated us. It was mere surface politeness, a facade, as he fundamentally looks down upon us. Such a character should never be trusted to treat us well once he rises to power. In fact, he would relish our demise. Agreeing to him is essentially no different from refusing him. Should we agree, he will not promise us any substantial benefits, for he possesses numerous bargaining chips, rendering our importance minimal. Refusing him, he will find himself powerless against us, at least until the war concludes. He will not push us to the enemy's side. Rather than agreeing, it would be wiser to remain non-committal, to observe the unfolding events, and await a shift in circumstances. Only then can we secure the greatest advantage. Upon hearing this, Ball remained composed and responded calmly. He then gazed towards the entrance of the banquet, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. The recognition from the world government and the assistance of the celestial dragons, coupled with the precarious situation of Wind and Snow City, created a cascade of revelations that swayed the majority of the previously indecisive nobles, social elites, and merchants to rally behind Gilbert. Only a handful of those with substantial backing chose to maintain their silence. Although Gilbert felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with this, the outcome clearly aligned with his anticipated goals, and he beamed with delight as he savored the fine wine amidst the homage of the gathered guests. To celebrate the support from the world government, the esteemed celestial dragons, and many friends present here, I have prepared a special performance that I believe will captivate everyone, he declared, his excitement palpable as he finished his drink. With a broad smile, he turned to signal his subordinates to bring forth the surprise. Soon, a massive object shrouded in black cloth was wheeled in by a cadre of guards, who collectively hoisted it onto the stage. This sight ignited curiosity among many in the crowd regarding the forthcoming spectacle. Ball, what is that? Williams inquired softly, aware that the black cloth could hardly conceal what Ball, possessing the ability of observation Haki, could discern. Noticing Ball's ashen expression, he felt compelled to ask. Upon hearing the words, Ball turned his head and silently uttered 2 words to Williams, slave. Recognizing the gravity of Ball's words, a chill enveloped Williams, causing his fists, hidden beneath the table, to clench tightly. These 2 words represented not only Ball's greatest humiliation but also resonated deeply within Williams. The thought of Ball revealing that Gilbert intended to showcase a slave ignited a fierce fire of indignation within him. Ha ha ha, behold, everyone. This is a rare treasure. I assure you, no one else in the entire Drum Kingdom possesses such a gem aside from myself. I procured it for 2 billion berries from the Sabaody archipelago. With a gleeful demeanor, Gilbert proclaimed, lifting the black cloth to unveil the contents beneath. As the cloth was drawn away, a magnificent glass aquarium emerged, housing a mermaid whose expression was fraught with terror. This striking mermaid, adorned with flowing red waves, possessed an exquisite visage, a sultry figure, and skin as fair as snow, complemented by a pink tail. Her graceful movements in the water, coupled with her pitiable expression, captivated the gaze of nearly all the attendees at the banquet. The nobles present erupted in admiration, casting envious glances at Gilbert. Many of the old aristocrats, heavily influenced by the celestial dragon culture, expressed their desire for Gilbert to procure a mermaid slave for them at any cost. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as throngs of nobles crowded around the glass tank, reveling in the sight of the mermaid, their smiles revealing a disturbing delight. Witnessing the envy directed towards him and the adoration for his mermaid slave, Gilbert's vanity surged, filling him with a sense of superiority akin to that of the celestial dragons, his face beaming with joy. Mermaids, undoubtedly a rarity in the Drum Kingdom, were believed to be nearly extinct, making Gilbert's acquisition potentially the sole one in existence there. Most nobles had only heard tales of such creatures and had never laid eyes upon one, yet they understood well that each mermaid slave commanded exorbitant prices, starting at 100 million, especially now that Fishman Island was under the protection of Whitebeard, driving prices to astronomical heights, often unattainable. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, possessing a mermaid slave had become the pinnacle of luxury. To own one in Mariewa signified immense prestige. Gilbert, catering to this desire, had expended considerable resources to acquire 3 exquisite mermaids from slave traders in the Sabaody archipelago, offering the finest 2 to St. Charlos, thus securing his favor and assistance. However, the presentation of the mermaids was merely a fraction of the price Gilbert paid. The substantial cost lay in the interest he sacrificed from the Drum Kingdom. The mermaid, subjected to the lecherous gazes of so many humans, was engulfed in fear, yearning to hide, yet the glass tank offered no refuge, leaving her utterly exposed to the eyes of the banquet attendees. Helplessly, she shed tears. How despicable! How could they? Williams observed as the majority of the gathering treated the mermaid slave as a mere plaything, a wave of shared sorrow washing over him. Lowering his head to conceal his contorted expression, he silently raged within. At this moment, Ball was equally consumed by fury, a murderous intent boiling within him. Yet, he forcibly restrained himself for the time being. He patted Williams on the shoulder and cast a cold gaze upon the nobles at the banquet, whose faces bore the grotesque smiles reminiscent of the celestial dragons. They were nothing but refuse that needed to be eradicated. Quietly, Ball harbored thoughts of annihilation against these aristocrats. Suddenly, he sensed someone staring at him, A flash of red light in their eyes immediately revealed their identity to him. It was none other than the sycophants of the celestial dragons, whose noses remained as keen as ever. They had detected the discord in the emotions of Ball and Williams, stirring suspicion within their minds. Ball was unfazed by the presence of these individuals. He turned his gaze towards the CP7 member adorned with red tear marks, who stood alongside Gilbert. The latter was clearly astonished that Ball could perceive his furtive glances, promptly diverting his gaze elsewhere. However, he continued to keep Ball and Williams in his peripheral vision, only to find Ball staring intently at him with a chilling, lifeless gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent, and further probing would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he decisively ceased his scrutiny. Nevertheless, he had already committed Ball and Williams to memory, vowing to investigate them later. Little did he know, Ball had marked them as prime targets for the night. Ha ha ha. Well, I trust everyone has had their fill of entertainment, but the main event is yet to come. Let us lend an ear to the enchanting melodies of the mermaid, Gilbert exclaimed, reveling in his moment of ostentation. With a wicked grin, he retrieved a remote control from his pocket and directed it towards the mermaid in the aquarium. Upon seeing the remote, the mermaid's eyes widened with palpable fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Come now, my dear, serenade us with your finest song, or face my wrath, Gilbert threatened, shaking the remote menacingly. The thought of disobedience and the threat of severe electric shocks compelled the mermaid to timidly begin her song, yet her fear was evident, causing her performance to falter significantly. Gilbert, displeased by her lackluster display, promptly pressed a button on the remote. In an instant, a jolt of electricity surged through the circular collar around the mermaid's neck, eliciting a harrowing scream from her. The aristocrats, including Gilbert, erupted in gleeful laughter at her torment, as if witnessing the most amusing spectacle. Suddenly, a series of deafening gunshots rang out. Lethal bullets sped towards a singular target, the host of the banquet, Gilbert, the assailant, exhibiting remarkable timing. Struck when Gilbert was isolated from CP7 and his guards, lost in his moment of arrogance. With precision marksmanship, each bullet aimed directly at Gilbert's vital points, effectively sealing off his escape routes. However, CP7, being the loyal hounds of the celestial dragon, reacted with remarkable speed. At the first sound of gunfire, the CP7 member with the red tear-marked mask swiftly executed a shave, appearing before Gilbert and using his formidable strength to shield him. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off him, merely tearing through his clothing. Simultaneously, another CP7 member, cloaked in a pitch-black mask, morphed into a panther-like form, clearly a Zoan-type devil fruit user. He too performed a shave, rapidly positioning himself in front of the male server who had drawn his firearm against Gilbert, and with a swift motion, plunged a finger into the server's heart. Retrieving his blood-stained finger, the assailant watched as the attacker crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Yet, the assault did not cease with the death of this gunman. New assailants emerged, opening fire in numbers, with many long-serving servants and guards of the castle brandishing various firearms, this time targeting the guests of the banquet rather than Gilbert. Their primary objective was those nobles who had openly declared their support for Gilbert. These nobles, lacking the formidable protection of CP7, were only accompanied by one or two competent Gua. Gilbert was undoubtedly aware of the significance of those he had invited to the banquet. Observing that Hodgson remained unfazed, he hastily instructed two of his capable subordinates to confront him. Watt and Wicks, both wielders of animal-type devil fruit abilities, swiftly transformed into their hybrid forms, becoming a goat man and a black cat man, respectively, and charged towards Hodgson with weapons in hand. Respected gentlemen, I implore you to assist me in quelling this rebellion, Gilbert remarked, fully cognizant that should Hodgson choose to turn against him, the castle's defenses would likely be rendered ineffective. Urgently seeking a means to extricate himself from this peril, he addressed the CP7 members nearby. However, it was evident that Gilbert's words lacked authority over the lackeys of the celestial dragons. Their original orders were solely to ensure Gilbert's safety, with no directive to engage in combat on his behalf. Yet, as the saying goes, money can sway even the most obstinate of hearts. Being a man of considerable wealth, Gilbert, noticing the CP7 members' reluctance to act, swiftly added, "Rest assured, I shall not ask you to fight for free. I will compensate each of you with 100 million berries as a reward." The allure of riches is a potent motivator, and it is rare to find individuals uninterested in wealth. Although CP7 served as the enforcers of the celestial dragons and held significant power, they were bound by numerous strict regulations, leaving little opportunity for personal gain. Upon hearing Gilbert's generous offer, many were stirred, casting glances at the leader adorned with a mask bearing red tear streaks. Let this not become a precedent. The masked leader understood the sentiments of his subordinates and did not wish to impede them, nodding in acknowledgement. No sooner had he spoken than several masked CP-7 members sprang into action, employing their techniques to swiftly eliminate the nearby gunmen. Meanwhile, Hodgson found himself rapidly subdued by the combined might of What and Wix. For the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Hodgson's heart sank as he witnessed the CP-7 members springing into action. Gathering his resolve despite his injuries, he retaliated with his dual swords, forcing What and Wix back before bellowing. In that moment, many of the soldiers fighting alongside him echoed his rallying cry. They too swiftly retrieved several potent pills from their persons and consumed them. The pills, imbued with extraordinary effects, took effect almost immediately, turning the whites of their eyes a blood-red hue while their muscles swelled dramatically. Each warrior's power surged, enabling them to rend their adversaries to shreds before continuing their onslaught against the nobles, social elites, and merchants. These are. Ball observed the transformation of Hodgson and the other assailants after they ingested the pills, and his expression immediately turned grave. Gilbert, too, experienced a shift in demeanor, as a rare flicker of fear crossed his face. This was undoubtedly the effect of a deadly poison. Upon witnessing Hodgson and others who had firmly established themselves as the king's undercover agents consuming the unknown pills, Ball immediately discerned the nature of what they had ingested. Concurrently, the previously unfavorable situation for the king's army experienced a remarkable reversal. The scales of victory in this internal conflict began to shift once more. If the king's forces held the trump card of the deadly drug, it was indeed difficult to conceive how they could be defeated, especially considering their numbers vastly outnumbered those of the rebel army led by Gilbert. Should every soldier of the king's army be equipped with this lethal substance, the annihilation of the rebels would be merely a matter of moments. However, the outcome remained uncertain. From Gilbert's recent expression, it was evident that he too was aware of the existence of the drug. Perhaps he possessed a similar trump card, leaving one to ponder which of the two would wield greater power. Subsequently, Ball shifted his gaze towards Gilbert, the rebel leader, contemplating deeply. Since the onset of the battle, he had been utilizing his observation Haki to monitor the unfolding situation, with particular focus on Gilbert, Hodgson, and the minions of the celestial dragons from CP-7. Thus, Ball clearly observed the shock mingled with fear on Gilbert's face upon witnessing Hodgson and the others consume the deadly drug. This expression unequivocally indicated that Gilbert was equally cognizant of the drug's existence. It might very well be one of his pivotal cards for overcoming the king's forces. The realization that his adversary also possessed this card must have filled him with terror, as the situation had exceeded his expectations. Gilbert was undoubtedly an astute individual. The thoughts that crossed Ball's mind were likely mirrored in his. Given the inherent numerical disadvantage of the rebel army, should the king's forces possess the capability to deploy the deadly drug en masse, the resultant combat prowess would surely decimate the rebels. Infuriatingly, Ball pondered how Greysham could possibly be aware of the drug's existence. It had to be Caesar's doing, this greedy fiend. Despite the substantial funds he had provided for research, he was evidently unsatisfied and was now hedging his bets on both sides, attempting to profit from the war. This wretched man. Yet, he realized that now was not the time to confront that insufferable mad scientist. He was acutely aware of the drug's potency. Individuals of Hodgson's caliber, once they ingested it, could unleash a power born of life force combustion that was immensely formidable. As evidenced by the current confrontation, Hodgson, previously subdued by the combined efforts of What and Wix, had now turned the tide against them. In a mere span of seconds, Hodgson, empowered by the drug, had left What and Wix battered and bruised. What had one of his horns severed, a deep gash now marking his chest, while Wix fared worse, having lost a hand in a reckless advance, blood pouring from the wound. The guards aligned with Gilbert now faced an escalating crisis. Initially, their numerical superiority had granted them the upper hand, but many of the king's undercover agents who had consumed the deadly drug transformed into formidable combatants, their physical prowess significantly enhanced, thereby reversing the dynamics of the battle. These agents, now akin to tigers amidst a flock of sheep, wreaked havoc upon Gilbert's private army, with nearly half of them slain in a matter of encounters. Through Ball's keen perception, he noted that these erstwhile ineffective undercover agents now exuded an aura comparable to that of small-time gang leaders. The strength of various gang leaders at Villiaport varied, yet they had all clawed their way up from the depths, boasting commendable physical attributes and combat experience, typically on par with a Navy lieutenant, thus transcending the realm of mere foot soldiers. The undercover agents who had ingested the drug were acutely aware of its fleeting effects and the necessity for swift action. Hence, after inflicting grievous injuries or slaying their opponents, they immediately diverted a portion of their ranks towards Gilbert, the root cause of the civil unrest. They understood that by eliminating Gilbert, the catalyst for the civil war, the conflict could be resolved expeditiously, thereby preserving the kingdom's resources from excessive depletion. However, a formidable obstacle remained: the members of CP7. These minions of the celestial dragons, dutifully executing their master's commands, quickly regrouped around Gilbert, providing him with staunch protection. The members of CP7 were exceptionally powerful and well-versed in the Navy's 6 powers. Even with Hodgson and his compatriots enhanced by the drug, breaching their defenses proved exceedingly challenging. The strength of the man behind the red tear-streaked mask was particularly formidable. Against Hodgson, a user of a devil fruit enhanced by the drug, he held his ground admirably. Moreover, he exhibited a cunning awareness of Hodgson's temporary state, employing Shave and Iron Body to engage in a tactical skirmish. Other CP7 members mirrored this strategy, effectively entangling those King's undercover agents who had consumed the drug, preventing them from breaking through the defenses to reach Gilbert. Among them, a CP7 member endowed with a Zoan-type devil fruit demonstrated capabilities nearly equal to those of the man in the mask, swiftly dispatching several of the drug-enhanced undercover agents. The previously chaotic situation was abruptly stabilized by the intervention of CP7, even beginning to regain momentum. Nonetheless, Hodgson and the other agents, emboldened and seemingly indifferent to their own mortality, pressed on relentlessly. As the assassination attempt appeared on the verge of failure, not a single one chose to retreat. "This old king is truly remarkable," Ball mused, observing the unwavering loyalty of such devoted enforcers. Though the aging King Gresham was now frail and ailing, he was one of the few enlightened rulers in the history of the Drum Kingdom. During his reign, the kingdom flourished, earning him the adoration of its citizens, many of whom remained fiercely loyal to him. Throughout the years, his influence had permeated every facet of the Drum Kingdom. And when it came to who wielded the greatest power, King Gresham undeniably claimed that title. His only significant shortcoming lay in his role as a father. Both of his sons had turned out to be ruthless individuals, leaving the kingdom without a suitable heir and leading to instability and infighting among his factions. Nonetheless, even so, Gresham retained many loyal followers willing to lay down their lives for him. Among them was Hodgson, a war orphan who had benefited greatly from Gresham's kindness, voluntarily infiltrating Gilbert's ranks for over a decade. When faced with Gresham's seemingly suicidal command, he chose to execute it without hesitation. Despite the allure of wealth and comfort that lay before him, cursed Gresham, Gilbert gazed at his once loyal captain, Hodgson, who now displayed unwavering fidelity to his detested brother, Gresham. The sight filled him with an unbearable jealousy, as Hodgson was willing to forsake his current status, wealth, and even his life to carry out Gresham's order to eliminate him. The thought of Gresham usurping his throne and oppressing him for decades ignited Gilbert's fury, leading him to roar, "Kill him! Slay these despicable traitors!" However, just as his words echoed, a member of CP7, entangled with 3 undercover agents of the Royal Army, emitted a blood-curdling scream. For reasons unknown, the speed of the 3 Royal Army agents surged dramatically, and in a careless moment, he found himself captured. Gripped by the hands of these agents, who had consumed deadly drugs, the fate of the CP7 member was sealed as they tore him to shreds. Finally, amidst the chaos of the banquet, the minions of the celestial dragons began to suffer casualties. Kuchi, a female CP7 member, could not contain her sorrow upon witnessing the death of her comrade. Yet her situation was dire as the Royal Army agents, who had just slain Kuchi, charged toward her, intent on joining forces to eliminate her. To her astonishment, she realized that the 2 agents before her had also increased their speed and attacking capabilities, instantly plunging her into a life-threatening crisis. She was forced to expend significant energy to continuously use the shave technique to evade their onslaught. It was not only this female CP7 member who recognized the sudden enhancement of her adversaries. The other CP7 members, aside from their captain, the masked man with red tear stains, experienced the same shocking escalation in their opponent's speed. In an instant, 2 more CP7 members fell victim to the combined efforts of the Royal Army agents, meeting a gruesome end. Within mere seconds, the number of CP7 members present dwindled by 3. Damn it! The masked man with red tear stains seethed with rage upon witnessing the loss of his subordinates. He swiftly directed his ire at Hodgson, unleashing a swift kick that temporarily repelled him, before utilizing the shave technique to rush to the aid of his beleaguered comrades. Just as he intended to assist the female CP7 member in her dire predicament, a thick serpentine tail struck him with lightning speed, sending him flying. Even Hodgson's speed seemed to have surged, enabling him to keep pace with the CP7 captain. The moment for support slipped away. Subsequently, the female CP7 member, utterly drained of energy and unable to continue using the shave technique, was ultimately overpowered and killed by the now accelerated Royal Army agents. Who is orchestrating this treachery? Show yourself. The CP7 captain, having recognized the anomaly, shouted in fury. Ha ha ha, scream all you want, then perish. The minions of the celestial dragons deserve to die. A figure named Ball, hiding in the shadows, relished the unfolding chaos. With each CP7 member falling one after another and the captain's impotent rage, he felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to savoring a refreshing drink on a scorching summer day. As the frustrations he had amassed from the disdain of nobles and the torment of mermaid slaves vanished, beside him, Williams shared in the satisfaction, secretly giving Ball a thumbs up. Who was the mastermind behind this covert manipulation? Naturally, it was Ball. Just moments ago, he had utilized the power of the speed fruit to aid Hodgson and the Royal Army agents in executing a temporary acceleration, catching CP7 off guard. The speed fruit was not merely effective on the user, it could also bestow acceleration upon others. Such a capability, when wielded judiciously, could yield tremendous advantages within a group. For instance, during the confrontation between the drug-enhanced Royal Army agents and CP7, as the latter began to adapt to their foe's combat rhythm, Ball subtly amplified the speed of their adversaries, disrupting their fighting cadence and leading to their demise. Among the 9 CP7 members who had arrived, 4 had perished, drastically diminishing the strength available to protect Gilbert. Hodgson and the Royal Army agents remained undeterred by the mysterious assistance they had received. They recognized the urgency of the moment and quickly dispatched some individuals to confront the remaining CP7 members while others advanced toward Gilbert. Seeing the formidable celestial dragon guards of CP7 being systematically eliminated sent Gilbert's heart racing. He hastily summoned his guards for protection. Yet the ordinary guards were no match for the drug-enhanced Royal Army agents and were swiftly overwhelmed. What? Wicks, what are you two waiting for? Come protect me at once. As the drug-enhanced Royal Army agents bore down upon him, he could no longer conceal his trump card and shouted in desperation. What in Wicks, who were lying on the ground feigning death due to their injuries, exchanged glances upon hearing Gilbert's plea. Gritting their teeth, they retrieved pills from their persons and swallowed them. As Gilbert's most trusted bodyguards, they naturally possessed the lethal drug, but they had been reluctant to consume it unless absolutely necessary due to its severe side effects, which often left users aged and afflicted with lasting ailments. However, their wealth and power stemmed from Gilbert, and they had committed countless unsavory deeds on his behalf. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined. If Gilbert were to perish, their own ends would be no less grim. Unless they could escape the magnetic drum kingdom and turn to piracy, they would undoubtedly face reckoning. Desperate to cling to their opulence and authority, and unwilling to become wanderers, they steeled their resolve and consumed the lethal drug. In the next moment, their eyes transformed a blood-red hue, their muscles expanded rapidly, and they morphed into a massive muscular goat and a muscular black cat missing a limb. With a resounding roar, they became swift shadows racing toward Gilbert, effortlessly repelling the drug-enhanced Royal Army agents and shielding him. With the addition of Watt and Wicks, now bolstered by the lethal drug, Gilbert's crisis was averted. Their strength was already comparable to Hodgson and his devil fruit users. Their enhancement surpassed that of the Royal Army agents. Moreover, it appeared that the potency of the lethal drugs consumed by Hodgson and the Royal Army agents was waning. Or perhaps their lifespans were drawing to a close. Their hair had begun to turn gray, and their faces were etched with deepening wrinkles. Gilbert had indeed concealed a stockpile of lethal drugs. It seemed the Royal Army agents were nearing their limits. Utilizing his observation Haki to survey the battlefield, Ball discerned with keen insight that the fighting capability of the King's Army's infiltrators was waning. He shook his head, contemplating that the time had come for him to take action. The lapdogs of the celestial dragons would not be permitted to survive any longer. He resolved to ensure their demise amidst the civil strife of the magnetic drum kingdom. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Williams, who promptly understood and swiftly joined Ball beneath a table draped with a floor cloth, temporarily concealing themselves. Subsequently, Ball harnessed the powers of the Gura no Mi to momentarily transport Williams into another dimension, before utilizing the abilities of the Suk no Mi to re-enter the chaotic banquet hall. At that moment, the hall had transformed into a veritable arena of carnage. Due to the effects of the lethal poison ingested by Hodgson and the other infiltrators, the noble patron's guards proved utterly inadequate. At least a third of the attending nobility had perished in this turmoil, with the remaining survivors banding together in a desperate defense. With the aid of his transparent powers and observation Haki, Ball navigated through the chaos with effortless grace, deftly evading the sudden barrage of stray projectiles and swiftly flying blades. "You shall perish here as well, you wretches," he mused. Ball gazed upon the nobles trembling behind their guards and barricades, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. He had not forgotten how these scoundrels had treated the mermaid slaves as mere playthings, filth that idolized the celestial dragons. Damn them! In the next instant, Ball drew his transparent revolver and executed a rapid 5-shot barrage. As the echoes of gunfire faded, 5 nobles collapsed into a pool of their own blood. Fear and bewilderment etched upon their faces. Their sudden demise barely registered amidst the chaos of the death-laden hall, driven by primal instincts for survival. The prominent figures invited by Gilbert had long ceased to concern themselves with anything beyond the desperate need to preserve their own lives in the midst of this fray. After Ball killed 5 nobles who had previously reveled in torturing mermaid slaves in Gilbert, he shifted his focus to the battle against the CP7 and the undercover agents of the King's army. Through the use of observation Haki, he discerned that the people from Gilbert were swiftly clearing the obstacles set by Hodgson outside, and it would not be long before they arrived to provide support. He had little time left to deal with these lackeys of the celestial dragons. He soon determined that his primary target would be the formidable Black Panther, second only to CP7 in strength. This individual, dressed impeccably in a suit, stood tall at 2 meters, possessing a slender physique. However, upon transforming into his hybrid form, he became immensely powerful, towering at 7 meters and straining the fabric of his suit. His black mask could barely conceal his eyes, having consumed the Zoan-type devil fruit. The cat fruit, Black Panther form, he exhibited remarkable speed and agility, moving almost soundlessly. After using the shave technique, even Ball could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Utilizing this extraordinary mobility, he managed to hold his ground against 4 undercover agents of the King's army, who had ingested a dangerous drug, and even launched a fierce counterattack. However, these agents were not to be underestimated. Their greatest advantage lay in their indifference to death. As they began to sense the effects of the drug waning, they resorted to a desperate strategy, willing to exchange their lives to capture Black Panther, hoping their comrades could deliver a fatal blow. Faced with such reckless foes, Black Panther was compelled to evade their attacks. He had witnessed the grim fate of his comrades who fell victim to these agents. Recently, they had nearly succeeded in his demise, and he was unsure who was covertly enhancing their speed. He narrowly escaped being captured, injuring his left hand in the process. Now, he had to remain vigilant against these frenzied adversaries. Although their speed had returned to normal, he could not dismiss the possibility of another covert aid assisting them. Moreover, his stamina was considerably depleted after repeatedly using shave in various 6 forms techniques. The silver lining, however, was that he began to notice a decline in the combat effectiveness of these crazed enemies. It seemed the effects of their temporary strength-enhancing pills were nearing their end. The side effects were evidently severe. He observed the once youthful faces of his opponents rapidly aging, transforming into those of middle-aged men, their wrinkles multiplying and gray hair spreading. Despite their formidable musculature, the decay began to show. Sacrificing their lifespans for a fleeting boost in power, one had to commend their bravery. As dogs, they were commendable. Yet they had chosen the wrong adversary. Mr. Gilbert was under the protection of the great St. Charlos, and to attempt his assassination was to affront the mighty Charlos himself, destined to lead to their obliteration. The relentless deaths of his comrades ignited a fury within Black Panther. Seeing his opponents falter, he seized the opportunity to taunt them, aiming to provoke a mistake and hasten their downfall. His mockery struck a nerve, inciting the 4 loyal agents of the old King Gresham to roar in anger, choosing to accelerate the consumption of their lifespans for increased power to attack Black Panther. Regrettably, without the temporary speed boost provided by Ball's devil fruit, they could not keep pace with Black Panther's instantaneous acceleration from using shave. Ultimately, they squandered the power gained at the cost of their lifespans. Suddenly, one of the agents who had been part of the assault on Black Panther could no longer endure. Having already aged significantly, he was clearly on the brink of death after expending his lifespan for strength. His last desperate strike failed, extinguishing the flame of his life as his exaggerated muscles withered, leaving him a frail old man, his breath fading. Yet, before he perished, this devoted soldier of the magnetic drum kingdom boldly proclaimed, Long live the magnetic drum kingdom. Long live King Grisham. At last, the first casualty due to the drug's effects had fallen among the agents. Witnessing this, Wooden Wicks, who had also consumed the drug, felt a pang of sorrow. The drug's effects allowed users to forcibly augment their strength at the expense of their lifespan, with the extent of enhancement varying from person to person. However, it was clear that the greater the boost, the more life they would sacrifice. Long live the magnetic drum kingdom. Long live King Grisham. Hodgson, entangled with the captain of CP7, felt tears welling in his eyes as he heard the dying soldier's words. In a frenzy, he shouted the same and, disregarding the CP7 captain, charged towards Gilbert, determined to fight to the death. He understood that with lives already lost due to expended lifespans, remaining entangled with these foes would lead to his demise, whether by blade or by the slow drain of life itself. The remaining agents, having consumed the drug, followed Hodgson's lead, abandoning their opponents to make a desperate final stand before their lifespans extinguished. Foolishness. All the CP7 members engaged with the agents who had taken the drug saw their enemies expose their backs, leaving them vulnerable and open to attack. A cruel smile spread across their faces. Simultaneously, Ball, the assassin who had remained aloof from the battle, opened his eyes, drawing forth a sharp blade crafted from the unique properties of the Suna fruit. In the next moment, Black Panther decisively unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the agent who had severely injured his left hand. However, a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, compelling him to flee. Just as he initiated the kick, he found himself off balance. Attempting to retract his foot to perform shave was futile, leaving him with no choice but to defend with iron block. To his despair, the heightened defense offered by iron block crumbled under the opponent's attack, as fragile as paper. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible blade, imbued with a hint of armament Haki, sliced through Black Panther's neck with blinding speed. As he retracted his right foot, his head separated from his body, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A torrent of blood gushing from his neck. Within mere seconds, 3 additional CP7 members, preoccupied with pursuing the agents, met the same fate. Their necks severed in succession by the unseen blade. In an instant, CP7 suffered the loss of 4 more members. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Who are you?" "Step forward." Captain of CP7, after slaying several of the king's army undercover agents who had ingested the deadly poison, was astonished to discover that all his remaining subordinates had been ruthlessly dispatched, and yet he had failed to detect the enemy's presence. A chill ran down his spine as a profound sense of imminent peril enveloped him, and he bellowed in rage. He understood that the unseen adversary had set its sights on him. The enemy's calculated slaughter of his CP7 comrades indicated a clear intention. And now he stood alone as the last remaining member of CP7, the next target undoubtedly being himself. However, he could not disregard the situation concerning Gilbert. The strength exhibited by Hodgson and others in their final moments was formidable, relying solely on Watt and Wicks, both of whom were reluctant to sacrifice their lives. It would be exceedingly difficult to completely thwart the threat. At that moment, the two were thoroughly restrained by the remaining 8 undercover agents of the King's army, who had been liberated from the restraint of the fallen CP7 members, while Hodgson charged forward with the ferocity of a massive water python, recklessly advancing towards the now stunned Gilbert. How infuriating! Truly worthless. The CP7 captain, having been indoctrinated from a young age, ultimately regarded the commands of the celestial dragons as more paramount than his own life. He was determined to safeguard Gilbert, even at the cost of his own existence. With a swift motion, the CP7 captain executed a technique known as shave, instantly vanishing from his location. He reappeared before Gilbert, intercepting Hodgson's assault, and unleashed his most potent technique, the raging foot. The next moment, a colossal, tiger-shaped raging foot surged forth, aiming to engulf Hodgson in its gaping maw, successfully repelling him. Simultaneously, Ball, who had anticipated the behavior of the underlings and arrived near Gilbert earlier, swiftly drew his sword, employing his most formidable single-target attack. One-sword style, Iato slash. A massive crescent-shaped blade of energy materialized in an instant. The CP7 captain's strength was indeed remarkable, in the face of mortal danger. He immediately swung his left arm to block the crescent blade, invoking his strongest maneuver, iron block, temporarily reinforcing his left arm's defense to a level comparable to tempered steel. Iron block, steel. The crescent blade collided with the CP7 captain's left arm, producing a resounding clang of metal upon metal. followed by a fleeting spark that erupted in the air, generating a powerful shockwave that sent numerous individuals and objects flying. Who are you? What is your purpose? The CP-7 captain, grappling with the dire situation, turned his gaze to the empty space behind him, gritting his teeth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, an invisible blade pierced through his left chest, emerging from his heart, blood staining the intangible weapon and momentarily revealing a glimpse of its true form. However, the blood quickly dissipated, rendering the blade once again formless. Ball refrained from responding to the individual's inquiries, dismissing the notion of engaging in conversation with such a sycophant of the celestial dragons. With a swift motion, he extracted his blade from the adversary's chest and, in a lightning-quick stroke, severed the opponent's neck, thereby eliminating the last of the celestial dragon's lackeys present in the banquet hall. The transparent fruit proves to be an insidious tool for assassination, rendering one nearly defenseless, as long as the adversary lacks the mastery of observation Haki. Their fate is all but sealed. It is no wonder that Absalom was so conceited from the outset, while in the West Blue. His reliance on this capability made him virtually unassailable, a devil fruit that grants its possessor the ability to command dominion over the seas. Ball gazed at the lifeless body of the celestial dragon's lackey, shaking the blood from his blade with a sigh. Moments earlier, he had cleverly utilized Hodgson and the crescent-shaped sword energy to capture the majority of CP-7's captain's attention. Then, employing the 9 serpent body refinement technique, speed enhancement, he swiftly maneuvered behind the captain, delivering an unforeseen and fatal blow. Please, someone powerful, eliminate Gilbert. A feeble voice drifted from nearby. Ball recognized it as Hodgson, the undercover agent of the Royal Army. Having endured a powerful strike from CP-7's captain, Hodgson, gravely injured, could no longer withstand the backlash of the lethal drug. Once a robust figure, he had now withered into a frail old man, his breath faint, clearly on the brink of death. The other undercover agents of the Royal Army fared similarly. Watt and Wix, possessing the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits, had managed to stave off their final struggle, but now, as the drug's effects waned, they too had transformed into emaciated figures, completely devoid of fighting spirit. After Hodgson and the others' assassination attempts failed, the remaining undercover agents at the banquet were swiftly dispatched, leaving the scene enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of Gilbert's guards desperately attempting to force open the doors. Don't listen to his nonsense, my lord. If you promise not to intervene, I will pretend nothing happened today and offer you a substantial sum. How does 1 billion berries sound? Gilbert, having heard Hodgson's words, was instantly terrified, retreating behind the seemingly formidable Watt and Wix, shouting desperately as he continued to wield the weapon of wealth for self-preservation. Yet, despite his attempts to bargain, Gilbert was consumed by fear and insecurity. The unseen assailant had already dared to slay the guards of the celestial dragons, clearly indifferent to the fate of an ordinary noble like him. The notion of being invisible made it all too easy for his life to be extinguished. If he was not killed now, there would surely be another opportunity in the future. After all, one cannot expect to guard against thieves eternally. He recalled that the individual who had slain Walpole at the Don Quixote auction was likely this very unseen enemy. To eliminate Gilbert? Truthfully, Ball harbored a desire to rid the world of this cruel noble who so egregiously exploited slaves, yet he could not act on that impulse just yet. Killing Gilbert now would yield no benefit for him. On the contrary, it would jeopardize his forthcoming plans, rendering the act counterproductive. Although Ball had a certain admiration for the spirit of the Royal Army's undercover operatives, like Hodgson, who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the kingdom of Magdu and Gresham, that was where his sentiment ended. He had no intention of jeopardizing his own plans for individuals who bore no relevance to him. However, he could seize an opportunity for some profit. In the next moment, he inscribed hasty yet comprehensible characters upon the ground with his dagger, boldly demanding an exorbitant price, 2 billion berries, a bird fruit, and the release of the mermaid slave. Very well, I shall comply, but I beseech you, my lord, do not trouble me again. Upon seeing the inscription on the ground, Gilbert felt a pang of anguish, yet recognizing the overwhelming circumstances, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Ball's demands. Ball chose not to respond verbally. Instead, the sound of his blade sliding into its sheath served as his answer. Gilbert recognized this unmistakable sound of a weapon being sheathed and understood that the enemy would not strike him down in their absence. Immediately feeling a wave of relief wash over him, subsequently collapsing onto the ground. The nearly lifeless Hodgson, witnessing this, was engulfed by despair and in a moment of desperation, cried out once more, "Long live the kingdom of Magdrum! Long live His Majesty Gresham!" The other undercover agents of the Royal Army, equally on the brink of death, echoed the same rallying cry. Damn it, perish, you wretched souls. Enraged by Hodgson and the other agents' defiance, Gilbert drew his golden pistol and aimed it at them, firing repeatedly. The other guards, witnessing this, also opened fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and with it, the life force of Hodgson and his companions dissipated amidst the tumult. Ball remained expressionless as he surveyed the scene, yet the hand gripping the hilt of his knife trembled ever so slightly. With the grand doors of the banquet hall forcefully burst open by Gilbert's guards, this sudden assassination came to an abrupt halt. Gilbert, overwhelmed by the stench of death and blood, was eager to flee the grim atmosphere, still shaken. He hurried back to his chamber under the protection of a multitude of guards. Once inside, he began to smash objects in a frenzied attempt to release his pent-up anger and fear. The surviving nobles, social elites, and merchants hastily fled the castle, blending into the crowd, among them the inconspicuous Ball and Williams. Soon, news of the assassination spread rapidly through the port of Villia, igniting a firestorm of outrage among the townspeople. Just recently, whispers of the Blizzard Legion's attack on Frostwind City had circulated. And now the shocking revelation of a royal army's undercover attempt to assassinate Gilbert had emerged, leaving the citizens acutely aware that the civil war within the kingdom of Magdrum had indeed erupted. In the dead of night, a wave of insecurity swept over the populace, prompting many to rush to nearby stores to stockpile essential supplies, hoarding food and necessities in a frenzy. In their desperation to procure more resources, altercations broke out, escalating to the point of even resulting in fatalities. In the territory of Ball, a similar frenzy of purchasing has emerged, however. Under the steadfast maintenance of those tempered by iron and blood, the populace here has managed to retain a semblance of order. It is quite unexpected that the outbreak of civil war would precipitate such a phenomenon of rampant buying. Fortunately, Ball, your foresight has proven invaluable, and it is certain that substantial profits will be reaped. Furthermore, your performance this evening has been truly commendable. In the stronghold of Ball, Williams, upon receiving the sales report relayed via a phone bug from his subordinate, was immediately filled with excitement as he addressed Ball. Prior to the outbreak of the Civil War, he had heeded Ball's counsel to procure vast quantities of grain and various necessities from abroad, investing hundreds of millions of belly. Now, having sold these goods, he had reaped a profit of at least 5 to 6 times the original investment. Had it not been for Ball's advice to refrain from excessively inflating prices, the gains could have been even greater. Furthermore, he had been informed by Ball about the events of the night, where not only had the sycophants of the celestial dragons been ruthlessly eliminated, but a substantial sum had also been extorted from Gilbert. This was simply magnificent, more exhilarating than the financial windfall itself. Truly an admirable feat. It is a pity I was not present at the scene. Shuma in the room also smiled, sharing in the joy regarding Ball's slaying of the celestial dragon's lackeys. How are things progressing? What has been the reaction of the various factions in the city? I refer specifically to the aftermath of the Civil War outbreak and the assassination. At this moment, Ball's demeanor was remarkably serene. Upon hearing the exuberant words of the two brothers, he merely nodded and offered a faint smile. The actions taken today had indeed been exhilarating, yet the repercussions were dire. The minions of the celestial dragons had lost lives and would not let such an affront go unpunished. Further investigations were undoubtedly imminent. Gilbert had suffered significant losses this evening and would surely seek retribution, relentlessly pursuing methods to eliminate Ball, whom he regarded as a potential threat. In the days to come, they must exercise greater caution than usual, ensuring that the transient joy and gains do not render them complacent. The Ram gang remained as quiet as ever, but the movements of the Das and Regis gangs were conspicuous. Shortly after emerging from the castle, Das and Regis were summoned to meet with Gilbert. Furthermore, the pirates concealed within the slums appeared to have received some directive, converging en masse upon the territory of the Regis gang. Additionally, news from Frostwind City indicated that the Blizzard Legion had successfully seized control of the city, culminating in the annihilation of the 2nd Legion of the Royal Army. Lastly, numerous individuals from the clandestine underground pharmaceutical factory located within the Das gang's domain had evacuated, making their way directly to the docks for departure. Noticing Ball's troubled expression, Shuma quickly restrained his smile and promptly conveyed the information he had gathered. Das and Regis had been summoned to the castle. A multitude of pirates were gathering in the territory of the Regis gang. The Blizzard Legion had triumphantly taken Frostwind City. The 2nd Legion of the Royal Army had been obliterated, and personnel from the mysterious underground pharmaceutical factory had withdrawn. It is imperative to disseminate the message that, During this forthcoming period, we must maintain a low profile. The surveillance from the Lord's manor should be completely withdrawn, and there is no longer a need for monitoring. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, let it be known that I shall be departing to the snowy mountains for training. Upon hearing the key points relayed by Shuma, Ball's expression swiftly turned grave as he addressed the two individuals present. Gilbert, in a rare display of fear, had cast aside all pretense and summoned the powerful gang leaders, Das and Regis, to the castle. This was clearly a preemptive measure against him, the adversary who had rendered him sleepless with terror that very night. The influx of pirates into the impoverished territory of Regis's gang was likely orchestrated by Don Quixote da Flamingo, who presumably had some sort of arrangement with the Regis gang. Snowstorm City, the second-largest inland city of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, boasts the largest steel production base and armory in the realm, surrounded by abundant iron mines. The strategic significance of this city, now under the control of Gilbert's Snowstorm Legion, heralds a rapid expansion of his influence in the near term. With the army recently victorious and morale soaring, it is likely that many within the kingdom will opportunistically choose to align themselves with him. The situation for the old king is dire. His second legion, the second most elite force at his disposal, may not match the Snowstorm Legion in weaponry. Yet it boasts double their numbers and fortified defenses. The fact that they suffered defeat, culminating in total annihilation, underscores the formidable combat prowess of the Snowstorm Legion under Gilbert's command. Although the losses incurred by the Snowstorm Legion in this conflict remain unclear, it undeniably signifies that Gilbert possesses the strength to challenge the old king, Greysham. However, the events of the evening's banquet may give Gilbert pause, discouraging him from pressing the advantage with further military action. The assassination had claimed the lives of numerous nobles, social elites, and prominent merchants within the city, ensuring that chaos would reign in the stronghold for some time. As long as Gilbert remains clear-headed and is not intoxicated by his fleeting victory, he is unlikely to act recklessly before solidifying his base. War, inherently a time-consuming and laborious endeavor, becomes particularly arduous in the case of civil conflict. Where both sides are evenly matched, achieving a swift resolution is exceptionally challenging, necessitating preparations for a protracted struggle. The sudden withdrawal of the clandestine pharmaceutical factory at this juncture perplexes me, especially since the Das gang did not intervene. What could be the reason behind this? Ball stroked his chin, somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why the individuals in this underground pharmaceutical factory would act so irrationally. Logically, at a time like this, selling such lethal substances would undoubtedly lead to immense profits and even facilitate advantageous connections. Yet, they chose to depart at this very moment, which left Ball utterly bewildered. Ultimately, he found himself constrained by a lack of information, unable to delve further into speculation. Barl exhibits considerable interest in this enigmatic underground pharmaceutical factory. He has even resorted to utilizing his observation Haki to gather intelligence, yet the only individuals within are ordinary administrative personnel and the wretched enslaved workers under duress. As for the raw materials used in the production of these lethal drugs, they are delivered by various pirates, making it utterly impossible to trace their origins. The level of confidentiality is exceedingly high, with the masterminds conducting operations remotely. Furthermore, the key synthetic materials essential for the creation of these dangerous substances are equally shrouded in secrecy. The pharmaceutical laboratories under Barl's control have managed to analyze the majority of components, but two particular materials remain elusive. According to the estimations of pharmacists within the Nobes and other laboratories, it is highly probable that these two substances are novel materials yet to be unveiled, rendering the search for substitutes a daunting challenge. Upon reflecting on the future, Ball felt a surge of contemplation regarding the Japanese shark man named Gio from Fishman Island, who successfully replicated the lethal drug, enabling Hody Jones and his newly formed Fishman pirate crew to acquire a substantial quantity of this perilous substance. It is conceivable that the two elusive materials, which have long remained beyond analysis, might indeed be hidden in the depths of the ocean. For now, I shall adopt a stance of patient observation. Moving forward, I must continue to enhance my strength to better confront the impending storm. Otherwise, I shall be left to drift along with the currents like those around me. Ball gazed out the window at the throngs of people hastily scrambling to procure supplies, their anxious expressions eliciting a sigh of exasperation from him. In a chamber of the Lord's castle, heavily guarded by soldiers, Gilbert's voice trembled with indignation. Dars, Regis, you must assist me. That despicable fiend has killed the CP7 members sent by the celestial dragons to protect me, and then extorted me. I am utterly furious. I cannot let that scoundrel escape unpunished. Gilbert's once dignified visage was now flushed with rage, his hair disheveled, and his attire wrinkled and stained with blood. Resembling a cornered beast, he had never felt so close to death or so helpless before. When Baal had him at his mercy, he found himself groveling, paying an exorbitant price to salvage his life. As the Lord of Villia Port, a prince of the kingdom of magnetic drums, and the future king, he had never endured such humiliation, one that could only be cleansed with blood. What terrified him most was that all the CP7 members sent by the celestial dragon Charos for his protection had perished. Even if those dogs were not slain by him, they had died guarding him, and he was at a loss for how to explain this calamity. In summary, that damned invisible enemy had brought in tremendous trouble. Without a doubt, the most prudent course of action was to capture this elusive foe and subject him to severe torment to quench his rage and provide a satisfactory explanation to the celestial dragons. Calm yourself, Gilbert, Regis interjected, his tone understanding yet firm. However, this task you have entrusted to us is no simple endeavor. If all goes as expected, the adversary is likely a transparent individual who has consumed the transparent fruit, granting him the ability to become invisible. Just contemplating this ability reveals the complexity of the situation. If we do not possess absolute certainty, provoking such an individual would lead to endless troubles. After all, many of us have families and friends. While the enemy may not overpower us, eliminating our loved ones is a rather effortless undertaking. As Gilbert grew weary of speaking, Regis remarked, glancing at Dars, whose previously relaxed demeanor had swiftly turned grave. Regis understood that Gilbert's plea to capture Baal, the transparent man, had dimmed. Having known Dars for many years, Regis was acutely aware of what mattered most to him. Dars was a doting father, and any threat to his daughter's safety would render him utterly unyielding. From Gilbert's account of the confrontation, it was evident that the transparent individual was exceptionally patient, adept at seizing opportunities, and quite skilled in swordsmanship. Moreover, the absence of spoken words from this mysterious figure indicated a meticulous and cautious nature, making his capture a daunting task. The true extent of the enemy's strength remained an enigma. Should he wield Haki, he would indeed pose a significant threat. As expected, Dars soon expressed his stance on the commission, unyieldingly blunt and devoid of pretense. Gilbert, I cannot comply with your request. Seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he hastily departed, opening the window and swiftly leaping into the night. And you, Regis? Will you also refuse me? Gilbert's countenance darkened further as he glared at Dars's retreating figure, muttering under his breath before fixing his bloodshot gaze upon Regis. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope flickered across Gilbert's face as he heard Regis's affirmative response. Of course not, Gilbert. I am not like Dars. I am a solitary man with no cherished daughter or attachments. Excellent. What do you desire? Money, power, or noble status? Gilbert exclaimed with fervor. He was well aware of the potential of observation Haki. Undeniably, it was the nemesis of that wretched, transparent man. If he could enlist the aid of someone possessing such remarkable powers, that individual would be rendered visible, ensuring his capture. Regis, the leader of the Regis gang, was precisely that individual. Money and power are indeed enticing, as is noble status. However, what I truly seek is research material on that deadly drug. Can you fulfill this request? Regis shook his head, producing a small pill from his pocket, grinning widely. Upon seeing the pill in Regis's hand, Gilbert's expression soured instantly, regarding the young gang leader with a perplexed gaze. Though younger than Dars, Regis, in his early 30s, donned a simple, thin floral shirt and trousers, eschewing the tailored suits favored by Dars and Ram. His youthful appearance was accentuated by a long beard and an extravagant yellow afro, complemented by 2 diamond-shaped red tattoos on his cheeks, creating a rather incongruous image. Despite his unconventional appearance, this man had, in just 3 years, forged the Regis gang from nothing, earning recognition among the city's various factions, a feat not easily accomplished. In recent years, the Regis gang's growth had stagnated, and tensions with the Ram and Dars gangs had adversely affected their standing, hinting at a potential decline. Yet, Regis, as the leader, seemed indifferent, rarely engaging with gang affairs. Instead mingling with the aristocracy of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, appearing eager to ascend into their ranks, and responding readily to their requests. Gilbert had assumed that this leader had abandoned his ambitions, but the current demand revealed that Regis had merely concealed his aspirations, which had only intensified over time. To Gilbert's astonishment, Regis now sought the very research materials that Gilbert had long kept under wraps regarding the deadly drug. Let us negotiate different terms, Regis. This will not suffice. Gilbert paused momentarily, his expression icy as he spoke. Since discovering the formidable drug known as the murderous potion on the black market 2 years prior, he had been striving to have his pharmaceutical team dismantle its technical barriers. To this end, he had expended vast amounts of wealth, investing no less than 100 billion berries in the endeavor. Now, he found himself tantalizingly close to producing the potion independently. His research team had identified a substitute for one of the 2 elusive ingredients that had remained unavailable on the market, while they had also made progress in discovering a replacement for the final ingredient. Had it not been for Valpo's untimely demise, which disrupted his plans, he would have proceeded to manufacture the potion en masse upon securing the substitute for the last ingredient, leveraging its power to seize control of the kingdom in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, the research data pertaining to the potion held immense value. He would never part with it unless absolutely necessary. "No, dear Mr. Gilbert, I insist on this," Regis replied, unperturbed by Gilbert's refusal. He maintained a patient demeanor, his tone imbued with an undeniable insistence. "Is that so? What a pity. I appreciate your accepting my invitation at such a late hour. But I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out." After enduring years of indignation, Gilbert had perfected the art of maintaining composure. Although he was exceedingly enraged by the events of the day, he had not succumbed to a state of blind fury. With his core interests at stake, he resolutely declined Regis's proposition once more. Regis, faced with yet another rejection and the dismissal from Gilbert, exhibited a slight change in his demeanor. His expression became inscrutable, his gaze somewhat frosty. He said nothing, merely casting a lingering look at Gilbert before reverting to his previous jovial facade and departing the room expeditiously. At such critical junctures, one could indeed find no reliable ally. How infuriating! Upon receiving word from a servant that Regis had left the castle, Gilbert slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of anger, gritting his teeth in frustration. The occurrences of the evening had incensed him beyond measure. Even if the Blizzard Legion were to successfully capture the pivotal city of Snowstorm City tonight, or annihilate the King's Second Legion, it would hardly bring him any joy. The realization that his most loyal bodyguard, Hodgson, was in fact an undercover agent sent by his brother, Gresham, to infiltrate his ranks for over a decade filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. The thought that he had narrowly survived on multiple occasions thanks to Hodgson's interventions only deepened the shame of having been manipulated by his own brother. In truth, Gilbert's fury stemmed more from Hodgson's betrayal than from being threatened by Ball. The latter was merely a convenient outlet for his rage. Had Hodgson not inadvertently consumed the serpent fruit, which rendered him unable to serve as Gilbert's personal guard and forced him to remain at the castle, Gilbert might have met his end at Hodgson's hands before the betrayal ever occurred. Presently, Gilbert felt an unsettling vulnerability. The once impregnable fortress now seemed a mere sieve, susceptible to infiltration by Gresham's lurking assassins at any moment. Hodgson had controlled this castle for 3 years, and Gilbert could scarcely believe that Gresham had not left behind some contingency plan. It was conceivable that the castle was rigged with explosives, poised to detonate at any moment. Naturally, Gilbert considered this possibility remote, for if Hodgson and his associates had intended to detonate it, they could have easily done so before meeting their demise, rather than waiting. Nonetheless, the castle was undoubtedly compromised, and until a thorough inspection was conducted, he could not remain there. Who can assist me?" Gilbert lamented, cradling his head in his hands, his brow furrowed with despair. After much contemplation, he retrieved an old telephone snail from his drawer. Staring at the device, he pondered for a long while until the image of Ball, the Logia-type devil fruit user, suddenly surfaced in his mind. With a resolute determination, he grasped the receiver and whispered, "You leave me no choice." Meanwhile, back at Regis's base, he was alone in a secret chamber, speaking into a communication device. It failed. That old man values the potion immensely. The unexpected pressure was insufficient. "Understood. Your next task is to investigate the transparent man. According to intelligence analysis, he hails from the West Sea and likely arrived in the Grand Line not long ago, probably lacking Haki." In the next moment, the telephone snail emitted a voice that was nearly devoid of emotion. An hour later, within Ram's chamber at Ram's base, a gust of wind and snow swept through the open window, swiftly coalescing into a figure resembling Ball, before transforming into the corporeal form of Ball himself. "Boss, I have arrived." After Ball concluded the process of elementalization, he promptly approached and closed the window, and then, with utmost decorum, performed a respectful bow before Ram. Addressing him with deference, "You have arrived. Please take a seat." there is no need for formality. Observing this, Ram, who was leisurely puffing on a cigar, smiled slightly and gestured downward with one hand, inviting Ball to sit. Given Ram's gracious invitation, Ball did not hesitate, swiftly settling onto a sofa in the room, maintaining a posture that remained upright and composed. The reason I summoned you this late is that someone has expressed a desire for your assistance. Once Ball was seated, Ram took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a lengthy cloud of smoke before elucidating the purpose of Ball's late-night visit. He then turned his attention to a small telephone bug on the table and said, "Mr. Gilbert, you may now speak." As Ball entered, he immediately noticed the telephone bug on the table engaged in a conversation. Upon hearing Ram's words, his gaze swiftly shifted to the telephone bug. In the next moment, the bug emitted the voice of Gilbert. "Hello, Mr. Ball, this is Gilbert. I wish to propose a transaction. It turned out to be the Lord of the City. My apologies for the oversight. However, I fail to comprehend why the esteemed Lord would choose such a method for conducting business. If it is indeed a transaction, you could simply invite me into your castle for a face-to-face discussion." Upon hearing Gilbert's voice, Ball displayed a moment of surprise and expressed his confusion. "This is a peculiar situation. I am compelled by circumstance. Tonight, I encountered an assassin, one endowed with the ability to render himself invisible. Not only did he slay a member of CP7, sent by the esteemed celestial dragons to protect me, but he also extorted a substantial sum of wealth from me. I am certain that this individual is exceedingly greedy and will not simply relent. That wretched man will undoubtedly attempt to threaten me a second time. Thus, I require the protection of a powerful individual skilled in observation Haki. Initially, I intended to seek assistance from Mr. Ram or Mr. Reggie, but regrettably, they are both unavailable to aid me at present. Ultimately, they recommended you, stating that you possess the same mastery of observation Haki. I earnestly hope, Mr. Ball, that you could extend your support, if you are able to assist me, in his moment of desperation concerning his very life and fortune." Gilbert felt compelled to adopt a congenial demeanor to engage in dialogue with Ball, a foreigner he intrinsically detested. He succinctly elucidated the situation to Ball concurrently. Gilbert was quite pleased with Ball's demeanor. This was indeed his first conversation with the newcomer from the Ram gang, and he found Ball to be remarkably polite, employing respectful language, in stark contrast to the boorish conduct of typical gangsters. As Ball listened to Gilbert's explanation, he feigned a look of realization while secretly reveling in amusement. It was evident to him that Gilbert had suffered setbacks at the hands of Das and Regis, and in desperation had turned to seek assistance from Ram. However, given that Ram and Lay were esteemed members of the Sky Pirate crew, it was implausible that they would consent to serve as bodyguards for someone as ineffectual as Gilbert. Ultimately, after numerous twists and turns, this task had unexpectedly fallen to him, who possessed the same ability to perceive the color of observation. If Gilbert were to discover that his current actions were akin to a thief calling out to apprehend another thief, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spiraling into a frenzy. Regarding the troubles Gilbert encountered tonight, I had also heard whispers. The transparent individual was indeed quite troublesome. If such a being could not be dealt with in one fell swoop, it would surely lead to endless complications. Mr. Gilbert, if I understand correctly, you intend to commission me to capture this transparent individual. Regrettably, I must decline this task, as I too have my own concerns and cannot gamble with the lives of others. After listening to Gilbert's words, Ball's expression turned grave. He pondered for a moment before decisively rejecting Gilbert's request. Receiving yet another refusal from Ball left Gilbert in silence, his heart seething with anger. This marked the 5th consecutive rejection he had endured, and as a prince of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, with a victorious army at his command, he found it utterly infuriating that he was unable to compel Ball and his associates to yield even slightly. Yet he was acutely aware that provoking them was not an option, and this left him feeling deeply frustrated. How detestable it was, he thought, that such formidable individuals existed in the world. In his view, the root of the world's chaos lay in the sheer number of monstrous beings like Ball, who possessed great personal strength and disregarded the noble lineage of rulers like himself. They recklessly dismantled the order and rules established by those in power, contributing to the rampant disorder that plagued the realm. Fortunately, these monsters were still flesh and blood beings, endowed with emotions, friendships, and the capacity for thought. They could be influenced and guided, allowing rulers like him to maintain a tenuous grip on them, preventing the world from descending into complete anarchy. Thus, Gilbert understood the rejections from Das and Ball, feeling a measure of relief in knowing they had attachments, indications that they could be controlled and influenced, which was reassuring. Why did Ball refuse Regis' demands without hesitation? On one hand, The research data on the deadly drug held immense value, but on the other, Ball recognized Regis as a monstrous entity devoid of any reins of control. Such beings were the most perilous, should he grant Regis access to the data. It would not be long before he faced a far greater crisis. What a pity, he mused. It must be this way. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger and striving to maintain a facade of friendliness. I apologize for interrupting your rest, he said softly. Wait a moment, Mr. Gilbert, Ball interjected. I can actually agree to your request, but one of the conditions is that you meet the transparent one's demands. To be honest, for someone as wealthy as you, the cost of fulfilling that request should be negligible. Your only concern seems to be that this transparent individual will return to extort you again, correct? Consider this from a broader perspective, my lord. If you fulfill the transparent one's demands, you can lower his guard. Should he dare to threaten you again with my presence, I will undoubtedly be able to apprehend him. At that point, you would have no further worries and could vent your frustrations. Just as Gilbert was about to hang up, Ball's voice halted him, illuminating his previously clouded mood. Indeed, how did I overlook this? The mind of youth is truly sharp. I was blinded by anger and failed to consider this viable solution. If we can capture this wretched transparent one and provide the celestial dragons with an explanation, shedding a little blood would be worth it. Gilbert felt as if he had been awakened by Ball, his anger subsiding as his mind resumed its usual swift assessment of the situation's pros and cons. 2 billion berries. 1 bird fruit. The release of a mermaid slave. To Gilbert, the first two demands were not particularly daunting, aside from the last. The 2 billion berries could be easily recouped within a week or two through the sale of healing potions and taxes once the docks returned to their former state. As for the bird fruit, he could easily enlist Doflamingo's help. As long as he offered enough berries, he had no doubt he could procure it from the greedy man. It was the mermaid slave that posed a challenge for him. He had expended a great deal of effort to acquire her from the Sabati archipelago, and the cost of transporting her had far exceeded her purchase price. Moreover, he had developed a genuine affection for the mermaid. His wealth had grown so vast that it felt like mere numbers to him. What he truly craved now were power, fame, and intellectual gratification. Possessing this mermaid would elevate him among the aristocracy of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, granting him immense prestige. Now, that insufferable transparent individual had the audacity to demand her release, threatening to strip him of his dignity. It felt like a grave insult. In that moment, Gilbert, who regarded wealth merely as numbers, found himself wavering. As Ball did not hang up the phone and remained unresponsive for a prolonged period, he exhibited no urgency, patiently awaiting Gilbert's reply, firmly believing that Gilbert would ultimately make the right decision. Meanwhile, Ram regarded Ball with a sense of complexity, realizing that his understanding of Ball was rather superficial. He had initially assumed that Ball would decline Gilbert's commission, considering it to be an immense hassle. After all, the capabilities of the transparent man were uncertain, and recklessly accepting such a task posed significant risks to himself and those around him. To his surprise, Ball boldly accepted the challenge and proposed an astute plan. Such audacity was remarkable. Seizing opportunities with courage was indeed the hallmark of youth. Ram reflected with a heavy heart that he and Reggie had ultimately aged, having lost their former sharpness. Opportunities and crises coexist. Although Gilbert's task was exceedingly troublesome, should Ball manage to resolve it, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. For instance, his influence at the port of Villia would certainly solidify, and he might even glimpse the newly acquired territory of Frost City that Gilbert had just conquered. What are your demands? Gilbert finally inquired after a lengthy pause. It was evident that he prioritized his own survival above all else. Upon hearing Gilbert's words, Ball immediately discerned that the other party had acquiesced to the initial condition he had proposed. When it came to the matter of his own safety, this prince hailing from the esteemed kingdom of magnetic drums made a choice that was profoundly genuine. Consequently, Ball found himself in a position to reap the benefits from this extraordinarily plump lamb. Gilbert, not just once, but twice. Such was the delight of a double reward. What demands? As Gilbert hesitated, Ball was also contemplating what advantageous terms he could extract from Gilbert, firmly believing that Gilbert would embrace his suggestions. As anticipated, Gilbert agreed. Thus, it was now time for Ball to make his bold demands. Ball pondered what he currently lacked, and two things promptly sprang to mind: wealth and talent. Wealth, indeed, is something that one can never have in excess. Although he had recently extorted a staggering 2 billion Bailey from Gilbert under the guise of the Invisible Man, he surmised that such funds would swiftly vanish when it came to expanding his influence. As for talent, the likelihood of discovering capable individuals from the slums remains exceedingly low. During this period, he had indeed gathered several subordinates of considerable strength, yet none possessed the multifaceted abilities of a person like Barfina. They were predominantly rough individuals, largely illiterate, and primarily relied on brute force to resolve conflicts. Consequently, he found himself compelled to recruit some non-combatant clerks to manage affairs within his territory. He even contemplated personally cultivating a cadre of individuals who were intelligent, capable of combat, and loyal to the organization. However, for the time being, Ball could address these two needs through his own efforts, deeming it less than optimal to pursue them at this moment. Instead, he resolved to procure a precious treasure that could only be conferred upon him by Gilbert, the prince, namely, a legitimate territory. "What? You desire Rock Island?" Gilbert inquired gravely from within the Lord's castle. Rock Island, a small isle covering merely several thousand square kilometers, is situated near Magnetic Drum Island and can be reached from Villia Port in approximately half a day's time. Like Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Rock Island is a winter isle, offering little aside from boreal forests and a few ferocious beasts. Although this island is still nominally part of Magnetic Drum Kingdom, it has long been rendered effectively defunct since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, as its isolation made it difficult for the official forces of Magnetic Drum Kingdom to provide protection. Consequently, it has transformed into a haven for pirates, becoming a lawless expanse. "Indeed, I desire this island, and I hope that Mr. Gilbert can part with it." Ball responded in an affirmative tone. "The place has long been occupied by pirates. What do you intend to do there? If you desire it, why not simply seize it from the pirates? Given your current strength, it should not be insurmountable." Gilbert retorted coldly. Although Rock Island has now transformed into a lawless territory beyond his jurisdiction and is not particularly valuable, it remains, in name, his domain. As a member of the royal family, Gilbert possesses a profound sense of territoriality. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never consider relinquishing his lands. Seizing it? Such a crude and straightforward approach had indeed crossed Ball's mind. Yet he understood that a territory acquired in such a manner could never be truly claimed as his own. At least not at this moment. This was due to the absence of a protective layer, one substantial enough to deter the Navy from launching an offensive. The occupation of Rock Island by pirates is not a recent development. Its advantageous geographical position near the main maritime routes has attracted numerous ambitious pirate crews seeking to establish their bases, only to ultimately meet their demise at the hands of the encroaching Navy. The Navy's stance is clear. While they permit pirates to exist as a motley crew of maritime vagabonds, any attempt to establish territorial claims is utterly intolerable, and they will eliminate any such efforts with resolute force. Although Ball is not a pirate, he currently finds himself entangled in the world of organized crime, which renders him no more virtuous in the eyes of the Navy. Had he not secured Mr. Gilbert's acknowledgement of ceding Rock Island, even if he were to seize it successfully, he would undoubtedly invite the wrath of the Navy. Acquiring something through dubious means ultimately lacks legitimacy and brings no reward. Hence the necessity for Mr. Gilbert's reluctant concession. "Mr. Gilbert, surely you would not be so unwilling, would you? You have just mentioned that this island has long been occupied by pirates, and over the years you have shown it little regard. Thus, it should not be so dear to you." Upon hearing Mr. Gilbert's words, Ball immediately responded with a tone of bewilderment. However, Mr. Gilbert remained steadfast in his refusal to entertain the notion of ceding his territory, responding with unwavering firmness. There is no need for such futile discussions. I, Gilbert, shall never relinquish my land. Moreover, you are not even of noble birth. You possess no legitimate claim to acquire territory. Let us speak of something else." It was unexpected that this selfish old man would maintain such obstinacy. Ball had assumed he would readily agree. Furthermore, it was evident that this individual was profoundly influenced by the culture of the celestial dragons, exhibiting a strong sense of class consciousness. Deep down, he surely could not abide the thought of commoners possessing land. Indeed, to genuinely obtain territory, one must pursue legitimate avenues. Upon witnessing this, Ball's smile gradually faded, and he cast a cold gaze upon the phone bug before him, inwardly cursing. Nevertheless, he chose not to concede. Instead, he maintained silence to apply pressure on Gilbert. In this transaction, he was not the one at a disadvantage. It was Gilbert who found himself in that position. Ball aimed to create a suitable amount of pressure on Gilbert, making it easier for the latter to accept the new terms he was about to propose. As Gilbert rejected Ball's demands, Ball remained silent, and the atmosphere of their dialogue swiftly grew tense. Gradually, seconds turned into minutes, with neither party willing to break the silence. evidently using their quietude to convey their unwavering resolve. It appeared that this negotiation was destined to conclude on an unsatisfactory note. Very well, Mr. Gilbert, you have triumphed. If Rock Island chooses not to acquiesce, so be it. It is of little consequence. I shall adjust my request, and I sincerely hope you will not refuse me again. Ball, sensing that he had exerted sufficient pressure on Gilbert, willingly took a step back, expressing a tone of resigned acceptance. Upon witnessing Ball's voluntary concession, Gilbert felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Truthfully, he had been on the verge of succumbing to the mounting pressure. After all, enlisting Ball's assistance was a matter of life and death for him. Should he allow his momentary stubbornness to jeopardize his very existence, it would undoubtedly be a grave miscalculation. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of fear, recognizing the folly in his insistence. Without life, nothing else mattered. An island held little value. As long as it did not involve ceding territory, he would acquiesce to any terms he could feasibly meet, assuredly vowing not to refuse any request. With Ball's gracious concession, Gilbert's spirits lifted, and he promptly responded with a cheerful promise. Upon hearing this, Ball's face immediately broke into a faint smile, and he slowly articulated his newly proposed terms. Since you are unwilling to transfer ownership of Rock Island to me, I shall not be impolite. Please, would you consider temporarily leasing Rock Island to me? The duration of the lease would be a mere 10 years. Gilbert was momentarily taken aback by Ball's new proposition, but his expression soon turned serious as he instinctively began to weigh the benefits and drawbacks, pondering the true intentions behind Ball's request. Compared to relinquishing ownership, Ball's suggestion of a lease was undoubtedly more palatable, for it meant that the ownership of Rock Island would still belong to him, albeit temporarily. Furthermore, 10 years was a manageable wait for someone of his 47 years. With Ball, a wielder of the natural type devil fruit, safeguarding the island, order could be restored, and the economy could thrive once again. Given Ball's demonstrated managerial skills in the slums, it was reasonable to believe he could similarly bring order and prosperity to Rock Island. In 10 years' time, Gilbert could reap the rewards of his decision. However, he was acutely aware that after a decade, Rock Island would likely become the stronghold of Ball and the Ram Gang, with Ball undoubtedly becoming significantly more powerful. The challenge of reclaiming the island would be considerable, and he might need to nurture a new gang on the island to maintain control. Yet, Gilbert felt no trepidation about recovering Rock Island, for he had the backing of the world government and the Navy. No matter how formidable Ball became, could he truly rival the ferocity of the Navy? As for Ball's ulterior motives, they seemed clear: to expand his own influence while providing an escape route for the Ram Gang. From this perspective, trading the temporary lease of a seemingly inconsequential island for Ball's assistance and the potential for a prosperous territory was undeniably advantageous for Gilbert. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, thinking several steps ahead. Ball had not spoken for a long time, and in his heart, he gained a deeper understanding of Gilbert's cunning nature. He was certainly not an easy person to deceive, while he may not possess exceptional personal strength. He was remarkably astute and adept at leveraging the advantages of his own status to further his interests. He was a master strategist, not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Ram reflected on his astute judgment. Being a seasoned individual, he could easily discern Bale's intention to acquire Rock Island. This endeavor was undoubtedly aimed at enhancing his personal power. Yet Ball was currently a member of the Ram Gang, which also had the potential to establish a foothold on Rock Island. In the future, when he and Reggie were no longer around, even if Ball found himself unable to contend with Das and Regis, he could retreat to Rock Island, ensuring the survival of the Ram Gang. Very well, I accept your terms, Ball finally stated. After 2 or 3 more minutes, Gilbert felt he had fully grasped the intricacies of the situation and Bale's intentions, and he smiled at Ball, saying, upon receiving Gilbert's definitive response, Ball felt an immense weight lift from his heart, and a subtle smile of joy emerged on his otherwise impassive face. He realized that, from that moment onward, he had finally acquired a territory that truly belonged to him, a realm not affiliated with the Ram Gang, entirely his own, and he need not fear hostility from the world government or the Navy, for it was completely legitimate. Although this legitimate claim would last only a decade, the uncertainty of what could transpire during those 10 years was anyone's guess. Thank you, my lord, Ball replied swiftly. Rest assured, I shall diligently safeguard you. With the agreement reached, they proceeded to discuss some minor details of the transaction, such as the appropriate duration of protection. Naturally, Gilbert desired the longest possible term, ideally. He wished for Ball, a user of the natural type devil fruit, to provide protection indefinitely. However, He understood this was unattainable and thus engaged Ball in negotiations to secure the maximum duration feasible. In these times of war, both parties would undoubtedly employ assassins to eliminate each other's leaders. Having Ball, a master of observation Haki, by his side would significantly enhance his safety. Having recently endured a harrowing assassination attempt, Gilbert was eager to ensure his security, and with Ball's agreement, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Ultimately, Gilbert managed to negotiate a rental agreement for Rock Island, extending the term to 15 years along with a salary of 100 million berries per month, securing Ball's protection for 1 year. Gilbert anticipated that a year would be sufficient to defeat Gresham and gain control of the entire Drum Kingdom, at which point, as king, he could request a master of observation Haki from the world government to ensure his protection. Ball also made a modest request that their arrangement remain confidential. His reasoning was sound. He wished to avoid incurring the ire of the transparent man. Although Gilbert was somewhat reluctant, unable to publicly present Ball as an ally, he ultimately understood and acquiesced to this minor request. Ha ha ha, transparent man, and my dear brother Gresham, just wait and see. I shall give you a show to remember. In the Lord's castle, with Ball's commitment to protect him secured, Gilbert felt a wave of relief wash over him. With newfound security, he regained his usual robust confidence and laughed heartily. Having returned from outside and feeling famished, he promptly ordered a sumptuous meal from the kitchen. Lord Ram. Regarding Rock Island. I trust you are already aware that this island will serve as one of our Ram Gang's future retreats and a pivotal point for us to reap substantial profits during this civil war. I seek your assistance. Meanwhile, having concluded his negotiations with Gilbert, Ball rose and respectfully addressed Ram. The geographical position of Rock Island assured that, if well developed, it would become a veritable treasure. Ball desired to claim this treasure for himself, yet he understood the challenges involved, as he was the sole formidable force within his faction. Therefore, to smoothly seize control of Rock Island, he sought the support of the Ram Gang. This would initiate yet another exchange of interests. But it was certain that in due time, the Ram Gang would fall under his dominion, alleviating any concerns about potential negative impacts on Rock Island's development. Not a problem. Rock Island is yours, and consequently ours in the Ram Gang. I shall certainly assist you. Ram, pleased with Ball's willingness to share the benefits of Rock Island, nodded with a smile. However, he seemed to recollect something and, somewhat bashfully, added, as for financial matters, the gang cannot provide substantial assistance at this time, but regarding personnel, that is entirely feasible. You may select anyone you wish, apart from the core members. No money. Ball swiftly grasped the significance of Ram's recent statement, prompting a pressing question in his mind. Where had the funds of the Ram Gang vanished? Being a member of the Ram Gang, he was acutely aware of the vast enterprises the gang possessed at the port of Valia and their formidable capacity for generating wealth. Prior to the outbreak of civil war, the Ram Gang effortlessly amassed tens of millions of burly and protection fees each month, not to mention the numerous profitable ventures they owned within their territory. Moreover, the Ram Gang commanded a substantial share of the pharmaceutical market in the Kingdom of Magdu, which was rife with exorbitant profits, even accounting for the gang's considerable expenses. Their monthly surplus profit still amounted to a staggering 700 to 800 million burly. Given such substantial earnings, it was perplexing that the leader of the Ram Gang claimed to be devoid of funds, and he did not appear to be lying. This was indeed a matter of considerable gravity. However, as long as there were individuals involved, there was still hope. Ball wisely refrained from directly questioning Ram about the matter, instead offering his respectful remarks. Subsequently, the two seamlessly shifted the topic, engaging in light conversation until Ball dissipated like a gust of snowstorm, vanishing from the room. Magnetic Drum Island boasts towering peaks resembling colossal drums, situated at the heart of the island. These imposing summits soar to heights of several thousand meters and, due to their drum-like shape, are remarkably steep and nearly vertical. Coupled with the island's perennial snowfall, the peaks are cloaked in a thick blanket of pristine snow, often buffeted by fierce winds and blizzards. Such harsh conditions deter many who aspire to ascend these majestic heights. Presently, a young man clad in scant attire is rapidly scaling one of the drum-like peaks at the port of Vilia. He possesses no tools and astonishingly ascends not with his hands, but solely with his bare feet. With his arms crossed behind him, he maintains a vertical stance against the rock face, relying entirely on the strength of his waist and legs to climb. The most strenuous aspect of this endeavor lies in the two bare feet, which serve as his sole pivot. His entire weight presses down upon them, causing his leg muscles to tense, revealing prominent veins. The rock walls of the peak, weathered by relentless storms, possess a hardness akin to steel. Yet, Under the young man's unexpectedly darkened toes, they yield like tofu, allowing him to easily find purchase. With remarkable agility, he deftly navigates the mountain face, utilizing his exceptional core and leg strength to ascend rapidly, as if running along the sheer wall. His stamina is indeed extraordinary. In just a matter of minutes, he ascends to the halfway mark of this towering peak, which exceeds 6,000 meters in altitude. However, as the elevation increases, the air thins, and combined with low temperatures, the physical exertion required in such harsh conditions escalates dramatically. Consequently, upon reaching the midpoint, the young man is drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and compelled to pause momentarily. Yet, astonishingly, after merely 2 or 3 minutes, his vitality appears fully restored. Once again, he resumes his ascent at an astounding pace, ultimately reaching the summit in one continuous effort. The pinnacle, a realm of ice and snow, houses a magnificent castle, the domain of Gilbert. The king of the magnetic drum kingdom resides atop the highest peak, a grand fortress that signifies the utmost status within the realm. Unable to claim that castle as his own, Gilbert expended considerable resources to construct a similar fortress on a drum peak near Port Villa within his territory. While the design mirrors that of the king's castle, the only discernible difference lies in the lesser height of the peak beneath it. Regardless, Gilbert's ambition is unmistakable. The seeds of civil strife have been sown through his lavish expenditure on this edifice. Upon the young man's arrival at the summit, a group of individuals awaited him. Their gazes filled with awe as they beheld his remarkable ascent. They presented him with an abundance of steaming food. Without hesitation, the young man seized a piece of roasted sea beast meat, larger than his own head, and devoured it in mere moments. Yet his stomach showed no signs of expansion. In no time, he consumed a quantity of food vastly exceeding his own size, yet his abdomen remained unchanged, as if the sustenance had been digested instantaneously. This prodigious appetite and extraordinary digestive capacity led the onlookers to regard him as a creature cloaked in human form. Although they had repeatedly offered him food, each encounter left them in stunned admiration. The mountain winds were fierce, biting cold, and felt like daggers against the skin. Yet, the young man, seemingly unfazed by the chilling gusts, gazed serenely at the landscape from the summit, observing the distant, dark sea. In a manner incomprehensible to ordinary men, he rapidly regained his depleted strength. Soon, his previously pallid complexion regained its rosy hue, indicating his vitality was nearly restored. Then, under the watchful eyes of those around him, he leaped from the edge of the 6,000-meter peak, unperturbed. During his free fall, his legs began to move as if pedaling a bicycle, propelling him forward even as he descended. Should anyone dare to follow in his reckless leap, they would be astounded to witness him gliding through the air, unexpectedly advancing in the direction of his feet. Despite his continued descent, the descent from such a height, influenced by air resistance, required time before reaching the ground. After 2 or 3 minutes of free fall, the young man caught sight of the ground below. As he braced for the impending disaster of his audacious leap, a remarkable scene unfolded. He shattered into a cascade of snow, evading a gruesome fate. In an instant, some of the snow, as if imbued with life, swiftly gathered and molded itself into the shape of the young man, who reappeared unscathed. Another attempt had failed. Mastering the moonwalk through unconventional means proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, after scaling the mountains and leaping from cliffs countless times, he had begun to grasp the sensation. Though it was evident that his leg strength still fell short, Varl exhaled deeply, releasing the tension as he transformed back from his elemental state, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. He then settled onto the snow-covered ground, harnessing the power of the gulp-gulp fruit to consume some nutrient-rich food stored in a separate dimension, rapidly replenishing his energy. During this process, he instinctively activated his observation Haki to survey his surroundings, finding nothing of particular concern before deactivating it. Once he felt sufficiently revitalized, he resumed his ascent. However, unlike his previous ascent where he relied solely on climbing with his feet, he now invoked the powers of the snow fruit, crafting a spiraling snow path that wound up the magnetic drum peak from its base. This path was not merely illusory, it possessed a solidity akin to steel, capable of supporting several individuals simultaneously. It was evident that utilizing the snow fruit for climbing was more exhausting than mere foot climbing. After reaching an altitude of over 1,000 meters, Varl found himself breathless and had to pause for rest, consuming more food from the alternate space to regain his strength. Half an hour later, Varl was unable to reach the summit using the spiraling snow path. Upon reaching the middle of the mountain, the path beneath him could no longer withstand the weight and collapsed, causing him to plummet from a great height. Throughout this ordeal, he did not neglect to practice his moonwalk technique, mimicking the motion of pedaling a bicycle. With a thud, Barl struck the ground, shattering into a pile of snow. In a brief moment, Barl reappeared, restored to his former state. He retrieved a snail phone from his belongings and instructed those at the summit to prepare food. Subsequently, he attempted to climb using his feet once more. Approximately half an hour later, he successfully reached the peak through traditional climbing methods and received a substantial amount of food from those waiting at the summit to replenish his energy and augment the food reserves within the realm of the gulp-gulp fruit. Lord Barl, Lord Gilbert requests your presence, announced what? A respectful attendant to Gilbert as Barl finished his meal. Since consuming the potent medicine last time, the Zoan-type devil fruit user, who could transform into a goat, had aged considerably. Once a middle-aged man with a full head of black hair, he now had a significant amount of white hair, and his brow bore numerous wrinkles, aging him by nearly a decade. This clearly illustrated the considerable side effects of the potent medicine at this stage, far more severe than they would be after a decade. Do you understand what this entails? Ball exhibited remarkable courtesy, nodding and responding with a smile. What, unable to conceal the truth from Ball, had come to fully comprehend the sheer terror of the young man's prowess. The mere fact that he could ascend a towering magnetic drum peak, standing over 6,000 meters tall, left what feeling inadequate, fostering within him a profound sense of admiration and reverence. Consequently, he promptly divulged the information he possessed. There had been developments regarding the bird fruit. At last, there were signs of progress. It seemed the time for the transaction was drawing near. Upon receiving the news, Ball expressed his astonishment, a joyful smile gracing his face. Indeed, if Lord Ball could capture that wretched invisible man at that time, it would spare him considerable toil. Seizing the opportunity, What attempted to flatter, donning an expression of shared enmity, completely oblivious to the fact that his previous words had inadvertently struck a discordant note. Ball, upon hearing What's words, nearly smiled without uttering a sound. He then turned to gaze at the distant, magnificent harbor city, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. 2 months had swiftly elapsed since Ball and Gilbert concluded their clandestine transaction, and now it was June of the year 1508 in the sea-round calendar. During these past 2 months, Ball had dedicated himself to 4 primary pursuits, enhancing his physical strength, augmenting both the quantity and technique of his armed color Haki, developing the powers of the snow fruit, and mastering the moonwalk technique. To efficiently achieve these objectives and fulfill his agreement with Gilbert, he resolved to undertake the extreme sport of rock climbing on a colossal magnetic drum peak, a pursuit that would significantly boost his physical prowess. Aside from the essential training in the 9 serpent's body refinement technique and swordsmanship, he devoted the remainder of his training time to rock climbing. In his previous life, Ball remembered the description of moonwalk from the internet. It is one of the techniques derived from the Navy's 6 styles, akin to the martial art of treading the clouds. By exerting powerful foot strength upon the air, one generates a formidable force of suspension, allowing them to traverse the skies as if ascending stairs, albeit without the capability to linger aloft for extended periods. In the animation, the owl from CP9 elucidated the principle of moonwalk as a technique that involves multiple, rapid footfalls on the ground or in the air to gain propulsion for levitation and movement. Undoubtedly, to master the principle as articulated by the owl, the practitioner must possess considerable foot strength. Furthermore, to learn moonwalk, one must first master the technique of shave. Consequently, Ball opted to engage in rock climbing, an extreme sport that would enhance his physical endurance and strengthen his legs. Additionally, upon reaching the summit, he could leap down to practice moonwalk, untroubled by the prospect of injury due to the elemental capabilities of his snow fruit. During this foot-centric climbing endeavor, he simultaneously trained his armament Haki, achieving multiple objectives. The enhancement of armament Haki differs from that of observation Haki. The latter necessitates usage in moments of peril for swift improvement, while the former can be developed through consistent daily training, akin to the gradual enhancement of physical prowess through diligence. As for the development of the snow fruit, Ball focused his efforts around the majestic magnetic drum mountain, tirelessly expending energy to create snow pathways and striving to perfect the shaping and fortification of these spiral snow routes. Beyond this, he also sought combat with the ferocious beasts dwelling beneath the snow-capped peaks, such as the aggressively formidable giant rabbits in the vast wolf packs. Moreover, he immersed himself in the raw power of snow amidst the frigid wilderness. After 2 months of rigorous, monk-like training, Ball's strength saw significant improvement, with the most notable changes manifesting in 3 aspects of his physical attributes, all having successfully surpassed the threshold of 40. His stamina reached 45 points, while his strength attained 43 points. Notably, the focus on enhancing his foot strength led to his agility surpassing his strength, achieving an equal measure of 45 points. The volume of his armament Haki also saw commendable advancement. Initially, he could only cover a fraction of his fist, but now he is capable of enveloping his entire hand and fortifying a complete blade with armament Haki. The development of the snow fruit has been equally impressive thus far. Ball has learned to mold the snow produced by the fruit into a substance comparable to steel and has devised 6 distinct application techniques. The first of these is named Snow Prison. Ball utilized the snow he conjured to instantaneously create a solid equilateral triangular prison, thereby ensnaring his foes. Should his adversaries fail to shatter the cage within a brief span, they would meet their demise either through freezing or suffocation. This idea was inspired by the avalanches he had witnessed. The second variant is known as the Snow-Armored Warrior. Using the snow he has conjured, Ball creates an exquisite suit of armor that boasts remarkable defensive capabilities while remaining remarkably lightweight. Amidst the frigid landscape, this armor also possesses exceptional camouflage abilities, inspired by the unique snow-melting techniques of the Magnet Drum Kingdom. The third manifestation is known as the Snow Beast. Using the snow he has conjured, Ball has sculpted one or more adult snow Laban. This creation stems from Ball's extensive combat experience with the Laban species, allowing him to fully comprehend their attack patterns. The controllable snow beasts he has fashioned not only possess strength surpassing that of an adult Laban, but are also impervious to blades and firearms. In addition to the snow Laban, Ball is well versed in the tactics of wolf packs, enabling him to summon a dozen or more snow wolves to aid in battle. The fourth technique is known as Showdown. Ball utilizes the snow he has created to form a snowy environment, allowing him to expend a certain amount of energy to instantaneously execute elemental displacement within this setting. This technique, known as the fifth art of Snow Tiger's freedom, was developed when Ball discovered that his elemental body could seamlessly interchange with the snow he produced. Ball transforms into a tempest of snow, where each snowflake momentarily becomes his eyes and ears. Coupled with his observation Haki, this significantly enhances his reconnaissance capabilities. This is an application he developed, utilizing the snow he conjures to perceive his surroundings. The sixth technique is called Blizzard. This formidable move is a powerful technique he acquired by observing Monet, the user of the snow fruit, in an animated portrayal. This technique requires a certain period of accumulation. It begins with gathering a substantial amount of cold air within himself, which is then expelled as an ultra-low temperature wind composed of snow. As this frigid wind spirals and converges at high speeds, it culminates in an expansive snow tornado. Ball can also take advantage of the opportunity to conceal himself within the snow tornado, subsequently seeking a chance for a decisive strike. In addition to the development of the snow fruit, significant progress has also been made with the development of the swallow fruit. Since the snow fruit is an ability released through the utilization of the swallow fruit, the process of developing the snow fruit is, in essence, a further enhancement of Ball's mastery over the swallow fruit. Thus far, Ball has undoubtedly achieved the highest level of development with the abilities of fusion and devouring. The former allows Ball to temporarily merge entities from other dimensions, thereby acquiring the capabilities of the fused object, while the latter enables him to consume any material. With the advancement of these two abilities, Ball has successfully managed to wield the powers of 2 different devil fruits simultaneously or utilize other capabilities of the swallow fruit while harnessing one devil fruit's power, albeit at a substantially increased cost to his stamina, limiting the duration of such exertions. Furthermore, Ball has progressed to a point where he can execute his devouring ability not solely through his mouth. He can now absorb various energy attacks unleashed by his foes using his transformed hands. For instance, flames, sword chi, shockwaves, and more can be consumed. However, the prerequisite for such consumption is that the spatial dimension within Ball must be sufficiently expansive to accommodate these energy attacks. The energy attacks stored within this spatial dimension can be neutralized through his digestive ability or released back at his adversaries through his hands, accompanied by his devoted bodyguard. Ball effortlessly traverses the corridors of the castle, which are heavily guarded, arriving at an opulently decorated chamber at the castle's pinnacle. "Mr. Ball, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Please take a seat," Gilbert exclaims, rising from his chair with a smile upon seeing Ball. The strong invariably command respect. And despite Gilbert's self-proclaimed nobility, after witnessing Ball's extraordinary training regimen over the past 2 months, he cannot help but acknowledge Ball as one of the few superlative powers within the Port of Villia. Additionally, Ball's diligent efforts in aiding Gilbert to uncover the royal army's undercover assassins have softened Gilbert's perception of him, rendering him less disagreeable in his eyes. Fu. You have finally arrived. I was just mentioning you, Ball. The snow fruit I gifted you is quite remarkable, isn't it? Before Ball could respond, an enchanting laughter emanates from a telephone bug upon Gilbert's desk. Doflamingo. Upon hearing that haunting laughter, Ball recognized it instantly as the sound of a flamingo consumed by anarchistic thoughts. Responding with a cold detachment, he remarked, "It's quite functional for my purposes, however. I must remind you that this is not a gift from you, but rather an acquisition made by our lamb gang from your captives. You little rascal. What are you saying? How dare a mere underling of a gang speak to the young master in such a tone? Do not presume that possessing the powers of the nature-type devil fruit renders you formidable. You are merely a worthless individual who cannot even wield armament Haki." In the next moment, a shrill voice interjected before Doflamingo could respond, brimming with agitation and fury. Pika. Ball swiftly recognized the owner of the voice. Dismissing the words of Pika, the user of the stone fruit, with a sense of disdain. He found no need to reveal his current strength merely to respond to a brash fool. What's wrong? Lost for words? Remember this. Young one, when addressing the young master, you must use respectful language. Otherwise, I, Pika, will ensure you regret it. Also, you return and inform that wretched old man Ram that I will settle the score with him sooner or later. Seeing Bale's silence, Pika mistakenly assumed he was feeling guilty and seized the opportunity to berate him, launching into a tirade filled with threats emanating from his peculiar voice. For Pika, the magnetic drum kingdom was a place of sorrow. He loathed Ram, and by extension, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ball, a member of Ram's crew who had consumed the snow fruit. Over the past 2 months, Pika had been mired in regret, relentlessly training himself with a vow to return to the port of Villia and reclaim his honor. However, certain unspoken thoughts had been weighing heavily on his heart, and now, having found Ball, a seemingly soft target, he resolved to unburden himself entirely. Doflamingo, indifferent to the unfolding drama, allowed Pika to continue his tirade, clearly unconcerned about using Ball, his adversary, as a means for his subordinate to vent his pent-up frustrations. Suddenly, a laugh that Pika found exceedingly grating interrupted his monologue. He then heard Bale's voice, laced with amusement, emanating from the transponder snail. "Hey there, big guy. I remember you. How about you just keep quiet, all right? Just thinking of your appearance and then hearing your voice is simply hilarious." Ball has never been known for his amiable temperament. When confronted by those who pose a threat to his very existence, he may feign deference. However, what is Pika but a reckless fool? He would not indulge such a character but would instead seize upon their vulnerabilities to retaliate. Sarcasm. Utterly blatant sarcasm. Pika despised nothing more than mockery of his voice. And Ball's laughter at that moment was the most potent rebuke to Pika's recent tirade. As he listened to the mocking laughter emanating from the telephone bug, Pika's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot and fixated with fury upon the creature before him. Had he not known that Doflamingo intended to utilize the telephone bug shortly, he would have unleashed his wrath without hesitation. The telephone bug, sensing Pika's palpable wrath, trembled in fright, curling up in fear. Yet, it dutifully transmitted Ball's laughter and mimicked the exaggerated expression of Ball's flamboyant mirth. "Well, have you laughed enough? Continue, and I shall end your existence," Doflamingo remarked coldly, revealing himself to be a master of double standards. He permitted Pika to vent his frustrations upon Ball, but would not tolerate Ball's derision towards Pika. If you possess the courage, come right over. I await you in the kingdom of Drum, unless, of course, this little flamingo fears being devoured by a lion." Hearing the menacing voice of Doflamingo, Ball remained unfazed and retorted with sarcasm. While others might be oblivious to Doflamingo's current capabilities, he certainly was not. The strength and influence of the pirate crew had diminished significantly compared to the years following his coup. If Doflamingo dared to bring his pirate crew to the kingdom of Zo to cause trouble, he would undoubtedly return empty-handed, perhaps even inciting the wrath of the Golden Lion. This ferocious lion would not concern himself with Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon. If anything, he would relish the opportunity to strike. Should this legendary pirate set his sights on Doflamingo, Ball could assure that unless the latter could secure protection from the Navy or garner the assistance of the 3 emperors, his demise would be inevitable. Ball firmly believed that Doflamingo was undoubtedly aware of the implications of his earlier statement. Indeed, upon hearing Ball mention the name of the legendary Golden Lion, Doflamingo, despite his usual arrogance, was rendered silent. On the Grand Line, at a small island's dock, the ship of the Don Quixote pirates, the Nemanthia Flamingo, was anchored. Inside the captain's quarters, Doflamingo glared darkly at a transponder snail before him, his lips pressed tightly together, with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly seething with fury. In the room, alongside Doflamingo, were three of his most trusted executives, Treble, Pika, and Diamante. All three wore tense expressions, their mouths sealed shut. Pika's eyes betrayed a hint of regret, a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. They were all well aware of the true situation regarding the Lamb Gang, and had grasped the meaning behind Bale's earlier words, which sent a shiver down their spines. Initially, they had perceived Ball as merely a minor player within the Lamb Gang, incapable of accessing the secrets surrounding the Golden Lion. Their underestimation of him now seemed misguided. For it was evident that Ball was no longer a mere pawn. He might have already become a member of the flying pirate crew. Consequently, he would not be intimidated by their threats. Throughout, they had likely appeared as nothing more than a joke in his eyes, far from being worthy adversaries. At that moment, Pika felt like a fool for having brazenly boasted just moments earlier. He could only imagine Ball laughing at him, realizing that the laughter had not been feigned. However, he dared not speak out now, for such insolence could bring catastrophic consequences to the Don Quixote pirates. He understood all too well the prowess and terror embodied by the legendary Golden Lion. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare provoke him. The Golden Lion, despite years of absence, retained an unparalleled reputation, and Ball wielded this fearsome name to intimidate the core members of the Don Quixote pirates. Ahem. My sincerest apologies for the earlier rudeness. I wish to express my regret on behalf of my subordinate. To demonstrate my goodwill, I have managed to procure a devil fruit for trade, which I can offer you at a most friendly price. Doflamingo, ever the cunning pirate, swiftly suppressed his anger, smiling as if addressing an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. Recognizing the futility of confrontation, he chose to bow his head temporarily and offer an apology. This was a survival principle that Doflamingo had come to understand after facing numerous adversities since his fall from grace. Given that Ball was backed by the legendary Golden Lion, his decision to endure for the time being was not a matter of shame. A devil fruit trade. This individual truly was a merchant of such fruits. From his tone, they seemed as commonplace as cabbages. Upon hearing that Doflamingo offered the purchasing rights to a devil fruit as an apology, Ball felt somewhat speechless. Once again, he witnessed Doflamingo's impressive collection of devil fruits and had to concede that, although he was not among the most formidable individuals in the world, his influence was indeed substantial. However, it was rather remarkable that he could invoke the name of the Golden Lion to intimidate Doflamingo, and in doing so, secure a devil fruit purchasing right without any cost. Thus, he nodded, donning a facade of false smiles and feigned friendliness, and remarked, "Let us consider this matter settled for now. Ensure that your subordinates are well disciplined. A loose tongue at sea can lead to dire consequences." Doflamingo, upon hearing Ball's response, although aware that Ball had accepted his conciliatory gesture, felt a surge of displeasure, with the veins on his forehead reappearing. Meanwhile, Gilbert, who had been silently observing from a distance, was utterly astonished. He could not comprehend why Doflamingo was suddenly exhibiting such courtesy towards Ball. Having collaborated with Doflamingo on numerous occasions, he was well aware of the man's arrogance. To see him now apologizing so graciously was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, with his seasoned experience, he discerned that Doflamingo was genuinely intimidated by Ball's earlier mention of the lion, for such an apology was otherwise inconceivable. Who, after all, was this lion? Why did Doflamingo harbor such fear of it? Could it be that there is a lion lurking behind Ball, or Ram, supporting them? A multitude of questions surged through Gilbert's mind, enveloping him in a profound sense of crisis. The initial joy he felt upon learning that Doflamingo had successfully aided him in acquiring the bird fruit, as well as the opportunity to procure additional devil fruits to bolster the combat strength of his forces, evaporated entirely. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if he posed his inquiries, Ball and Doflamingo would undoubtedly remain reticent, compelling him to patiently await the conclusion of their dialogue. The primary reason Gilbert had summoned Ball was to showcase his financial prowess and connections, to flaunt his achievements, and to inform Ball that he had secured the bird fruit, hoping he would prepare to deal with that insufferable transparent man. Over the past 2 months, Gilbert had received numerous threatening letters from this elusive figure. Regrettably, the transparent man was excessively cautious. It seemed he was aware that Gilbert had found formidable protection, as each threat was relayed through individuals utterly oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Even withholding a phone bug for convenient communication, leaving Gilbert in the dark about the transparent man's identity. Soon, the exchange among the three would reach its conclusion, with Gilbert and Doflamingo finalizing their transaction for the devil fruits, while Ball selected a paramecia-type devil fruit. Once Doflamingo ended the call, it would be time for the dialogue between Ball and Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. I trust you are already aware that my territory and the Golden Flash Trading Company have experienced multiple thefts, and the culprits remain elusive. You undoubtedly know who the thief is. This transparent man is issuing a warning to me. Personally, I harbor no fear. But I cannot jeopardize the lives of my subordinates and friends for your sake. Protecting you is already the extent of my commitment, and it does not contravene the agreement between you and the transparent man. Furthermore, I urge you not to forget the terms of our arrangement. Should you breach it, I would be greatly displeased. Ball, resolute and unyielding, coldly fixed his gaze upon Gilbert, who remained undeterred in his intentions to employ the extorted items as bait to ensnare the invisible man. Gilbert, ever the schemer, was a master of duplicity, secretly divulging the information regarding his protection in a bid to not only incite the invisible man's ire, but also to maneuver himself into a position of advantage, hoping to foster animosity between Ball and the royal army. Had it not been for the fact that the invisible man was none other than himself, and his timely revelation of certain details concerning his dealings with Gilbert, the royal army might have pursued him more aggressively. However, this unfortunate turn of events had also adversely affected the operations of the Shining Gold Guild in other regions of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Naturally, Gilbert felt a sting of discomfort upon being outrightly rejected by Ball and threatened in the process. Yet, he understood that he was in no position of righteousness. He had initially thought that subtly leaking information about Bale's protection would incite the invisible man's wrath towards Ball, thereby redirecting his attention and escalating their conflict. To his dismay, the invisible man engaged only in petty thefts, refraining from any acts of murder or deeper enmity. This ultimately solidified Bale's resolve to avoid antagonizing the invisible man and fostered resentment towards Gilbert, truly a case of losing the hen while attempting to steal the eggs. Now, having gleaned significant intelligence from the conversation between Ball and Doflamingo, Gilbert recognized the formidable power that Ball wielded, along with the possibility of a potent force lurking behind him that instilled fear in Doflamingo. It became increasingly clear that he could not afford to provoke Ball further and must swiftly mend their relationship. With a forced smile, he exclaimed, fear not. I would never breach the terms of our agreement. My earlier remark was merely a casual comment, not to be taken seriously. Regarding the thefts within your territory in the Shining Gold Guild, I sincerely apologize. It must have been one of my careless servants who inadvertently let slip information, allowing that wretched invisible man to become aware. However, I implore your understanding. There has been a considerable influx of visitors recently, and you, too, interact with many individuals here. That dastardly invisible man must possess some unique channels of information, which has inadvertently drawn you into this predicament. Rest assured, I will compensate you for the damages inflicted by that invisible man, and I am prepared to extend the grace period for Rock Island by an additional 5 years. What do you think? I shall convey my gratitude to the Lord of the city on behalf of those affected by the thefts. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall return to my training. Having obtained the desired benefits, Ball chose to feign cordiality with Gilbert, his visage adorned with a smile that belied any previous anger, nodding as he spoke. Gilbert, feeling slighted, was preoccupied with various concerns and had no desire to prolong his encounter with the loathsome gangster Ball. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he courteously urged Ball to depart, personally escorting him to the door. What manner of lion could instill such trepidation in the arrogant and haughty Doflamingo? It seemed that the Ram gang harbored secrets unknown to me. I must uncover the truth, for it poses a considerable threat. Once Gilbert bid farewell to Ball, the smile on his plump face swiftly vanished. He hurried to the window, his shrewd eyes fixated on Ball, who had transformed into a fleeting specter against the backdrop of the stormy skies. Quietly, he murmured to himself, such wealth. How much fortune has this fellow amassed through his dealings in pharmaceuticals over the years? I yearn to eliminate this scoundrel, akin to the celestial dragons, and seize it all for myself. As Ball transformed into the swirling winds and snow, he found himself once again preoccupied with the immense wealth held by Gilbert. The devil fruits, treasures of the sea, commanded a market price starting at 100 million berries, yet the final transaction often soared beyond 1 billion. While the prices for ordinary Zoan and Paramecia types remained manageable, typically around 7 or 800 million, the moment one ventured into the realm of special Zoan, Paramecia, or the exceedingly rare Logia types, the figures would inevitably require several additional zeros. Doflamingo was undoubtedly reaping enormous profits amid the chaos of war, for he was selling Gilbert ordinary Zoan and Paramecia fruits at prices several times higher than usual, an astonishing 300 billion. In a bid to bolster his army's morale and enhance the strength of his loyal subordinates, Gilbert made the audacious decision to spend 300 billion to acquire 8 devil fruits from Doflamingo, a truly extravagant investment. Ball could only describe Gilbert as extravagant. Among the 8 devil fruits, a majority belong to the Zoan category. The Zoan-type devil fruits include the bird fruit, golden eagle form, the snake fruit, golden ring snake form, the snake fruit, king cobra form, the cat fruit, short-eared cat form, the cat fruit, cheetah form, and the dog fruit, hyena form. The Paramecia-type devil fruits consist of the shield fruit and the whole fruit. With such an abundance of devil fruits, Ball felt an overwhelming temptation. Yet he was oblivious to the nature of the transaction between Gilbert and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Otherwise, he might have considered discreetly alerting the royal army to orchestrate a heist, thereby seizing these devil fruits amidst the chaos. As for the devil fruit he purchased from Doflamingo, it was the Paramecia-type fluffy fruit, which cost him a staggering 800 million berries. However, could Doflamingo truly be so benevolent as to sell such a multitude of devil fruits to Gilbert? This individual thrived on the turmoil within the magnetic drum kingdom. Currently, Gilbert's rebel forces were gaining the upper hand in the civil war. If 7 new devil fruit users suddenly emerged in the army, it would undoubtedly bolster the rebels significantly. Ball arrived at the edge of the towering magnetic drum peak, gazing contemplatively at the ground below, shrouded in clouds. After a moment's reflection, he leapt once more from the summit, continuing his practice of the moon step technique. Each plunge off the cliff was a novel experience, the sensation of stepping upon the air becoming increasingly palpable, indicative of his progress towards mastering the moon step. With persistent effort in enhancing his foot strength through rock climbing techniques, he believed that one day he would effortlessly execute the moon step. Moments later, he safely landed in a burst of elemental energy, scattering into a flurry of snow before reforming. Suddenly, he seemed to receive some significant news. His expression momentarily frozen before he cast his gaze towards the capital of the magnetic drum kingdom, Carcia City, before resuming his training. In the captain's chamber of the Numancia Flamingo, Doflamingo was engaged in a dialogue with an unseen interlocutor. Tell me the details of your transaction with Gilbert. What exactly is your aim? The white snail phone before Doflamingo displayed a frosty demeanor as it spoke, followed by a fit of harsh coughing. What aim? What aim could I possibly have, Your Majesty? I am merely a black market merchant, seeking to sell my goods at a favorable price. If you wish to prevent me from selling this batch of devil fruits to Gilbert, you must present me with a satisfactory offer. Doflamingo, unfazed by the inquiry, replied nonchalantly. Sell the devil fruits to Gilbert? No, Doflamingo had never contemplated such a transaction, as he had numerous buyers within the magnetic drum kingdom. His prior assistance to Gilbert had resulted in several commanders within his army acquiring the powers of the devil fruits, enabling Gilbert to successfully capture Snowstorm City and annihilate the King's Army's 2nd Legion, significantly narrowing the power gap between the two factions. Over the course of 2 months, Doflamingo's intelligence network within the kingdom had gradually re-established itself, and he was now acutely aware of the situation, with Gilbert's rebellion gaining momentum and stabilizing its stronghold. Providing him with more devil fruits could very well lead to the downfall of the king's army. Doflamingo was unwilling to witness such an outcome. Much like Ball, he hoped for the magnetic drum kingdom to remain in turmoil until it was utterly exhausted, allowing him to reap substantial profits from the sale of weapons and devil fruits throughout the conflict. In the capital city of Carcia, within a modest yet dignified chamber of the royal palace, King Gresham of the magnetic drum kingdom, adorned with a crown, fixed a cold stare upon a pink snail phone wearing sunglasses and sporting a sinister grin. At 68 years of age, King Gresham had not ventured beyond the palace walls for quite some time due to a debilitating illness, and he had not seen his subjects in ages. Nevertheless, his grip on the kingdom remained formidable, even following the unexpected demise of Valpo. The affliction had, however, drained much of his vitality. 7 years prior, he had been diagnosed with an incurable ailment that even the renowned medical prowess of the magnetic drum kingdom could only postpone. After enduring 7 arduous years, the once robust king had withered into a frail figure, waxen-faced and prone to severe coughing fits. Although he relied on precious domestic pharmaceuticals to sustain his life, he was perilously close to death. What do you desire? The relentless stream of bad news from the front lines had left Gresham in a foul mood, and now, faced with Doflamingo's extortion, his spirits sank even lower. Yet, he suppressed his fury to negotiate with this shameless black market dealer. The power of the devil fruits had cost him both Snowstorm City and the 2nd Legion of the King's Army. He had to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Should Gilbert acquire 8 more individuals with the abilities of the devil fruits, the subsequent offensive from the rebels would become increasingly uncontrollable. Oh, now we are speaking the same language. I ask for merely 500 billion berries. Surely, your majesty can still afford that. Doflamingo seized upon Gresham's softened demeanor, making an audacious demand. You must be dreaming, Gresham retorted, his voice cracking with indignation. The sudden increase of 200 billion berries left him incensed. To cover the compensation for the 20,000 soldiers who had perished in battle, bolster troop morale, recruit new forces, purchase weapons, provide disaster relief, and respond to the rampant pirate attacks across the nation, the once ample treasury now teetered on the brink of depletion. This accursed, unscrupulous merchant was only adding insult to injury. In a moment of rage, Gresham felt a wave of discomfort wash over his frail body, resulting in a violent coughing fit that expelled a copious amount of blood. The surrounding guards, alarmed, rushed to summon a physician. Now, do not be overly agitated, Your Majesty. Such fury is detrimental to your health. Contemplate my offer carefully. Once you have reached a decision, provide me with a response. However, bear in mind that this price is only valid for 1 day. After that, the terms may become uncertain. Rest well, until we meet again. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo continued to smile as he ended the call. The territory of the Kingdom of Drum is not particularly vast, encompassing merely over 100,000 square kilometers. Being a winter island, it harbors few areas conducive to human habitation, compounded by insufficient agricultural yield, resulting in a relatively sparse population. Even with the recent surge in foreign migrants, the total population remains below 6 million. The kingdom boasts 3 cities with populations exceeding 1 million. The most populous of these cities is undoubtedly Port Vila, which currently serves as the stronghold for the rebels, with a permanent resident count exceeding 2 million. This substantial demographic foundation provides Gilbert with a robust source of military manpower. The second significant city is the capital, Kasha City, serving as the transportation hub of the kingdom with its extensive rail network. Its permanent population is approximately 1.5 million. Following closely is Rodport, with around 1 million residents. However, unlike Port Vila, which boasts powerful gang alliances, Rodport's criminal organizations are relatively weak, primarily defended by the Royal Army. Unfortunately, the Royal Army lacks formidable figures akin to Lamb, Reggie, and Das, leading to frequent pirate incursions. In response to these threats and to maintain effective communication channels for his territory, Gresham established the kingdom's only navy, the Royal Army's First Navy. Indeed, the Kingdom of Drum suffers extensively from pirate incursions, with coastal cities often under siege, and some even falling into pirate hands, allowing these marauders to advance into the hinterlands. Port Vila stands as a unique case. Gilbert, against overwhelming opposition and domestic pressure, forged an alliance between the government and the gangs to combat piracy, propelling his dominion towards prosperity and laying a solid foundation for his rebellion. Over a decade ago, Port Vila's permanent population was roughly 500,000. Its current numbers reflect its rarity as a super-stable, secure, and economically thriving city amidst the Great Pirate Era, continually attracting residents from both domestic and foreign lands. Without a doubt, Port Vila, Kasha City, and Rodport epitomize the Kingdom of Drum's vital urban centers, representing the nation's strength. Beyond these 3, the inland city of Snowstorm also holds considerable significance. With a resident population of about 500,000. It serves as the kingdom's largest military-industrial base, making it a strategic military stronghold. Whoever controls this city possesses the potential for rapid military expansion. This necessity compelled Gilbert to prioritize the capture of Snowstorm at any cost, resulting in the loss of over 3,000 troops from his elite Blizzard's Legion. For the past 2 months, Gresham has endeavored to reclaim this military stronghold, yet his efforts have been in vain. Currently, Snowstorm is firmly under the control of Gilbert's Blizzard's Legion and Snowstorm Legion. Gilbert commands 3 legions, the elite Blizzard's Legion, comprising 10,000 troops, the Snowstorm Legion, also 10,000 strong, serving as a reserve for the Blizzard's Legion, and the Port Vila garrison, with 5,000 personnel. Conversely, Gresham leads 4 legions, the most elite being the Royal Army's 1st Legion, with 10,000 troops stationed in Kasha City, the 3rd Legion, with 30,000 stationed in Rodport, the 2nd Legion, with 20,000 stationed in Snowstorm, and finally, the 1st Navy, comprising 3,000 personnel, with 10 warships purchased from the World Government's Navy, stationed at Rodport. From a numerical standpoint, Gresham's forces initially outnumbered Gilbert's rebels by more than 2.5 times. However, after the 2nd Legion was decimated by the Blizzard's Legion despite their numerical superiority and fortified position, the combat prowess displayed by the Blizzard's Legion significantly diminished the Royal Army's advantage. Furthermore, the rebels' control of Snowstorm has enabled them to amass considerable weaponry, allowing for rapid troop expansion, resulting in a balance of power between the two factions. In terms of morale, the rebels even hold the upper hand. As night fell, a small-scale battle erupted outside Snowstorm, with gunfire and the clash of combat echoing through the howling winds. Although Snowstorm is a military stronghold, it is not an agricultural hub and relies on external food supplies. Given the kingdom's environmental limitations, it is destined to remain a non-agricultural power, necessitating substantial imports to avert famine, particularly amidst a population that far exceeds its agricultural capabilities. The recent garrisoning of the Blizzard's Legion and Snowstorm Legion has precipitated a food crisis within the city, exacerbated by the Royal Army's 1st and 3rd Legions diverting half their forces to besiege the city and cut off supply lines. Consequently, Gilbert has been compelled to order the Blizzards and Snowstorm Legions to engage the Royal Army frequently. However, Commander Norland of the Royal Army has wisely opted against a direct confrontation with the rebels, choosing instead to deploy smaller units to disrupt their supply routes, thereby eroding the rebels' morale and ultimately leading to their self-destruction through starvation. Thus, both armies commenced numerous small skirmishes around Snowstorm's supply lines. Recently, a supply convoy guarded by approximately 100 rebel troops was discovered by Royal Army scouts, prompting a similarly sized Royal Army squad to engage in fierce combat amidst the snow. During the battle, a particular skirmish captured the attention of both sides, where 3 rebels assailed a noble-clad Royal Army lieutenant. Though the rebels appeared indistinguishable from ordinary soldiers, their prowess far exceeded that of the average combatant, revealing them to be elite forces disguised as common troops. Despite the 3-to-1 advantage, the rebels found themselves at a disadvantage. The young Royal Army lieutenant, possessing remarkable swordsmanship and a mastery of swift blade techniques, wielded his slender sword like a tempest, relentlessly suppressing the 3 rebels armed with long spears. Had it not been for their fine armor shielding vital areas, they would have fallen to the lieutenant's strikes. How disappointing. Were you 3 not specifically disguised as ordinary soldiers to confront me? Is this truly all the strength you possess? The Royal Army lieutenant remarked with a stoic expression, taunting his adversaries as he continued to keep them at bay with his rapid strikes. The 3 battered elite rebels, upon hearing the taunt, could only grimace in frustration. They had indeed been dispatched to eliminate this rising star of the Royal Army, never anticipating that their combined strength would falter against him. How bothersome. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in the eyes of the lieutenant of the King's Army, his expression instantly turning icy, followed by a cold snort. In the next moment, the lieutenant executed a swift katana strike, forcefully repelling 3 elite rebel soldiers a considerable distance. He then deftly deflected several lethal bullets aimed at him from behind with his slender sword. Witnessing their bullets intercepted, the rebel gunmen, hidden behind a large tree, turned pale and hastily attempted to flee. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the lieutenant dispatched them with a precise shot from his revolver, striking them fatally in the head. Simultaneously, the 3 elite rebels, who had been pushed back, exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to scatter in different directions. To their astonishment, a sudden chill swept through the air, and the lieutenant had mysteriously appeared behind them, slowly sheathing his slender sword while exhaling a breath of white mist. Uttering the words, "Nasal tune, swallowtail slash." As his voice faded, the sound of the sword being sheathed resonated, and a piercing white sword energy erupted from the chest of the fleeing rebels, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. With the fall of the 3 elite rebels, the battle quickly turned one-sided. Unrestrained, the lieutenant charged into the fray, swiftly reaping the lives of rebel soldiers with his slender sword. The rebels attempted to retaliate with their standard long guns, but for the lieutenant, the bullets seemed merely sluggish projectiles, easily evaded or deflected with his sword. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed," he declared loudly after eliminating all the rebel gunmen. The other king's soldiers, emboldened by his words, echoed his call with fervor. The battlefield was soon filled with the triumphant roars of the king's army. Upon witnessing this, the morale of the rebel soldiers finally shattered, and they began to cast down their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. The soldiers led by the lieutenant exhibited remarkable combat proficiency and discipline. As soon as the fighting ceased, they swiftly tended to the wounded, collected the bodies of their fallen comrades, rounded up prisoners, and cleared the battlefield. Lieutenant Messfield, what shall we do with the provisions? Burn them, or? A robust sergeant with a square jaw approached the lieutenant, saluting him with utmost seriousness. Messfield Smith, the handsome lieutenant of the king's army, was a nobleman and currently served as a lieutenant in the 3rd Legion. Remarkably, within just over a month since enlisting, he had ascended rapidly from a mere recruit to a position of real authority, becoming one of the few new elites in the king's army. Such an astonishing rate of promotion was undoubtedly rare in the military of the Kingdom of Magdrin, yet no one questioned it. Messfield's rapid rise was solely due to his undeniable military achievements. Statistics showed that this new military elite had claimed a record of over 1,000 kills. Had he not chosen to spare captives, his tally would have been even higher. Possessing formidable strength, a remarkable number of kills, and a mastery of swift sword techniques, he preferred to dispatch his opponents with a flurry of rapid assaults. The soldiers of the king's army began to affectionately refer to him as Swift Windsword Messfield. However, few knew that this Swift Windsword Messfield was but a facade. Though he bore an uncanny resemblance to the true Messfield, his soul and physique were entirely different. His true identity was a doppelganger created by Ball utilizing the twin fruit. A month prior, the doppelganger Ball, or Ballina, had significantly enhanced her physical prowess through rigorous training over a month, achieving a score of 23 in all 3 attributes, before seeking out Ball to assign her a mission. The task assigned by Ball to Ballina was, of course, to impersonate Messfield Smith. Ballina had no objections to this, and promptly allowed Ball to utilize the power of the Munch fruit to revert to his male form, assuming the guise of Smith. With his transformation back into a male, Ball decided to rename himself as Bafik. Furthermore, after more than a month of time, Ball discovered that as he and his doppelganger grew stronger, his control over the doppelganger also intensified, and the range of their mental connection expanded rapidly, naturally giving rise to a unique ability to multitask. Consequently, Ball was now fully capable of remotely controlling his doppelganger through this newfound multitasking ability. However, the continuous remote manipulation was quite taxing on his mental faculties, so Ball refrained from obliterating the doppelganger's will and allowed Bafik to maintain control. During this period, Bafik did not disappoint Ball, flawlessly masquerading as Messfield and consistently achieving military accolades, rapidly ascending the ranks within the king's army. Bring it back. It would be a shame to burn it. The villagers near Snowstorm City are struggling, so upon your return, distribute it among them. Upon hearing the words of his aide, Dalton, Barfik gazed upon the several large carts of provisions before him and softly replied, "Indeed, Lieutenant Messfield." Dalton, upon hearing this, immediately straightened his posture and spoke aloud, his eyes reflecting profound respect for Barfik. The other soldiers who heard Barfik's decision felt similarly. They took pride in following a noble who was both formidable and compassionate towards the common people. Through their time spent with Barfik, they had come to understand his temperament well. Although he was exceedingly strict during training, he possessed a genial disposition in private. Unlike other nobles who looked down upon soldiers of humble origins, he was also remarkably generous, never claiming undue credit for victories or spoils of war. What was even more commendable was Barfik's deep empathy for the impoverished. He frequently distributed food seized from the rebels to the hungry. Consequently, Barfik, in the guise of Lieutenant Messfield, was deeply revered by these subordinates hailing from the lower echelons of society. Simultaneously, some rebel soldiers around them hung their heads in shame. For much of the grain in the carts had been forcibly taken from villagers nearby, and some items bore traces of blood. In the heat of battle, vigilance was paramount. Barfik instinctively activated his observation Haki, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Since the perception of memory is shared, Barfik's mastery of observation Haki was consistent with his original self, although his armament Haki was less so. After realizing from his original form, Ball, that armament Haki was a special ability awakened through the 9 serpent body refinement technique after each training session, Barfik quickly learned to harness armament Haki through appropriate guidance. However, at present, the quantity of his armament Haki was considerably less than that of his original form, merely sufficient to envelop his entire fist. Once he activated his observation Haki, the landscape within a radius of several hundred meters instantly came into sharp focus, and his previously relaxed expression shifted dramatically. Bafik stands as the banner of the soldiers surrounding him, and every gesture he makes draws their keen attention. As his expression shifts, they swiftly respond, gearing up for battle. Burn all the provisions. In the next moment, Bafik alters his previous command and signals his troops with a distinctive gesture. The soldiers, ever obedient to Bafik's orders, immediately dispatch a portion of their ranks to incinerate the supplies on the carts, while the remaining soldiers brandish their weapons and mercilessly execute all captured rebels. Dalton, you lead the men back to the main camp. I shall follow shortly.